Get out. Our family has no daughter like you. Yan Honghai's voice thundered, his fierce gaze fixated on the daughter he had just acknowledged. Just 10 minutes prior, they had witnessed Yin Xizhao push her adopted daughter, Yin Yeshua, from the second floor. Fortunately, she sustained no serious injuries. But they would never accept Yin Xizhao as their daughter again. Mr. Yin, are you certain you no longer want me as your daughter? Yin Xizhao replied coolly, her eyes betraying no emotion. A venomous daughter like you wishing to enter our Yin family is mere folly. We have but one daughter, and that is Yin Yeshua. Chen Hongmei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What did it matter if Yin Xizhao was their biological child? Since her return, she had not contributed anything to the family. Instead, she had harassed their adopted daughter at every turn. Had they not caught wind of the situation, they would remain oblivious to how their adopted daughter was mistreated at home. Mom, Dad, we cannot let this slide. We must call the police, Yin Yeting declared through gritted teeth. Oh, go ahead, call the police. Let us see if she intentionally fell or if I pushed her, Yin Xizhao retorted coldly, regarding her so-called relatives with disdain. She had expected joy upon her return, yet was met with relentless torment aimed at her by her adoptive family, who openly criticized her. Had her heart not hardened like steel, she might have succumbed to tears. Even now, you remain unrepentant, Yin Yeting said, moving to call the authorities, only to be restrained by Yin Honghai. Shouting, do not call the police. Regardless of the circumstances, she is still your biological sister. Escalating this will serve no one. We simply need to expel her. Yin Honghai intended to let Yin Xizhao fend for herself. Yin Yeting looked at Yin Xizhao, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Listen to Dad. Let us see how she survives without the protection of the Yin family. Yin Xizhao cast a distant glance at her nominal brother. Such callousness would not go unchallenged. If you refuse to acknowledge me, then I shall reciprocate. Let us draft a severance agreement. Once notarized, we shall not trouble one another again. Write it. And do so now. Yin Honghai replied through clenched teeth, summoning a lawyer and notary to expedite the process. Yin Xizhao held the notarized document, a sardonic smile playing at her lips. Mr. Yin, Mrs. Yin, I hope you do not come to regret this decision. Regret? We have never known how to write the word, Chen Hongmei scoffed, clutching her adopted daughter as if they were the true mother and child. Yin Xizhao had never placed great stock in blood relations, much like her adoptive parents, who had shown her little affection throughout her upbringing. Initially, she had attributed their emotional distance to their rural background and blunt demeanor. It was not until she overheard them discussing her non-biological origins at the age of 5 that she understood the source of the disconnect she felt. It turns out that they were not her biological parents. She contemplated that if she grew older and became more capable, she would be able to locate her true parents. Little did she expect that her parents would find her, yet they were indiscriminate individuals. Perhaps it was for the best. She would no longer need to invest her thoughts in them. Very well, I wish you all the best. Yin Xizhao let out a light laugh, tinged with a hint of indifference and a sense of relief, before turning away gracefully. She had a grand prize awaiting her. The Yin family was unaware that just a month prior, when she was first retrieved by them, she had experienced a vivid dream. Within this dream, not only did sweltering heat manifest, but an exceedingly frightful cold wave also appeared. 90% of the global population perished due to the cold wave. The remaining 10% soon succumbed to starvation and thin air, leaving a mere 1% to languish in survival. In this dream, she witnessed certain events that she initially dismissed, yet over the course of the month, they had all come to fruition. It was then that she began to believe in the veracity of the dream. This meant that the scorching heat and the cold wave were imminent. Initially, she had hoped to devise a means of survival alongside her biological parents. However, during this past month, the false daughter had engaged in various antics. She had attempted to explain herself at first, but Yin Honghai and the others did not believe her. Ultimately, she grew weary of justifying herself, which led to the current situation. Perhaps this was for the best, allowing her to think solely of her own survival without any burdens. Yin Xizhao found a restroom and entered her space to change into a new outfit, donning a hat, mask, and sunglasses before heading to the lottery center. She presented the recently won lottery ticket to the staff. The staff's eyes widened in astonishment. Just last night, the lottery had announced a grand prize winner, shocking all the players. A staggering 4.8 billion. No one had ever won such an amount in previous years. This time, not only had someone won, but it was a unique victory. The lottery center staff were overjoyed, guiding Yin Xizhao through various procedures to claim her prize, even requesting to take photos with her to share her winning experience. Had it not been for the urgency of time, Yin Xizhao would have gladly shared her story. After securing her winnings, she hurried to a real estate agency. The lottery ticket had been purchased in accordance with the numbers revealed in her dream, resulting in the 4.8 billion prize, which was unparalleled in the entire city and even nationwide. Yin Xizhao had not intended to acquire such a large sum, but with the impending apocalypse, who wouldn't he desire an abundance of resources? However, all those resources required money. Unfortunately, she did not possess a significant amount. Her adoptive parents had always been reluctant to spend much on her throughout her upbringing, and even when they reconciled with Yin Yeshua, taking tens of thousands from her, they never considered investing it in her welfare. To such foster parents, Yin Xizhao firmly believes that even if she were wealthy, there would be no necessity to disclose this to them. It resembles a dream wherein all the lower-lying houses are blanketed by heavy snow, leaving those who reside at the lower elevations with no choice but to ascend. However, those above would never relinquish their homes to those below. Ultimately, the latter would find themselves perishing from the cold outside. It is for this reason that Yin Xizhao understands the imperative of residing at a higher altitude. The higher, the better. Regrettably, her foster parents' abode is a modest two-story structure situated in the countryside. In the dire circumstances of an apocalyptic scenario, such a lowly dwelling would inevitably be engulfed by the winds and snow. The foster family would merely await their grim fate of freezing to death. Yin Xizhao has no intention of alerting them to this reality. Ever since she was reclaimed by the Yin family, she has wished to sever any ties with her foster parents. Upon arriving at the agency, Yin Xizhao presented her requirements, and the agent procured several housing options. Miss Yin, according to your specifications, all the properties that meet your criteria are located in the suburbs. Not only is the transportation inconvenient, but there are also scarcely any shops or supermarkets nearby. For a young lady like yourself, life would be exceedingly impractical. Clad in a white shirt and black suit, the agent regarded Yin Xizhao with a professional smile. He aspired to introduce her to properties in the city. After all, urban homes command higher prices, and consequently, his commission would be more substantial. Chapter 2. Establishing a safe haven. It is of no concern. I am engaged in astronomical broadcasting and prefer not to remain alone in the wilderness during the late hours. Ideally, a house situated at a height, offering a panoramic view of the surroundings, would be perfect. However, if one were to speak candidly, it would only invite skepticism about her mental faculties. People might question whether she is involved in dubious schemes, such as pyramid selling. Why otherwise? Would she opt for a house in the suburbs rather than the city? And why choose a high location? Surely, such choices would raise eyebrows regarding her soundness of judgment. Astronomical broadcasting? Miss Yan's profession is rather unique, the agent chuckled. Although he lacked knowledge in astronomy, he was aware that enthusiasts cherished stargazing. A young woman observing the stars atop a mountain at night would undoubtedly be perilous. Residing in a home would be a different matter altogether. My followers are quite fond of these pursuits, Miss Yin remarked nonchalantly. Ah, I see. There happen to be several properties here that would suit Miss Yin perfectly. The agent unfolded the layout and pertinent information regarding the houses. While some were indeed elevated, they also had numerous neighbors, and given that the properties were already renovated, any alterations would be quite challenging. After much deliberation, suitable options proved to be scarce. After careful consideration, Miss Yin ultimately selected a house atop a mountain in the suburbs. One must acknowledge the rapid urban expansion. Due to land scarcity, many residences have been constructed on elevated terrains. The dwelling Miss Yin chose was part of a suburban development, positioned on a hilltop. According to the developer's vision, the house would provide a commanding view of the cityscape, perfectly aligning with Miss Yin's stargazing aspirations. The agent promptly escorted Miss Yin to meet the property owner. Since it was a pre-sold house, the selected property had been purchased in advance by the owner, who intended to wait for its appreciation in value before profiting. Naturally, if someone wished to buy it, the price would not reflect what the owner originally paid. After some negotiation, Miss Yin acquired the house at a price 35 above the original. The agent, observing her willingness to pay such a premium, felt it was somewhat unwarranted. Miss Yin could have explored other options. There was no need to settle for this one, he mused. I believe this one is quite satisfactory. It offers ample space, and I can host friends for stargazing here in the future, which is rather delightful, Miss Yin replied, her expression one of contentment as she settled the payment with the agent. Witnessing the funds transfer, the agent shook his head, unable to comprehend the world of the affluent. Once the agent departed, Miss Yin gazed upon the bare shell of the house, measuring 120 square meters. with 2 levels totaling 240 square meters, a generous space for her solitary use. Conveniently, this floor housed only 4 households, one of which was already occupied by a single male resident, rumored to be a lawyer. The other 2 units remained uninhabited. Miss Yin refrained from selecting those 2 apartments as they were centrally located, while her chosen unit was an end unit. The corner units, in terms of both illumination and vista, surpass those situated in the central sections, and consequently, their prices are also elevated. Yan Zizao's choice of this location is not devoid of rationale. The corner unit is conveniently adjacent to the elevator and the fire escape, as well as an open corridor extending to 2 other units. In the event of an apocalyptic scenario, should someone take residence here, she need only disable the elevator, secure the fire escape, and block the open corridor to deter others from approaching her, thus maximizing her safety. Yan Zizao meticulously plans every area and detail. With merely a little over 6 months remaining until the anticipated sweltering heat of her dreams, she frets that the renovation and ventilation may not be completed in time, prompting her to summon the nation's premier construction team to articulate her requirements. Miss Yin, this is the southern region. Having air conditioning suffices during the winter. I see no necessity for underfloor heating, the construction team remarked, regarding her as somewhat eccentric. In our southern climate, who needs underfloor heating? The coldest days in winter last only a couple of days. Isn't air conditioning sufficient? Indeed. I desire the option to occasionally turn on the underfloor heating for a sauna-like experience. Yan Zizao replied earnestly, much to the amusement of the team leader, whose lips twitched at her words. Then, Miss Yin, you wish to install steel plates on the walls, floors, and ceilings for insulation and soundproofing, to prevent the occasional ruckus from disturbing the neighbors during your video viewings? Yan Zizao responded with a nonchalant tone. Understood. This young lady displays quite the refinement. Were it anyone else, they might not concern themselves with the potential disturbance to neighbors, the construction team leader mused, observing the young woman before him. The materials for insulation and soundproofing were nearly identical. Many girls, in their obsession with celebrities, could become exceedingly unruly, their fervor akin to that of individuals escaping from a psychiatric institution. Occasionally, the construction team leader would come across such videos while browsing social media. Indeed. I too wish to avoid disturbing neighbors while I indulge in moments of exuberance with friends, lest we receive complaints and have to relocate. Yan Zizao sighed softly, feigning a melancholic demeanor. The team leader felt a pang of sympathy, silently wishing for her to refrain from wreaking havoc in the sparsely populated area and to avoid troubling others in crowded locales. Rest assured, miss. We shall procure the finest materials to fulfill your specifications, he assured her. Yan Zizao nodded, further insisting that the main entrance be of vault-level security. The team leader acknowledged her request. A vault-grade door would ensure that even the mightiest of beings could not penetrate its silence. Yan Zizao's meticulous preparations were indeed laborious, indicative of wealth without a suitable outlet. The construction team soon labeled her as a fervent devotee, dedicated to crafting a haven of madness, oblivious to her true intentions of preparing for the impending end times. During the renovation, Yan Zizao would undoubtedly be unable to reside in the unit and would have to seek accommodation in a hotel. As for her current educational institution, she had little desire to return. The teacher called, prompting Yin Zizao to promptly proceed with her withdrawal procedures. Just as she was leaving, she collided with Yin Yeshua. Yin Zizao, do you still dare to come to school? Yin Yeshua exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had assumed that after leaving the Yin family, Yin Zizao would struggle to afford even a place to stay, let alone meals, and thus would never return to school. Yin Yeshua, Yin Zizao is here merely to handle her withdrawal paperwork, the homeroom teacher observed, noticing the palpable tension between the two. Were they not supposed to be good friends? Their demeanor suggested enmity instead. Indeed, it is quite necessary for her to withdraw, considering someone who cannot afford meals has no business pursuing an education. It is rather laughable. Yin Yeshua retorted haughtily. Yes, I may be unable to afford meals, but you, the esteemed young lady, are accustomed to luxury. I wish you a lifetime of opulence, and may you never descend to the level of a beggar. Yin Zizao replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. What good was her current triumph? Ultimately, it was the one who could endure to the end who would truly prevail. Yin Zizao, do you still believe you are a young lady of the Yin family after being cast out? Yin Yeshua fumed, glaring at her. I am not. Nor do I care to be. That family is free to take whoever desires it. I have no interest. Yin Zizao shot back, casting her a sidelong glance. She had more pressing matters to attend to. I shall see how you feel when you are reduced to begging, Yin Yeshua called after her retreating figure. Yin Sijao chose to disregard her. Instead of exchanging barbs, she found it far more prudent to stockpile supplies. In her dream, she beheld an expanse of white. The landscape rendered desolate as trees perished beneath the weight of heavy snow, accumulating to depths of 3 or 4 stories, reminiscent of scenes from the film The Wandering Earth. Yin Sijao recognized that without absolute preparation, they would succumb to the freezing cold. Thus, she resolved to gather provisions, everything that could sustain her existence. Of course, with her spatial abilities, she had little to fear. Yet, she preferred not to rely on them unless absolutely necessary. Once Yin Sijao departed, Yin Yeshua hastily informed her parents and brother of her withdrawal. Everyone became aware of Yin Sijao's decision, yet no one offered a word of concern. To them, it was as if this daughter had never existed. Feeling triumphant, Yin Yeshua noted the silence in the family chat group, thinking to herself, what does it matter if Yin Sijao is truly a legitimate daughter? In the end, she was still driven away by me, a mere impostor. With that, she whisked her classmates off to class, indifferent to whether Yin Sijao might scavenge for scraps and become a beggar. Meanwhile, Yin Sijao compiled a list of items she needed to purchase. In the sweltering heat, air conditioning, refrigerators, and cold beverages were essential. Once the frigid wave descends, the necessity for warmth becomes paramount, particularly when external temperatures plummet to -70 or 80 degrees, or even soar beyond 100. Mere insulation is insufficient. Oxygen transforms into an essential requirement. Yin Sijao found herself contemplating the acquisition of oxygen-generating equipment alongside various instruments to measure oxygen levels, ensuring that she would have ample breathing space. Regarding sustenance, she recalled the assortment of poultry, chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs she had amassed over the past month, along with the vegetables and grains she had cultivated. Thus, her food supply was a source of less concern. Moreover, medicinal supplies were critical. One cannot afford to fall ill without access to medications. After meticulously drafting a list, Yin Sijao busied herself gathering an array of supplies. Rather than procuring goods from local supermarkets, she ventured to food processing plants in distant locales to acquire substantial quantities of provisions. She also stocked up on warming items such as heat packs, self-heating patches, firewood, charcoal, candles, and cotton, particularly the latter, which proved invaluable in a bitterly cold apocalyptic scenario, as it could be fashioned into ice bricks to thwart intruders. Having secured these essentials, she purchased ample supplies from 2 pharmacies, depositing everything into her storage space. Subsequently, she acquired oxygen-generating equipment and various fuels, along with an assortment of thermal clothing in different sizes. After all, who could guarantee that her physique would remain unchanged, allowing her to fit into her garments? Yin Sijao compiled an inventory of her supplies and meticulously pondered whether she had overlooked anything. Once satisfied that she had neglected nothing significant, she returned to her city. Calculating her remaining funds, which totaled over 100 million, she indulged in purchasing numerous tables laden with lobsters, abalone, and king crabs, alongside an extravagant feast. She also procured a variety of takeout snacks. In the event of severe cold, she feared she would lack the motivation to move at all. With these sumptuous meals at her disposal, she could minimize her efforts in the kitchen. Yin Sijao diligently allocated her resources wisely, while the construction team, at her behest, transformed her residence into a fortified bastion. Even the windows were replaced with a newly developed glass designed to withstand extreme low temperatures. Of course, this was not foolproof. No glass currently existed that could endure temperatures plummeting below -200 degrees. Yin Sijao had perused the literature on past ice ages, when temperatures hovered around -250 degrees. What such a temperature entailed was beyond her comprehension, though after viewing The Wandering Earth, she had gained some insight into extreme conditions. At -70 or 80 degrees, one must don thick clothing, carry oxygen tanks, and wear masks, let alone the prospect of venturing outside without proper protective gear, which would be tantamount to courting death. With this thought, a tinge of unease settled within her. It was imperative to further fortify her home. When Yin Sijao went to inspect the property, she discovered that the materials used within the house were indeed environmentally friendly, lightweight, durable, and non-toxic. Most importantly, the protective level was akin to that of a bank vault. Miss Yin, do you see any areas that require improvement? The construction team leader inquired, casting a glance at her. This young lady was quite prompt with her payments, and naturally, they had chosen the finest materials available. However, it remained uncertain whether she would be satisfied. Currently, no. Should any issues arise, I will reach out to you, Yan Sijao replied, shaking her head and contentedly settling the final payment. Very well, Miss Yan. Please do not hesitate to contact us should you require anything in the future, the construction team leader said as he led his team away. Yan Sijao then called the furniture store to arrange for the delivery of various items she had purchased. On that day, she was busily engaged at home when the door next door swung open, revealing a strikingly handsome face that elicited both admiration and envy. Yan Sijao gazed at the visage, taken aback. This face had appeared in her dreams, encased in a block of ice amidst a frozen landscape. The man seemed to be in a slumber, his features perpetually captured in that moment. She recalled being entranced by his beauty, reaching out to brush away the snow on the ice in an attempt to see his countenance more clearly. At that moment, she felt a transformation within her, and visions of her spatial realm flooded her mind. Initially, she had thought it to be a dream, but upon awakening and summoning her consciousness, she swiftly entered her space, realizing that she truly possessed such an ability. Thus, it was plausible that her spatial realm was indeed a gift from this man. Yet, what connection did he have with her space? Yan Sijao pondered, maintaining a composed demeanor as she greeted the man. Hello, I am your new neighbor, Yan Sijao. I look forward to your guidance. Miss Yan, you appear quite youthful. Is this house solely yours? Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses, intrigued. During this period, he had often heard the sounds of renovation emanating from next door. Fortunately, they only worked during the day. Otherwise, his sleep might have been compromised. Yes. Yan Sijao nodded affirmatively. You seem to be underage. Where are your parents? Liu Beixian asked, astonished by Yan Sijao's petite features. She looked barely 15 or 16. Her age was indeed questionable. My parents. They no longer want me, Yan Sijao replied softly, her thoughts drifting to her biological parents. Liu Beixian was taken aback by her response. He had anticipated that Yan Sijao was a child cast aside by her parents. I'm sorry. I didn't realize your parents were so irresponsible. If you wish to pursue child support or anything of that sort, I can assist you. I am a lawyer, he offered earnestly. No need. I have already come of age. Yan Sijao shook her head. Of age? You certainly do not appear so. Liu Beixian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I have just recently turned 18. Yan Sijao preferred to say little. If you have any matters to discuss, feel free to call me. Here is my business card. Liu Beixian handed over a card. Upon glancing at it, Yan Sijao noticed it bore the name of a certain law firm, along with the title of attorney Liu Beixian. She was pleasantly surprised to learn that the man before her was named Liu Beixian, a rather charming name indeed. Well, I am Yan Sijao. Yan means speech, while Sijao signifies radiance. She introduced herself. That truly is a lovely name. From now on, you may call me Xiange, and I shall refer to you as Xiao Zhao. I have some matters to attend to at the law firm, so I must take my leave. Should you have any legal inquiries, I can offer my assistance at no charge, Liu Beixian remarked, feeling a twinge of compassion for the young girl. Thank you, Xiange. Yan Sijao nodded appreciatively. After bidding farewell to Liu Beixian and ensuring everything was in order, she indulged in a shopping spree, purchasing an array of items until she had spent all her available funds, amassing a considerable stockpile. As October arrived, the weather should have been growing colder, yet unexpectedly, the heat persisted. By this time of year, it was typically autumn, and although warm, it should not have been as sweltering as summer. The unrelenting high temperatures led many to wish for a leave of absence from work, preferring to remain indoors. Liu Beixian was among those affected. With no significant matters at the law firm, he spent most days comfortably at home, venturing out only in the evenings to procure food. On several occasions, Yan Sijao heard him leaving at night and contemplated reminding him to stock up on supplies. However, she hesitated, realizing their lack of familiarity might raise suspicions, and thus refrained from mentioning it. In the following days, the temperature continued to soar. Yan Sijao observed numerous discussions on her phone, with many lamenting the unbearable heat. Reports indicated that countries near the equator were experiencing extreme heat, resulting in fatalities, while affluent individuals sought refuge in Europe for cooler climates. Only those without financial means were left to endure the oppressive heat at home, with some tragically succumbing to heat stroke. Reflecting on the soaring temperatures abroad, where outdoor conditions approached 55 degrees Celsius, she wondered how anyone could withstand such heat. The city had issued repeated red alerts, advising residents to minimize outdoor activities. Consequently, most people stayed indoors during the day, emerging only at night. Even supermarkets and farmers markets had announced that they would remain closed during daylight hours, opening only as the sun began to set. Seated at home, savoring ice cream while scrolling through her phone, Yin Xizhou was interrupted by a knock at the door. Peering through the peephole, she spotted Liu Beixian standing outside. Upon opening the door, she inquired with curiosity, "Xiange, is there something you need? I noticed you hadn't ventured out for groceries in a few days. I happened to buy some food and thought I would bring you some," he replied. Every day, Liu Beixian paid attention to Yin Xizhao's situation when he went out. After noticing that she hadn't left her house for several days, he decided to bring her some supplies. "It's unnecessary. I have food at home," Yin Xizhao replied, shaking her head at the two large bags in his hands. "You, a young girl, haven't stepped outside for days. What could you possibly have to eat at home? Please, just take the items inside. If you need anything, let me know. And I can go out to shop in the evening," Liu Beixian insisted, turning to head back to his own home. The outdoor temperature, while cooler than during the day, was still uncomfortably warm. "Wait, Xiange, how much do these things cost? I'll transfer the money to you," Yin Xizhao said, not wanting to owe him a favor. Although money held little value in the post-apocalyptic world, she did not wish to be indebted to Liu Beixian. "It's just a small amount," he replied as he closed the door. Yin Xizhao glanced back at his door before bringing the items inside. Liu Beixian had prepared quite a bit for her, all healthy food and drinks. She could sense that he was quite considerate. After placing the items into her storage space, she planned to wait until she needed them before consuming them. The next morning, Yin Xizhao awoke and glanced at the temperature displayed on her phone, 44 degrees Celsius. It was yet another scorching day. The number of people working in the city had dwindled, and even schools had suspended classes when temperatures reached 39 degrees. Street sanitation workers had shifted to nighttime shifts. Despite this, many still ventured out during the day, risking heat stroke under the sweltering 44-degree heat. Yin Xizhao understood that these individuals were recklessly prioritizing money over their lives, but no amount of money was worth sacrificing one's health. Moreover, this reckless behavior was increasing. Hospitals were nearly at capacity, with heat stroke patients filling their beds daily. News outlets consistently urged the public to avoid going outside to prevent heat-related illnesses. Yet, some still ventured out, inconveniencing their families and wasting precious hospital resources. One couldn't help but wonder if the government's decision to cover medical expenses for heat stroke patients had contributed to this reckless behavior. Yin Xizhao refrained from commenting, scrolling further down to see numerous reports about the scarcity of ice machines, air conditioners, and fans being purchased en masse. She sighed, realizing that such extreme heat could not be easily remedied. Without effective cooling methods, any power outages would render these appliances useless. It was akin to the situation in certain countries where prolonged heat had caused electrical boxes to overheat and ignite, leading to widespread blackouts and countless fatalities due to the relentless heat. Furthermore, countries near the equator were plagued by ongoing wildfires due to the weather. In the past, there would have been efforts to combat these fires, but who had the time to address such disasters now? The sweltering heat is truly unbearable. It can be said that due to this extreme temperature, nearly all countries near the equator have succumbed to paralysis. Locally, Yin Xizhao has observed through local news and forums that many individuals are lamenting the abnormality of this heat wave. Some have even begun to speculate whether this heralds the end of days. Chapter 5. The anxious Yin family. Yin Xizhao gazed at the multitude of comments, wishing to convey that this is merely the beginning. Far greater calamities await. After perusing the news and forums, he accessed the surveillance footage from the Yin family villa. Inside, the family of four was huddled together, lamenting their plight. They had initially dismissed the intense heat as a minor aberration, believing it would soon return to normal, unaware that the winds of change had already shifted. It was only now that Yin Honghai and Chun Hongmei realized that the external temperatures were unlikely to drop anytime soon, and they would have to prepare for a prolonged struggle against the heat. Yin Honghai instructed the butler and servants to procure food supplies for the household. However, it was already too late. Due to the extreme heat, vegetable prices had skyrocketed, with some produce appearing wilted. The Yin family had never before resorted to such subpar vegetables. Even the usually delicate Yin Yeshua expressed her displeasure upon seeing the state of the greens. "Father, look at what the butler has bought. They are in such poor condition. Are we to be fed like pigs?" Yin Honghai's expression mirrored her discontent. As a billionaire executive, he had always dined on fresh produce. When had he ever eaten anything so lackluster? Butler, what is the meaning of this? How did we end up with such vegetables? Sir, the unprecedented heat wave has swept across the globe. Outside, not only vegetables, but also trees and flowers are wilting. Given the circumstances, being able to procure anything edible is already quite fortunate. The prices of such vegetables have soared to 10 times their usual rate, and they remain in short supply. Securing this lot has been no small feat. If the heat continues, we may find ourselves without any vegetables at all, the butler sighed. As Yin Honghai absorbed this information, he recognized that the heat wave was not merely an inconvenience for travel, but had begun to impact livelihoods. If this oppressive heat persisted, their lives would soon become arduous. Zhou Bo, you must be jesting. How could we possibly run out of vegetables? Yin Yeshua exclaimed incredulously. Miss, the global heat wave is indiscriminate. In countries like India and those bordering the equator, countless lives have been lost to the heat, let alone the state of vegetables, Zhou Bo replied. Casting a sidelong glance at Yin Yeshua, compared to the true heiress, this false one appeared overly spoiled and artificial. Yin Yeshua scoffed. Those people simply lack the sense to seek shelter. Besides, these vegetables are grown domestically. Don't the farmers know to construct shade structures? How dare they sell such wilted vegetables? Have they truly lost their minds in pursuit of money? Miss, many people online are proclaiming that the apocalypse is imminent. In such dire circumstances, being able to consume vegetables is already a blessing. If this continues, we may not only be deprived of vegetables, but even rice could become a luxury. Not to mention water. The persistent high temperatures have evaporated much of the river water. It seems that before long, we may even face power outages. Zhou Bo's voice carried a hint of desolation. Hearing his words, Yin Yishue found them hard to believe. Zhou Bo, please refrain from such nonsense. Our country is far too powerful to allow for power outages. Aren't there numerous places conducting artificial rain and cooling initiatives? Yet, how can there be rain without clouds? Moreover, this oppressive heat cannot be alleviated by a mere downpour. Zhou Bo sighed softly. Listening to their conversation, Yin Yiting recalled the alarming news he had encountered online recently. The nation of Asan and its monkey counterparts had suffered power outages due to extreme heat, resulting in numerous fatalities. With so many deaths, no one is even keeping track anymore. They are simply aware that the borders are not peaceful, with many refugees fleeing from Asan and other equatorial nations under the cover of night. Those with the means believe the end of the world is nigh, and many are contemplating a journey to the significantly cooler poles. With this thought in mind, Yin Yiting quickly turned to Yin Honghai. Father, look at the unrelenting heat we've endured for over 10 days. At this rate, even if we remain indoors, we could succumb to heat exhaustion from a potential power outage. Should we not head north? The temperatures there are lower, and it would be ideal. Yes, let us go north and see the polar bears. Yin Yishue exclaimed with excitement. Go north? In this ongoing heat wave, the temperatures there are only marginally lower. Furthermore, recent news has reported the melting of glaciers in the Arctic and Antarctic, leading to rising sea levels. It seems that region is not at peace either. Yin Honghai shook his head. He had been following various updates over the past few days and had identified several concerning issues. Traveling to the Arctic now is truly unwise. Moreover, without food, they would only face starvation. What then shall we do? At this moment, Yin Yiting felt lost for solutions. He was merely 3 years older than Yin Yishue, just 21 years of age. Let us eat first. I will ponder this further later, Yin Honghai said, reluctantly putting the unappealing dish into his mouth. Old Yin, do you think this could indeed be the end of the world? The internet has been rife with apocalyptic talk. If it truly is the end, we must prepare ourselves. Chen Hong may felt a surge of anxiety. Setting aside other concerns, these recent changes, how can one dismiss them as anything but omens of the apocalypse? Mother, please do not frighten me. Our family possesses no magical abilities, Yin Yishue gasped. If this were the end of the world, would there be any hope left for their family? Do not worry, Xiaoxua. With your father and me here, nothing will happen to you. Yin Yiting placed a piece of chicken into her bowl. I recall having read a saying, after great heat comes great cold. This warmth cannot persist indefinitely. It is highly likely that after this heat, we shall encounter the harshest winter. Yin Honghai remarked. Dad, please do not frighten me. If great cold arrives, would we not freeze to death? Yin Yeshua trembled slightly. In her leisure time, she often indulged in novels. One particular story she read spoke of the inevitable cold following the heat, strikingly similar to their current predicament. Rest assured, your father will not let you perish from the cold. We must prepare ourselves. Should great cold indeed come, Our current residents would be ill-equipped to withstand the chill. Furthermore, if the snowfall resembles that described in some novels, where the snow accumulates to several layers, our villa would surely be buried. Yin Honghai spoke with a sense of reason. We need to select a house on higher ground and implement insulation measures. Chen Hongmei, unable to remain seated, picked up her phone to search for a house. Yin Xizhao, unaware that Yin Honghai and the others had astutely identified certain issues, decided to fix the location of their new home within her neighborhood. Conveniently, they chose 2 residences adjacent to their current building. Chapter 6. They moved next door that night. Yin Xizhao heard a considerable commotion outside her door. Peering through the peephole, she spotted a number of familiar figures at the far end of the open corridor. She hastily rushed to her computer to access the surveillance footage of their floor, discovering that those individuals were none other than Yin Honghai and his companions. Damn it, they actually found this place. Yin Xizhao watched as they entered one of the apartments across the way, then proceeded to inspect another. It appeared they had purchased those units. Had they also sensed the impending cold? Glancing at the time, she realized it was precisely when Liu Beixian was preparing to head out for shopping and promptly called him. Mr. Liu, are you about to leave? Yes. Is there something you need me to bring? Liu Beixian responded just as a knock echoed from the door. As he moved to answer it, he heard Yin Xizhao's voice. Mr. Liu, do not open the door yet. The people outside are those who just viewed the 2 apartments next door, and they hold a grudge against me. You must not open the door. Liu Beixian paused momentarily. All right, I will not open the door. But how do you know they are your enemies? I heard noises outside and checked the surveillance, which revealed those individuals. Yin Xizhao explained. In that case, I will refrain from going out. Wait until they leave, then let me know before I venture outside. Liu Beixian was curious about the nature of those who bore animosity towards the young girl, but as Yin Xizhao insisted he stay put, he had no choice but to comply. On the other side, Yin Honghai and Chen Hongmei surveyed the unfinished house before them. Although they were somewhat dissatisfied with the layout, they decided to purchase it and summoned a local construction team. Yin Honghai had initially hoped to enlist the finest construction crew from across the nation, but the sweltering heat made it implausible for the top-tier teams to take the risk. Consequently, he had to settle for a local crew, albeit at a high cost. Yin Xizhao, after waiting for a considerable time, noticed that Yin Honghai and his companions showed no intention of leaving. In fact, they had called for a construction team. This meant that the sounds from outside would likely persist throughout the night. Yin Xizhao furrowed her brow, realizing that Liu Beixian would probably be unable to venture out to procure supplies. Xingu, please come over to my house and make sure to secure your home before you leave, she messaged Liu Beixian. Upon receiving her text, Liu Beixian stepped out and arrived at her door. Yin Xizhao ensured that no one was paying attention to them before swiftly opening the door and pulling him inside. Xiao Zhao, what is the matter? Liu Beixian inquired, puzzled. Xingu, I need to tell you something regarding those individuals across the way. Yin Xizhao led him to the sofa and explained her connections with Yin Honghai and the others. Liu Beixian listened intently, surprised to learn about the nature of their relationship. So that fake heiress framed you, prompting your departure. However, this house is quite expensive. How did you manage to gather such funds? His brows furrowed slightly as he noted the secrets this young girl harbored. This situation is rather lengthy to explain. I will share the details when I have time. Xingu, you shouldn't return tonight. Their renovations are connected to your house, and it will likely be noisy. Yin Xizhao reflected on Yin Honghai's audacity to renovate at such an hour without regard for others. It's all right. I have soundproofing installed, so it shouldn't be too loud. I'll head over to see what they're up to. If it's inconvenient for you, just stay home and wait for my update, Liu Beixian replied, rising to leave. Yin Xizhao, curious about the situation next door, yet recognizing her own limitations, felt reassured that Liu Beixian could investigate in her stead. As Liu Beixian stepped outside, the cacophony of hammering and clanging continued unabated. He frowned deeply. Excuse me, but do you not realize that your noise at this hour is disturbing the peace? His tone was rather curt. After all, who could remain in good spirits under such circumstances? This late at night should be a time for rest, yet here you are, causing such a ruckus. Who are you? Yin Honghai turned to look at Liu Beixian. I reside next door. Your incessant noise has surely disturbed your neighbors, Liu Beixian remarked. His gaze directed at Yin Honghai with an edge of displeasure. My apologies. We are unable to work during the day and must do so at night, Yin Honghai replied, offering an apologetic smile. He certainly did not wish to add unnecessary troubles to himself during this critical period. Even so, it would be prudent for you to lower your voices. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to call the authorities. Liu Beixian showed no inclination to extend any courtesy. How can you behave this way, my dear brother? It is common knowledge how high the temperatures soared during the day. If it were feasible to work during daylight, would we not have them come at night? Yin Yeshua, unable to discern Liu Beixian's features due to the backlighting, began to voice her grievances. However, upon catching sight of his sharply defined, handsome face, her heart raced wildly. That is your concern, not mine. Why should I sacrifice my evening time for your matters? Liu Beixian was no stranger to Yin Yeshua. This young lady frequently made headlines in local news for various reasons. To his surprise, she turned out to be a capricious faux heiress. How can you be so inconsiderate? Yin Yeshua pouted, her expression resembling that of someone on the verge of tears. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Everyone knows it's sweltering outside, yet you choose to renovate your home. Are you out of your mind? Can't you wait until the heat subsides? Liu Beixian felt a shiver run down his spine at her demeanor. No, waiting is not an option, Yin Yeding interjected promptly. We can pay you whatever amount you desire, just do not trouble us. Do you think wealth is omnipotent? If we do not come to a clear understanding today, I will immediately call the police, Liu Beixian declared, showing no inclination to indulge these individuals. Their expressions revealed the grim reality of Yin Xijiao's expulsion. Please, brother, allow me to explain, Yin Hahai whispered, attempting to pacify Liu Beixian and suggesting that he exercise some tolerance. Citing the adage that after the heat of summer comes the chill of winter, such notions were utterly absurd. If they wished to undertake renovations, it would not be an issue, provided the noise did not disturb him. Liu Beixian scoffed lightly and turned towards his home, utterly exasperated. What manner of person is this? Yin Yeding was quite displeased with Liu Beixian. Regardless of who he is, since he does not believe in the coming chill, perhaps this will save us from further complications. Yin Honghai continued, we cannot predict when the cold will arrive. Let us proceed with simple renovations to our homes and stockpile supplies, for it will be much more challenging to gather resources later. Yin Yeding and the others nodded in agreement, for they understood from novels and films that this was not the time for frivolity. Chapter 7. Suspecting her rebirth compared to the extravagant yet impractical items within their homes. Survival remained their foremost priority. The group chose to remain silent on the matter. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Liu Beixian recounted Yin Honghai's situation to Yin Xijiao. They were not lacking in intelligence and could easily surmise the implications. Yin Xijiao was not the least bit surprised. Are you implying that a severe cold is indeed forthcoming? Liu Beixian raised an eyebrow. Have you ever heard of the Ice Age? Yin Xijiao inquired, gazing intently at him. Have you heard? Does that mean the Ice Age is approaching? Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses perched on his nose. If that were the case, he would indeed need to prepare. For years, there had been talk of an impending Ice Age, coupled with the age-old adage that after great warmth must come severe cold. Thus, I believe the Ice Age will inevitably arrive. Xiangu, we must make some preparations. As soon as Yin Xijiao finished speaking, Liu Beixian pulled out his phone. Then I shall purchase some items to stockpile at home. Let me know if you need anything. I will procure it for you. No need. I have plenty of supplies here, Yin Xijiao replied, shaking her head. With the harsh winter approaching, you must prepare warm provisions. Given your reclusive nature, what can you possibly gather? Allow me to assist you. Liu Beixian browsed through the online marketplace on his phone, swiftly clicking to make purchases. After all, with a courier service to deliver, he need not venture outside. Xingu, why are you being so generous to me when we are not related? Yin Xijiao inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Perhaps it's a sense of inexplicable familiarity, or maybe it's simply that I recognize the challenges of being alone. Liu Beixian replied, unable to articulate the sentiment fully. Yin Xijiao recalled a peculiar dream, momentarily pondering the nature of her connection with Liu Beixian. Regardless, he had ordered a considerable number of items, and the couriers, drawn by the generous commission, eagerly rushed to accept the deliveries. Meanwhile, Yin Honghai and others, having discussed renovation matters in the heat, had departed, thus missing the sight of Liu Beixian arranging for deliveries. As Yin Xijiao observed the multitude of items Liu Beixian had ordered, she noted that the insulation of his home likely paled in comparison to her own, which was fortified with steel plates and thermal materials. Xingu, I believe your home may lack the warmth my house offers. Why not store everything at my place? You could move in with me. My home has ample space, she proposed, her heart racing with trepidation. They were not well acquainted, and she wondered if he might misconstrue her invitation as having ulterior motives. Liu Beixian glanced at her, his deep-set eyes shifting slightly. You invite me to stay at your home, Aren't you concerned I might harbor ill intentions? How could that be? You are such a good person, Xiange. You would never have any malicious designs against me, Yan Sijao replied, recalling how, in her dream, it was only after touching the frozen Liu Beixian that she had gained access to her own space. Without him, her vast collection of supplies would have nowhere to be stored. Thus, regardless of his demeanor in reality, she believed in his inherent goodness, especially in light of the space he had helped her acquire in her dreams. You are quite a kind-hearted young lady, unafraid of deceit, Liu Beixian sighed softly. I will have them place the items at my home for now. Since the cold wave has yet to arrive, I will first tidy up your supplies before transferring mine. Yan Sijao nodded in agreement. Xiange gazed outside and said, Well, you should rest early. I shall take my leave. With that, Liu Beixian returned to collect his packages. Throughout the night, Liu Beixian had acquired a considerable number of items, instant noodles, rice, and an assortment of vegetable packs, among others. By the time dawn broke, he had ceased receiving deliveries. The renovation crew next door had also departed early. At 4 or 5 in the morning, the temperature soared to 34 degrees. By 6 or 7 o'clock, it reached 36 or 37 degrees. After a night of busyness, Liu Beixian awoke past noon. At this hour, the temperature had escalated to a sweltering 46 degrees, the sun at its zenith. After finishing breakfast, Liu Beixian intended to do something when he heard the air conditioner emit a single beep before falling silent. Realizing there might be a power outage, he hurried to find Yan Sijao. At that moment, Yan Sijao had also discovered the outage, just as she was about to set up the solar panel for power generation. The doorbell rang. Peering through the peephole, she spotted Liu Beixian standing outside in a short-sleeved shirt and quickly opened the door. Xiange, there's a power outage. If you're feeling hot, we can go to the car, Liu Beixian started, but was swiftly pulled inside by Yan Sijao. Don't worry. I have a solar panel here that can power the air conditioning fan. She pointed to the solar panel she had just brought out. Liu Beixian was taken aback by Yan Sijao's thorough preparation. You were evidently ready for this. That is fortunate. With the power outage outside, I'm unsure if it's localized or citywide. Xiange, since you weren't prepared, you might as well stay here, she said as she began to arrange the solar panel. Thankfully, the glass she installed could mitigate some of the heat, and once she set up the solar panel, she activated the air conditioning fan. Although the fan lacked the cooling prowess of an air conditioner, the installation of several fans had significantly lowered the indoor temperature. Additionally, Yan Sijao had procured large blocks of ice to place in front of the other fans, further reducing the room temperature. You seem to have everything well prepared. Almost as if you anticipated this occurrence, Liu Beixian remarked, astonished by the 5 or 6 fans she had assembled. It was uncommon for a household to possess such an array of fans. Clearly, Yan Sijao had come prepared. In truth, I wasn't aware initially. I had a dream where the temperature soared followed by an extreme chill, and in that dream, I saw you encased in ice and snow. At first, I thought it was merely a dream, but when some of its contents began to manifest in reality, I realized it was no mere fantasy, Yan Sijao explained. Retrieving a cold drink from the refrigerator. On such a hot day, one must indulge in cold refreshments, after all. Now it makes sense. No wonder you were so startled upon seeing me. You had encountered me in your dream, Liu Beixian said, taking the cold drink with a look of surprise. It seems that the two of us are individuals who should be entirely unrelated, with no entanglements whatsoever. Unless, Liu Beixian's words trailed off, and Yan Sijao looked at him in confusion. Unless what? You are aware of the reincarnation plot in novels, are you not? Liu Beixian regarded her with a gaze that was both intricate and profound. Are you suggesting that I have been reincarnated? However, if I were indeed reborn, how could I remain oblivious to the manner of my demise? Yan Sijao furrowed her brow in contemplation. Chapter 8. This is a prophetic dream. Please recount the details of your dream, and we shall analyze it together to discern where the issue lies. Liu Beixian stated while leisurely sipping a cold beverage on the sofa. Yan Sijao nodded and recounted every detail of the dream, save for the spatial aspects. As Liu Beixian absorbed her narrative, his gaze shifted to the house before them, revealing a hint of complexity in his expression. You claim this house was purchased with your winnings? If we disregard the apocalyptic elements of the dream, it indeed appears to be a ticket to a remarkable turnaround in life. Liu Beixian, let us not concern ourselves with the notion of a life turnaround. The dream ceased upon my encounter with you, and I remain entirely unaware of what transpired thereafter. At present, all Yan Sijao could do was devise optimal protective measures based on the events that unfolded in her dream. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Beixian remarked, "You mentioned that the dream ended when you met me. Thus, it seems your form within the dream was not your true self. This suggests that you may not be reincarnated, but rather experiencing a prophetic dream." A prophetic dream? Surely, Lu Beixian, that cannot be. If it were a prophetic dream, then your being encased in ice seems highly improbable. Yin Xizhao shook her head. If her dream were indeed prophetic, it would imply that Lu Beixian was destined to perish. Life is fraught with uncertainties. If fate decrees my demise, there is naught I can do. However, your vision of me in the wilderness likely signifies that we shall depart from this place. It appears we must prepare some winter garments and sleds. Lu Beixian held a rather indifferent view towards life and death. By the way, you have yet to mention your parents, he said. Although Yin Xizhao was reluctant to interfere in his affairs, given the current circumstances, Lu Beixian had no intention of reaching out to his parents. My mother has passed away, and my father divorced her long ago to remarry. I have no knowledge of his whereabouts. Lu Beixian shook his head. I see, Lu Beixian. It appears we are akin in our experiences. Perhaps we shall forge a life together. As Yin Xizhao spoke, her thoughts drifted to the personnel at Lu Beixian's law firm. What about the people at your law firm? They're of no concern. Each person has their destiny. If we were to disclose our situation to them, they might turn against us, and our future would be fraught with unrest. Lu Beixian possessed a keen understanding of human nature. Who can guarantee that those driven by self-interest would not act in ways detrimental to us? It is already a considerable feat to ensure they do not encounter their own troubles. Yin Xizhao pondered for a moment and then slightly nodded. Hence, let us keep this to ourselves. By the way, while we have this moment, let's tidy up your place and see where I might fit in, Lu Beixian remarked, casting a glance at Yin Xizhao. I have already taken care of that. The duplex is quite spacious. There is a master bedroom downstairs and another upstairs. You can have the one downstairs, while the upper master bedroom will be mine. How does that sound, Brother Xian? Yin Xizhao contemplated, recognizing the advantages of a duplex, which would help to alleviate any potential awkwardness between them. That works perfectly, Lu Beixian replied, as he was not one to be picky. A place to rest was all he required. Would you like to take a moment to rest now and move your belongings in later this evening? Yin Xizhao inquired, looking towards Lu Beixian. Initially, everyone had a routine of working during the day and resting at night, but the sweltering heat had altered that, enforcing a schedule where individuals could only rest during the day and venture out at night. Lu Beixian had purchased various items the previous evening and likely had not yet had sufficient rest. Is it convenient for you? I haven't moved my things over yet, Lu Beixian said, directing his gaze at Yin Xizhao. What inconvenience could there be? I have arranged the room for you. Feel free to rest whenever you wish. Yin Xizhao replied, leading Lu Beixian to the room. Although the square footage of the houses was identical, the layout of corner units differed from that of middle units. Lu Beixian's master bedroom was situated near the outer wall, where the temperature was notably higher than in the living room. Upon entering, Yin Xizhao immediately felt a stifling sensation. Given the extreme heat outside, she opted against opening the window, knowing that even if she did, the air would still be sweltering. I'll go fetch the electric fan, Yin Xizhao announced as she prepared to retrieve it. Please, go rest. I can handle this myself, Lu Beixian insisted, taking it upon himself to fetch the fan. All right, Brother Xian, bring a couple more. I have quite a few fans here, Yin Xizhao said, producing an assortment of fans in various sizes. Lu Beixian looked at the lineup of fans and felt a moment of existential doubt. After returning with several fans to the room, he noticed the bamboo mat on the bed and appreciated Yin Xizhao's thoughtfulness in preparing it for such a hot day, an essential bedding item for summer. Moreover, she had also provided slippers, which was quite considerate. However, the absence of sleepwear posed a slight challenge for him. Reflecting on this, Lu Beixian went back home briefly to gather a few items before returning. In the short span of those few minutes, he could already sense the oppressive heat of the outside air. There was not a whisper of coolness, only the rising waves of heat. It was worth noting that they were on a mountain, at an elevation of about 100 meters, which should ideally be cooler than the plains below. Yet, given the high temperature here, one could only imagine how much hotter it was at ground level. Upon entering Yin Xizhao's home, Lu Beixian relished the comforting breeze brought by the fan. Upon returning to his room, Lu Beixian changed into his pajamas and rested for a while on the mahjong mat. Upstairs, Yin Xizhao peered through her astronomical telescope, gazing down at the mountain. From her vantage point, she could observe various happenings in the city below. At that moment, a significant portion of the populace was scrambling to find solutions due to the power outage. retrieving cold drinks from their refrigerators or seeking refuge in underground garages, hiding within their vehicles. Every conceivable method was employed by the residents. Similarly, at the Yin residence, chaos ensued as everyone transitioned from panic to devising strategies, ultimately retreating into their cars to turn on the air conditioning. How could there be a sudden power outage? In such sweltering heat, a lack of electricity could be perilous. Dad, please call the property management and inquire whether they have a backup power supply, Yin Yeshua shouted from inside the car. Surely, a high-end community would have a backup system, but it remained uncertain when they would activate it. In this oppressive heat, they might be too afraid to venture outside. Yin Honghai was well aware of the backup power, yet in such circumstances, who would dare to initiate it? The outside temperature felt as if it could scorch a person. It's ridiculous that they couldn't anticipate such a situation and station someone there. If someone had been on guard, this chaos could have been avoided. Yin Yeshue expressed her dissatisfaction. Shua, it's impossible for anyone to foresee this situation. We can only hope the property management sends someone to resolve the issue soon, Yin Yeding remarked, glancing at Yin Honghai. Chapter 9. High temperatures and power outages. Dad, the situation is becoming increasingly chaotic. We must prepare ourselves, she urged. Yes, I too recognize that circumstances are deteriorating. Let us first see if power is restored this evening. If it is, we should have the renovation team expedite the work on the house. We can no longer afford to be overly concerned. Given the harsh conditions, we must stockpile supplies in advance. Otherwise, as time passes, resources will be depleted, making it difficult for us to procure what we need, Yin Honghai contemplated, aware that the global populace had recognized the severity of this unusual heat wave, leading many to suspect it could herald an apocalyptic scenario. Consequently, those hoarding supplies were likely numerous. If they did not act swiftly, even wealth would not guarantee access to necessities. We have truly been too slow to react. Had we recognized the anomaly sooner, we could have made arrangements in advance. Yin Yeding lamented. It is futile to dwell on such thoughts now, Yin Honghai sighed. Dad, renovating the house is too cumbersome. Why not simply purchase the adjacent property? Yin Yeshue suggested, thinking of Liu Beishuan's house and another nearby residence. Rather than enduring the arduous renovations, it seemed more sensible to acquire an already finished home. No. Their house likely lacks adequate insulation. If we buy it, we would still have to dismantle their renovations and install insulation, which would be too time-consuming. Yin Honghai shook his head. So our primary focus is on insulation? Yin Yeshue finally grasped their priority. The height of the house is one condition, while the second is the necessity for warmth. Otherwise, they will not survive this cold wave. Indeed, a house devoid of heating facilities is of little use. Should the temperature plummet to -50 or 60 degrees, the local houses would be utterly inadequate for withstanding the frost. Yin Honghai's words were quite clear. This explains why they chose not to purchase a ready-made house, but rather an unfinished one. Won't it take a long time to renovate the house? Yin Yeshue expressed her concerns. Can we truly endure that long? Therefore, they decided to have one house renovated while using the other to store supplies. Once the current house was completed, they would then proceed to renovate the second one. As Yin Honghai spoke, he cast a glance at Yin Yeding. Xiaoting, you and I will go to the house tonight. I will supervise the workers, and you can place all the purchased supplies next door, Yin Honghai instructed. Yin Yeding nodded in agreement. Understood. Then it is settled. Tonight, Xiaoting and I will take action. You two, mother and daughter, stay at home. Secure the doors and windows, and be wary of thieves, he added. Yin Honghai had seen news reports indicating that many believed the apocalypse was imminent, which emboldened individuals to steal and rob indiscriminately. Notably, multiple incidents had occurred in affluent neighborhoods. Now, he felt a twinge of anxiety about the situation at home when he ventured outside. Father, why don't we accompany you? If something dangerous were to happen while we stay behind, it would be catastrophic, Yin Yeshue suggested, her thoughts drifting to Liu Beishuan's handsome visage, stirring a vague yet profound feeling within her. Yin Honghai glanced at her through the rearview mirror and nodded slightly. We shall go over once the electricity is restored tonight, he affirmed. Hearing his assurance, Yin Yeshue felt a surge of joy, for this meant she would be able to see Liu Beixian. How wonderful! As she contemplated this, she could not anticipate that the sun would set without electricity being restored. As night fell, Liu Beixian relied on the solar lamp provided by Yin Xijiao to transfer all essential items from his house to Yin Xijiao's residence. The power had been out for nearly a day. If it did not return tonight, he feared that the solar energy they had charged would not last. Liu Beixian looked toward Yin Xijiao. How could it not last? I charged a substantial amount, Yin Sijao replied with a smile. If you don't have enough, I can share mine, he added, just as the light above them flickered on. The electricity had returned. Yin Sijiao's face brightened. The restoration of power meant they need not waste the solar energy. Let's check if our phones can connect and see if there are any updates. Liu Beixian suggested as he went back to his own house to move the supplies, piling them into 2 other rooms on the first floor. I just read that due to the power outage today, numerous individuals have suffered from heatstroke at home and are currently calling for ambulances. It appears the emergency services will be quite busy tonight, he remarked. Yin Sijao could sense that the hospital was likely operating at full capacity. Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses perched on his nose. By the way, do you recall how long the high temperatures persisted in the dream? A month and a half, during which sea levels rose over 2 meters, followed by a chilling descent from the poles down to the equator, lasting an additional 2 months. Before plunging into an extreme cold phase, Yin Sijao reminisced about the dream's vivid imagery. So we still have 3.5 months to prepare. A glimmer sparked in Liu Beixian's eyes. What does Brother Xian wish to prepare? Yin Sijao inquired, puzzled. Food and warming supplies, Liu Beixian replied, about to make a list. When Yin Sijao interjected, Brother Xian, I already have warming items, hand warmers, electric heaters, electric blankets, and more. There's no need to purchase those. However, we could stock up on food. I had forgotten that you dreamt of this and must have made preparations. Liu Beixian smiled. Then I shall gather some food. What do you wish to eat? Perhaps instant hot pot, as it is easy to store. Yin Sijao pondered. I will place an order now. Just as Liu Beixian was about to do so, a commotion arose outside. He raised an eyebrow and approached the door to glance out. It was Yin Hahai accompanied by others, evidently there to inspect the renovation of the apartment. Are they from next door again? Yin Sijao peered through the crack, observing the situation. They seem to be here for renovations. Let us ignore them. I'll place the order and return to my side once they are distracted. Liu Beixian returned to the sofa to prepare the order. Brother Xian, perhaps we should hold off for now to avoid raising suspicion from next door. It would be troublesome if they were to come seeking food later. Yin Sijao reflected on the ample provisions in her space, knowing they were not lacking in food. But do you have enough food here? Liu Beixian questioned, looking at her. Certainly, just look at the vegetables in the refrigerator and the provisions in the small room. They would suffice for 1.5 years. Hearing this, Liu Beixian's lips twitched. 1.5 years? She truly dares to claim that. He rushed to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, revealing it brimming with fresh vegetables and fruits. Meanwhile, the small adjacent room was stocked with rice, flour, various sauces, and dried goods. Chapter 10. The faux heiress arrives. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Liu Beixian was utterly astonished. When did you amass such a stockpile? Brother Xian, you are home every day. How could you possibly notice the items I moved in? Yin Sijao chuckled. Indeed, these supplies are more than sufficient for our needs. At that moment, Liu Beixian had not realized the extent of Yin Sijiao's preparations, surprised by the completeness of her provisions. At this juncture, they need not worry excessively. If Brother Xian desires meat, once the quail eggs I purchased hatch after a while, there will be sustenance available. Yin Sijiao, for the moment, is reluctant to reveal the existence of the space. You are quite thoughtful. I feel as though I have become the one clinging to your side. Liu Beixian chuckled softly, realizing that everything had been meticulously arranged by Yin Sijao, while he himself had not contributed much. Given Brother Xian's remarks, there seems to be a connection between us. Albeit slight, had it not been for that dream, I might have perished from the heat outside by now. Upon reflecting on the scenes from the dream, Yin Sijiao's intuition suggested that the space rightfully belonged to Liu Beixian, and that she had inadvertently usurped his opportunity. Do not speak thus. The reason you dreamt those things could very well be a divine hint acknowledging your struggles. Nevertheless, regardless of the nature of our relationship, we must rely on and assist one another in the days to come. As soon as Liu Beixian finished speaking, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Given the hour, it could only be the neighbors. Yin Sijao furrowed her brow, unwilling to engage with them. I'll handle it, Liu Beixian said to her before approaching the intercom. Who is it? Hello, I'm the one residing at the other end of your house. I would like to borrow your bathroom, if that is convenient, came the voice of Yin Yeshua from outside. Instantly, Yin Sijao felt a chill run down her spine. It's not convenient. Please seek another house, Liu Beixian replied, promptly ending the call. Yin Yeshua stood outside, taken aback by Liu Beixian's words. She had spoken so sweetly. What could he possibly find unsatisfactory? It was merely a request to borrow a bathroom. What was there to refuse? A flicker of indignation coursed through her, observing Liu Beishuan's demeanor. She had not anticipated him to be so petty. Disappointment washed over her as she left, fuming. After witnessing Yin Yexue depart through the intercom, Liu Beixian turned to Yin Sijao. This counterfeit heiress does not seem to have come merely to borrow a bathroom. What do you think her true intentions are? I'm not entirely certain, but I suspect it might be related to you, Brother Xian. After all, you conversed with them yesterday. That counterfeit heiress likely harbors some feelings for you, Yin Sijao posited. Upon hearing this, Liu Beixian felt a wave of discomfort. Please, no. Someone like her is not to my taste, he said, waving his hands dismissively. Seeing Brother Xian's evident aversion, one might mistakenly conclude that he had no interest in women. Yin Sijao chuckled at the thought. Let us steer clear of this topic. Instead, we should thoroughly contemplate any overlooked details. We must not wait until the last moment to suddenly recall something and wish to address it without the means to do so. Liu Beixian remarked as he settled back onto the sofa. Yin Sijao nodded, joining him to discuss matters at hand. On the other side, Yin Yexue returned in a huff. Upon seeing her demeanor, Yin Yeting could not help but inquire, "What is the matter?" "I simply wish to use the restroom and asked the man next door if I could borrow his." To my surprise, he flatly refused, Yin Yexue replied, her eyes pleading as they turned toward Yin Yeting. "Brother, do you think I am unappealing? Is that why he rejected me without a second thought? You are my sister. How could you possibly be unappealing?" Yin Yeting asserted, taking her hand. "I shall help you seek justice." "Never mind, brother, it is merely a trivial matter. Let us focus on preparing our supplies swiftly," Yin Yexue urged, grasping his hand. "We cannot afford to lose face over a restroom dispute with Liu Beixian. We should concentrate on our own affairs. If a severe cold wave arrives, I do not believe Liu Beixian will hesitate to seek resources from us." She eagerly anticipated the moment he would come to them for assistance. "You are truly a sensible and understanding sister. I have already contacted someone to deliver supplies. They should arrive shortly. We must arrange everything properly to prevent spoilage." Yin Yiting's thoughts shifted from Yin Yexue to the supplies. No one could predict what changes the future would bring. They could only strive to ensure their future was secure and free from want. "All right," Yin Yexue nodded obediently. And together they awaited the arrival of the supplies. They had the items placed in their home. And it was not until 5 or 6 in the morning the following day that they finally departed. The outside world had returned to its tranquil state. Yin Sijao stretched and yawned. "Xiangu, there is nothing more to attend to now. You should rest early." "You too," Liu Beixian replied, nodding. After confirming that no one would disturb them, he headed to his room. Yin Sijao ascended the stairs and lay in bed, not rising until midday when he descended to prepare a meal. Liu Beixian awoke just in time to see that Yin Sijao had already prepared the food, which did not surprise him in the least. "Good morning," Liu Beixian greeted. "Good morning," Yin Sijao nodded in response. "What are your plans for later?" Liu Beixian inquired. "I intend to install surveillance cameras next door," Yin Sijao stated, causing Liu Beixian to pause in surprise. "Surveillance cameras? You wish to monitor them?" Liu Beixian had anticipated that Yin Sijao might discuss something entirely different, but this was unexpected. One must not harbor ill intentions, yet one must remain vigilant. Who knows what actions they may take against us in the future? Yin Sijao explained, clarifying that he harbored no voyeuristic inclinations. His motive for surveillance was to ascertain whether they might initiate an attack under extreme circumstances. Liu Beishuan's gaze flickered thoughtfully. The nature of the other party remains somewhat elusive to him, yet Yin Sijao possesses a far greater understanding. If she deems the installation necessary, then let it be done. Where do you intend to place the monitor? We certainly cannot access the interior. It would also be quite challenging to install it outside. Liu Beixian cast his gaze towards Yin Sijao. As for the interior discussions, we can address them once the house is nearly furnished. Outside, one can observe the surveillance cameras affixed to the walls, though these devices will inevitably become inoperative during the harsh winter due to power outages. Upon hearing this, Liu Beixian began to comprehend. Do you wish to alter their wiring connections? Indeed, Yin Sijao nodded affirmatively. But do you truly understand those contraptions? Liu Beixian regarded her with a puzzled expression. Chapter 11. Overlooking a critical issue, I must admit, I do not possess that knowledge. Yin Sijao appeared troubled. Then I shall seek assistance. As Liu Beixian spoke, he prepared to contact someone. Upon hearing this, Yin Sijao frowned slightly. That may not be prudent. What if they suspect we harbor unsavory habits? Do you have a better solution? Liu Beixian inquired, gazing at her. I have miniature monitors that operate via Bluetooth. Yin Sijao proposed. That is acceptable. Should it prove unfeasible, we can simply seal off the passageway. Surely, Those individuals will not venture into the frigid wilderness to trouble us. Liu Beixian nodded in agreement. They find it relatively easy to intercept individuals on this side. Yan Xijiao's eyes sparkled with realization. That is indeed a splendid idea. Thus, let us postpone the installation of the monitors until just before the extreme cold sets in, as that period will likely be relatively mild. Presently, however, Liu Beixian glanced at the sky outside. The sun shone brightly while the plants visibly withered. Although the authorities had organized several measures to combat the heat, human efforts pale in comparison to the forces of nature. The actions taken are merely a drop in the bucket. Yan Xijiao opted not to proceed with the installation at this moment, choosing instead to relax at home. Soon, another day had passed. In the evening, Yin Honghai arrived once more with a group, resuming the renovations as previously discussed. Liu Beixian decided against venturing outside, instead buying a few items to feign indifference to the oppressive heat, misleading Yin Honghai and his associates into believing that he was unperturbed by the sweltering conditions. Meanwhile, Yin Yeshue observed Liu Beixian's lack of substantial purchases with a hint of schadenfreude. What is the matter, Xiaoxue? Why do you keep watching the activities across the way? Chen Hongmei inquired, puzzled by Yin Yeshue's recent fixation. She recalled that Liu Beixian resided in that direction, wondering if perhaps Yin Yeshue had developed an interest in him. Contemplating this, Chen Hongmei felt a sense of realization that her daughter was maturing and experiencing the stirrings of youthful longing. No, it's nothing. Yin Yeshue hastily shook her head. Why not? Don't deceive me, I can clearly see it. Are you perhaps interested in that man? Chen Hongmei inquired. That's not the case. I was merely contemplating how our household possesses such an abundance of food, while the other party appears distinctly deprived, Yin Yeshue replied. Before she could finish her thought, Chen Hongmei instantly comprehended. So that's it. I initially thought you had feelings for that man. How could that be? I was merely considering that we cannot afford to share our resources with them. Yin Yeshue envisioned Liu Beixian pleading before her and felt a sense of satisfaction. You are absolutely right. We must not allow him to take our provisions. I will speak to your father about installing an iron gate here to prevent that fellow from approaching. As Chen Hongmei spoke, she set off to find Yin Honghai. Yin Yeshue hurriedly stopped her. Mom, we still do not know if a cold wave is approaching. If we weld the gate shut now, it would become an illegal structure. Wouldn't it? You make a valid point. Let us postpone that for now, Chen Hongmei conceded. They were uncertain of what the future held, and they must not allow others to leverage their vulnerabilities. Yin Yeshue nodded, her gaze shifting away from Liu Beixian. Now, she could only hope for the cold wave to arrive soon, allowing her to witness Liu Beixian kneeling before her. Meanwhile, Liu Beixian remained oblivious to her thoughts as he collaborated with Yin Xijiao to address any deficiencies. The previous day, they had discussed ventilation and oxygen issues, and Yin Xijiao had made adequate preparations, so the most pressing concerns were no longer on their minds. They were now left with a final problem to resolve. Liu Beixian recalled a critical issue that Yin Xijiao had overlooked. If the sewage system were to freeze, it would mean that even if they could hide here indefinitely, if the drainage pipes could not expel waste, how would they manage their refuse and everyday waste? Yin Xijiao had considered everything except this dilemma, which left him somewhat perplexed. Brother Xian, in this situation, we must either remodel the restrooms or ensure that the sewage pipes maintain the necessary temperature. However, this building has 33 floors, making it no small feat to ensure that the drainage system remains unobstructed on every level. As Liu Beixian's words reached Yin Xijiao's ears, he felt disheartened, realizing that they might not be able to accomplish this task. What can we do then? We need to devise a method for disposing of waste and perhaps create a dry toilet, Liu Beixian suggested, rubbing his temples in frustration. Given the current circumstances, constructing such facilities would be challenging, and with steel plates and insulation already installed in the building, dismantling them would not only be difficult, but would also likely draw the ire of the property management. We must devise a comprehensive strategy, Yin Xijiao muttered through clenched teeth. She had anticipated numerous scenarios, yet had failed to consider the management of waste. It is indeed strange how careless she can be. The balcony. Perhaps we can utilize the balcony. Liu Beixian wandered around the room and realized that the balcony was the only option available. Previously, due to the property management's restrictions against enclosing the balcony, Yin Xijiao had refrained from making any modifications. Is the balcony suitable? Yin Xijiao glanced toward its location. The space is ample, as long as we ensure proper insulation. It should pose no issues. Moreover, your balcony is semi-protruding, allowing us to place the waste passage at the corner, which would surely raise no suspicions. Conveniently, this area could also serve as a dry toilet. Liu Beixian assessed the size of the balcony and found it entirely feasible. However, will we need to engage a renovation team for this transformation? Can they accommodate us? Yan Xijiao expressed a look of uncertainty. There is no need for them. We can manage it ourselves. Once the heat subsides, I shall visit the building materials market to procure a toilet. We will need some cement as well. By the way, if we intend to seal the surroundings, we ought to use high-quality thermal insulation aluminum. I will search online for suppliers. As Liu Beixian spoke, he pulled out his phone to begin his inquiry. Meanwhile, Yan Xijiao contemplated how best to renovate the balcony. This back and forth of research consumed the entirety of the evening. The next morning, Yan Honghai's family hurriedly returned. With temperatures soaring to nearly 50 degrees, it was evident to everyone that the earth was becoming increasingly abnormal. No one dared to venture outside. Even the birds had vacated the skies. By day, the city descended into an eerie silence, reminiscent of death. The news on mobile devices incessantly warned against going outdoors and urged caution. Although societal order had not completely unraveled, chaos loomed ominously on the horizon. Chapter 12. The physics class representative's remarks on the cold wave. When Yan Xijiao woke, it was yet another afternoon. She marked a circle on the calendar. Once the apocalyptic end arrives, it is likely that no one will remember the exact date. Contemplating this, Yan Xijiao felt a chilling realization that human civilization might be on the brink of obliteration in this frigid world. What a terrifying and sorrowful prospect. Xiao Zhao, what are you pondering? Liu Beixian observed her lost in thought before the calendar, prompting a frown. Nothing much, just reflecting on how, when the extreme cold descends, there may be no one left to remember what day it is, Yan Xijiao admitted, a sense of fear creeping in. The dream Henti revealed how long this bitter cold would last. Perhaps it could persist for years, decades, or even centuries. If it were merely years, they would still have the chance to encounter others. But if it stretched into decades, they might see no one apart from each other again. Why dwell on such thoughts? The crucial matter is whether they can survive. I have just perused the news and forums, and it appears that multiple robbery incidents occurred last night, with the expectation of even more tonight. The authorities seem overwhelmed, and it is feared that the situation will worsen. Liu Beixian remarked gravely, it is only the beginning. Yet the number of robbers has surged. If this continues for a month, what chaos will ensue? Yan Xijiao anticipated that even if the heat subsides, the economy is unlikely to recover swiftly. Thus, even with the end of the heat wave, the societal order will not be restored immediately. The world is likely to remain in turmoil. Liu Beixian continued, will we be able to venture out to purchase renovation materials? Yan Xijiao turned to him. Did you not mention a 2-month transition period? Furthermore, since we are not acquiring food, it should not pose a significant issue. Liu Beixian nodded, adjusting his glasses. Indeed, Yan Xijiao affirmed. She felt fortunate to have Liu Beixian by her side. Otherwise, she might not have considered the issue of the sewer system. Enough of other matters. Today's temperature has risen by 2 degrees compared to yesterday. If nothing unexpected occurs, we shall experience another power outage today. No sooner had Liu Beixian spoken than the air conditioning abruptly ceased to function. Yan Xijiao's lips twitched. Indeed, it was better not to mention the outage. Once it was spoken of, it materialized before their very eyes. With a soft sigh, Yan Xijiao began preparing the solar panels. In stark contrast to the relatively comfortable environment they enjoyed, the inhabitants of the city below lamented their plight. Although the authorities had issued statements warning of potential power outages, who among the urban populace did not hope for the contrary. If the outages were to occur at night, they might not protest, but during the day, it could result in numerous fatalities. The online sphere was once again inundated with curses, complaints, and desperate pleas for assistance. Even within Yan Xijiao's WeChat class group, various voices echoed. It's unbearable. If it does not rain soon, my vegetable garden will be ruined. The demise of vegetables is trivial, but that of people is truly alarming. The number of bodies at the crematorium is unfathomable. Even with continuous incineration, it cannot keep pace. Is it truly that dreadful? Do you still perceive this heat wave as ordinary? The outside world claims it is a prelude to the apocalypse. If this is indeed the end of days, where shall we flee under such circumstances? Indeed. From the South Pole to the North Pole, it is all sweltering. Where can we escape to? I posit that this heat may merely be the beginning. We might soon enter a cold wave mode. Our current focus should not be on escaping the heat, but on contemplating how to keep warm. Linjia, do you have any basis for this assertion? You should consult the latest views of the internationally renowned astronomer Gale John Stephen regarding this heat wave. He indicated that it will result in the melting of glaciers in the Arctic and Antarctic, causing sea levels to rise by approximately 2 meters, subsequently ushering in a cold wave. According to the temporal estimations, the high-temperature weather is expected to persist for no more than a month, after which a gradual easing will occur, leading to a complete transition into a cold wave mode over the course of more than 2 months. Lin Jie serves as the physics representative for the entire class and has a penchant for perusing international papers. Her statement rendered the group into a profound silence. Lin Jie, surely you're not jesting? Someone gasped, sending a voice message. At this juncture, would I make light of such matters? If you harbor doubts, you may refer to the papers. By the way, should the cold wave indeed arrive, heavy snowfall may potentially engulf the first and second floors. To avoid being buried in snow, it would be prudent to find residence in higher buildings and stockpile supplies. After making her declaration, Lin Jie refrained from elaborating further. Some individuals regarded her words with skepticism, while others contemplated her assertions, beginning to discuss with their parents the necessity of gathering provisions and establishing heating facilities. Yin Xijiao, having finished adjusting the fan and dining, sat idly on the sofa, indulging in shaved ice while perusing the messages within the WeChat group. Her brow arched slightly. Lin Jie indeed possesses considerable intellect. Her remarks aligned closely with the timeline from her dreams. However, did she comprehend the magnitude of the uproar her words would incite? Had it not been for the daytime constraints, it is likely that the authorities would have paid them a visit. Yin Xijiao mused, unaware that in the ensuing days, various construction sounds began to emanate from below their building. Despite the abnormal temperatures during the day and a semblance of societal disorder, the desire to earn persisted undeterred. Consequently, both Yin Xijiao and Liu Beixian found themselves subjected not only to the noise of renovations from across the way, but also from below. Sleep at night became an elusive dream, leaving them with no choice but to rest during the day. Fortunately, while the individuals downstairs busied themselves with renovations, they did not intrude upon the tranquility of the upper floors. That evening, as Liu Beixian perused online updates, a group notification surfaced, indicating that the property management had added all owners to a collective chat. Named after their building, Liu Beixian noticed that Yin Xijiao had also been included, albeit under a WeChat account unfamiliar to him. Hello everyone, I am the owner of Unit 2101. I look forward to your cooperation. Messages began to flow in the group, filled with greetings exchanged among the owners. Liu Beixian had little interest in responding. However, it was not long before someone broached the topic of the cold wave. In an instant, the group of owners became animated, with the exception of Liu Beixian and Yin Xijiao, who merely observed the conversation without wishing to contribute, aiming to avoid drawing attention to themselves. At that juncture, the property management also interjected, addressing all owners. Dear residents, regarding the cold wave, the management holds no authority to comment, but we urge all owners to approach this matter with rationality and not to be swayed by ill-intentioned individuals, thereby preventing unnecessary panic. Chapter 13. The prolonged fear of the cold wave. Your property management claims this is mere slander. However, if it is not slander, will you take responsibility? Indeed. There are numerous discussions online regarding the cold wave. Does your property management not access the internet? Are you unable to discern truth from falsehood? I suggest that the property management refrain from excessive chatter and focus on managing the electricity. We have endured power outages for the past 2 or 3 days. Do you wish for us to perish from the heat? Although it is true that the recent power outages are not solely the fault of the property management, their failure to restore electricity promptly is perilous. Do you not realize that such neglect can lead to dire consequences? I, for one, feel as if I am about to succumb to the heat. The property management, observing the comments within the chat group, feels a profound sense of injustice. Do these individuals truly believe that the management desires to cut off power? In such sweltering conditions, how could they be unaware of the potential for fatality? The crux of the matter is that they are not omnipotent. They cannot alter the circumstances. Let us be reasonable, everyone. The power outages caused by this oppressive heat cannot be solely attributed to the property management. It is more prudent to contemplate what we can do in the event that the cold wave actually arrives. This is the crux of the matter. And I am certain that none of us wish to meet our demise. Indeed, the internet is rife with claims of a possible ice age. I have perused the information regarding ice ages, which indicates that temperatures could plummet to -250 degrees. At such frigid temperatures, can we truly survive on the surface? If it were to grow so unbearably cold, we might have no choice but to seek refuge underground. While watching the wandering Earth, I noted that outside temperatures were minus 70 or 80 degrees, compelling individuals to wear protective suits, shields, and carry oxygen tanks. Can we genuinely remain safely indoors and evade the cold wave? Our living space is limited. Should the cold wave persist for 1 or 2 years, we would need supplies equivalent to at least 2 houses, lest we face starvation. A little each day may seem manageable, yet the food in a single residence could last merely a month or so. If this situation were to endure for 1 or 2 years, or even longer, our provisions would undoubtedly fall short. Hearing this, the others in the group fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, if the cold wave were to last for an extended period, their supplies would hardly suffice. Liu Beixian, perusing the messages in the group, found himself lost in thought. Yan Xijiao's provisions appeared plentiful, yet upon closer inspection, they were not as abundant as they seemed. While they might last for a few months, could they truly sustain themselves for a year or two? This question gnawed at Liu Beixian. Brother Xian, what troubles your mind? Yan Xijiao inquired, noticing his pensive expression as he gazed at his phone. The discussion in the owners' group about insufficient supplies has prompted me to reflect on our potential need to remain here for several years, or even over a decade. It seems that the provisions from just one household may be woefully inadequate, Liu Beixian replied solemnly. I believe it should suffice. I have acquired a substantial amount of soil, numerous vegetable seeds, and several tons of rice and flour. In terms of quantity, we are well prepared. Moreover, we can also consider aquaculture, if we desire to eat. We shall not lack for food, Yan Xijiao assured him. Yan Xijiao currently prefers not to disclose the existence of the spatial realm to him. Although it is likely that Liu Beixian would treat her better due to this revelation, they have yet to develop a sufficient level of intimacy, and she wishes to maintain a modicum of secrecy for now. Liu Beixian cast a glance her way, perhaps viewing her as a child, and he sighed softly. Regardless, it is certain that having more supplies is advantageous. So, are you planning to purchase them now, Brother Xian? Yan Xijiao inquired. There is no rush. I will first procure the essential items. You stay at home and await my return, Liu Beixian replied. Initially, he intended to wait until the oppressive heat subsided before venturing out to buy supplies. However, with the impending cold wave, he feared that the urgency to acquire necessities would only intensify. Given the dire state of affairs, it might soon become exceedingly difficult to obtain provisions. Brother Xian, perhaps it would be best not to go. We have ample supplies at home, and it may take us a long time to deplete them. Moreover, where would you store the items? If our space becomes overcrowded, we might find ourselves struggling to breathe, Yan Xijiao interjected, preventing Liu Beixian from stepping out. Let us store the items at my place, and we can retrieve them when necessary, Liu Beixian considered, noting that his home was conveniently adjacent. Yet, the dropping temperatures weighed on his mind. Imagining Liu Beixian turning into an ice sculpture, Yan Xijiao frowned. We will address that when the time comes. For now, we must prepare adequately, Liu Beixian chuckled. Just keep an eye on the house. I'll be back shortly. Very well, please be cautious on your way, Yan Xijiao nodded. Hoping for his swift return, Liu Beixian opened the door and glanced at the neighboring house under renovation before making his way to the elevator. There were 2 elevators available, one next door and one in their building. With the power temporarily restored, both elevators were operational. Yet Liu Beixian had to wait quite some time for one to arrive due to the ongoing renovations below. Upon descending, he encountered other workers entering the elevator, their faces beaming with the joy of profit. Unbeknownst to them, a cold wave was looming. Liu Beixian did not consider himself a saint, nor did he feel obligated to warn others. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, Liu Beixian drove out, heading first to the building materials market to purchase a toilet and other supplies, arranging for them to be delivered to his apartment the following evening. He then procured a considerable amount of provisions. In a climate where information was often ambiguous, many chose to remain rational and skeptical of rumors. Upon returning with the supplies, Liu Beixian labored to carry them into his home. Yan Xijiao watched him return, breathless and drenched in sweat, and immediately fanned him. Brother Xian, perhaps you should not have gone out. The weather is sweltering, and it is easy to suffer from heat stroke. I am well. It has come to my attention that an impending cold wave is becoming a growing concern among many. The scarcity of supplies is increasingly evident. If we do not stockpile provisions, we might endure for a year or 2, but what about 10 or 20 years? Liu Beixian dares not contemplate the passage of time, pondering whether they could truly survive until then. Brother Xian, Yan Xi observed him closely, stealing her resolve as she grasped his hand and led him into the spatial realm. Instantly, the air was filled with the delightful sounds of birds and the sweet fragrance of blossoms. Liu Beixian gazed around in astonishment. This is the space. Noticing his astonished expression, Yanxi spoke up. Brother Xian, I have yet to share with you that something else occurred in that dream. After I touched your ice sculpture, I did not awaken immediately. Instead, I entered this peculiar space. This spatial realm is what novels refer to as a personal space, is it not? Liu Beixian chuckled softly. Indeed. Brother Xian, I am uncertain why I have acquired this space. However, it must be connected to you. Yanxi turned her gaze towards Liu Beixian. Chapter 14. Liu Beixian's bold proposition, such extraordinary occurrences. Could it be that something strange has happened to me, leading you to acquire this space? Yet, as I reflect, I find no recollection of any unusual events in my life, Liu Beixian mused. Perhaps such experiences lie ahead, Yanxi suggested. It truly is difficult to ascertain. Regardless, I believe overthinking this matter is unnecessary. The convenience of having this space alleviates many concerns, particularly regarding the storage of supplies, Liu Beixian observed, surveying the lush greenery around them. This is advantageous. We can even cultivate vegetables here. Yanxi nodded in agreement, contemplating that if Liu Beixian were ever to face dire circumstances, she would conceal him within this space, ensuring his safety. I have already planted vegetables and grains, and I have even raised some chickens, ducks, and fish, so we need not worry about food. Now, we must address the issue of waste management. But that can be resolved by modifying the balcony, Liu Beixian remarked, his heart finally at ease. Are we truly capable of handling the balcony modifications ourselves? Shouldn't we call in someone to assist? Yanxi expressed her concerns. Perhaps not. Given the increasing awareness of the impending cold wave, it is wise to remain discreet to avoid drawing attention. If we reach a point of desperation, those desperate enough might resort to violence, Liu Beixian cautioned. He continued, we must also find a way to seal off the fire escape, the elevator, and the corridor leading to the opposite side. Otherwise, if those individuals come this way, we may be powerless to stop them. I believe that when the temperature falls to -6 degrees, the water outside will freeze. I wish to create ice bricks using cotton and water, and then Yan Xizhao understood the subsequent words of Liu Beixian. He had previously heard that ice bricks made from cotton and water could withstand even cannonballs. Thus, no matter how skilled those individuals were, they could not inflict significant damage on the ice bricks. We must begin our preparations. We cannot wait until the last moment to act, Liu Beixian stated. Yan Xizhao nodded in agreement. Previously, she had been secretive about making the ice bricks, concealing her actions from Liu Beixian. Now that they were in sync, there was no longer a need for secrecy. The two swiftly set about crafting ice bricks within their space. Meanwhile, in the WeChat group, the owners engaged in discussions regarding the quantity of food and the size of their storage space. Even Yin Honghai and the others, upon observing the comments in the group, found themselves deep in contemplation. Were they truly capable of managing this situation? Father, they mentioned in the group that if we were to freeze things for a year or two, would our supplies truly be sufficient? Yin Yeshua looked toward Yin Honghai. If not, we could purchase the adjacent property, acquiring an entire floor. That would provide ample space for supplies for 1 or even several years, Yin Yeting proposed. 2 units may not suffice. Wouldn't they consider spending to acquire the entire floor? With the property, they could do as they please. That makes sense. Yin Yeshua's face lit up with joy as she promptly urged Yin Honghai to contact the property management for the neighbor's phone number. Initially, the management was reluctant to provide it, but upon hearing that the matter concerned the interests of the adjacent property, they ultimately relented. At that moment, Yin Honghai discovered that one of the business cards bore the name of his estranged biological daughter, Yin Xizhao. He was taken aback. Wasn't she destitute? Where had she procured the funds to purchase a house? Yin Honghai realized he knew little about this daughter. He decided to set aside thoughts of Yin Xizhao for the moment and called Liu Beixian. At that time, Liu Beixian and Yin Xizhao had just placed water into the ice brick molds and pushed them into the refrigerator when the phone rang. Liu Beixian glanced at the unfamiliar number displayed on his screen. Initially disinclined to answer, he eventually picked up when the call persisted. Hello? Mr. Liu, I am your neighbor. Surnamed Yin. I wish to purchase your property. Please state your price, Yin Honghai stated directly. Purchase my house? Liu Beixian raised an eyebrow, recalling the discussions within the group and immediately grasping the intent behind the call. If you wish to buy the house, it will cost you 100 million. Liu Beixian understood that once the cold wave arrived, the value of his house would diminish significantly. Thus, it would be wiser to exchange it for funds. Mr. Liu, are you jesting? That house is already valued at a maximum of 10 million. How dare you utter a figure as outrageous as 1 billion? Yin Honghai raised his voice. Mr. Yin, what purpose do you have in purchasing a house? Don't think I am unaware. At this moment, 1 billion could procure my property. And unblocking the supply lines would grant you several additional years of sustenance. Furthermore, money is swiftly losing its value. What does Mr. Yin believe he can achieve with a handful of worthless paper? Liu Beishuan's words instantly darkened Yin Honghai's expression. He recalled what he had previously told Liu Beixian and felt as if he had merely lifted a stone to crush his own foot. Do you realize you are taking advantage of a crisis? Yin Honghai gritted his teeth. Mr. Yin, transactions are built on mutual consent. If you are unwilling to accept, there is no need for further discussion, as I have no desire to buy either. Liu Beixian spoke calmly. Yin Honghai was infuriated by his words, but was acutely aware of the current situation. If they did not acquire the house, their stockpiled supplies would sustain them for only a year or two at most. If they could secure 2 more houses, they would have no need to worry about food. I will buy. I will purchase it. Tonight, we will go to the housing authority to finalize the transaction, and I expect you to move everything out by tonight. Yin Honghai commanded. No problem, Liu Beixian replied readily. After hanging up, Yin Honghai refrained from immediately calling Yin Xizhao, opting instead to secure Liu Beishuan's property before addressing Yin Xizhao. After all, he feared any unexpected complications. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of nightfall. Meanwhile, Yin Yeshua, upon hearing that Liu Beixian sold the house for 1 billion, was struck by disbelief. How could that house possibly be worth such an exorbitant sum? Father, how could he demand such a lion's share? If he sells that house, we won't be able to buy it. Don't you wish to live a few more years? Yin Honghai shot her a glance. Yin Yeshua fell silent. Of course, she desired a few more years of life. But she truly did not want Liu Beixian to profit so handsomely. Who knows what that man would do with such wealth? Chapter 15. The blind Yin Yeshua. So, father, are you really going to let him take that much money? Yin Yeshua spoke with a hint of resentment. What good is your resentment? Do you wish to confront him physically? You must realize the gravity of the current circumstances. If you create a scene, and the police apprehend you, how long do you think it will take for you to be released? Yin Honghai was determined not to stir up trouble at this moment. Maintaining stability was paramount. Yin Yeshua, upon hearing his words, promptly silenced herself. Indeed, if she were to be detained by the police, she feared she would not be released any time soon. What if the cold snap truly arrived swiftly and unexpectedly? Would she be unable to return? No, she could not remain there. However, if Liu Beixian sold the house, he likely had nowhere to go. She was curious to see what fate awaited him when he was left without a refuge. As night fell, Liu Beixian opened the door to his quarters, allowing Yin Xizhao to store all his belongings in her spatial realm before taking the property deed and descending the stairs with her. Prior to visiting the housing authority, Liu Beixian left Yin Xizhao at the wholesale market. After transferring ownership of the property at the housing authority, he returned to the wholesale market with 100 million yuan. And under the cover of darkness, the two procured a substantial amount of supplies. After all, spending such a vast sum required some effort. Fortunately, Liu Beixian had prearranged for a truck, and after loading the goods, they found a location where Yin Xizhao could store them in her spatial realm. After several trips, they amassed a considerable quantity of provisions. Had they not been expecting the delivery of a custom toilet that evening, they could have purchased even more. Let us return, Liu Beixian said, and after returning the truck, he drove his own vehicle with Yin Xizhao back home. Just as they exited the elevator and approached her doorstep, the voice of Yin Honghai resonated in the air. Xiao Xiao. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yin Xizhao turned, her expression impassive as she regarded Yin Honghai. Mr. Yin, we are not that familiar. Please refer to me as Miss Yin. Xiao Xiao, how can you say that? I am. Before Yin Honghai could play the familial card, Yin Xizhao sharply interjected. What is it, Mr. Yin? Surely you are not losing your wits. We are individuals who have signed a severance agreement. What relationship do you think you have with me? Mr. Yin, Xiao Xiao has no connection to you. I must insist you cease this harassment, or we shall have no choice but to involve the authorities, Liu Beixian stated coldly, casting a steely gaze at Yin Honghai. He understood that Yin Honghai likely coveted Yin Xizhao's property. However, it mattered not. If Yin Honghai wished to pursue it, he would need to demonstrate his capability to acquire it. Yin Honghai's complexion shifted from pale to flush in an instant. Initially, he intended to leverage familial ties to persuade Yin Xizhao to relinquish the property. but her outright refusal caught him off guard. Consequently, he abandoned the notion of maintaining any semblance of a relationship and directly inquired, Xiao Xiao, name your price, how much for the house? Not for sale. Did you not hear what I just said, Mr. Yin? Please call me Miss Yin. Yin Xiao replied without a moment's hesitation. Very well, Miss Yin, Mr. Lu is offering 100 million. I will add 1 million more if you agree to part with the house. Yin Honghai, shedding any pretense of camaraderie, spoke plainly. Mr. Yin, are you dreaming? I just stated that it is not for sale. Are you hard of hearing? Yin Xiao retorted as she entered the house to retrieve a mop. If you continue to pester me, do not blame me for being impolite. Xiao Xiao, remain calm. I will call the police immediately. Lu Beixian showed no reluctance and promptly dialed for assistance. Seeing that he was indeed making the call, Yin Honghai quickly exclaimed, Do not call, do not call. I will leave at once. He stepped back, eyeing the mop in Yin Xiao's hand. As Chun Hongmei, Yin Yeting, and Yin Yeshua observed the scene before them, they could hardly fathom that Yin Xiao was the owner of another property. Xiao Xiao, don't you wish to remain with the Yin family? I am willing to allow you to stay here, provided you relinquish the house, Chen Hongmei asserted as she approached. Yin Xiao, however, brandished a mop in her direction. Madam Yin, do you still possess any sense of shame? I share no ties with you. Why do you presume to cultivate some sort of relationship with me? Your audacity is repugnant. Is this the esteemed demeanor of your affluent family? Forcing someone to sell when they have no desire to do so, and resorting to underhanded tactics? Lu Beixian interjected, causing Yin Honghai and Chen Hongmei to flush with embarrassment. What underhanded tactics? By what authority do you meddle in our family matters? Yin Yeting stepped forward. What family matters? What connection do I have with you? Yin Yeting, if you cannot articulate yourself properly, it would be prudent to seal your lips. And with the thickness of your and your parents' skin, I surmise your walls require no renovation. Your faces could serve as decor. Yin Xiao retorted coldly. Yin Xiao, have you truly grown wings? How dare you speak to your parents and me in such a manner? This was the first time Yin Yeting had been so directly confronted, leaving him momentarily stunned. Mr. Yin, your actions constitute harassment towards Miss Yin. If you wish to avoid legal repercussions, I strongly advise you to depart immediately. Should you continue to trouble us, I will have no choice but to disclose your hoarding of supplies to the others in the community. Once they find themselves lacking, do you think they won't seek to acquire resources from you? Lu Beixian regarded the individuals before him with palpable disdain. They had severed ties with Yin Xiao, yet they shamelessly approached in hopes of acquiring the property. It was utterly revolting. Upon hearing Lu Beixian's latter remarks, the expressions of the four from the Yin family shifted noticeably. They were keenly aware that they did not wish for anyone to discover their hoarding activities. If word got out, they could very well find themselves besieged for resources. Very well, you may keep the house. I shall relish watching how long you two can endure living in such a place. Yin Honghai seethed through clenched teeth, directing his gaze at Lu Beixian. Mr. Lu, since the property has been transferred, can we assume you will be vacating everything from within? I have already moved everything out. The house's code can be altered at your discretion, Lu Beixian replied, preparing to usher Yin Xiao inside. Yin Yeshua scoffed at this. Was it just a day since? Have you truly completed the move so swiftly? Miss Yin, is your vision impaired? Have you not seen that I reside with Xiao Xiao? Thus, I naturally moved everything in advance. Initially, I intended to sell or rent that house, but when Mr. Yin expressed interest, it was only fitting that I sold it to him, Lu Beixian stated coolly. The pretentious daughter, who has taken over the nest of the magpie, truly believes herself to be a member of the Yin family. Chapter 16. Bolting the door of the Lu family. Hence, your residence has long been vacated. Yin Honghai's expression twisted in irritation. Is it not entirely normal for me to vacate my own home whenever I please? Must I confer with you insignificant individuals? What do you think of yourselves? Lu Beixian let out a derisive snort. Yin Honghai had never been treated in such a manner, and his rage was palpable. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and several individuals emerged, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Beixian and his companions. May I inquire who Mr. Lu is? I am, came the reply from Lu Beixian, calling out to them. The individuals hurriedly brought in the toilet, cement, and pipes. Mr. Yin, if you have nothing to do, please do not obstruct the way, it is quite bothersome. Yin Xiao, wielding a mop, directed it towards Yin Honghai. Yin Honghai retreated 2 steps, regarding Yin Xiao with disdain. You ungrateful daughter, how dare you use that against me? Damn it. Yin Honghai, are you only content when someone is beating you? Who is the ungrateful one? I am not your daughter, So stop misidentifying relatives. Have some dignity, will you? Yin Xijiao was incensed by his words. It was you who signed the severance agreement. Do not embarrass yourself here. Mr. Yin, you are a person of some standing. Do not engage in such degrading behavior. Liu Beixian, glancing at Yin Honghai, felt the urge to strike him. Yin Honghai, Chen Hongmei, and Yin Yeting, Yin Yeshua, would you kindly return to where you came from? Do not presume to take any advantage from me. My favors are not yours to claim. Should you provoke me, do not blame me for being ungracious. Yin Xijiao shouted, causing the workers transporting the toilets to stare at the unfolding scene, perplexed. Even the renovation crew next door turned their attention towards them. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Yin Honghai and his entourage. Suddenly, their expressions turned sour. You will regret this. There will come a time when you seek our assistance. Yin Honghai huffed in anger, turning to leave. Seek your help? Let us hope that when the time comes, you will not be the ones begging me. Yin Xijiao scoffed, then motioned for the workers bearing the toilets to enter the house. Liu Beixian purchased 2 toilets, several bags of cement, and a considerable amount of tiles. After instructing the workers to place the items on the ground, Liu Beixian settled the final payment and began to procure supplies extravagantly. Despite the official assurances that rumors should not be heeded and that resources would remain ample, many, like Yin Xijiao and her group, continued to hoard supplies. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Yin Honghai and his group noticed that dawn was approaching, prompting them to head home with Chun Hongmei and the others. Once inside, Yin Yeshua was the first to exclaim, Father, as a distinguished businessman, how can you allow that wretched girl to humiliate you so? We must devise a plan to deal with her. And how do you propose we do that? If you confront them, and when the cold wave arrives, everyone will know we possess supplies. What if they come to trouble us? Yin Honghai cast a faint glance at her. So we simply let her go unpunished? Yin Yeshua was unwilling to accept this. Of course, we won't let her off easily. However, our primary task is to renovate the house and move in as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, tonight, we shall construct a wall in that Liu's residence, sealing his previous entrance to ensure they cannot access our home through that door. Though Yin Honghai yearned to confront Yin Xijiao, he recognized that the moment was not ripe. Time was dwindling as the cold wave approached. Meanwhile, the housekeeper and nanny had both tendered their resignations, the oppressive heat causing widespread anxiety. Despite the government's reassurances, they proved futile. Father, your foresight is commendable, Yin Yeshua declared with pride. This way, even without supplies, they will find it impossible to enter our home through that door. Indeed, Yin Honghai nodded. Now, let us cease discussing this matter. When that insufferable girl seeks our assistance in the future, we must first ensure our own well-being. Chun Hongmei recalled Yin Xijiao's earlier remarks, feeling a surge of displeasure. Yet, the thought of her needing them again raised her chin high. That very night, Yin Honghai instructed the workers to seal the door with bricks and cement, not merely a 24 wall, but transforming it into a 72 wall. Yin Xijiao observed the proceedings with an impassive expression. This space no longer belongs to you. My family possesses the right to fortify our walls as we see fit. Yin Yeshua replied haughtily, Indeed, you may even seal the corridor to prevent us from reclaiming our possessions. Yin Xijiao longed to articulate how juvenile this behavior was. However, this arrangement also spared them the worry of future disturbances. Seal it we shall. There is no way we will allow you to benefit. Yin Yeshua remarked as she watched the wall swiftly cut and plastered. She deemed it unnecessary to paint the wall, relishing the idea of Yin Xijiao witnessing such an unsightly sight every time they departed. Then hastened to seal it, lest I be forced to endure your repulsiveness. Yin Xijiao retorted, closing the door, only opening it when deliveries were made. For several consecutive days, Yin Honghai's team installed iron gates along the corridor, and not just one. They harbored concerns not only about Yin Xijiao but also about others seeking to seize their provisions. On the 15th day of the relentless heat, even those who once trusted the government began to waver in their faith. Within the homeowners group, discussions erupted once more. Liu Beixian and Yin Xijiao exchanged a fleeting glance before choosing to disregard the ongoing chatter. On the 20th consecutive day of oppressive heat, all supplies had been completely depleted. Liu Beixian still possessed a substantial sum of tens of millions yet to be spent. Our expenditure is progressing too slowly. Had we acted more swiftly, we could have exhausted our resources by now, he remarked. Brother Xian, how about we utilize that several million to procure energy resources? After all, if we cannot rely on electricity or solar energy in the future, alternative fuels, such as firewood, will become our final bargaining chip, Yin Xijiao suggested. casting a glance towards Liu Beixian. Previously, during the renovation of their abode, she had invested heavily in 2 European-style fireplaces. One fireplace vent was connected to the duct of an uninstalled air conditioning unit, while others might mistake it for an air conditioning duct. They were unaware it served as the flue for the fireplace. The second fireplace was situated in the kitchen, which had been converted to a fireplace mode. Given the size of the house, relying on a single fireplace would hardly suffice for adequate warmth. Chapter 17. The cold wave approaches. You have a valid point. We shall venture out tomorrow to procure supplies. Liu Beixian nodded in agreement. The following day, amidst ongoing renovations next door, the duo scoured every available source of charcoal and timber, purchasing everything they could find. This endeavor continued for over 20 days until the oppressive heat finally receded. At that moment, the community collectively sighed in relief, coinciding with headlines from various media outlets featuring an international research paper. The disappearance of the heat mirrored the predictions made in the paper, compelling skeptics to confront the reality of the situation. Many had previously stockpiled resources, and this time, they intensified their accumulation of various supplies. Factories operated tirelessly, day and night, to meet the rising demand. News reports incessantly detailed the catastrophic consequences of the prolonged heat wave, highlighting the tragic loss of life worldwide. Yet, Liu Beixian and Yan Xijiao remained indifferent to it all. Instead, the alarming reports of melting glaciers in the Arctic and Antarctic, coupled with a 2-meter rise in sea levels, awakened them to the impending onset of extreme cold. Not only they, but many others recognized this alarming trend, and societal order began to unravel. Liu Beixian scrolled through his phone, noting that violent incidents had erupted in the city, both day and night. The authorities had dispatched personnel for enforcement, yet this approach merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root causes. From today onward, we shall refrain from venturing outside, Liu Beixian declared, turning to Yan Xijiao. Concerned about potential theft, they had previously stored their vehicle in a secure space. It could be said that there was little left in the outside world that warranted their attachment. Yan Xijiao nodded in agreement. We have acquired everything we needed. Indeed, there is no necessity to go out now. We merely await the moment to seal the outer doors. The quantity of ice bricks is sufficient. Once I direct the hose outside, I anticipate no issues will arise. However, before that, do you have anyone in mind whom you wish to invite to stay? Liu Beixian glanced at her. Indeed, having 2 individuals cohabitate can feel somewhat solitary. If Yan Xijiao wishes to welcome someone, he harbors no objections, for this is her home. No, the acquaintances I knew previously share only a lukewarm relationship with me. I do not wish to harbor potential hazards nearby. It is preferable for just the 2 of us to reside together. That is agreeable. Liu Beixian nodded slightly. Sharing a space together is indeed more comfortable. And should loneliness strike, they can simply indulge in books or television. While Liu Beixian contemplated the future, Yan Honghai noticed the increasing chaos outside. Regrettably, their new home had only just been renovated, and they dared not move in immediately. They would have to wait another month until the lingering odors dissipated. As for supplies, they had only managed to gather a room full, which was evidently insufficient. If they failed to stockpile enough provisions before the impending cold wave, they might struggle to endure even a few months. At present, Yan Honghai could not concern himself with whether other houses were completed. He and Yan Yeding set out to procure supplies, making repeated trips to their new residence. Yan Yeshui originally believed they could gather enough supplies for 3 houses before the cold wave arrived, yet with merely 2 months left, they had barely managed to stock 1 house. Furthermore, acquiring supplies from outside was increasingly challenging. The high temperatures had devastated a considerable amount of rice, wheat, and fresh produce, rendering fruits virtually absent from the market. Even if some were available, their prices rivaled that of gold. While ordinary citizens could not afford such luxuries, the Yin family, being affluent, could indeed purchase them. However, fruits are perishable, and no matter how well preserved, they cannot withstand the ravages of time. Currently, the supplies Yan Honghai procured were all non-perishable items, and these were sourced through connections. Soon, a month passed, and the provisions gathered by Yan Honghai's family filled Liu Beixian's original house. Only their newly renovated home remained. Yan Honghai and Yan Yeding ventured out repeatedly, yet the items they collected dwindled further. The weather began to shift as well. It was already late December, a time when one would expect the onset of the year's coldest period, yet the chill seemed to arrive slowly. By the 3rd day after New Year's Day, news reports revealed that it was snowing at the North and South Poles. The cold air was transitioning from the poles toward the equator. The cold wave had arrived. Liu Beixian observed the news content and stepped onto the balcony. At that moment, he still wore a short-sleeve shirt, feeling little of the impending chill. Yin Xijiao also caught sight of the news. Xiange, when shall we construct the bathroom? Let us wait until the weather grows colder. Making too much noise now may invite unnecessary trouble, Liu Beixian replied. All right, I will heed your words. Yin Xijiao does not wish to arouse excessive suspicion. After all, living modestly ensures longevity. He picked up his phone to check the updates in the residents group. The news of the impending cold wave had already been shared by numerous residents. 2001. It's here, it has truly arrived. What was mentioned in that previous paper was entirely accurate. We are indeed facing a cold wave. 1504. Damn. I haven't prepared enough supplies. What should I do? Can anyone spare me some? 2504. At this point, who has supplies to share? Everyone is struggling to provide for themselves. 2801. Exactly. We can hardly feed ourselves, let alone help others. 1703. I say, instead of lamenting about our shortages, why not check the supermarket to see what can still be procured? 1202. The supermarkets are probably already stripped bare. There is nothing left to buy. 1504. Shouldn't the authorities have detected the issue sooner and made a decision? Why is there not a word from them? 2803. I heard from a friend that the authorities have been secretly constructing bunkers since the heat wave began, but due to time constraints, they are not yet completed, which is why no information has been released. 1504. So, we're left to wait idly until the bunkers are finished before we can enter? 2504. Speaking of which, have you all seen The Wandering Earth? I hope we won't have to draw lots to gain entry. 1701. If that is the case, we have very few chances. 1803. Entering the bunker might not be a blessing. Perhaps we would be fed food made from earthworms. 1901. Don't say that. It reminds me of a disaster film where people were served food made from cockroaches. 1504. Can you all refrain from being so disgusting? 1704. I suggest we stop the discussion. It's not just food that matters now. Have you considered that if the cold wave is severe, we will also need oxygen and energy? Are you prepared? 1701. Damn, I really haven't prepared anything. All I have at home is a hot water bottle. 1902. Then what are we waiting for? While people are still oblivious to this matter, let us hurry to buy these essentials. 1603. Yes. Let us rush to purchase these items. We mustn't delay, we might regret it later. 1901. By the way, if there is a power outage, we should probably prepare some self-heating items as well. 2904. I just thought of self-heating hot pot. I really want to eat that. Property management. Everyone, your lives are in your own hands. Please cherish them and avoid resorting to violence. Chapter 18. The arrival of 0 degrees 1501. The property management surprisingly decided to speak up. Weren't they previously saying not to believe rumors? Now they come forward with this news. What do you all think? Should we confront the property management? 2001. Never mind, everyone has their own struggles. We all reside in the same building, so let us show mutual understanding. 1504. Speaking of which, it seems the property management also lives in this building. I wonder which floor they occupy. Property management. It doesn't matter which floor I'm on. Everyone should hurry and gather energy. If it gets too cold outside, it will be too late to collect energy. 3104. Everyone. The latest news indicates that the temperature in the northern region of the Eagle Country has plunged to minus 30 degrees. Just yesterday, it was still minus 10. This drop is rather abrupt, and it seems we will soon experience a similar decline. 1501. That said, we belong to a subtropical region, so it shouldn't drop so swiftly. 3002. Those above should not be so presumptuous. Temperature does not conform to your whims. We must quickly gather supplies. The messages in the group kept coming, and Yin Si observed their comments, wondering if they had ever considered the issue of energy beforehand. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts in the group, fearing that revealing her energy supplies might lead to dire consequences. Xiao, it has already begun to cool down. It seems we should reach 0 degrees by tomorrow. So we must commence our actions. Liu Beixian glanced at the thermometer. An hour ago, it read 26 degrees, and now it has dropped to 22. A decrease of 4 degrees in just 1 hour. Some people might not react to this change so swiftly, yet a considerable number have noticed the temperature shift. Especially after 1 hour, the temperature had already reached 15 degrees. The owner group was also reminding everyone about the current drop in temperature. Yin Si felt adequately prepared and had little to worry about. However, the other owners, witnessing the continuous decline in temperature, began to feel anxious. After 5 consecutive hours, without needing to wait until tomorrow, 0 degrees would arrive. Just an hour ago, Liu Beixian and Yin Si had collaborated to seal the balcony of the duplex with steel plates. These plates were specially customized with holes. Using a power drill to align with the holes on the plates, they could bore into the ceiling and the lower area of the balcony to install expansion screws. Once this was accomplished, Liu Beixian fitted a custom trapezoidal steel plate into a square hole, designed for waste disposal. It resembled the refuse systems of buildings from the late 80s and 90s, where one could discard waste without descending the stairs, merely utilizing a special garbage chute. This garbage chute, measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in thickness, constructed from steel, would endure for over a century. After installing the garbage chute, Liu Beixian proceeded to install a toilet. The toilet's channel measured merely 1 meter, with dimensions approximately 15 by 15. This was to ensure that if the channel froze, they could still pour water down. A swift pour of hot water over a distance of 1 meter would suffice, but beyond that, reliability could not be guaranteed. After completing all preparations, Liu Beixian installed the aerospace aluminum panels onto the steel plates. While the steel plates could not entirely ward off the cold, the aerospace aluminum was a different matter altogether. For instance, liquid nitrogen at a chilling -196 degrees Celsius requires materials crafted from aerospace aluminum for effective insulation. Previously, Yin Sijao invested heavily in aerospace aluminum after installing steel plates in the house to ensure warmth. Thus, even with the temperature plunging below freezing, their dwelling remained cozy. Once everything was in place, Liu Beixian first addressed waterproofing, then took out cement to smooth the floor, which still stood a few centimeters lower than the adjoining room. This was due to a drainage outlet that Liu Beixian had modified. After all, if the drainage pipes froze and became inoperable, bathing in the bathroom would undoubtedly lead to a deluge. Moreover, stagnant water over time would emit a foul odor, likely permeating the entire space with an unpleasant stench. Having completed his preparations, Liu Beixian awaited the cement to dry sufficiently before laying down the tiles. Otherwise, directly installing the tiles could result in an uneven surface. Outside, the temperature had already dropped to -5 or 6 degrees, and ominous clouds rolled in, swiftly turning rain into icy pellets. The residents in the group were in an uproar. 1501. It hasn't even been a day, and the temperature outside has plummeted to -5 or 6 degrees. This is utterly terrifying. 1504. A cold wave is approaching. This temperature shift is bound to be severe. 2501. Thankfully, I returned early. Otherwise, I would surely freeze on the road right now. 2901. Damn, this weather is completely unmanageable. I haven't even gathered all my heating materials. 1504. Didn't you see all those guides circulating online? Didn't you read any of them? 2901. I did, but they were all over the place. I could only gather a bit of everything, but I ended up with insufficient energy supplies. By the way, which unit is undergoing renovations? I hear drilling. 3101. I saw it. It's the 33rd floor enclosing their balcony. They've also constructed some sort of passage, but I'm unsure of their intentions. 2901. Renovating at this time? I wonder what that homeowner is thinking. 3101. We should focus on our own situation, with temperatures this low. It might drop to -20 or 30 degrees tomorrow. 3103. Speaking of which, the North has heating systems, while we have none here. Property management. Everyone. Given the current circumstances, it appears the temperature will continue to drop, and the pipes are at high risk of freezing. I urge all residents to conserve water as much as possible. Even if you do not need it now, should the pipes freeze, we might find ourselves without any water. 1501. Please, we cannot afford a water outage. How will we survive? 2901. No need for further discussion. Let us hurry and store water. Upon receiving the alert, group members began to fill various containers with water. Yin Sijiao's residence was spacious and already stocked with tens of thousands of bottles of mineral water, so there was no cause for concern. In contrast, the Yin family, upon seeing messages in the homeowners group, hastily began to hoard water. Previously, their focus had been solely on stockpiling supplies and fuel, although they had amassed a considerable amount of mineral water. The uncertainty of the future prompted them to prioritize gathering sufficient water above all else. While Yin Honghai, Chun Hongmei, and Yin Yeting were in a flurry, Yin Yeshua noticed a mention of Yin Sijiao's home renovation and hurried to the balcony previously occupied by Liu Beixian. To her surprise, the balcony, which had not been enclosed that morning, was now sealed tightly, with only a single pipe protruding. Yin Yeshue was uncertain of its purpose, but suspected it was likely not a favorable sign. It appeared that Yin Xijiao and Liu Beixian had made some preparations. Although they had not observed the couple closely, they were aware that they had not purchased much in the way of supplies, and this sudden action left them somewhat perplexed. Yin Yeshue did not linger on this thought for long, as she began to feel a chill. Snow began to fall from the sky, mixed with rain, an unfamiliar sight in this city. She quickly sought out Yin Honghai and the others. Chapter 19. Securing all entrances. Yin Honghai observed the rapid drop in temperature outside and promptly secured all doors and windows, turning on the air conditioning and setting the temperature to above 26 degrees. "Dad, it's snowing outside." Yin Yeshue called out to Yin Honghai. "I see it." Yin Honghai replied. This southern city had witnessed snowfall 3 to 4 decades ago, a memory that lingered in his mind, yet for the past 30 to 40 years. Snow had been a rarity. To witness it again in his lifetime, within his birthplace, was unexpected. He lamented that, had the conditions not been so extreme, he would have relished the chance to step outside and experience the snow. Yin Yeshue gazed at the snowflakes drifting outside the window. During a previous trip to the north, the snow had been breathtakingly beautiful, enticing her to grasp it tightly. "You can play later, my dear. For now, let us focus on securing the house," Chun Hongmei interjected. With the temperature continuing to plummet, a power outage would be disastrous. Recalling the previous high-temperature blackout, Chun Hongmei knew that it was impossible to dismiss the danger. After all, during a heat-induced blackout, they could still venture outside. However, if the power went out now, they might find themselves entirely confined. Yin Yeshue nodded in agreement and followed Chun Hongmei to attend to the house. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liu Beixian, having finished the bathroom and waste passage, inquired about the temperature outside from Yin Xijiao. "It has already dropped to -10 degrees, Yin Xijiao reported after glancing at her phone's weather update. "Let us go. It's time to seal off the exterior," Liu Beixian declared, donning thick clothing, a down jacket, boots, a hat, goggles, a warm mask, and gloves. Yin Xijiao was aware of the frigid temperature outside and consequently wrapped herself warmly. Together, they resolutely blocked the elevator's fire door and the corridor with blocks of ice, sealing them with a thin layer of water. In such bitterly cold weather, the ice bricks adhered firmly, as if merging into a single mass. Meanwhile, Yin Honghai and the others were preoccupied with covering unnecessary doors and windows with waterproof cloths and blankets to prevent heat from escaping. Completely oblivious to Yin Xijiao and Liu Beixian sealing off all access routes to their home with ice bricks. Due to Yin Xijiao's deliberate design choice for the doors to open inward, after placing the final layer of ice bricks and sealing it with water, they closed the door. At last, they felt secure. Yin Xijiao let out a relieved sigh, shedding her down jacket, hat, and goggles. Inside, the air conditioning provided ample warmth, alleviating concerns about a rapid temperature drop. It was only when the outdoor transformer succumbed to pressure and failed that the temperature would begin to decline. "First, let's change clothes and rest a bit, then check on the city's situation," she suggested. Liu Beixian nodded, removing his down jacket and heading to his room to don a lighter outfit. Similarly, Yin Xijiao ascended to change into a more comfortable ensemble. Upon opening their phones, they discovered that the temperature outside had plummeted to nearly -15 degrees Celsius, and the light snowfall had transformed into a torrential blizzard. Looking out the window, the once visible streets were now blanketed in a thick layer of snow, creating a vast expanse of white. Trees, unable to withstand the excessive heat, had become bare and lifeless, incapable of supporting the snow's descent, leaving only their skeletal branches swaying in the wind. As far as the eye could see, the trees in the mountains had lost all their leaves, reduced to a desolate landscape of dead timber. Trees are a vital bastion for human existence. Without them, oxygen production would cease, leading to suffocation. This underscores the necessity of carrying oxygen tanks when diving underwater. The same intense heat had decimated many trees, with only a few shaded ones remaining unscathed. However, this cold wave threatened to freeze all remaining trees, making human survival increasingly precarious. Those with a modicum of intelligence might ponder how to generate oxygen to extend their breath. Yet, in the absence of resources, even oxygen becomes futile. "Xingu, the snow cover in the city has exceeded 10 centimeters, Yin Xijiao remarked, glancing at the snow outside and then at her phone. To be candid, during this period, the international paper had made many aware that ground-level apartments were at high risk of being buried, prompting a mass migration to the third and fourth floors, resulting in soaring prices for upper-level residences. However, in Yin Xiao's dreams, the homes engulfed by snow were not merely 1 or 2 stories. They extended to 3, 4, and even upwards of 10 stories. The paper was counted at the beginning, yet it was still not accounted for in the end. It has only been 2 hours since the snowfall began, and already there are 10 centimeters of snow. It appears that in the coming days, it will be sufficient to cover an entire floor. Liu Beixian spoke as if he were deep in thought. From today onwards, we must take turns resting at night to prevent unforeseen power outages or oxygen shortages. Xiangu, shall we retreat to the space? It's a veritable paradise of chirping birds and fragrant flowers. Yin Xiao, feeling a headache, massaged his temples, thinking that rather than endure the hassle outside, it would be better to enter the space. The space is our last bastion. Unless absolutely necessary, I believe we should refrain from going there. After all, in the space, we would be oblivious to the external circumstances, and if we acclimatize to its climate for too long, stepping back into an environment with temperatures plunging below freezing or soaring above 100 degrees could leave us frozen in an instant. With no opportunity to return to the space, Liu Beixian's words suddenly reminded Yin Xiao of a scene from Global Storm, when a plane crashed due to freezing conditions. The moment the pilot opened the door, he instantaneously became an ice statue. That image was particularly vivid in Yin Xiao's mind. Now, with Liu Beixian's reminder, he envisioned them all huddled in the space, while the house outside transformed into a frigid cellar. Emerging from the space would leave them, like that pilot, abruptly turned into ice sculptures. That scenario was rather terrifying. It is best not to enter the space. We should only do so when absolutely necessary, and once we do, we ought not to come back out. So, Xingu, how do you suggest we arrange things? Yin Xiao inquired, looking at him. With 24 hours in a day, we can use midnight as our dividing line. One of us will sleep during the first half of the night, and the other during the latter half. If there are any issues, we can wake each other up, and during the day, we will assess the situation. What do you think? Liu Beixian nodded, adjusting his glasses. That sounds fine. Yin Xiao gestured with his hand to signal agreement. Well, we have 3 hours left until midnight, and we haven't had dinner yet. Let us sort that out. Should we opt for self-heating hot pot or instant noodles? Liu Beixian glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the evening. Let us not eat those. I have takeout from a restaurant. We can enjoy a proper meal. As Yin Xiao spoke, he retrieved a fish-flavored eggplant casserole, kung pao chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a plate of greens from the space. Liu Beixian smiled as he surveyed the array of dishes. Indeed, having access to the space is a blessing. We can have whatever we desire. Chapter 20. Frozen pipes without this space. It's likely this house wouldn't be able to accommodate the vast amounts of food I've purchased. Yin Xiao reflected on the countless items he had acquired. Several million in goods cannot be contained within a modest 200 square meters. At least 1 or 2,000 square meters would be necessary to house all those supplies. But where could one find such a space? Only a warehouse would suffice. This space is indeed peculiar. However, it ultimately boils down to your good fortune. Had it been someone else, they likely would not have shared such luck. Liu Beixian could envision a time when, devoid of this space, the resources within the house would eventually be consumed. Once depleted, facing the frigid temperatures outside, they would be unable to venture out in search of sustenance, leading to their demise, either by starvation or freezing. Fortunately, Yin Xiao possesses this space. Even if others perish, their survival is not guaranteed. Xingu, I must express my gratitude. Without you in my dreams, I doubt I would have acquired this space, she conveyed. Yin Xiao was perplexed, as a persistent voice within her suggested that the space rightfully belonged to Liu Beixian, and that she had usurped it, resulting in his loss. She could not fathom why such a notion lingered in her mind, finding it absurd yet akin to a veritable truth. Look, you're at it again. The dream is yours, and the space has chosen you of its own accord. This is the will of fate. You need not continue thanking me. If you truly wish to show your appreciation, then do prepare more food. Liu Beixian chuckled. Food, you say? I have plenty in my space. Xingu can have as much as he desires, Yin Xiao replied, producing an array of beverages. What would you like to drink? Just grab any drink. You didn't purchase any alcohol, did you? Liu Beixian inquired. No, alcohol can lead to complications. I was focused on living alone and didn't consider buying any. Yin Xiao replied. Do you want a drink? I found some when I cleared the supermarket. No need. I believe purchasing alcohol is a waste. Food is best enjoyed with drinks, Liu Beixian remarked as he opened a bottle of fruit juice. Xingu, do you never drink? Yin Xiao asked curiously. Alcohol tends to cloud the mind. It's detrimental. In my line of work, excessive drinking can lead to mistakes when clarity is crucial. Liu Beixian explained while enjoying his meal and drink. Now I understand. Let us save the alcohol for a celebration after this cold wave passes, Yin Xijiao mused. Uncertain if that moment would ever arrive, Liu Beixian nodded slightly as he watched Yin Xijiao serve 2 bowls of rice. Xian Gu, if it's not enough, I have more. All right, he replied. Previously, he might have been frugal with resources, but now that they had plenty, why not indulge? After relishing a simple yet hearty meal, they tidied up and disposed of the waste in the designated garbage chute. As for the newly installed toilet, neither of them wished to use it, considering the current temperatures plummeting below -10 degrees. In such conditions, it was entirely plausible for the pipes to freeze if they couldn't flush. The consequences would be quite unpleasant. For washing purposes, they opted to scoop water, which, though somewhat inconvenient, was preferable to the foul stench of a clogged sewer. Having completed all his tasks, Liu Beixian chose to rest first, intending to take over the watch from Yin Xijiao later in the evening. Yin Xijiao was initially inclined to insist on his own presence, particularly since the latter half of the night was notoriously difficult to endure. However, witnessing Liu Beixian's attentive care, he ultimately relented. After drawing the curtains to block out the illumination from the outside world, Yin Xijiao opened his phone to find news reports indicating that the nation was exploring various strategies to combat the severe cold, hoping to uplift everyone's spirits. He came across a suggestion circulating in the city proposing that individuals gather all combustible materials to create warmth for the earth. There were even audacious proposals to detonate a volcano to release lava, potentially raising the surrounding temperature. Others chimed in, suggesting that the dead trees on the mountains be ignited en masse. The plethora of ideas left Yin Xijiao both incredulous and amused. Turning his attention to the class group chat, he noted that many classmates were lamenting their lack of preparedness. Notably, Lin Jie had previously shared numerous survival tips, including methods for oxygen production and carbon dioxide emission, as well as discussions on energy matters. She appeared to have conducted thorough research, which piqued Yin Xijiao's curiosity about her comprehensive knowledge. Just as he pondered this, a message appeared below. This is bad. The water has stopped at home. It's currently -20 degrees outside. If it were any other year, the pipes would have already frozen. At this point, freezing is merciful. I've stockpiled water in advance. If it comes to that, I'll just go to the balcony to dig up snow and melt it for drinking. The issue of water seemed manageable. As snow could easily be transformed into water, boiling it would render it safe. However, the thought of a power outage was alarming. Let's hope the power doesn't go out. Otherwise, we might freeze to death in our homes. Indeed, we must avoid a power outage at all costs. My fuel reserves are far from sufficient. One commenter remarked, "You all mentioned that in the north, temperatures of -50 or 60 degrees don't result in power outages, yet in the south, just over -20. And we experience outages. How absurd." Another added, "In the north, enduring temperatures far below zero is commonplace, with underfloor heating to provide comfort. In contrast, the south lacks such amenities. Facing the cold here truly feels like a battle for survival." Exactly. It's so cold here, without underfloor heating or warm beds. I'm currently curled up in my room with a hot water bottle, shivering. Use an electric blanket. Isn't it foolish not to? Of course, I wish I could. I simply couldn't find one. Everything in the stores has been snatched up, leaving no consideration for us less fortunate ones. It feels as though they are intentionally trying to drive us to despair. I'm curious, didn't the authorities mention constructing bunkers? At this point, when will they be completed? It's not something that can be done in mere months. Even digging requires substantial time. How can they expect such rapid progress? I have received official news that the sports hall has been temporarily requisitioned as a shelter for everyone in need. Those who wish to go should hurry. The sports hall? Perhaps it is best to refrain. The outside temperature has plummeted to -20 degrees, and the clothing we possess is utterly inadequate to withstand such frigid conditions. Indeed, I would prefer to remain within the confines of my home rather than venture out into certain peril. Let those who wish to go do so. Various messages proliferate within the group, but Yin Xijiao peruses them without uttering a word. Opening the owners group reveals similar discussions regarding survival strategies in the face of impending adversity. There are mentions of someone having thrown objects from a height. Yin Xijiao feels a twinge of guilt, as it was merely the remnants of their meal that were discarded. However, the issue of the airborne debris is soon overshadowed by other owners' comments, with one mentioning a blockage in the water pipes leading to a cessation of water supply. Much like the students' group, the owners' group also sees members discussing the obstruction caused by snowmelt. Yet, in the next moment, another message appears. Chapter 21. Fixating on her 1501. Goodness. If the water mains are blocked, how shall we flush the toilets? Will our homes not become unbearable with stench? 1504. Oh dear. The inability to flush the toilets could be catastrophic. 2901. Not only that, but refuse must also be disposed of. We cannot simply ignore our waste. 2903. That airborne debris earlier, could it have been household refuse? 1503. In that case, should we not follow suit and engage in our own airborne disposal? 1901. The caveat is the extreme cold outside. Are you certain that opening a window or door won't lead to your demise from the chill? The discourse within the group renders many silent. Likewise, those from the Yin family who had disposed of their refuse early find themselves struck dumb by the conversations unfolding within the group. Dad, the water pipes are frozen. What shall we do now? Is there truly no alternative for flushing the toilet? Yin Yeshua reflects on the messages in the group, recalling that earlier she had made a request. Yet, the water remains usable for now. If it becomes unavailable, will they not be left without a means to relieve themselves? Yin Honghai, feeling a headache coming on, rubs his temples. However, in the next moment, he recalls the earlier altercation with Yin Sijao, where he had seen someone delivering toilet pipes, and reflects on Yin Yeshua's previous remarks. A thought begins to crystallize in his mind. After all, he is the head of a large corporation. Surely he possesses some intellect. He immediately considers the tactics employed by Yin Sijao and her group. Xiaoxua, did you not mention seeing that wretched girl with additional iron plates and pipes on her balcony? Yes, Dad. Are you suggesting that they? Yin Yeshua instantly grasps the implication. Indeed, they must have anticipated the possibility of the pipes freezing, prompting the development of this strategy. Now, we shall learn from their example, Yin Honghai remarked. However, how can we emulate them? Our toilets are installed in the bathrooms. How can we possibly relocate them to the balcony? Furthermore, they have pipes to dispose of waste. Yet we lack such infrastructure. How shall we manage to expel our refuse? Yin Yeshua initially felt a spark of inspiration, but soon realized that they were thoroughly prepared, possessing everything they might need, while they, in contrast, had nothing at all. I recall you purchased 2 toilets. They surely do not require so many. Let us request one from them, or else we shall expose them and incite a backlash from others. Chen Hongmei recalled seeing the workers carrying 2 toilets inside. Yin Sijao noted that there were only 2 of them. Surely they wouldn't need so many toilets. Yin Honghai nodded in agreement with her observation. I shall call that insufferable girl right now. Yin Honghai dialed the previously noted number. Yin Sijao found the unfamiliar number on her phone oddly familiar. Wasn't he this Yin Honghai's number? What could be the purpose of calling her at this moment? Did he seek a confrontation? Initially reluctant to answer, curiosity about his intentions compelled her to pick up the phone. Hello? Xiao Xiao, are you? Before Yin Honghai could finish, he was interrupted by Yin Sijao. Mr. Yin. We share no connection whatsoever. Please refer to me as Miss Yin. Yin Honghai felt a pang of frustration but could find no retort. He gritted his teeth and addressed her. Miss Yin, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Did you not purchase 2 toilets? I require you to relinquish one of them. Yin Honghai, are you out of your mind? You expect me to give you a toilet? How absurd. The esteemed president of Yin Corporation is so impoverished that he cannot afford a toilet? Yin Sijao found the situation amusing. Miss Yin, these are extraordinary times. I do not wish to engage in further discourse. Name your price. How much will it take for you to part with the toilet? Yin Honghai clenched his jaw in frustration, yet had no choice but to concede. What good was money at this juncture? Did Mr. Yin truly believe that money could still procure everything? Was that not laughable? Yin Sijao sensed that Yin Honghai was utterly oblivious to the current predicament. Wasn't he it clear that resources were of paramount importance in such times? Did he really think he could barter with mere currency? You desire resources, do you? I can provide them. Simply deliver the toilet to me immediately. Yin Honghai pondered the fact that he possessed a considerable amount of resources, undoubtedly more than Yin Sijao and her group. Moreover, the toilet would serve them no purpose. Wouldn't it be wiser to exchange it for essential supplies? Mr. Yin, with such a supplicant demeanor, do you truly expect me to present it to you? Dream on. Yin Sijao abruptly terminated the call. Yin Honghai's expression darkened instantly. Father. What happened? Yin Yeshua observed the change in Yin Honghai's demeanor and immediately deduced that negotiations had undoubtedly failed. That insufferable girl, she truly fears not the revelation of her secrets. Does she? Yin Honghai gritted his teeth in frustration. Father, we hold their secrets. Yet they possess knowledge of our resources as well. If we divulge her affairs, she might retaliate fiercely, leading to mutual destruction. It would be wiser to visit them tomorrow morning and negotiate directly. Yan Yeting recognized that the initiative lay with them, and they could only acquiesce to the terms set by others. How infuriating! How could we have overlooked the possibility of the pipes freezing? Yin Honghai struck the wall in exasperation. There are numerous homeowners in this building. I refuse to believe that among so many, a solution cannot be found. You make a valid point. Let us first observe the discussions in the group chat. Yin Honghai sighed deeply, choosing not to dwell on his grievances with Yan Sijao. The group chat buzzed with various discussions regarding the frozen drainage system, yet no one could propose a viable solution. As the clock inched past midnight, messages continued to flow unceasingly. Yan Sijao stifled a yawn and roused Liu Beixian, providing him with a laptop filled with television dramas and several packets of instant coffee before retreating upstairs to sleep. Liu Beixian, however, found himself disinterested in the dramas. His focus lay solely on the current situation and its developments. At midnight, the snowfall outside seemed to intensify. Many noticed cracks appearing on their windows, hastily applying various tapes to seal them. Yet, the shattering grew progressively worse, to a point where tape could no longer suffice. Desperate, people resorted to blocking the gaps with whatever they could find, but the cold wind relentlessly seeped in, causing many to shiver involuntarily. Initially, they felt little discomfort. But soon enough, the onset of colds and fevers became apparent. Under normal circumstances, one would seek medical attention, yet in the current dire situation, who would dare venture outside? With such heavy snowfall, it was akin to courting death. They could only endure at home, relying on cold medicine to survive. As dawn approached, the snowfall showed no signs of abating. The city's inhabitants gradually roused, gazing out at the wintry scene. In merely one night, the snow had blanketed half of the first floor. This snow was indeed substantial. Many observed a noticeable decrease in online activity, realizing that numerous areas had become entirely unreachable. It dawned on them that, should a power outage occur, their mobile phones would lose signal, rendering them incapable of internet access or even contacting one another. Chapter 22, The True Heir Versus. The imposter on the side of Yin Honghai, both he and Yin Yeting, aware of the frigid outdoor temperatures, donned protective clothing and footwear, and equipped themselves with hand warmers. As they prepared to step out and negotiate with Yan Sijao, they were taken aback to find that the walkway between them and their counterpart was not only blanketed in a thick layer of snow, but was also obstructed by a colossal ice block. This was a phenomenon that had not existed the previous day. How could such an obstacle have appeared overnight? The two were left in a state of shock, realizing that reaching Yan Sijao was no longer feasible. The lavatory, it seemed, was out of their reach. Why have you returned? Upon seeing Yin Honghai and Yin Yeting re-enter, Chen Hongmei and Yin Yeshue were equally astonished. Yin Yeting recounted the situation they had encountered outside. So we cannot approach them, and they cannot emerge from within? Chen Hongmei inquired, looking at Yin Yeting, who nodded in affirmation. That enormous ice block could not have been formed by yesterday's snowfall. It must have been conjured by that wretched girl and that insufferable boy, clearly designed to prevent anyone from reaching them. Yin Honghai remarked sternly. If they wish to keep us away, do they not desire to exit themselves? They cannot possibly have an ample supply of resources. We are acutely aware of their stock given our daily surveillance. Their provisions are limited, Chen Hongmei pondered, perplexed. Yan Sijao, in the absence of sufficient supplies, was essentially sealing her fate by barricading that area. They were undoubtedly aware of their dwindling resources, yet they had not been observed transferring any substantial amount. The only plausible explanation was that they possessed some advanced technology capable of generating supplies or a means to compress and store them. Yin Honghai's words instantly sparked a thought in Yin Yeshua's mind. Father, could they possibly have a spatial pocket? Many apocalyptic novels reference female protagonists who possess such abilities. That insufferable girl might very well have a spatial pocket with resources concealed within. We must seize her and extract the supplies. As Yin Yeshua spoke, she became increasingly convinced of this notion. Yet, why was it Yan Sijao who possessed the spatial pocket and not herself? It was utterly infuriating. But we cannot even approach them. How can we procure their supplies? Chen Hongmei turned her gaze toward her. By demolishing the wall, Yin Yeshua suggested. After all, haven't they already breached the wall connecting to Liu Beixian's former residence? It would be quite simple to break through the wall to connect to Yan Sijiao's dwelling. Upon hearing this, Yin Honghai nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. We shall begin the demolition immediately. Yin Honghai changed his attire and, accompanied by Yin Yeting, Yin Yeshue, and Shen Hongmei, ventured to the location of Liu Bishuan's original house, where they sought the juncture connected to Yin Xijiao's residence and commenced their work with hammers. Unfortunately, the fortifications on Yin Xijiao's side were rather robust, rendering them unable to hear the commotion from beyond the wall. Yin Honghai and Yin Yeting took turns smashing the wall, their resounding blows echoing down to the lower floors. The residents of 3202 immediately began to express their concerns in the group chat. What is going on in 3302? Are you demolishing walls? The noise is deafening. Upon seeing the messages regarding their floor, Yin Xijiao couldn't help but let out a soft snort as she recalled who lived next door. She promptly dialed Yin Honghai's number. Mr. Yin, what on earth are you doing? The racket you're making could easily lead one to suspect you're engaged in some illicit activity. Yin Xijiao, I strongly suggest you hand over the toilet. Otherwise, once we break through the wall, not only will you lose your toilet, but all the supplies in your space will also become ours. The phone was answered by Yin Yeshue, as Yin Honghai was preoccupied with the demolition. Upon hearing the first part of the message, Yin Xijiao nearly chuckled, but the latter part raised her suspicions. How did they know about her space? She hadn't disclosed a single hint. Perhaps they had merely guessed. Yin Xijiao pondered that some individuals were not as dim-witted as they appeared. With a little imagination, anything could become reality, couldn't it? Yin Yeshue, do you think you're living in a fictional world? If you truly were, shouldn't I, the genuine article, be able to suppress you utterly, rendering you powerless to act so brazenly? With a haughty snort, she ended the call. Yin Yeshue's countenance darkened instantly. She was indeed the impostor. How dare this country girl speak to her in such a manner? What if she was the legitimate daughter? Wasn't she still unloved and uncared for? She resolved to see how long Yin Xijiao could maintain her arrogance after they demolished the wall and captured her, intending to slap her twice for good measure. After hanging up, Yin Xijiao opened the group chat. Everyone, be cautious. The residents of 3303 already possess an abundance of supplies, 3 entire houses worth, and yet they still intend to invade my home under the pretense of numbers. Beware. For this family consists of shameless bandits. Seriously, does 3303 have no shame? They have so many supplies yet still wish to seize others' resources. It's utterly disgraceful. Another resident exclaimed. Exactly. They live right above me. How dare they act with such arrogance? Others chimed in, voicing their outrage. Subsequently, Yin Xijiao shared a detailed account in the group chat, embellished with tales of how she had been mistakenly switched at birth, her return to the Yin family, and the treacherous schemes of the false daughter that led to her severing ties with the family. She further revealed that after purchasing 3302, the Yin family had attempted to forcibly acquire her home and now sought to slander her by claiming she possessed a space, threatening to demolish her walls and seize her belongings. The group members were utterly captivated, never having anticipated such intricate rivalries among the affluent. At the same time, one cannot help but feel that Yin Xijiao is rather unfortunate to have such parents. Meanwhile, Yin Yeshue, upon seeing the messages in the group, felt her face contort in anger. Leaving Liu Beishuan's residence, she immediately initiated a voice call to 3303. Yin Xijiao, do not attempt to twist the truth here. I have already discerned the existence of space within you. Otherwise, how could you possibly hoard so little supplies? Yin Yeshue, do you presume I am merely a counterfeit daughter like you, who has usurped another's place, indulging in the fortunes and affections of others' parents and brothers? Seated upon the wealth of 3 properties? I am but the true daughter you expelled, having exhausted all my savings simply to purchase a home, let alone acquire provisions. If I had an abundance of money, would I not desire to possess the resources of 3 houses? Yin Xijiao retorted boldly, unperturbed by the prospect of ridicule. Discussing the Yin family's disgraceful affairs could indeed provide a momentary respite for others amid this tense apocalypse. 1501. Precisely. If one's supplies are scant, it is said they possess space. Does that not imply I too have space? 1504. Do the occupants of 3303 have no shame? They drove her out and now seek to tarnish her reputation when their situation falters. How could they treat their own blood, their true daughter, in such a manner? 2901. Oh my, I have previously heard tales of the Yin family. The false daughter was already notorious for her arrogance at school. Who would have thought that upon her true identity being revealed, she would still bully the genuine daughter? It is evident that her intentions were directed towards the family's wealth. Had circumstances not unfolded as they have, the false daughter would have lived a lifetime enjoying the privileges of a true daughter. Chapter 23, Cold Wave and Power Outage 2503. Indeed, such a lack of upbringing in the false daughter must stem from her upbringing. It is wise for the true daughter not to return. 2002. Speaking of which, those in 3301 should prepare weapons. When they breach the wall, we can deal with them directly. As these words were uttered, a heavy silence fell upon the group. 3301. Good idea. I shall await their breach of the wall. Yan Xijiao chuckled softly, doubting that Yin Honghai and the others could maintain their composure upon seeing this news. Upon witnessing Yin Xijiao's response, Yin Yeshui gasped, hurriedly approaching Yin Honghai and Yin Yeting, thrusting her phone towards them. When the two men glimpsed the content on the screen, silence enveloped them. Father, shall we still proceed with the demolition of this wall? Yin Yeting inquired, his tone laced with malice. Demolish? How can we do so? They are waiting behind to strike us down. Yin Honghai gritted his teeth. He too longed to demolish it. But the question remained, how could they proceed? That wretched girl showed not a shred of familial affection. If they approached her, would it not lead to bloodshed? Infuriated, Yin Yeting felt a surge of impulse to strangle Yin Xijiao. Since the moment they had cast her out of their home, they had become adversaries. The method of breaking down walls has become futile. We must resort to alternative strategies. Furthermore, others are now aware that we have stockpiled supplies in 3 apartments, necessitating increased caution on our part. Should they find themselves lacking resources, they will undoubtedly attempt to seize ours. Yin Honghai felt overwhelmed by the situation. We must barricade the door, just as that wretched girl did. Once sealed, no one will dare to raid our supplies, Chen Hongmei asserted. There is no need for that. The heavy snowfall outside has already blanketed the pathways, and it won't be long before the roads are completely obstructed. For now, every household still possesses supplies. And they won't pose a threat to us, Yin Honghai replied. That's reassuring. As long as they do not approach, we shall be safe. Next, we shall observe how long that unfortunate girl can survive without resources, Chen Hongmei said, casting a fierce glare at the wall, as if she could see Yin Xijiao through it. Let us return, Yin Honghai instructed, leading them back to apartment 3303. After the sounds of demolition ceased above, the residents of 3202 finally felt a sense of relief. 3303 has finally quieted down. They've stopped the wall demolition, remarked 3202. At last, they've shown some shame. If they had truly broken through, it would have set a dangerous precedent, and we would all be doomed, added 2904. Indeed, allowing such behavior to go unchecked would be disastrous. 3301. You can now rest easy, said 1501. Thank you, everyone. We may face power outages at any moment. I hope you all take care of yourselves. After the storm, may we meet again, replied 3301. Yin Xijiao was pleasantly surprised to find the residents of the building somewhat endearing. Unfortunately, she had already sealed her door, rendering her unable to assist them. Even if it were not sealed, she lacked the courage to intervene. Who could predict whether these individuals would reveal their true nature when deprived of resources? Has the matter been resolved? Liu Beixian had also heard the sounds of wall demolition. He was astonished by Yin Honghai's audacity to break down walls for the sake of a few supplies. It has been resolved. Yin Honghai's side should remain quiet for a while, Yin Xijiao thought, feeling no familial bond towards Yin Honghai or Chen Hongmei. Their fates held no significance for her. The members of the group fell silent upon hearing Yin Xijiao's mention of potential power outages. The temperature had plummeted to minus 26 degrees Celsius. While this may not be alarming for those from the north, it was an unprecedented chill for the south. What was the outside temperature like? Anyone daring to venture out would be courting death. In an effort to conserve as much power as possible, other households charged every rechargeable device they possessed. Yin Xijiao and Liu Beixian also kept themselves occupied, engaging in exercise to avoid becoming physically stagnant. Should an emergency arise, they needed to be prepared. As the day swiftly passed, after dinner, Liu Beixian retired to rest. On this day, numerous pleas for help flooded the internet, with individuals lamenting shattered glass at home and others suffering from fevers, desperately seeking assistance to procure medicine. Additionally, members of the community were urging everyone to venture out and clear the snow. Yin Xijiao, observing the online content, pondered the absurdity of requesting aid for medicine and snow removal in such perilous weather conditions. Who would dare brave the elements with snow piled over a meter high? Surely, only a saint would do so. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the electricity abruptly ceased, and the temperature within the room began to decline gradually. Yin Xijiao roused Liu Beixian from his slumber. They illuminated the space with a flashlight, and after igniting both fireplaces and adding ample firewood, They reflected on the unfortunate timing of the power outage, merely a day into the snowfall. Liu Beixian remarked while fetching blankets from his room. Fortunately, the floor was clean, and he planned to set up for sleep there. It seemed likely that some area had been compromised by water from the melting snow, resulting in the electrical failure, and it appeared no one would venture out to make repairs. Yan Xijiao gazed into the inky blackness outside, where only a few scattered lights flickered. It seemed the days ahead would be challenging. As Liu Beixian added more wood to the fire, the air inside the room became stagnant without air conditioning, and the lack of ventilation combined with the increased firewood would surely elevate the carbon dioxide levels. Yes, Yan Xijiao acknowledged with a slight nod. Xiao Zhao, stoke the fire a bit more vigorously. I'll open the waste passage slightly to allow some fresh air in, though it may be a bit chilly. Liu Beixian, wrapped in a blanket, approached the waste passage. He had crafted the entrance as a sliding door, allowing him to regulate the influx of cold air. He opened the passage wide, and a gust of frigid wind rushed in. Startled, he retreated to the warmth of the fire. Yan Xijiao, equally bundled in her blanket, continued to feed the fireplace with wood. Although the cold air from the waste passage made the room feel even chillier, it also invigorated the flames. Beixian, you should rest. I'll keep an eye on the fire. It won't go out, she reassured him while checking the indoor thermometer, which read 0 degrees Celsius. This was still a relatively warm temperature considering they had lit 2 fireplaces and were continuously adding wood. In other households, they might not even be maintaining this temperature. Can you manage alone? Liu Beixian inquired, concern etched on his face. Of course, Yan Xijiao replied, enfolding herself tighter in the blanket. Very well. Call me if you need anything. Initially intending to sleep on the floor, Liu Beixian reconsidered, as Yan Xijiao's movements would disrupt him. Not far away, the sofa resembled a luxurious chaise lounge, so he carried his blanket over and settled down comfortably. After Yan Xijiao observed Liu Beixian peacefully slumbering on the sofa, she commenced lighting candles throughout the space. Chapter 24, Hearth Warmth. This item she had purchased in abundance, effectively monopolizing several candle manufacturers. With a multitude of candles alight, illuminating the entire area, Yan Xijiao finally began to feel a semblance of warmth. The presence of candles and the fireplace caused the thermometer to steadily rise. Certainly, the air conditioning could no longer be relied upon. The external unit had surely succumbed to prolonged freezing conditions. Their only hope now rested upon the diesel generator. Yan Xijiao planned to discuss the generator with Liu Beixian upon awakening the next morning, and then retrieve the heater to circulate warm air. However, regarding oxygen, she also needed to extract the oxygen generator to prevent any risk of asphyxiation. As Yan Xijiao busily arranged the surroundings, the indoor temperature increased by another degree. Given the vastness of the space, elevating the overall temperature was an impossible task. She could only hope that the installation of the diesel generator the following day would yield better results. Meanwhile, Yan Xijiao lay languidly on her bed, scrolling through her phone, only to discover that there was no signal, and the power abruptly ceased. The surroundings plunged into utter darkness. Feeling a tinge of fear, Yan Xijiao hastily called out for her parents. Yan Honghai and Chun Hongmei, unable to respond immediately, scrambled to locate candles and other combustible materials, igniting them in front of the fireplace they had previously constructed. Like Yan Xijiao, they too had considered the necessity of warmth following the power outage. Thus, the fireplace became paramount. However, they had not anticipated that just 2 days into the cold wave, the electricity would be so abruptly cut off, disrupting their plans significantly. Why did it suddenly go dark? It happened far too quickly. Yan Xijiao exclaimed. Mom and Dad, do we have enough supplies to last us for years? I feel like it won't be sufficient. Let's address that concern later. The power outage occurred too swiftly. We need to conserve our resources, Yan Honghai replied. You, your mother, and shouting should get some rest. Later, I will wake you to take turns watching the fire. He understood that the fire must not be extinguished. If it were to die out, their family would likely meet their demise in that place. Dad, our home is completely sealed. The fire consumes the oxygen in the room. Without ventilation, we could easily succumb to carbon monoxide poisoning. We must open a window for fresh air, Yan Yiting interjected. Yan Xijiao thought her brother had lost his senses. Brother, the temperature outside is frigid. Opening a window will freeze us to death. Well, if we don't open a window, we may suffocate. Do you wish to perish? Yan Yiting retorted. Yan Xijiao found herself momentarily speechless. Shouting, you go ahead and open it. Just a little. We cannot afford to meet our end here. Moreover, we haven't allowed that wretched girl and that insufferable boy to perish. We cannot succumb so easily. Yin Honghai glanced at Yin Yeshua. Yin Yeshua nodded, acknowledging her father's wisdom. Indeed, we must not succumb to despair so easily. All right, bundle yourselves up tightly to avoid the cold, Yin Honghai instructed, adding a log to the fireplace. In stark contrast to Yin Xixiao, who continuously fed the fire with wood, Yin Honghai meticulously calculated the amount he used. Leaning against Chun Hongmei, Yin Yishue lay down on the floor of the living room, realizing that no matter how they positioned themselves, the cold persisted. The fire in the fireplace was rather feeble, providing warmth for only a single individual. After donning his full winter attire, Yin Yiting ventured to the adjacent room to crack open a window. As the frigid breeze swept in, he was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming chill. Returning to Yin Honghai's side, he shed his outer garments and nestled under the covers. Yet, the blanket retained a lingering coldness, causing him to shiver as he settled in. Never before had he experienced such a temperature in his bedding, and he felt a twinge of grievance. How had he, the esteemed heir of the Yin group, been reduced to such a pitiful state? It was infuriating, truly infuriating. If only the heavens would grant him a miraculous boon. Alas, no amount of wishing could sway fate. As Yin Yiting drifted into slumber amidst various fantasies, Yin Honghai watched the fire dwindle, relentlessly adding logs to sustain the flame, until it was time for the shift change. Little Ting, the fire must not extinguish. The room is far too cold. If it goes out, we could freeze to death. Do you understand? Yin Honghai implored, fearing that Yin Yiting might lose focus. I understand, Dad. Don't worry. I will keep an eye on the fire, Yin Yiting replied, gazing at the flickering flame, unaware that this would be their last glimmer of hope. While they struggled to keep warm, others faced a dire situation due to a power outage, their home transforming into a frigid tomb, ultimately huddling together until they succumbed to eternal sleep. That night, many perished from the cold. After tirelessly replenishing the fire, Yin Xixiao boiled a kettle of water, filling a hot water bottle to cradle in her arms. Once the clock struck midnight, she roused Liu Beixian, preparing to ascend the stairs for rest, only to be halted by his voice. Xiao Xiao, it's much colder upstairs. If you wish to sleep, do so downstairs, Liu Beixian advised, considering the vast, empty space above that would surely chill her to the bone. He was adamant that she would likely suffer if she ventured up. Very well, I shall sleep below. Yin Xixiao conceded, retreating to her space for a cleansing ritual before emerging with a blanket, lying on the sofa where Liu Beixian had recently rested, promptly falling into a deep slumber. The following morning greeted them with a gloomy exterior, as heavy snow continued to fall, blanketing the ground floor in a thick white cover. Yin Xixiao pulled out her phone and, upon noticing the lack of signal, let out a soft sigh. Without a signal, she remained oblivious to the happenings in the city. This night, she pondered, how many lives might be lost? Are you not going to sleep a little longer? Liu Beixian inquired, observing the disheveled Yin Xixiao. The young girl appeared rather endearing despite her appearance. No, I've already slept for 7 or 8 hours, Yin Xixiao replied, shaking her head. After refreshing herself in her space, she encouraged Liu Beixian to do the same. The two of them sat together by the hearth, enjoying breakfast. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, oil cakes, and buns, such a delightful feast. Such exquisite fare. It truly feels like a rare treat, Liu Beixian mused, reflecting on how many might go without such sustenance in the apocalypse. I have plenty more in my space. I've prepared an ample supply of these affordable and delicious items, so feel free to indulge a bit more. I have enough, Yin Xixiao said with a cheerful smile. Liu Beixian raised an eyebrow, realizing that her good fortune had indeed led her to acquire a wealth of delectable items. In this apocalyptic era, these delicacies may soon be a rarity. It would be wise to stock up and savor them whenever the desire strikes. Brother Xian, if you wish for different breakfast options, I have plenty to offer. I guarantee no repetition each day, Yin Xixiao added, reminiscing about the time when money flowed freely, allowing her to purchase a variety of foods. Liu Beixian nodded thoughtfully. Then let us vary our meals tomorrow. It appeared he had indeed latched onto a substantial support. Yet, would Yin Honghai come to regret casting out such a remarkable individual as Yin Xixiao? He found himself rather curious about the outcome. After finishing breakfast, Yin Xixiao mentioned the matter of the diesel engine. I'll place the diesel engine in the room by the staircase, Yin Xixiao declared as she headed upstairs. The upper floor was colder than the lower due to the absence of a fireplace, but thankfully, it was daytime, and the temperature was somewhat milder. Upon reaching the second floor, she entered the room and retrieved the diesel engine from her space. Concerned that she might struggle with the installation, Liu Beixian followed her, eager to assist. After scrutinizing the manual for some time, they successfully installed the diesel engine. Does the diesel engine require oxygen for combustion? The oxygen levels in the room will diminish. Do you have sufficient oxygen generation equipment? Liu Beixian inquired, glancing at Yin Xizhao. Yes, I've stocked up on oxygen generators. Anticipating the potential scarcity of oxygen in the apocalypse, so I have no worries on that front. I've also studied the necessary oxygen concentration levels to avoid hypoxia or oxygen toxicity, Yin Xizhao replied. There should be an oxygen concentration meter. Let us retrieve it to measure, Liu Beixian suggested, already activating the diesel engine, ensuring the power supply was connected. Here, I have it. Yin Xizhao spoke as she retrieved an oxygen measuring device from the spatial realm. Place one upstairs and the other downstairs to assess the oxygen levels in both locations. Liu Beixian remarked while observing the situation above. Although Yin Xizhao had sealed the upstairs windows, a chill continued to seep in from the outside. It appeared that the doors and windows above needed to be secured more tightly. All right, Yin Xizhao nodded, producing an oxygen generator and the oxygen measuring instrument. By the way, do you have any glass adhesive? Liu Beixian inquired. Yes, what do you intend to do? Yin Xizhao asked as she conjured the adhesive from the spatial realm. We should seal the gaps in the windows to prevent cold air from entering and to lower the temperature, Liu Beixian explained. Yin Xizhao immediately grasped the idea. While she had previously ensured that the upstairs doors and windows were shut, there were inevitably some gaps remaining. By sealing these gaps now, the only remaining ventilation would be from the downstairs area. However, Liu Beixian did not plan to seal every gap entirely. He informed Yin Xizhao that a single ventilation opening would not suffice for proper airflow. It was only through convection that air could circulate effectively. Regardless of the external air conditions, they needed to maintain good internal air circulation. Thus, aside from the innermost room upstairs, which remained unsealed, all other rooms had been completely sealed off. While Liu Beixian was sealing the large windows above the balcony, he caught sight of Yin Yeshua's figure peeking out from a nearby window, wrapped in a blanket and observing their activities. Yin Xizhao, standing beside Liu Beixian to assist, also noticed her. They were less than 3 meters apart, but alas, Yin Yeshua could not reach them. Suddenly, Yin Xizhao was struck by the idea of enjoying a delightful meal here in the evening, with Yin Yeshua watching. After sealing the windows, she suggested to Liu Beixian that they remove the air conditioning unit on the wall and replace it with a range hood. They could even have time to enjoy some barbecue here. Liu Beixian glanced at Yin Yeshua across the way and understood Yin Xizhao's intentions. Conveniently, there was an air conditioner mounted on the wall of the room. Together, they dismantled the air conditioner and installed a hanging range hood, similar to those found in barbecue restaurants. Meanwhile, Yin Yeshua continued to watch, perplexed by the actions of Liu Beixian and Yin Xizhao. She observed as they installed the range hood, and then Liu Beixian brought over a table and chairs. After Yin Xizhao plugged in the range hood and turned it on, it sprang to life, with the exhaust venting out through the former air conditioning hole. Once everything was in order, Yin Xizhao took out a piece of paper and wrote with a marker, "Tonight, prepare to witness a spectacle." These words left Yin Yeshua feeling frustrated, prompting her to seek out Yin Hahai and the others to discuss the matter. What does she mean by that? Is it a provocation? Yin Yiting immediately sensed that Yin Xizhao and the others could be as vile as they wished. After all, they too were without electricity. How could they provoke anyone? Chen Hongmei furrowed her brows. We shall see tonight. Yin Honghai tightly wrapped himself in the blanket. The chill of this night was unbearable. Despite their various preparations, they remained insufficient. They had considered acquiring a diesel generator, but ultimately decided against it due to its excessive fuel consumption. Instead, they procured some durable firewood and charcoal, reasoning that it would occupy less space and be preferable to a diesel generator. They were well aware that a diesel generator could generate electricity, yet for the 4 of them, tending a fire was infinitely easier than managing a generator. Should the generator malfunction, they would have no means to repair it. Thus, burning wood and charcoal proved to be more convenient. As night fell, the snow continued to fall incessantly. The world seemed to have descended into an abyss of darkness. Just yesterday, many homes in the city were aglow with light, but today, not a single glimmer remained. This cold wave had already claimed numerous lives and would undoubtedly take more in its wake. Yin Xizhao illuminated the wall lamps that had been installed recently. The lamps were powered by solar batteries, which she had charged using solar panels. Her space contained both day and night cycles, as well as sunlight. Even if the outside world lacked sunlight, the light within her space was sufficient for charging. As the lamps flickered to life, Yin Yishui and the others beheld Yin Xizhao and Liu Beixian seated at a table adorned with a hot pot and barbecue combo. The round pot featured a grilling section at the edge and a hot pot area in the center. It appeared that Yin Xizhao and Liu Beixian had set out to gather food, for soon the table was laden with a plethora of grilled delicacies, accompanied by a small cart that held even more. Yin Yishui and her companions gazed at the bountiful spread, their mouths watering uncontrollably, especially when they saw Yin Xizhao flaunting a small lobster before placing it into the pot to cook. In that moment, the four of them yearned to leap forward and snatch the lobster from her hands. How infuriating! How could that insufferable girl have such exquisite food? Chen Hongmei adored seafood, and upon witnessing the array of dishes on Yin Yishui's table, her mouth betrayed her, saliva threatening to spill. I knew she must have a space. Otherwise, how could she possibly store seafood in such sweltering heat? Yin Yishui cast a jealous glance at Yin Xizhao. How was it that she was so fortunate? Born into a prestigious family, and even amidst the apocalypse, she still possessed such delightful food? It was truly the envy of all. What good does it do to lament? We cannot reach her. Yin Yiting exclaimed. Let us dig a tunnel. We will burrow our way to their side. Yin Yeshua shouted angrily. What if they have guns? Are we going to dig through walls? You know she must have spatial abilities. Have you not considered that she could possess weapons as well? If she has a gun, do you imagine we would simply walk in and be fed peanuts? Yin Yiting realized that his sister was exceedingly impulsive, acknowledging that the opponent was more formidable. This was not the moment for provocation, but rather for strategizing on how to deal with them effectively. Yin Yeshua's expression twisted in frustration. Then what do you propose? Should we allow them to flaunt their feasting in front of us? Do you have a gun? If you did, you could take them out. Yin Yiting spoke coolly. Instantly, Yin Yeshua fell silent. Where would she procure a gun? All right, let us not linger here any longer. Their arrogance will inevitably lead to their downfall. We should return. It may grow colder tonight, Yin Hahai remarked, turning away without glancing back at Yin Xizhao and the others. Despite her reluctance, Yin Yeshua's gaze remained fixed on them, watching as Yin Xizhao savored several slices of lamb. In the past, she would have looked down upon such a scene. But ever since the departure of their housekeeper and chef, she had no longer enjoyed the indulgence of exquisite meals. The four of them had long since grown accustomed to a life of comfort, incapable of performing even the simplest tasks. If they were to cook, the result would be hardly fit for consumption. Thus, their provisions consisted solely of self-heating rice, instant hot pot, and instant noodles, far inferior to home-cooked meals. Having consumed such fare for an entire day yesterday, Yin Yeshua was weary of it, yearning for a proper meal. Unfortunately, it seemed she might not have the opportunity to relish such a feast again. Observing Yin Honghai's family depart in indignation, Liu Beixian turned to Yin Xizhao and inquired, What do you think they will do next? What can they do? Smash the wall? I have a steel plate a meter thick. It's not something they can just break through, Yin Xizhao scoffed. Liu Beixian nodded slightly. However, we must remain vigilant. Who knows what tricks they might employ? Yes. Xiangu, let us not dwell on them. It's a rare occasion to enjoy a hearty meal. Let us not allow those unpleasant thoughts to spoil our time. Yin Xizhao declared, raising her cup. Liu Beixian chuckled and lifted his cup in agreement. After taking a sip of juice, Yin Xizhao retrieved a small cooked dragon, perfectly halved for each of them. Eating hot pot and barbecue in the biting cold is indeed delightful. Yin Xizhao felt a wave of contentment wash over her. The sight of snow outside evoked a sense of chill, yet the food before her warmed her heart. It must be said that indulging in hot pot and barbecue during winter not only warms the body, but also nourishes the soul. Liu Beixian picked up half of the small dragon, placing it on the grill. With added spices and scallions, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air, causing one's mouth to water. Yin Yeshui, who had secretly stolen a glance, watched as Liu Beixian savored the succulent lobster meat. In that fleeting moment, she yearned to replace him and take a hearty bite of that lobster herself. The more she observed, the more she found herself disillusioned with the bland fare she was consuming, questioning its very essence. It was hardly fit for human consumption. Witnessing the delight of others as they indulged in their meals only intensified her frustration, fueling a desire to seize the food from Yin Xizhao and the others. Unbeknownst to her, lurking in the shadows was Yin Xizhao, whose twisted visage was hidden as they both enjoyed their repast and subsequently disposed of their waste. After a brief respite, Liu Beixian freshened up and retired for the night. With ample oxygen and electricity, he no longer needed to sleep on the sofa. Instead, he returned to his original room. Fortunately, the electric blanket provided warmth, allowing him to enjoy a restful slumber. As midnight approached, Liu Beixian exchanged places with Yin Xijiao, who promptly entered the space to wash up before settling into the guest room. She had moved her supplies upstairs, replacing her bed. Standing by the window, Yin Xijiao gazed down at the mountainside, where the power outage rendered streetlights obsolete, leaving only the faint glow of homes. Conversely, the inhabitants below could only glimpse the scattered lights from above. The power outage had taken a toll on the residents, some of whom had prepared firewood and charcoal. Unfortunately, due to the enclosed nature of their living spaces, they nearly succumbed to poisoning. Ultimately, they resorted to opening windows for ventilation while huddling near the warmth of their charcoal fires. The fortunate ones escaped the poison, while the unfortunate fell victim to a grim fate. Unaware of the dire circumstances below, Yin Xijiao had previously acquired a radio, hoping to catch any transmissions that might provide updates. However, her attempts over the past few days had yielded only 2 or 3 official broadcasts urging people not to lose hope. From these announcements, she learned that the underground castle was undergoing extensive construction, with work continuing day and night. It was projected that within 5 days, a rescue team would be dispatched to lead people to safety. Yin Xijiao believed that the authorities genuinely intended to save the populace, but she understood that natural disasters are not easily overcome. With a sigh, she pulled up the blanket, lay down, and closed her eyes to ensure proper ventilation. She and Liu Beixian had left the door ajar while sleeping, fearing that a moment of carelessness could lead to suffocation. After a restful night, when Yin Xijiao opened her eyes again, it was already the following morning, around 7 or 8. After sharing breakfast with Liu Beixian, he took a moment to catch up on sleep. Yin Xijiao turned her gaze to the world outside, where snow blanketed the mountainside, covering it to the height of a floor. Now, anyone standing on the snow was at risk of sinking into its depths. In this situation, it is utterly impossible for the officials to provide assistance. Unless they can completely eradicate the snow, all discussions are in vain. Yin Xijiao, lacking official information, remains oblivious to the extent of the temperature outside. All she knows is that it must be exceedingly cold, with a vast expanse of white enveloping everything. She took out her computer and began watching a television drama. Such moments are best spent indulging in entertainment. She planned to tidy up the space once Liu Beixian emerged. After all, the 2 fireplaces required supervision, and the oxygen machine and related data needed monitoring. Any mishap could spell disaster for them. Yin Xijiao did not allow herself to become too engrossed in the show. Meanwhile, when Yin Haohai and the others rose for breakfast, Yin Yeshue felt a wave of nausea at the sight of instant noodles. She truly despised them. "Mom, could you prepare something else? I'm tired of instant noodles every day." Yet, they only had these supplies available. Chapter 27. A decision to demolish the wall against Shen Hongmei also had no desire to eat such fare. But they lacked the skills to prepare anything else. Years of indulgence had dulled their ability to distinguish even between salt, MSG, and sugar. During the prolonged heat wave, she had attempted to cook, hoping that in the event of a cold snap, they would at least have warm meals. Unfortunately, her culinary attempts resulted in dishes that were either too salty, overly charred, or simply unpalatable. Eventually, Yin Honghai advised her to refrain from investing so much effort into cooking, and she relented. Thus, they found themselves without warm food. Even if she had acquired the skill, Yin Honghai would likely not gather ingredients with short shelf lives. "Xiaoxue, how about you try self-heating rice or rice noodles?" Yin Yeding suggested, recognizing that their current circumstances had subjected this pampered young lady to considerable hardship. However, given their environment, being able to consume such food was already a significant blessing. Many others could not afford food and were unaware of the dire straits they might face. "No, I want soy milk and fried dough sticks. Why does Yin Xijiao get to enjoy those delicacies?" Yin Yeshue retorted, her face contorted in anger. The image of Yin Xijiao and Liu Beixian having breakfast together filled her with a profound sense of injustice. Why should Yin Xijiao relish such a splendid breakfast while she was left with mere convenience food? It was utterly unfair. She felt it should be her enjoying those privileges, not Yin Xijiao. Yin Xijiao did not deserve any of it. Xiaoxue Chun Hongmei, alarmed, looked at her daughter with concern. She understood how precious this spoiled child was, and how little she could bear such hardship. "I can endure," Yin Yeshue insisted. "Xiaoxue, it is the inadequacy of your parents that has left us unable to provide you with a better life. In these trying circumstances, let us endure for the time being. Once the storm passes and the world outside returns to normalcy, we shall procure any delicacy you desire. For now, let us suffer a little and make do with whatever we have." Yin Honghai reassured Yin Yeshua while gazing at the instant noodles in his hands. Who would have imagined that a man of his stature, the president of a reputable company, would find himself in such a predicament? Instant noodles, a food he had always deemed suitable only for the lower classes, had now become his daily fare. How disheartening it was to face such a reality. Be good, Xiaoxua. Your brother will keep you company. I'll fetch you a tea egg shortly. By the way, your father's supplies include soy milk. You wanted soy milk, right? While it may not be the same, soy milk is still quite delightful, don't you think? Yin Yiting comforted his younger sister, who was 2 years his junior. Yin Yeshua looked at them, her eyes filled with grievance, and nodded. Although it was the soy milk she longed for, soy milk would suffice. At least it offered a different taste, which was a small consolation. Yet, the tempest showed no signs of abating, and she fervently wished for its swift departure. Yin Yeshua felt a wave of discomfort as she watched Chen Hongmei prepare her noodles. Just days ago, the aroma had been enticing. Now, it only churned her stomach. Reluctantly, she forced herself to eat, while observing Chen Hongmei dispose of the waste. Yin Yiting walked over to the window by the fireplace and opened it, quickly tossing the refuse outside. The cold wind rushed into the room, causing them to instinctively draw back their necks. The fierce storm had blanketed the other windows with snow, sealing them shut. Only the window near the fireplace remained unfrozen, thanks to its proximity to the warmth, allowing it to be opened. However, as soon as it was ajar, the frigid air enveloped them, making the already chilly interior even colder. It was unbearably cold. The temperature outside was surely plummeting below freezing. Every time we discard waste, we subject ourselves to the cold. If the temperature continues to drop, we might find ourselves frozen before we can even dispose of our garbage. Chen Hongmei expressed her deep concern to her son, addressing Yin Honghai. I am well aware of that, but we have not constructed a garbage passage, and there is little we can do at this moment. We can only resort to this method unless we devise a way to create a garbage passage like the one across the street, Yin Honghai replied, his eyes narrowing. In the haste of their situation, he had overlooked numerous details. It was only later that he realized that Liu Beixian and his group had ingeniously created a garbage passage. Unfortunately, the worsening storm had left them no time to build their own passage. Now, they could only take the daily risk of opening the window to dispose of waste. However, this is not a viable solution. They have already sensed the temperature dropping increasingly. Even though they continuously add firewood, the warmth fails to return. While this is somewhat related to their decision to open the windows for ventilation, he can distinctly feel that today's temperature is lower than yesterday's. Particularly, the frost has extended from about 1 meter around the window yesterday to 2 meters today. If the indoor temperature does not rise, tomorrow it may reach 3 or 4 meters, leaving them perilously close to freezing to death. Father, did we not previously stockpile numerous items? Cannot those materials be utilized to create a passage? Yin Yeshua looked at him earnestly. I have already checked. Those items cannot be assembled into a passage, Yin Honghai replied, shaking his head. They had only considered hoarding supplies at that time, never anticipating such a situation. What should we do then? Brother cannot keep risking his life to throw out garbage. If we freeze, where will we find a doctor? Yin Yeshua exclaimed anxiously. It was not only her. Both Yin Honghai and Chen Hongmei were acutely aware of how low the temperature was outside. Each time, Yin Yiting opened the window to discard garbage, they felt the struggle of opening that window, and when the cold wind swept in, it nearly took their breath away. Let's break through the wall and connect with that wretched girl. After all, we are her parents. Could she truly harm us? Chen Hongmei was reluctant to let Yin Yiting take risks, so she focused her thoughts on Yin Sijao. Yin Honghai and Yin Yiting fell into a contemplative silence. This indeed seemed like a promising idea. Mother, do you intend to reclaim her? Yin Yeshua was taken aback by Chen Hongmei's words. Previously, they had considered breaking the wall to obtain a toilet and gather supplies. Shua, even if we were to reclaim her, you are still our most beloved daughter, Chen Hongmei remarked, noticing that Yin Yeshua's mood seemed somewhat discontent, likely because of the prospect of reclaiming Yin Sijao. Upon hearing this, Yin Yeshua nodded, feeling a sense of pride within her. After all, even if Yin Sijao were reclaimed, her status would still not surpass her own. The four of them conferred and resumed their efforts to break the wall and dig. Meanwhile, Yin Sijao had just added more firewood to the fireplace when she heard the sound of wall demolition nearby. Chapter 28, When Wall Demolition Fails. Alternative methods or sought. Yin Honghai had begun again. What were they trying to accomplish? Yin Sijao was somewhat bewildered. Liu Beixian, who had been resting, jumped up upon hearing the wall digging noise, wrapping himself in a blanket as he stepped out. despite having two fireplaces continuously burning for warmth and additional heating devices. The temperature remained relatively low. What is happening? What are Yin Honghai and the others doing? Liu Beixian looked at Yin Xijiao in confusion. I am not entirely sure. Yin Xijiao shook her head. Suddenly hearing the sound of them digging through the wall, she could not comprehend what had prompted their erratic behavior. Liu Beixian furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that they were tempted by our food, seeking to breach our defenses? Surely, they could not possess such formidable power. Yin Xijiao shrugged, doubting that the adversaries would undertake such a foolish endeavor under sufficient resource conditions. Unless, of course, something was compelling them, driving them to act recklessly. What could possibly be so alluring? Liu Beixian glanced at Yin Xijiao, uncertain, yet concluded that they would not succeed in their attempts to infiltrate. Thus, it was best to ignore them. If the noise troubled you, would you like to retreat to the space for some rest? Listening to the clamor. Yin Xijiao admitted that she too found it rather irksome. No need, she replied. Liu Beixian shook his head. Are you certain? I fear for your mental state. Yin Xijiao stepped closer, observing the dark circles under his eyes. I'm fine. After dinner, I can rest well. As for them, they will likely tire soon enough and take their own break. With that, Liu Beixian went a change in his room. Returning to the living room to sit on the sofa, listening to the escalating sounds from behind the wall. Yin Honghai instructed Chen Hongmei to tend to the fire, ensuring the stove remained lit, while he and Yin Yeding continued to hammer and dig at the wall. Together, they managed to create a gaping hole in the 24-inch barrier. Just as they were celebrating their small victory, they heard a sharp clang as their tools struck something metallic. After brushing the wall with a brush, they realized that instead of breaching the house, they had inadvertently struck a steel plate. In that instant, Yin Honghai, Yin Yeshue, and Yin Yeding were all taken aback. What was this? How could there be such a thing in the wall? Yin Yeshue was momentarily stunned, believing they would finally gain entry into Yin Xijiao's home, only to discover that she had fortified the walls with steel plates. Steel plates. That cunning girl had anticipated that someone might attempt to break through. Yin Yeding felt a surge of frustration. Just when he thought they had succeeded, he had not foreseen this contingency from Yin Xijiao. They had clearly suffered a significant setback. Father, should we continue to strike under these circumstances? Yin Yeshue turned to Yin Honghai. With the steel plates installed, further attempts would be futile. Yin Honghai then glanced toward the front door of Liu Beixian's house. It was merely 2 meters away from Yin Xijiao's entrance. Perhaps, if they could dismantle Yin Xijiao's door, they could finally gain entry. With this thought, Yin Honghai approached the door with his tools. Previously, to facilitate access, Liu Beixian had ensured that the door opened from the inside. When he swung it open, he was met with yet another wall. The wall had previously been severed by Yin Honghai to prevent Yin Xijiao and her allies from approaching, and now he deeply regretted this decision. It was he who had ordered the wall to be cut, and now he found himself compelled to shatter it with his own hands. Yin Honghai felt as though he were lifting a stone only to drop it upon his own foot. What are you planning to do, Dad? Yin Yeshue furrowed her brow at the sight of the wall. To break it, Yin Honghai replied succinctly. Isn't this the wall we painstakingly constructed to deter that insufferable girl? And now you wish to demolish it? Yin Yeshue's expression shifted dramatically. The pride she had felt in front of Yin Xijiao was now replaced with discomfort. She recalled the moment she had provocatively hurled bricks at Yin Xijiao, never anticipating that one day she would be forced to dismantle the very barrier she had erected. It was undoubtedly a slap in her own face. Clenching her fists tightly, she thought, if we break it early, we can capture that rebellious daughter and compel her to surrender her resources, ensuring our own comfortable lives. Upon hearing this, Yin Yeshue's demeanor softened instantly. In Yin Honghai's eyes, Yin Xijiao was truly inconsequential. This is for the best, he thought. Yin Yeshue did not want Yin Xijiao to rob her of the love her parents, Yin Honghai and Chen Hongmei, had for her alone. Once more, Yin Honghai and Yin Yeding resumed their assault on the wall. Yin Xijiao, hearing the commotion from not far from the door, was instantly filled with confusion. What mischief were they up to now? The sound had changed. They were no longer hammering at the wall on their side. Liu Beixian also noticed that the direction of the noise was peculiar and wondered what Yin Honghai was up to this time. They must be attacking the wall in front of your home. Yin Xijiao surmised about Yin Honghai's intentions. Is your door even breakable? Liu Beixian asked, his concern evident. Of course not. I invested heavily in a door of bank vault quality. Not even a cannonball could breach it, Yin Xijiao assured him. In that case, Yin Honghai is likely to face significant repercussions, Liu Beixian speculated, pondering how they would react upon discovering the thick, impenetrable ice blocks hidden behind the bricks. Each ice brick was packed with cotton, making it far more resilient. While merely excavating ice might be a swift endeavor, the addition of cotton rendered it as formidable as bone, not easily shattered. Yin Hongzhi and his companions believed they could infiltrate this fortress-like home from the neighboring side. But it was no simple task. After waiting in the living room until they finished their lunch, they finally heard the sounds from next door cease. Yin Hongzhi had stopped digging, not because he had encountered the massive ice block behind the bricks, but rather due to the passage of time and his growing hunger. Neither he nor Yin Yeding had ever undertaken such arduous labor, and it took but a moment for them to feel the strain in their backs and legs. The exhaustion was overwhelming. "Father, outside is just a sheet of ice. Do we truly have to break through those ice blocks?" Yin Yeding expressed her concerns. "That cunning girl is undoubtedly clever. These ice blocks are likely not as simple as they seem. Regardless of how complex it may be, we have arrived at her doorstep. Whether she opens the door or we pry it open, that insufferable girl will ultimately fall into our grasp," Yin Hongzhi declared. Chapter 29. The malice of Yin Hongzhi. A flicker of resentment flashed in Yin Hongzhi's eyes. Yin Xijiao possessed a space filled with provisions but had never considered sharing with them, clearly disregarding them as parents. In light of this, they felt no obligation to maintain familial bonds. After finishing his meal, Yin Hongzhi, accompanied by Yin Yeding, commenced the arduous task of excavating the ice blocks before Liu Beishuan's door. Initially, they presumed the ice would be easier to break than bricks, but upon striking it, they realized that it did not yield as anticipated. Instead of breaking off large chunks, they could only dislodge a small piece, which remained stubbornly adhered to the larger block, leaving them astonished. "Father, this ice has been infused with cotton." Yin Yeding quickly discerned the issue. This reminded him of principles learned in physics class. When ice is struck by gravity, the tremendous impact is transmitted downward. Ordinary ice shatters easily, but ice reinforced with cotton fibers absorbs the force, making it exceedingly difficult to fracture. The larger the ice block, the more formidable it becomes. They would need to exert all their strength just to pry off a small fragment. In that moment, Yin Yeding realized that his biological sister was far from ordinary. She was astute, rendering their efforts nearly futile. "Brother, what happens when cotton is added?" Yin Yeshue, standing behind them, inquired, puzzled. "The inclusion of cotton within the ice renders it more secure than if sand or metal plates were used. Even a small section would demand immense effort to penetrate, let alone a substantial block. It could take us a month or two to clear a path to that insufferable girl's door," Yin Yeding remarked, leaving Yin Yeshua utterly astonished. "Is it truly that difficult?" she asked. "Indeed," Yin Yeding nodded. "Then what if we use fire?" "I refuse to believe that these ice blocks won't melt under flames," Yin Yeshua suggested. "We simply do not have enough fuel. We need it for ourselves, let alone to use for melting ice," Yin Hongzhi replied gravely. "Does that mean we cannot reach their doorstep? How then can we humiliate her? How can we compel her to relinquish her supplies?" Yin Yeshua's expression twisted with frustration. She could not bear the thought of watching Yin Xijiao indulge in fine food while she was left to subsist on instant noodles. It was unbearable. Breaking the ice. "We will chip away at it day by day. We will eventually make progress," Yin Yeding resolved. Yin Hongzhi gritted his teeth, realizing that they had but one path ahead. Ultimately, their house had been constructed in haste, lacking numerous essential insulation measures, unlike Yin Xijiao's residence, which stood as a model of perfection. Securing the place in Yin Xijiao himself would alleviate their future concerns about sustenance. After much contemplation, Yin Hongzhi concluded that residing in their current dwelling was not a sustainable solution. The absence of electricity made it impossible for them to adapt. Yin Yeding nodded in agreement. Fully aware of the inadequacies of their home compared to Yin Xijiao's exquisite abode, if they could acquire Yin Xijiao's property, they would at least no longer suffer the indignity of inadequate facilities. The father and son duo from the Yin family hammered away with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Liu Beixian pressed himself against the wall, listening intently to the sounds outside, only to find that the vibrations from their hammering had ceased entirely. This could only imply one thing: they had struck ice. Once he confirmed this suspicion, Liu Beixian donned his attire and grasped a water hose. "Xian, good. What are you planning to do?" Yin Xijiao inquired, perplexed. "The Yin father and son are likely digging into the ice. I was contemplating giving them a refreshing surprise," Liu Beixian replied nonchalantly. Previously, when they were constructing the ice bricks, a gap was intentionally left at the top, allowing for the passage of a hose. This facilitated the timely deployment of a camera to monitor external conditions and launch an attack if necessary. Why not let them dig first? We can pour water over them later tonight, filling the holes they've made, rendering all their efforts futile, suggested Yan Xijiao, not out of pity for Yin Honghai, as their ties had been severed since he signed the severance agreement. She simply wished to prevent them from thriving. Xiao Zhao, don't you want to teach them a lesson? In this frigid weather, the chilling consequences could easily lead to fever, at the very least providing them with some respite. Liu Beishuan's words sparked a light of realization in Yan Xijiao. Indeed, causing them to fall ill would keep them subdued for a while. Very well, she nodded. I will manage the hose while you supply the water. As Liu Beixian handed her one end of the hose, Yan Xijiao responded affirmatively. Retrieving a large bucket from her space, which was equipped with a faucet, she secured the hose to the faucet tightly and filled the bucket to the brim with water. Xiangu, it's ready. Let us commence, she announced. Liu Beixian swiftly extended the hose to nearly 2 meters, with a camera affixed at the end, connected to the tablet before him, which displayed the live feed from the camera. Yan Xijiao stood by the water bucket, catching a glimpse of the content on the tablet. The screen displayed 2 silhouettes laboriously digging below. Max it out, Xiao Xiao, Liu Beixian instructed, prompting Yan Xijiao to turn the faucet to its fullest. Instantly, a torrent of water gushed forth, coursing into the depths of the pipe. Unbeknownst to Yin Hahai and Yin Yeding, who were diligently working, a sudden deluge from above drenched them to the core, leaving them utterly chilled. It was only then that they noticed a pipe extending overhead, relentlessly pouring water upon them. They hastily retreated, only to collide with Yin Yeshua behind them, and in an instant, the 3 were soaked by the cascading stream. Ah, so cold, Yin Yeshua shrieked, darting towards the only warm spot in the house. Yin Hahai let out a furious roar, but he had no time to utter further curses, drenched in cold water. He was at risk of falling ill, and a high fever in such circumstances could be perilous. He nearly tumbled as he dragged the shivering Yin Yeding into the house, shutting the door behind them. Liu Beixian, observing the closed door, instructed Yan Xijiao to continue the water flow, freezing the door solid, ensuring that no amount of effort from Yin Honghai and the others could budge it. After this commotion, the temperature inside the house plummeted several degrees. Yan Xijiao hurriedly added fuel to the fireplace. Concerned about the water pipes freezing, Liu Beixian swiftly retracted the hose and closed the door. Chapter 30. Soaked to the skin at last, they should have a moment of respite. Liu Beixian removed his coat and smiled at Yan Xijiao. They must be seething with anger at us right now, he mused. Yan Xijiao had certainly heard Yin Honghai's words. It was impossible not to feel the intensity of his fury. Liu Beixian glanced at her and suddenly posed a question. Xiao Zhao, if, hypothetically, they were to perish, would you feel sorrow? Why would I feel sorrow for them? Yan Xijiao replied, her lips pursing. Beyond our shared bloodline, what ties us? Yin Hahai, Chen Hongmei, and Yin Yeding seemed to care only for that false heiress. Why should I subject myself to their disdain? Liu Beixian gazed at her intently. In that case, should they meet their end, I imagine you would feel no regret or sadness. Sadness? What is there to be sad about? I would actually rejoice if they were to depart this world. Their demise would certainly lighten our burdens, would it not? As she spoke, a realization dawned upon her, and she addressed Liu Beixian. Brother Xian, do you think I am a bit ruthless, perhaps even terrifying? Liu Beixian shook his head. No, considering how they have treated you. Your harshness is entirely justified. Moreover, they continue to harbor ulterior motives regarding you, which is truly despicable. I agree, Yan Xijiao responded. Indeed, I have come to understand your thoughts. Henceforth, we need not show them any mercy. Liu Beixian was acutely aware that prior to this calamity, they could still bind their adversaries with ethics and law. However, now they must rely solely on themselves. Yan Xijiao nodded in agreement. The 2 continued to take turns resting as per reason. Meanwhile, Yin Hahai and the others hastily returned to the warmth of the fire, shedding their damp, nearly frozen garments and donning clean attire. Yet, due to the contrasting temperatures, all 3 succumbed to the chill. Weren't you supposed to be digging a wall? How did you end up like this? Chen Hongmei inquired, bewilderment etched on her face as she regarded the trio. It was merely wall digging. How did they all turn into drowned rats? It was that wretched girl. We happened to be chiseling ice when she unexpectedly doused us with a water hose. Yin Honghai exclaimed indignantly, followed by a sneeze. You are her biological father. How dare she treat you so? Chen Hongmei's voice rose in exasperation. The thought of Yan Xijiao treating Yin Hahai in such a manner incensed her to the point of wishing to tear Yan Xijiao apart. She has never regarded us as family, Yin Hahai said, his eyes reddening with emotion. Never before had he felt so utterly wretched. and all of it stemmed from his own flesh and blood. How could he endure this? Father, shall we continue? Yin Yeting looked towards Yin Honghai. Of course. We shall press on, and we must cut off their paths, ensuring they have no opportunity to strike at us. Yin Honghai gritted his teeth. The humiliation inflicted by Yin Xizhou would be avenged. It must be avenged. Yin Yeting nodded slightly. When shall we commence? Tonight. I refuse to believe they will remain awake through the night, Yin Honghai declared fiercely. Hearing him mention tonight, Yin Yeting sighed in relief. As long as it is not now. Otherwise, after digging all morning, with only a brief respite during lunch, he had hardly paused in his labors. For one who typically shunned hard work, the day's toil had been equivalent to a month's worth. He harbored concerns about overexerting himself. Fortunately, a moment of respite was now at hand. Yin Yeting hurriedly climbed into his bed, closing his eyes in hopes of a brief nap. Yin Honghai did the same. Meanwhile, Yin Yeshua, having exerted herself little, was quite lively. However, she soon found herself sneezing repeatedly, feeling as if she were ablaze with heat, prompting her to begin shedding her garments. Upon witnessing her undressing, Chen Hongmei sensed that something was amiss with her condition. Xiao Xue, what is wrong with you? Mother. I feel so hot, Yin Yeshua replied, casting a pitiful glance at Chen Hongmei. Chen Hongmei instantly sensed something amiss and placed her hand on Yin Yeshua's forehead. The searing heat alerted her to the possibility that Yin Yeshua was indeed suffering from a fever. If that were the case, wouldn't Yin Honghai and Yin Yeting also be experiencing the same affliction? Chen Hongmei rushed towards Yin Honghai and Yin Yeting as she placed her hand on their foreheads. The intense warmth momentarily scorched her palm. Realizing that both of them might be feverish, she hastily retrieved the medical kit. Meanwhile, Yin Yeshua, feeling quite unwell herself, observed Chen Hongmei darting towards Yin Honghai and Yin Yeting, checking their temperatures. Mom, Dad, and brother, are you all feeling the same as I am? Yin Yeshua inquired. You are all running a fever. I will measure your temperatures, Chen Hongmei replied, her voice attempting to maintain composure, though Yin Yeshua noticed a tremor in her demeanor. It was evident that this was an unprecedented situation for Chen Hongmei, leaving Yin Yeshua uncertain about her mother's ability to cope. Mom, stay calm. We still need you. You mustn't fall ill, she urged, concerned about whether Chen Hongmei could assist them. I will be fine. I will be fine, Chen Hongmei reassured herself, striving to suppress her fear as she quickly located the thermometer to check the temperatures of all three. Indeed, each of their readings exceeded 39 degrees Celsius. In winter, the normal body temperature hovers around 36.5 degrees. This was alarmingly high. Chen Hongmei felt a surge of fear upon seeing the thermometer's reading. Mom, medicine? Quickly give us the medicine, or we might die, Yin Yeshua exclaimed, realizing her temperature indicated something seriously wrong. She understood that if the high fever persisted, she could risk severe consequences. She could not allow herself to become incapacitated. She needed to survive, to thrive. Listening to her daughter's desperate plea, Chen Hongmei swiftly found the antipyretic medication and administered it to the three of them. She called out to Yin Honghai and Yin Yeting, but aside from their groans, they were unable to utter a coherent word. Witnessing the state of her husband and son, Chen Hongmei was on the verge of tears. What was happening? Why was it like this? Mom, this is all because of Yin Xizhou. If only you could find her, everything would be better. Without her, there wouldn't be so many problems, Yin Yeshua lamented, her mind muddled, yet still critical of the situation. Chapter 31. If only we could find her. Chen Hongmei listened to her words and glanced at her. Not finding her. Indeed, if they did not locate her, she would still be in the countryside. How could she possibly come to the city and win that apartment? Yin Yeshua gritted her teeth. Initially, she suspected Yin Xizhou of having stolen money from their home, prompting Yin Honghai and Chen Hongmei to report the matter to the authorities. Little did they know that Yin Xizhou presented proof of having won a staggering lottery prize of 4.8 billion, an amount exceeding their family's total assets. How could Yin Xizhou have achieved such an extraordinary fortune? Yin Yeshua pondered whether Yin Xizhou might be a reincarnation. She attempted to publicize this revelation online. But at that time, many were preoccupied with securing supplies and paid little heed to her claims. Nevertheless, quite a few individuals, intrigued by her words, sought out Yin Xizhou for verification. This ultimately compelled Yin Xizhou to confront Yin Yeshua and Yin Honghai, delivering a stern reprimand. Coupled with Liu Beishuan's legal maneuvers and discussions about the weather, and revealing the extent of Yin Yeshua's family's resources, the perception of Yin Yeshua's family drastically shifted among the onlookers. Were it not for the fact that they had not yet descended into true depravity, Many might have contemplated storming their home to seize their possessions. Following this incident, the family experienced a brief respite before the inevitable cold wave struck. You make a valid point. Had we not brought her back, how could she possibly possess these things? Chen Hongmei reflected on Yin Xiao's visage. Although she was indeed their biological daughter, Chen Hongmei felt she bore little resemblance to either of them. Thus, mother, at least half of her resources rightfully belong to us. And her house should be ours as well. You should confront her and insist that she relinquish both the resources and the property. After all, you are her mother who carried her for 10 months. How can she treat you this way? Yin Yeshue urged Chen Hongmei. Furthermore, both father and brother have suffered because of her. Shouldn't she be held accountable? Chen Hongmei, absorbing these words, turned her gaze to her husband and son, solemnly nodding in agreement. Once your father and brother have recovered, we shall confront her. While Chen Hongmei was eager to seek out Yin Xiao immediately, she recognized that Yin Honghai and Yin Yeding still required her care. Yin Yeshua glanced at Yin Honghai and Yin Yeding, nodding her understanding. Her own condition was not optimal, and her mind felt somewhat clouded. The plan to confront Yin Xiao would have to wait until Yin Honghai awoke. This wait extended until the following morning. During this time, had Chen Hongmei not confirmed that both men still had a pulse, she might have feared they were on the brink of death. Fortunately, they awoke in the morning. Yin Honghai opened his eyes, feeling utterly exhausted, and upon speaking, realized his voice was hoarse, startling himself. What has happened to me? Darling, you're awake. You were drenched yesterday with shouting and xiaoxue and developed a high fever. Have you forgotten? Chen Hongmei rushed to his side. Yin Honghai held his head, as fragmented memories began to resurface. Where is shouting and xiaoxue? Shouting is up, and xiaoxue is doing well. How do you feel? Chen Hongmei felt a tinge of fear regarding the potential aftermath he might face. I am fine, Yin Honghai replied casually before continuing. What about over there? Has that wretched girl made any movements? Yes, they had a candlelit dinner last night, indulging in steak, Yin Yeshua replied through gritted teeth. She had purposely observed the two individuals, only to discover that Yin Xiao and Liu Beixian were feasting on steak. In that moment, her emotions spiraled into chaos. Why were they allowed such luxuries while she and the others subsisted solely on instant noodles? Anger surged within her, compelling her to consider smashing their windows. But upon opening the window slightly, she immediately regretted it. The cold air was biting. She merely cracked the window, and the chilling wind and snow rushed in, making her reconsider the thought of fully opening it. No wonder Yin Honghai had suggested creating a rubbish passage. It was indeed freezing outside. Yin Yeshua had initially harbored thoughts of breaking their glass, but now those thoughts had vanished entirely. Steak. Their enjoyment was palpable. Yin Honghai's voice rose sharply, laced with mockery. Father, they are clearly provoking us. If we do not show them our resolve, they will perceive us as easy prey. Yin Yeshua's words jolted Yin Honghai into action, hastily rising from the ground. We'll deal with their affairs later. Hongmei, please help me prepare something to eat. I am quite hungry. Having gone without food for an entire night and morning, he felt ravenous. I will get it right away, Chen Hongmei replied, swiftly preparing a bowl of braised egg noodles. The eggs and noodles were readily available, requiring only a brief soak in hot water. The enticing aroma wafted towards Yin Honghai, intensifying his hunger. After nearly a day without sustenance, he felt an overwhelming need to eat. He devoured the noodles in a hurry and turned to Yin Yeding, saying, shouting, "Put on your coat and come with me. We shall take a look outside." Yin Yeding nodded, dressed quickly, and followed Yin Honghai to the door. Just as he reached for the doorknob to unlock it, Yin Honghai suddenly found himself unable to pull the door open. Father, what is it? The door won't budge. Yin Honghai's expression darkened. Won't budge? How is that possible? Yin Yeshua exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it would not open. Yin Honghai struggled with it several times, and Yin Yeding rushed forward to assist. Despite their combined efforts, the door remained obstinately shut. Yin Yeding's face paled. Father, could it be that we are sealed in? Sealed in? Yin Honghai suddenly had a revelation and kicked the security door with force. Yet, the door remained unyielding. He attempted to turn the knob again, but to no avail, and delivered several more kicks. The force caused Yin Xiao's side to feel the tremors. They truly were relentless. Yin Xiao had just brewed a cup of coffee. At that moment, Liu Beixian had already retired to rest. Yin Xiao recalled that yesterday, Liu Beixian had poured water between the door and the ice blocks, which, in theory, should have completely frozen the door shut. However, should there be any vibrations, the ice might indeed shatter, allowing the door to open regardless. Yin Xijiao narrowed her eyes, contemplating whether Yin Honghai and his group were excavating ice faster than they were producing it. The persistent sounds of kicking from Yin Honghai's side echoed through the house, and Yin Xijiao was grateful for the decent sound insulation of the building. Yet, the commotion outside was significant enough to affect the walls as well. Although the noise was not overwhelmingly loud, it seemed these individuals were incessantly at it. Yin Xijiao surmised that they must have been devoid of anything better to do, indulging in their mischief out of sheer boredom. Chapter 32. The Yin family father and son resume ice excavation. Yin Xijiao chose not to disturb Lu Beishuan's rest. She would address the situation with the ruckus next door once he awakened. Conveniently, both of them were rather idle, and engaging in a battle of wits with the neighbors would serve to pass the time. However, the day had evidently grown colder. Yin Xijiao approached the thermostat, a device she had specifically purchased, featuring several wires, 2 leading outside and 2 inside. Currently, the external wires indicated that the temperature had plummeted to -50 degrees. Such temperatures might be commonplace in the northeast, but for the south, where the average temperature typically exceeded 20 degrees, this cold could spell disaster for a significant portion of the city's inhabitants. Indoors, Yin Xijiao had installed a diesel generator the previous day to power the underfloor heating. After all, if the temperature dropped any further, without the heating, the indoor temperature would assuredly remain below zero, making it akin to sleeping in a freezer. As Yin Xijiao pondered this, Yin Honghai continued to kick at the door, and after several attempts, it finally swung open, accompanied by a cascade of ice shards. Upon seeing the ice debris, fury ignited in Yin Honghai's eyes. Very well. That wretched girl dares to treat us this way. If we catch her, she shall meet a gruesome fate. Father, the ice outside seems to be from the water they poured earlier, Yin Yeting observed, noting the absence of cotton in the ice shards, which was indeed a stroke of luck. This would make their excavation considerably easier. The distance from their main door was still considerable, and they couldn't even approach it, let alone pour ice mixed with cotton. Such a feat was impossible. Yin Honghai let out a soft snort. Yin Yeting nodded in agreement. Then let us commence immediately, lest they cause further trouble. Very well, Yin Honghai replied, seizing a shovel as he and Yin Yeting began their work. Yin Yeshua stood by, showing no inclination to assist. Meanwhile, sensing what Yin Honghai and his group were about to undertake, Yin Xijiao resumed crafting ice bricks. When Lu Beixian awoke, he was taken aback to see Yin Xijiao engaged in the creation of ice bricks. Xiao Zhao, has something happened? He inquired. Brother Xian, it appears that the Yin father and son have opened the door and are currently extracting ice. I thought it would be amusing to add to their troubles by making ice bricks, replied Yin Xijiao, as she placed the cotton-infused icy water into the refrigerator and resumed her ice excavation. Are they still at it? Lu Beixian raised an eyebrow. The Yin family is quite intriguing, persisting with such tenacity. Don't they tire of it? Watching them exhausts me. Indeed, the shaking earlier was quite severe. I wonder if the door at your place will hold up. Yin Xijiao chuckled. That door will not be damaged. Lu Beixian shook his head. I shall go dress and then step outside to observe their situation. If they wish to turn into drowned rats, I wouldn't mind lending a hand. Brother Xian, I believe after suffering once, they would not be foolish enough to fall into the same trap again. We probably can't allow them to become drenched this time. Yin Xijiao asserted, confident that Yin Honghai and his son were not so naive as to forget their previous misfortune. Lu Beixian pondered for a moment. So, you suggest that we wait until they've exhausted themselves before we intervene? After all, we can produce bricks effortlessly, while they expend considerable effort in shattering ice. A smile graced Yin Xijiao's lips. Lu Beixian began to understand her intentions. You intend to tire them out, don't you? I see that they are simply overindulging and could use some activity. Otherwise, being cooped up indoors will surely lead to health issues. Yin Xijiao shrugged. Look how considerate I am of their well-being, ensuring a balance of work and rest. Lu Beixian chuckled at her. Very well, let them toil a few more times. I suspect they will develop a lasting aversion to ice excavation. Yin Xijiao nodded. I too wish to give them a few more rounds, so they refrain from troubling us. Ah, the temperature outside must have dropped further, hasn't it? Lu Beixian gazed toward the window. It has indeed. It's now over 50 degrees below zero. The lights outside last night were significantly dimmer than before, Yin Xijiao remarked, her tone a mix of lamentation and sorrow. This calamity is truly a cataclysm for all of humanity. Lu Beixian nodded slowly. How much cold can the glass you ordered withstand? It can endure up to -250 degrees without issue, Yin Xijiao responded, having specifically designed the glass for such extreme conditions. The temperature differential between indoors and outdoors is quite significant. Are you certain that the glass you ordered can withstand this disparity? Liu Beixian inquired, looking at Yan Xizhao. The glass structure consists of 3 layers. It will be perfectly fine. Moreover, observe the curtains above. Their thickness can effectively block heat, ensuring the glass does not shatter from the rapid temperature fluctuations. By the way, regarding your glass. Yan Xizhao turned her gaze to Liu Beixian. Ordinary tempered glass does not easily shatter under normal temperatures. However, a significant temperature disparity between indoor and outdoor environments may lead to unexpected fragility. Liu Beixian chuckled lightly, and Yan Xizhao joined in his laughter. It seemed they had their share of tasks to attend to. Patience was required. The moment had not yet arrived. Liu Beixian glanced at the time. It was already midday, and decided to freshen up. Yan Xizhao busied herself with preparing lunch, having just stewed chicken and sautéed vegetables in her space. Outside, the drainage system had become a mere ornament in comparison to the warmth within her space. Even if Yan Xizhao were aware that the drain was not clogged, she would not dare to test whether it had frozen. Once Liu Beixian had completed his ablutions, the two ascended to the second floor, taking a seat by the window to enjoy their meal. Meanwhile, Yan Yeshua had stealthily made her way to the second floor, and upon witnessing Liu Beixian and Yan Xizhao reveling in their feast, a bitter sensation welled up within her. Why were they permitted such enjoyment? A desire to ruin their happiness surged through her. Yan Yeshua's resentful gaze fixated on the pair. The steam rising from their meal fogged the window, obscuring her view further. Retreating downstairs, she urged Yan Haohai and Yin Yeding to redouble their efforts in breaking the ice, hoping to reach Yan Xizhao's location sooner. Xiaoxue, shouting, "Haohai, it's time to eat," Chen Hongmei announced, glancing at the clock. After adding a few logs to the fireplace, she placed the warmed, self-heating rice and dishes on the table. Those who lacked culinary skills could only manage such simple fare. Yan Yeshua, faster than Yan Haohai and Yin Yeding, made her way to the dining table and felt her spirits lift slightly at the sight of the food. At last, she would not be subjected to noodles again. She was on the verge of nausea. Xu Xue, where are your father and brother? Chen Hongmei inquired, noticing her solitary presence while her companions had not yet followed. I just called them. They will be here shortly, Yan Yeshua replied. No sooner had she spoken than Yan Honghai and Yin Yeding trudged over, their steps heavy. Removing their warm hats, goggles, and thermal masks, they hastily discarded their gloves as well. Chen Hongmei felt a pang of sympathy at the sight of their frostbitten, crimson hands. It's freezing outside, and you don't think to come back and warm yourselves, insisting on returning in such a disheveled state? We just got back, Yan Haohai said as he settled by the fireplace, cradling a hot water kettle to warm his hands. Compared to the head, the limbs, fingers, and toes are the farthest from the heart. The delicate capillaries in those areas are less robust than in other parts of the body, thus when exposed to cold winds, they inevitably cool more rapidly. Despite wearing long, insulated gloves, the biting chill still penetrated from the outside. This differs from the dry chill of the north. In the south, the humidity is substantial. Even at identical temperatures, the cold in the north is not as daunting as that in the south. At this moment, Yan Haohai suddenly contemplated that if they had initially journeyed north, perhaps they would not be enveloped by such damp and frigid air now. While Yan Haohai pondered this, Yin Yeding was rubbing his hands together. Xiaoting, what troubles you? Chen Hongmei observed Yin Yeding incessantly rubbing his frostbitten hands. It's a bit itchy, Yin Yeding confessed. Bewildered, for his hands, typically crimson from the cold, should not feel so uncomfortably warm and itchy. He had never encountered such a sensation before. Upon hearing this, Chen Hongmei noticed the swelling in his hands from his relentless rubbing. Stop that. Your hands are at risk of developing frostbite, she warned. Recalling some knowledge she had gleaned about illnesses caused by cold waves. Frostbite. Both Yin Yeding and Yan Honghai were momentarily taken aback. How could that be? How could my hands develop frostbite? Yin Yeding expressed disbelief, for he had never suffered such an affliction before. It must be the frigid temperature outside. Your brother's hands are not adequately insulated. Dad, didn't you buy medicine before? There should be frostbite ointment. I'll find it and apply some to my brother. Yan Yeshue examined Yin Yeding's hands, which were merely a bit red and itchy, and reasoned that it should not be associated with frostbite. I'll go look. You stay here and prepare some ginger tea for your father and brother, Chen Hongmei insisted, fearing Yan Yeshua might not locate the ointment. She hurried to the room where the medicines were stored. The indoor temperature was already low, and the area designated for medications was even colder. As she exhaled warm breath and rummaged through the assortment of medicines, she felt it was unfair that she had to undertake such tasks. She recalled a time when they had a steward and a maid at home. A simple call would suffice to find anything they needed. Was it truly necessary for her to be so hands-on now? Chun Hongmei felt a sense of grievance. If only this calamity had not occurred. With a sigh, she finally located the frostbite ointment amidst the multitude of medicines and brought it to Yin Yeting. At that moment, Yin Yeting gazed at his unbearably itchy hands, his expression a mix of emotions. Once Chun Hongmei applied the frostbite ointment, whether it was merely a psychological effect or not, he felt considerably better. Mom, will my brother's hands recover? Yin Yeshui observed that Yin Yeting's hands seemed even redder and more swollen than before. What once resembled chopsticks had transformed into something alarming. Yin Yeshui watched in horror and panic, recalling scenes from disaster films where individuals had their hands and ears frozen off. Fear gripped her. She did not wish to end up like that. It is merely frostbite. Just refrain from contacting cold objects, Chun Hongmei remarked, glancing at Yin Honghai. Darling, now that shouting is in this state, do you still intend to go? Yes, I must go. If this situation persists and temperatures plummet to minus 250 degrees, our chances of survival are non-existent. If we have the dead girl's house and space, even if the entire world perishes, we shall not succumb. Yin Honghai replied through clenched teeth. But shouting, Chun Hongmei turned her gaze towards their son. Shouting should rest. The three of us will take turns digging. Yin Honghai asserted decisively. Yin Yeshui immediately protested. Dad, do I have to go too? Let me ask you one thing. Do you wish to live or die? Yin Honghai's words rendered Yin Yeshui speechless. Of course, she wished to live. Honey, Xiao Xue is still a child. She lacks strength. Must she also participate? Chun Hongmei expressed her concern. Can't you feel it? The temperature in this room is dropping steadily. A single fireplace is utterly insufficient. Our home is poorly insulated, lacking underfloor heating, and the exterior walls offer no thermal protection. If we continue like this, we will inevitably freeze to death. Conversely, you must have noticed that the dead girl and that boy are dressed in a manner that does not reflect the severity of our cold. They must possess some heating measures indoors, perhaps linked to that steel plate. Yin Honghai reflected, growing increasingly convinced of this possibility. Hearing the phrase, we will inevitably freeze to death, Yin Yeshui shuddered involuntarily. She already felt cold, and now the chill seemed to intensify. At just 18, she did not wish to perish. No, I refuse to accept that. Dad, I will go with you, Yin Yeshui declared, gritting her teeth. Even though she had never engaged in such labor, she was willing to try for the sake of survival. Xiaxue, Chun Hongmei called out with some disapproval. Mom, I want to live. I do not want to die. I refuse to die. Yin Yeshui grasped her hand, expressing her innermost feelings. Chun Hongmei regarded her daughter's youthful face and nodded. All right, I will dig alongside you. After lunch, Yin Yeting remained to rest, while Yin Honghai took Yin Yeshui and Chun Hongmei to dig for ice. Meanwhile, Yin Xijiao and Liu Beixian collaborated, utilizing a water pipe and camera. During their meal, they had already observed Yin Honghai and the others digging for ice. They did not excavate from head to toe. Rather, they began from the door, implying that if we sought to remedy this, we must locate the gaps for water infusion. If we employed ice bricks, unless we dismantled and rebuilt, gaps would inevitably remain. Liu Beixian retracted the water pipe and stated, this complicates matters. The ice bricks we created are square. If we attempt to fill those gaps, it will undoubtedly be easy for them to detect the overlaps, and dismantling later may progress even faster. Yin Xijiao furrowed his brow. It appears we must devise a better plan. Given the current circumstances, it will take at least a week for them to completely excavate the ice block. During this week, we should devise corresponding strategies. Liu Beixian closed the door, shutting out the biting cold. Chapter 34. The appearance of drones in addition to the ice block. My space contained previously prepared aviation aluminum, though its hardness was inferior to that of steel. I surmised it would be of little use. After a few blows, it would be rendered ineffective. Yin Xijiao's eyes brightened as he retrieved welding tools from the space. Xingu, how about we weld your previous door shut? Liu Beixian regarded the welding tools, raising an eyebrow. Yin Xijiao was indeed well prepared, even bringing along such equipment. Very good. Put everything away. Once they break through the tunnel, we will seal the door, Liu Beixian said, also putting away hoses and other items. Yin Xijiao nodded, storing the welding tools back in the space. Xingu, if there is nothing else, I'll go into the space to tidy things up, and will be out shortly. Go ahead. Liu Beixian was unaware of what she had in her space. If she did not mention it, he had no desire to pry further. Yan Xijiao entered the space to harvest vegetables and collect eggs, which took her the entire afternoon. Meanwhile, Liu Beixian used a telescope to gaze at the city, now completely blanketed in white. The heavy snowfall had entirely enveloped both the city and the surrounding forests. The incessant snowflakes had submerged the streets, rendering the first floor invisible. Given the current snowfall trend, Liu Beixian suspected that the second floor would soon be obliterated. As Liu Beixian observed the condition of the second floor in the nearby town, he noticed a drone flying not far away. On a day like this, a drone was still in operation. He wondered who possessed such audacity. While he contemplated this, the drone evidently noticed their building, not due to Liu Beixian, but because of the floor below. It appeared someone was waving at the drone, which then flew towards that direction and remained grounded for some time. Liu Beixian stroked his chin, deep in thought. Nearly 10 minutes later, the drone took to the sky again, this time seemingly determined to reach a specific location, flying swiftly towards it. Liu Beixian narrowed his eyes, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he observed the drone. It resembled the latest model showcased at this year's Artificial Intelligence Conference, capable of carrying 5 kilograms of cargo and delivering within a 5-kilometer radius. Most importantly, this drone could operate in temperature ranges from -20 to 50 degrees Celsius, in moderate rain, heavy snow, and winds of up to level 6. This explains why there were no visible people outside, yet drones could still be seen. In all honesty, a frigid -50 degrees may not be particularly daunting for the inhabitants of the Northeast, yet for those unaccustomed to such extreme cold from the South, it transcends mere discomfort. Liu Beixian remained oblivious to the intentions of the drone, aware only that it had vanished within the town, leaving no trace behind. He diligently observed until the evening when Yan Xijiao emerged. Upon seeing Liu Beixian intently peering through the astronomical telescope, Yan Xijiao approached with curiosity. What captivates your attention so earnestly, Brother Xian? A drone, Liu Beixian replied, sharing his afternoon discovery with Yan Xijiao, who expressed surprise. A drone? In this moment? What could be its purpose? I cannot say for certain, Liu Beixian shook his head. The situation remains unpredictable. Then let us not concern ourselves with it. It is of no relevance to us, Yan Xijiao remarked before inquiring about Liu Beixian's culinary preferences. Anything will suffice, he responded, exhibiting little particularity regarding food. Yan Xijiao nodded and retreated to the kitchen, while Liu Beixian tended to the fire, adjusting the radio every hour in hopes of catching any official updates. Initially, he harbored no expectations, yet after a brief adjustment, he stumbled upon a transmission. Dear survivors, if you are hearing this message, it signifies that our city is still salvageable. First and foremost, I owe everyone an apology. Despite our efforts to construct underground fortresses, the calamity has descended upon us at a pace far exceeding our ability to build. The fortresses can no longer be completed, however. We have devised a method that requires the collective effort of the entire city. Only through this approach can we ensure the survival of all. The deep voice on the broadcast elucidated the strategy. In light of humanity's inability to fully combat this disaster, the singular means to alter the current predicament is to create pathways beneath the snow, thereby connecting all residences and uniting all individuals in search of a solution. Furthermore, their research indicated a crucial distinction. Unlike the north where the snow is dry, here it is wet. The advantage of wet snow lies in its potential to freeze. They merely needed to await the snowfall to surpass the second floor, allowing the underlying snow to solidify into ice blocks. Once that occurs, they could break through the ice to excavate tunnels linking all homes. Given the magnitude of this undertaking, they earnestly hoped that the citizens would extend their hands to assist. Liu Beixian listened attentively as the broadcast repeated its message, acknowledging it as a viable plan, though its successful implementation remained uncertain. After all, in such frigid conditions, how many would venture out at this time? He remained tuned to the radio for half an hour, primarily apprehensive of missing any significant news. Regrettably, aside from receiving this news, Liu Beixian has been left in the dark. It appears that the authorities are attempting to reconnect the myriad survivors within the city through such means. This method is indeed commendable. However, its implementation remains fraught with challenges. As mealtime approached, Yan Xijiao emerged from her space, having prepared a hot pot for the day. Consuming hot pot in winter is indeed a delightful way to stay warm. The two of them sat at the dining table on the upper floor, relishing their meal. Meanwhile, Yan Yeshue, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of resentment. Yet, contemplating that Yin Xizhao and her companions would not bask in their triumph for long, her mood appeared to brighten considerably. Observing Yin Yeshue's triumphant departure, Yin Xizhao pondered what merit there was in her current disposition. After dinner, Liu Beixian retired for the night, while Yin Xizhao took on the watch. In the evenings, she typically drew the heavy curtains to shield the interior from external light and to mitigate the temperature fluctuations, as she wished to protect the glass from potential issues. After securing the curtains, Yin Xizhao turned on 2 space heaters within the room. Although she had previously purchased a substantial amount of diesel, sufficient to sustain the generator for an extended period, conserving resources was still prudent. Chapter 35. The gas station explosion. Who could predict when this cold wave would pass? Should it linger, the diesel supply could dwindle, jeopardizing the warmth of the house. Fortunately, she had 2 fireplaces and an inexhaustible supply of firewood from her space, alleviating any immediate concerns about an energy crisis for her and Liu Beixian. Yin Xizhao glanced at the thermometer, which read 6 degrees. Raising the temperature further posed a challenge, especially without a reliable power supply. Ensuring the vast house maintained a consistent warmth was impossible unless the heating system was activated. However, while the heating system was installed, it consumed 2 kilowatts of electricity per hour. According to the generator's operational formula, 1 kilowatt necessitated 0.3 liters of diesel, translating to 0.6 liters for an hour of heating. If it were to run continuously for 24 hours, 14 liters of diesel would be required. Over 10 days, that would total 144 liters. Given that 1 liter weighs approximately 2 kilograms, this meant nearly 30 kilograms of diesel would be needed each day if the heating were to run uninterrupted. Over 10 days, that amounted to 300 kilograms. And over a month, it would total 900 kilograms. She had only managed to collect 10 tons of diesel, which, based on these calculations, would last her approximately 11 months. It was not that she was unwilling to procure additional diesel. Rather, acquiring it involved an array of bureaucratic hurdles, and those lacking complete documentation were unable to purchase any. She had expended considerable resources and cultivated connections to secure this quantity of diesel on the black market. The sellers were hesitant to part with more for fear of repercussions. Thus, her only recourse was to conserve. If she could avoid using it, she would. Who can predict what the future holds? Yin Xizhao added a considerable amount of firewood to the fireplace. The crackling flames emitted a lively sound, and dense smoke billowed out through the previously prepared chimney. Although the visibility was limited at night, the smoky atmosphere was quite evident during the day. However, due to the snowfall, the mountains were shrouded in a hazy mist, obscuring the view. At midnight, Liu Beixian took over Yin Xizhao's shift. Just as Yin Xizhao was about to retreat to her space for rest, a loud bang reverberated, startling many awake. Both Liu Beixian and Yin Xizhao rushed to the window. After pulling back the first layer of curtains and quickly closing it, they unveiled the second layer. To their astonishment, they noticed a location in the city ablaze, flames reaching skyward, accompanied by thick smoke. In the otherwise dimly lit city, the orange-yellow flames illuminated considerable areas. Yet the darkness rendered the surrounding situation unclear. What has transpired? Yin Xizhao pondered, gazing into the distance where the flames surged. An indication that the fire was no small matter. Liu Beixian retrieved a telescope to observe the scene, discerning numerous figures amidst the fire, though their activities remained a mystery. Brother Xian, what do you see? Yin Xizhao inquired. It's unclear, but it appears someone has set fire to a certain location. Liu Beixian replied as he moved the lens away. Explosions? Yin Xizhao exclaimed, astonished. Given that the outside temperature is below 50 degrees, how could they be so reckless? Perhaps there's a reason behind it. Regardless, it is far from us and poses no threat. You should rest. I'll keep watch here, Liu Beixian urged, prompting Yin Xizhao to nod in agreement. As long as the chaos did not unfold in their vicinity, it was of little concern to them. Having departed, Yin Xizhao left Liu Beixian to observe further, curious about the intentions of those individuals. Through the telescope, Liu Beixian scrutinized the indistinct area in the distance. After a meticulous examination, he discerned that the individuals had detonated a gas station. Liu Beixian remained oblivious to their motives for targeting the gas station, nor did he foresee that their ultimate objective would eventually involve them. Meanwhile, amidst the flaming backdrop, a somewhat plump figure sat atop a distant rooftop, relishing a self-heating hot pot with hearty bites. Surrounding her, several others had also extracted various items from the gas station, gathering around the warmth of the flames while feasting on the salvaged food. Tao Jie, Wei emptied the food from the gas station, Should we continue to warm ourselves here or head home? A man beside her questioned. Home? She replied. This city is destined to be engulfed by snow. Staying here offers no advantage. We must go elsewhere. Tao Jia pointed towards the distance, which was the residential complex where Yin Xijiao and the others resided. Over there? Someone beside her inquired, perplexed. But that place is so remote, there might not even be food. Can we really manage to go there? Tao Jia took a deep breath of the warm soup. This morning, upon her rebirth, she found herself back on the third day of the cold wave, momentarily taken aback. While others returned to the time before the apocalypse, she had the misfortune of being reborn directly into it. She spent the morning gathering many of her former comrades and, after securing supplies from the gas station, she blew it up for warmth. Fortunately, this was the south. The snow quickly turned to ice upon touching the ground. And with temperatures plummeting to -50 degrees, the roads had already formed a thick layer of ice. Although it appeared they were walking on snow, they were actually traversing on ice. It was precisely because of the ice that they could walk so steadily. However, unlike the north, the humidity here was high, making the biting cold feel as if it were freezing them to the bone. The man felt unbearably cold. As a southerner, he had never experienced such frigid temperatures. Where will Tao Jia find supplies? The authorities have already dispatched personnel to dig tunnels. Those resources must have been confiscated by them, he pondered. The most we can search is shops. They certainly won't enter private residences. We just need to scavenge supplies from the homes of those who perished in the cold. As she spoke, Lang Tao glanced towards the residential area on the mountain. From her vantage point, she could not discern the people or objects on the mountain. But the faint lights could be seen from afar. Tao Jia, does that mean we must pry open doors one by one? The man looked at Lung Tao in astonishment. What? Are you afraid? Lung Tao shot him a sidelong glance. In the firelight, her gentle face appeared remarkably resolute. The man had never seen Lung Tao like this and was momentarily taken aback. No, he hastily shook his head. That's for the best. At this point, it's no different from the apocalypse. To survive, one cannot afford to be overly compassionate. Lung Tao's words struck the man like a hammer on his heart. Chapter 36 recalled the film Snowpiercer. This was indeed the apocalypse. The man's initial hesitation dissipated. Survival had become paramount. Moreover, as Lang Tao mentioned, they would be searching only the homes of those who had succumbed to the cold. This suggested she still upheld a moral boundary, as they would absolutely not intrude upon the homes of the living. The man felt a flicker of solace within, at least in this bleak new world. They had not lost their humanity. The fire at the gas station blazed fiercely, but, as with all flames, it too would eventually be extinguished. Moreover, the snow served as an ally in this endeavor. By the early hours of the next morning, the fire had indeed been snuffed out. When Yin Xijiao awoke, the world outside her window was enveloped in a blanket of white, and the remnants of the previous day's blaze were nowhere to be seen. Xingu, has the fire from yesterday's explosion been extinguished? She inquired. Indeed, it was put out by 5 o'clock this morning, Liu Beixian replied with a nod. That was rather swift. I had anticipated it would burn for a while longer. Yin Xijiao mused, reflecting on how, before the apocalypse, she would have wished for the flames to die down swiftly. Yet now, she found herself yearning for those flames to linger just a little longer, providing a semblance of warmth in this desolate, snowy expanse. The heavy snowfall must have melted the surrounding snow, which likely contributed to extinguishing the fire, Liu Beixian contemplated. What a pity, Yin Xijiao sighed softly. It's not often one sees such vibrant colors in this stark, white world. That beauty was merely ephemeral, not eternal. Liu Beixian chuckled lightly. Ephemeral or not, it still brings a hint of warmth, she retorted, a faint pout on her lips. Isn't the fire in the fireplace sufficient for your viewing pleasure? Liu Beixian arched an eyebrow. Indeed it is. By the way, are you hungry? What would you like for breakfast? Yin Xijiao asked, her eyes blinking inquisitively. Anything will do, he replied, glancing at the temperature gauge, which read 55 degrees. It had dropped slightly since yesterday, though not by much. The snowfall outside had lessened a bit, and the sky appeared somewhat clearer. However, Liu Beixian remained unconvinced that this was a sign of improvement, feeling as though the heavens were merely biding their time for something more significant. Let us have dumplings and tea eggs. It's been ages since I've had them, Yin Xijiao suggested after a moment's thought. Very well, you take charge. And I shall make a note of it, Liu Beixian said as he picked up a notebook from the nearby table to record his observations from the previous night. This was their mutual agreement, to document the events that transpired during their shifts, along with the internal temperature, facilitating later discussions and the identification of any anomalies. Once Liu Beixian had completed his notes, he joined Yan Xizhao for breakfast. Although the meal was modest, it was certainly preferable to their usual fast food. Liu Beixian savored his meal, reflecting that as a lawyer, it was not uncommon for him to skip breakfast altogether when immersed in work. Thus, the opportunity to enjoy breakfast together now felt truly precious. After finishing their meal, Yan Xizhao disposed of the trash into a bag, which Liu Beixian took out, while she took on the task of washing the dishes. As for household chores, they shared the responsibilities equally. Liu Beixian freshened up and visited the restroom before seeking some rest, for the hours from midnight until morning were undoubtedly the most grueling. Moreover, with someone like Liu Beixian, whose biological clock is easily disrupted, it remains uncertain whether his body can endure this strain. After waiting for Liu Beixian to rest, Yan Xizhao retrieved a thick mink fur hat from the space, enveloped himself in a mink coat, and donned goggles and a thermal mask before opening the door. As the door swung open, the sounds from outside flooded in. Howling winds and the crashing of ice resonated in Yan Xizhao's ears, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. It was early morning, yet Yin Honghai and the others showed no sign of fatigue, resuming their ice excavation. Truly, they had an abundance of energy without an outlet. Unable to contain himself, Yan Xizhao muttered a complaint before shutting the door. The sound of the door closing instantly caught Yin Honghai's attention, but he turned to find the door behind him remained steadfast. How peculiar. If the door was unmoved, where did the sound originate? Dad, what's wrong? Yin Yeshua inquired. Her gaze fixed curiously on Yin Honghai. Nothing, Yin Honghai replied, shaking his head. If their door had not budged, then it must have been Yan Xizhao who opened his. Yin Honghai attempted to peer through the ice layer to see clearly, yet his efforts yielded nothing. Dad, this ice is incredibly difficult to break. Are we really going to keep digging like this? Yin Yeshua exclaimed, her hands aching after only a few strikes. Dig if you don't want to perish. Yin Honghai gritted his teeth. Yin Yeshua pursed her lips, reluctant to continue. The ice blocks were enormous and stuffed with cotton, clearly designed to be a torment. Dad, I think they must have installed steel plates, but it's unlikely they did so everywhere. We could start from the ceiling, Yin Yeshua suggested. No sooner had she spoken than Yin Honghai furrowed his brow. The ceiling was reinforced with rebar, making it more challenging to penetrate than the walls or the ice itself. How could she even consider that approach? Dad, I'm just thinking of a simpler way to tackle this. Yin Yeshua pouted. Enough, this is already the easiest task. If you feel wronged or uncomfortable, once we have that house under our control, you can vent all your grievances on that insufferable girl however you wish, Yin Honghai remarked. Intending to pat her head, but hesitating upon realizing they were both bundled up like bears. Yin Yeshua nodded at his words, a faint smile playing at her lips as she recalled Yan Xizhao. What does it matter if she is the true daughter? She is still unloved by her father. Together, Yin Honghai and Yin Yeshua labored like hamsters digging a burrow, wholly unaware that by the time they completed their task, a different scene would unfold. Meanwhile, after locking the door, Yan Xizhao picked up the items recorded by Liu Beixian. Liu Beixian's handwriting was vigorous and powerful, yet imbued with a certain elegance, truly beautiful. After a few glances, Yan Xizhao focused intently on his notes. According to the records, the current outdoor temperature is 2 degrees higher than that recorded last night, yet 5 degrees lower than it was at the same time yesterday. Given the current trend of declining external temperatures, it is anticipated that tomorrow will witness further decreases. After all, during the Ice Age, temperatures plummeted to over -200 degrees, while all existing data indicates the lowest temperature on Earth to be -89 degrees. The existence of gases like liquid nitrogen, which can reach -198 degrees, raises the question, why should one doubt that temperatures will not continue to fall? Reflecting on the temperature of liquid nitrogen, I was suddenly reminded of a scene in Snowpiercer where a man's arm, extended outside the train, became frozen and shattered into fragments upon being struck with a hammer. That scene was indeed terrifying. If temperatures were to drop to such extremes, would the glass of this house truly remain intact? A flicker of doubt crossed my mind. Chapter 37. An uninvited guest approaching the window. I hesitated to touch it, fearing that a moment's carelessness could cause my hand to become stuck, leading to dire consequences. I retrieved a thermometer to gauge the window's temperature, finding it within acceptable levels. As I pressed my fingertip against the glass, a wave of warm air radiated outward in a circular pattern. However, my attention was drawn not to this phenomenon, but to a group of people appearing on the snow-covered ground below. There were at least a dozen of them, clad in heavy clothing, struggling to maneuver several sleds along the path. The snowfall outside had significantly lessened by this point. I employed a telescope to observe the individuals. Not seeing them clearly, yet the leader appeared to be a woman leading the group. My eyebrows arched in curiosity. I harbor no prejudice against women, but I find it rare for a woman to step forward and take charge in such dire circumstances and harsh environments. Those who do are often formidable figures. Whether the arrival of such a character heralds good or ill remains uncertain. A twinge of concern gripped me as I watched the group disappear from view beneath the house. I could not ascertain whether they had come up here or ventured elsewhere. An uneasy feeling settled within me, suggesting that their intentions were far from benign. With this thought in mind, I donned thick clothing, equipped myself with goggles and a mask, and, after attaching a microphone and speaker to the water pipe that Liu Beixian had previously secured a camera to, prepared to traverse the ice to the opposite side. Just then, I heard Liu Beixian's voice calling from behind. "Xiao Zhao, what are you doing?" he inquired. A look of confusion etched on his face as he observed my preparations. "Brother Xian, you haven't rested yet?" I replied, surprised to see him emerge clad in warm attire. "I just took a brief rest and noticed the temperature had dropped a bit, so I came out to see what you were up to. I recently noticed a dozen individuals downstairs, their demeanor suggesting ill intent. I thought it prudent to alert Yin Hahai and his group, advising them to secure their door against potential intrusion, lest it disrupt our affairs." Yin Sizhao elucidated the situation, and Liu Beixian promptly grasped the gravity of it. "I understand your concern, but why did you not call upon me?" he inquired. "This pipe extends to the opposite side, yet it requires considerable effort to maneuver. I assumed you needed rest and did not wish to burden you," Yin Sizhao replied. Upon hearing this, Liu Beixian sighed. "What burden? We are akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Failing to assist one another could lead to our mutual demise. Do you truly wish for us to perish together? Informing them seems a trivial matter. There is no need for such anxiety," Yin Sizhao countered. "This is not merely a question of anxiety. As a young woman confronting a large man, the odds are stacked against you," Liu Beixian remarked, taking the pipe from her grasp. "Very well. I shall stand by and see how I can assist," he conceded. Yin Sizhao did not wish to argue further. "Indeed," she affirmed. Liu Beixian nodded, preparing everything on his tablet before extending the pipe towards Yin Honghai's side. Yin Hahai clearly heard the sound of movement and looked up just in time to see the pipe reaching out. Both he and Yin Yetting exchanged knowing smirks. "Father, what are they plotting now? They must be growing restless," Yin Honghai mused. "Let us observe the situation before acting," he added. Just as he finished speaking, Liu Beixian's voice echoed through. "Mr. Yin, can you hear me? Mr. Liu, what is it? Are you unable to remain still?" Yin Honghai retorted sarcastically. "Mr. Yin, it seems you are the one who cannot sit idle. We have just observed a group of unidentified individuals entering the building, and their current whereabouts remain unknown. However, if they intend to seize supplies, you must exercise caution. Should they succeed in taking your resources, your subsequent days will become quite challenging." Liu Beixian, preferring brevity, withdrew the pipe and closed the door promptly. "Brother Xian, do you think they will heed your warning?" Yin Sizhao pondered, believing Liu Beixian should engage them further. Yin Honghai is no fool. He understands the stakes involved. We shall simply wait and see how events unfold. If he is foolish enough to bring about his own downfall, we cannot be blamed, Liu Beixian remarked, casting a glance at Yin Sizhao. "What weapons do you possess?" he inquired. Earlier, when he and Yin Sizhao had been together, they had refrained from acquiring arms, primarily due to a lack of channels and the prevailing chaos outside, which rendered it impossible to procure weapons. "I have not prepared any weapons," Yin Sizhao admitted, rubbing her temples. As a young woman, she felt utterly defenseless and uncertain about how to utilize any armaments. Liu Beixian fell into silence for a moment. "You have a handmade knife and firewood in your space, correct?" "Yes," came the reply. "What do you intend to do? Create a weapon?" Yin Sizhao glanced at him. "Indeed, we must forge some weapons. Otherwise, in the event of an unexpected situation, we would be ill-equipped to respond." Liu Beixian nodded slightly. "Very well, I shall prepare now. You should rest. After 7 or 8 hours without respite, your body must be weary." As Yin Sizhao spoke, he retrieved numerous items from his space. Liu Beixian understood that those individuals would not ascend quickly, so he retreated to a room to conserve his energy. Meanwhile, on Yin Honghai's side, Yin Yetting had also heard Liu Beixian's words and turned to Yin Hahai. "Father, can we trust what he said? Could it be a ploy to delay our strategy?" Yin Honghai pondered for a moment. "We should trust him. If it is indeed true, they will be completely cornered. If anyone is to perish, let it be us first, before them. Then we must hurry back and seal off the fire escape and the elevator, Yin Yeting exclaimed. Hastening towards the rear, Yin Hao-hai cast a glance at the entrance where Liu Beixian and the others had exited before returning home and shutting the door. Why are you back? Chen Hongmei looked at the two of them in surprise. The neighbors just mentioned that there are uninvited guests who have entered from outside. As he spoke, Yin Hao-hai began to wrap himself in cling film. Uninvited guests? What does that have to do with us? Chen Hongmei replied, somewhat displeased. Those individuals could be extremely dangerous. If so, we might also become their targets, Yin Hao-hai bit out. Are you suggesting that those people might set their sights on us? That seems implausible. With so many floors here and no power outside, wouldn't they tire themselves climbing the stairs? Chen Hongmei was skeptical before the cold wave. No one had been willing to climb stairs. After the onset of the cold wave, who would be bored enough to attempt such a feat? Wasn't that courting disaster? Chapter 38. The Yin family's misfortune from ignoring warnings. Yin Hao-hai paused momentarily, Chen Hongmei's words striking a chord. This was indeed a 33-story building. Would those individuals recklessly ascend to the 33rd floor? Father, I believe they are merely deceiving you to buy time, Yin Yeshua interjected. Feeling that Liu Beixian and Yin Sijia were utterly despicable for concocting such a scheme, likely because they saw that they were close to unearthing their secrets, truly unforgivable, Yin Hao-hai remained silent, a palpable anger brewing within him. Did Yin Sijia and the others truly consider him a fool? Infuriated, he said, shouting, come with me. We shall go and break through those ice blocks. With that, he led Yin Yeting towards the location of the ice. Both filled with fervor as they attacked the ice with relentless blows, their tempers flaring. No one believed Liu Beixian's words. Meanwhile, Long Tao had already led her companions into the building. Without the support of electricity, the elevator was unusable. Long Tao divided the group into 3 factions, one on each side, while the remaining group stayed below to guard the provisions they had brought. The building comprised 34 floors, and there was no need to visit the 34th floor, as it consisted solely of duplex apartments. As for the lower floors, they contained both duplex and single-story units. Begin by knocking on the doors from the top down, and keep track of which homes are occupied and which are not. We will avoid those with occupants and pry open the doors of the unoccupied, Long Tao instructed. If there is an option for duplex apartments, we will choose those. Understood? Understood, the group nodded in agreement. Let us commence. Once we reach the top and have rested, we will politely inquire at each door. Let us not frighten anyone, she cautioned. Long Tao was acutely aware of the nature of humanity in the apocalypse, yet she did not wish to succumb to that darkness. The individuals present nodded once more before dispersing, ascending the stairs. Yin Yeting and Yin Hao-hai were laboriously excavating ice blocks when Yin Yeshua rushed in, her expression grave. It's bad, there are people outside, she stammered. Yin Yeting and Yin Hao-hai quickly surfaced from the ice pit and hurried towards the door. What is happening? Yin Hao-hai inquired of Chen Hongmei, who stood just a meter from the entrance. There are people outside. They asked if anyone is inside, and I dared not respond. Then they said if no one is inside, they would come in to collect supplies. Terrified, I told them there were people inside to make them leave. But I don't know if they actually left. If they haven't, we could be in grave danger. Chen Hongmei's eyes reflected her fear. Initially, she thought Liu Beixian's warnings were mere intimidation, but now it appeared to be a grim reality. Those individuals had truly arrived. Yin Hao-hai narrowed his eyes. Although fear gripped him, he steeled himself and approached the door, peering through the peephole to glimpse the outside world. However, the peephole was too small to reveal a full view. What if someone was hiding just out of sight? Is anyone outside? Chen Hongmei urged anxiously. Calm down. I am looking, Yin Hao-hai replied, growing somewhat impatient with her urgency. Chen Hongmei fell silent. After several tense minutes, Yin Hao-hai confirmed the absence of anyone outside and cautiously opened the door. Instantly, a chilling gust swept in, causing the occupants within to instinctively shrink their necks. The temperature outside had plummeted to a staggering -55 degrees, a frigidness they had never before encountered. Yin Hao-hai stepped outside and approached the stairwell door, noticing fresh marks indicating someone had recently exited. Uncertain of how many individuals ascended from below, Yin Hao-hai hastily returned, urging the others to search for any materials, such as steel pipes, to secure the door. However, aside from their supplies and the shovels at hand, they possessed no other tools, rendering the task of barricading the door impossible. They needed to find that insolent girl. Surely, With their spatial resources, they must have an abundance of items. Yin Yeshue was the first to think of Yin Xijiao. Upon her mention, Yin Honghai's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, while they lacked resources, those individuals surely did. We must seek them out. Yet, Father, how shall we contact them? Shouting may not suffice. Yin Yeding raised his gaze to Yin Honghai, who fell silent, pondering the dilemma. How could they establish communication? They had no means to convey messages. If only they possessed a walkie-talkie, Yin Honghai sighed. Father, this is not the moment for such discussions. We must reach out to them and request their assistance, or else our provisions may be seized. The thought of that scenario filled Yin Yeshua with dread. Very well. I shall attempt to see if knocking on the wall will work. Yin Honghai approached the area where the steel plate was exposed and struck it with a hammer. On the other side, Yin Xijiao furrowed his brow upon hearing the vibrations emanating from the wall. What were Yin Honghai and the others up to? Just as he considered whether to summon Liu Beixian, he heard Liu Beixian emerging from his room. Brother Xian, are you not resting? Yin Xijiao inquired. No. I sense today will not be peaceful. I shall remain vigilant for now, Liu Beixian replied, his gaze fixed on the wall. The tremors indicated that someone next door was indeed causing a commotion. Without even removing his clothes, Liu Beixian donned protective goggles and a warm mask. Ensuring Yin Xijiao was adequately safeguarded before opening the door and extending a water pipe outward. Yin Yeding, tasked with surveillance, spotted the camera attached to the pipe and quickly called out to Yin Honghai. Father, they have opened the door, he shouted. Yin Honghai immediately rushed over, asking, Do you have something for us? I need an item to secure the main entrance, as well as a walkie-talkie. He addressed the camera, articulating each word clearly, seemingly concerned that Liu Beixian might not grasp his request. Mr. Yin, are you jesting? Why would I provide you with those items? Liu Beixian scoffed. The audacity of Yin Honghai was amusing. Should he not manage his own affairs? How presumptuous to solicit their belongings. If you do not furnish us with what we need, should our defenses falter, do you truly believe you will remain safe? Yin Honghai retorted coldly. Mr. Yin, you must realize that we have fortified our walls with steel plates. Liu Beixian countered. The grand entrance is fortified with a vault-level security door? Who, I wonder, could breach such an imposing barrier? Liu Beixian's words ignited a spark of rage in Yin Honghai. Why was such a formidable door not affixed to his own residence? Chapter 39. Will you help them? So, you have no intention of assisting, do you? Yin Honghai's tone turned icy. After a moment of silence, Liu Beixian glanced towards Yin Xijiao. Little Zhao, do you wish to aid them? The only option we can provide is a walkie-talkie. Surely, the most effective method to seal the door would be to encase it in ice, wouldn't it? Yin Xijiao's voice chimed in, and Liu Beixian responded into the microphone. Mr. Yin, you heard him. Using ice is indeed the optimal solution. Ice. Where are we supposed to procure ice? Yin Honghai felt that Yin Xijiao was deliberately complicating matters. If ice had been utilized earlier, it might have been a viable strategy, but now that individuals were already below, who could predict whether those down there would storm up during the freezing process? This is your predicament. How is it any of our concern? You expect us to assist with everything. What are we, then? As Liu Beixian attempted to retract the hose, Yin Honghai fumed, infuriated by the withdrawal. Yin Yeshua quickly grasped his arm. Father, if you leave like this, we are truly doomed. Who says that? I refuse to believe it. Without them, we cannot withstand those intruders. Yin Honghai stormed towards the house in a fit of rage. Yin Yeshua, watching his retreating figure, stomped her foot in frustration. Brother, how can father act so impulsively? If they break in, we risk losing not only our supplies but perhaps our very lives as well. Trust father, he is not foolish. Yin Yeding, eyeing the half-retracted hose, spoke up urgently. Mr. Liu, please wait, you promised us a walkie-talkie. However, I find myself hesitant now, as individuals like you provide us with no compelling reason to assist. Liu Beixian retracted the hose slightly. Mr. Liu, you surely understand that if you inform us of intruders below, you would not want any misfortune to befall us. If we encounter trouble, the next to face dire consequences would be you. Yin Yeding called out. Very well, I shall provide you with the walkie-talkie shortly. Liu Beixian pulled the hose back and subsequently secured a walkie-talkie to send over. After Yin Yeding adjusted it, he heard the voices of Liu Beixian and Yin Xijiao. Yin Yeding, do you hear? Yin Xijiao's voice resonated through. I can hear just fine, Yin Xijiao. I wish to reiterate that while you may continue to shatter the ice at my doorstep, you are gravely mistaken if you believe such actions will grant you entry into my home. You heard what Xiangu said. Those with sense would do well to remain calm. unless they seek their own demise. Yin Xiao's cold voice emanated from the walkie-talkie, igniting a flicker of annoyance in Yin Yeting. Yin Xiao, you are truly heartless. After all, we are family. Family? Yin Yeting, are you merely a facade? You seem to have discarded your own dignity. We signed the severance agreement, so cease attempting to forge any semblance of kinship. Those who overhear will find it repugnant. Yin Xiao scoffed coldly. Mr. Yin, your family is renowned for its affluence within the city. It is surprising to witness such a lack of shame. The relationship has been severed. Can we not refrain from rehashing old grievances? Making it seem as if your household is vying for a throne that everyone is eager to claim? Liu Beixian chuckled derisively. Brother Xian, even if their family possessed a throne, I would have no desire for it. Whoever covets it may pursue it. Just do not involve me. Yin Xiao's words echoed through the intercom to Yin Yeting's ears, causing him to grip the device tightly. Yin Xiao, the previous incident was clearly your fault. Had you not pushed Xiaoxue down the stairs, you would not have been expelled from the family. Just admit your mistake. She is still my sister. Yin Yeting, do you think being my sister is such a treasure? I do not covet the role of family member. It feels like a curse. Henceforth, please do not refer to me as your sister. We have severed ties. Even if I have a brother, it is Brother Xian, certainly not you. After Yin Xiao spoke, she turned her gaze towards Liu Beixian. Brother Xian, what do you wish to have for lunch? Hot pot or stir-fried dishes? Hot pot, I suppose. On a day as cold as this, it would be quite comforting, came Liu Beixian's gentle laughter through the intercom, followed by Yin Xiao's bustling sounds. Yin Yeting, since your family did not desire us from the outset, do not come forth with expressions of affection now. Late love is more contemptible than grass. As a cultured individual, you should comprehend this. After Liu Beixian's words, silence enveloped the air. Yin Yeting remained silent, and so did Jin Yeshue. She discerned his intention. Yin Yeting wished to bring Yin Xiao back. Would that not diminish her status within the Yin family? No, she could not afford to lose her standing. Yin Yeshue stepped forward, grasping Yin Yeting's hand, her eyes filled with a pleading innocence. Brother, do you no longer want me? Nonsense, you are my sister. How could I ever forsake you? Yin Yeting ruffled her hair. Then do you still wish for Yin Xiao to return? Yin Yeshue inquired cautiously. Bringing her back merely serves the purpose of retrieving resources and vacating the house. There are no ulterior motives, Yin Yeting replied, each word seemingly devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Yin Yeshue felt a heavy stone lift from her heart. That is good, that is good. Come, let us assist father. We must seal the door. Or else if those people come back without food, we shall not be able to protect our supplies. Yin Yeting took Yin Yeshue to seek out Yin Honghai. At that moment, Yin Honghai gazed at the snowflakes falling upon the corridor and suddenly had an idea. Father, what shall we do about the door by the stairs? Yin Yiting gazed at Yin Honghai. Did they not say that those with the surname Liu used ice? Is there not an abundance of ice at their entrance? Let us use the ice from their doorstep to barricade our entrance. As Yin Honghai spoke, he took a bucket and headed towards Yin Xiao's door, transporting all the ice blocks that had previously caused them some worry about how to deal with them, and piled them up in front of the main entrance at the stairway. The shattered ice blocks were compacted under Yin Honghai's feet, and with the moisture present, they melded into a solid mass. Upon observing this method, Yin Yiting realized it was indeed feasible. Let us proceed with this plan, he declared, enlisting Yin Yeshue to assist in excavating and packing the ice. Meanwhile, those descending remained oblivious to the happenings on the 33rd floor, relaying to Cold Peach that there were both occupied and unoccupied units in the building. Sister Tao, the stairway doors for units 01 and 02 on the 33rd floor are blocked. As we descended, we found that units 3101, 3002, and 2801 had not responded. Sister Tao, while heading towards units 03 and 04, we noticed that a large block of ice was obstructing the entrance. Chapter 40. The intention to kill and smuggle. How large is the ice? Someone from Unit 3301 inquired of the individual nearby. Quite substantial. A single block has sealed off the elevator and stairway doors, as well as the entrances to 3301 and 3302. It remains unclear who is responsible, but it is evident that someone does not wish for others to exit. The earlier speaker interjected, it is not a matter of preventing them from leaving. Rather, it seems the individuals inside do not wish to emerge, deliberately using ice to seal those passages. Cold Peach did not believe that anyone would arbitrarily barricade another's door, especially with such a massive block of ice. It seemed an unnecessary provocation. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that the individuals inside were responsible for this act. Do they truly not wish to come out? That seems irrational. No matter how much they can store in this duplex, they cannot hoard supplies indefinitely. If they consume all their provisions and remain alive, will they not seek to forage for more? Are they intent on starving themselves? The speaker and those around him were taken aback. It is their choice. We need not concern ourselves with it. Now, let's pry open the doors of the unoccupied units and transfer all the supplies to 3101, Cold Peach commanded. 3101. Sister Tao, do we really need to climb that high? The individuals below displayed expressions of confusion. From a higher vantage point, we gain broader insight. Moreover, snow will continue to fall, and we cannot predict how many layers it will accumulate. If we wish to avoid being buried in snow, it is prudent to ascend as high as possible. Cold Peach elucidated. Then why not simply seize control of the 33rd floor? Residing at the topmost level offers greater security, one of Cold Peach's companions remarked. No, it is not yet a matter of life and death. Furthermore, should a conflict erupt, we are lacking in medical personnel and treatment supplies. In such circumstances, do you comprehend the high mortality rate associated with injuries? Cold Peach cast a glance at the individual and shook her head. Then shall we abandon the 33rd floor? The man lifted his gaze towards Lang Tao. Of course, we must wait until they are dead. Lang Tao spoke. Moreover, we need to clear the ice blocks from 3301 and 3302 to see if anyone still lives there. Sister Tao, may I pose a question? Must we truly wait for their demise before we can seize their supplies? Until when shall we await the opportunity to acquire the resources? Indeed, Sister Tao. How long must we endure before we can obtain the provisions? Each person harbored a trace of sinister thoughts, yet they dared not voice them, fearing others would deem their intentions malevolent. Are you suggesting that you wish to kill and loot? Lang Tao regarded the group of burly men with a frigid stare. No, that is not the case. They hastily shook their heads. If that is not your intention, refrain from uttering such words. We cannot let the harshness of our current circumstances transform us into executioners, staining our hands with the blood of the defenseless. Are you not afraid of nightmares when the midnight hour comes, haunted by their specters seeking retribution? Lang Tao's voice resonated powerfully, as though she expended her very essence to deliver these words in this frigid world, visible puffs of warmth escaping her mask. The group fell into a profound silence, contemplating her vivid imagery, and no one dared to revisit the notion of raiding for supplies. Lang Tao instructed them to gather at 3101 to construct a safe haven first. Otherwise, that night, without shelter, they would be left to succumb to the cold. As these individuals ascended to 3101, scarcely anyone was aware, even if someone knew, in the absence of a network, who could relay the information. Consequently, the entire building was aware of a group entering, yet was oblivious to their whereabouts. Yan Xijiao remained trapped inside, unable to venture out, thus unaware that this group resided beneath them. After a simple midday hot pot with Liu Beixian, Yan Xijiao took the bowls and chopsticks to wash in the space, while Liu Beixian descended to dispose of the garbage. Upon finishing, when Yan Xijiao returned to the living room, she found Liu Beixian drawing hot water from the iron pot by the fireplace. Brother Xian, has the garbage chute become blocked again? Yan Xijiao discerned his intent to pour hot water down the chute. That slanted pipe had been covered with snow since the day it began to fall. Initially, it bore no ice, but in the following days, icicles began to form. Each time, it proved quite troublesome to manage. Given the external temperatures, the formation of ice should not have occurred. However, as the warm air from inside was drawn outside, the heat near the house's steel components exceeded that further away, resulting in the melting of the snow, and with the slope, the melting snow water cascaded down, leading to the formation of icicles. The ice, exacerbated by the heat from the steel pipes and the external temperature, led to an increasingly severe accumulation of frost, ultimately forming a massive icicle that obstructed the entrance. Consequently, every time refuse was discarded, it would become lodged. Eventually, Liu Beixian resorted to placing an iron pot by the fireplace to heat water, melting the ice before disposing of the waste. Initially, she contemplated the convenience of tossing the garbage into the spatial realm. However, Liu Beixian cautioned that such a direct approach would result in a heap of refuse accumulating in that space. If, in the future, this world became uninhabitable, they would have to return to clean up the debris, a bothersome task indeed. Thus, she ultimately consented to disposing of the trash through the passage. The snowfall had diminished slightly over the past couple of days, yet ice still clung to the pipes. Once the ice and snow melted, Liu Beixian promptly discarded the garbage while partially closing the passage's lid. This method was unsustainable. It would be ideal if the temperature of the pipes could be maintained consistently. Yan Xijiao remarked, somewhat perplexed, that maintaining the pipe temperature would require excessive energy, which they did not possess in abundance. The daily consumption of the diesel engine was already considerable. Should the temperature continue to drop, the depletion of resources would be significant. If I recall correctly, you only collected 5 tons of diesel, right? Liu Beixian turned to her. Yan Xijiao nodded in affirmation. Though 5 tons of diesel might seem ample, it was, in fact, insufficient. If temperatures were to plummet to 70 degrees, one might wonder how long they could endure in a heated room. Liu Beixian regarded her thoughtfully. Yan Xijiao considered the heating calculations, realizing that the diesel engine could only sustain operations for 10 months, far from the year's duration they might need. This cold wave was unlikely to last merely a year. It appears I must utilize the solar batteries stored in the space, Yan Xijiao lamented, somewhat reluctant. Upon hearing this, Liu Beixian expressed his frustration. Why didn't you use the solar batteries sooner? They won't last long, and their charging time is extensive, unlike the diesel engine that can sustain itself for a longer duration. Yan Xijiao gazed at him imploringly. Chapter 41. Replacing the diesel engine. This was indeed a drawback. However, the fuel for the diesel engine was more precious than solar power. It would be prudent to use the solar batteries first and shut down the diesel engine to conserve fuel. They could resort to the diesel generator when absolutely necessary. Initially, Liu Beixian believed Yan Xijiao had not collected much solar energy, but upon seeing her retrieve the diesel engine, he considered that in low temperatures, generating power from diesel was feasible. Yet, the diesel consumption for heating continuously for 24 hours would only last 10 months. If they opted for a warm air heater and other alternatives, the duration of sustainability would undoubtedly extend, but the temperature within the space would inevitably be quite low. This explained why the interior of the house remained at freezing point rather than reaching a comfortable 20 degrees. If the diesel engine were to be turned off and replaced with solar energy, the duration of the heating fan and electric blanket would significantly diminish. Additionally, once the diesel engine is shut down, the indoor temperature will undoubtedly decrease. Yet this approach serves as a method of conserving energy. The diesel engine should only be utilized at critical moments. What about the oxygen generator? It still relies on electricity. Yan Xijiao glanced towards the oxygen generator. Let us first utilize the solar panels. I initially thought you only purchased a few, hence the reliance on the diesel engine. Now that I realize you possess a considerable number of solar panels, we can reserve the diesel engine for when it is truly necessary. Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses perched on his nose. The diesel engine has substantial power, and when the time comes, the heating system will rely on it to initiate operation. At present, they are not at a point where the diesel engine is essential. Very well, I will proceed with the replacement. Yan Xijiao nodded slightly. The replacement of the diesel engine implies that she will have to frequently swap out solar batteries, although it may be somewhat exhausting. The ability to conserve resources for critical moments is worthwhile. Yan Xijiao replaced the diesel engine with a lithium battery from the solar generator. The mobile power source, rated at 8,000, with a voltage of 220, can sustain the fan's operation for 48 continuous hours. Calculating the energy consumption of the fan and heater suggests that their usage is comparable, indicating that a single solar lithium battery can ensure at least a day's worth of supply. The price for each unit is around 1,200, and she had procured over 400 sets through various wholesale channels, amounting to approximately 480,000. This is not an insignificant sum. Were it not for the apprehension of drawing suspicion by purchasing too many, she could have acquired even more. After all, even if sold, there wouldn't be a mass demand, would there? Moreover, she still appears to be a young girl, not yet of age. Nevertheless, she had prudently arranged for someone to assist in the purchasing, compensating that individual with a modest fee for discretion. Naturally, she did not make her purchases in her own city, but opted for a neighboring one to avoid raising any eyebrows. Each heating fan requires one lithium battery, and with at least 7 or 8 fans needed for the entire space, along with the electric blanket and lighting that Liu Beixian requires. A minimum of 10 lithium batteries would be necessary for daily use. Additionally, accounting for the need to replace batteries, she must prepare another 10 as spares to guard against any failures. In total, this amounts to 30 lithium batteries. Yan Xijiao felt that her initial acquisition of 400 sets was indeed insufficient. After Liu Beixian assisted Yan Xijiao in replacing the diesel engine, he noted that the indoor temperature remained unchanged, hovering around 0 degrees. While it was cold, it was not excessively so. In their city, the temperature occasionally dips below 0, but only by a degree or two. The frigid temperatures of -5 or 6 degrees outside were something they had never encountered before. They dared not venture outside lightly, uncertain of the dangers that lay in wait for them. To be prudent, they decided to replace the batteries every 24 hours to prevent any unforeseen depletion of power. Liu Beixian completed all his tasks and washed his hands. The entire building was now in a state of power and water outage. With both the kitchen and bathroom rendered unusable, Liu Beixian could only pour water down the pre-prepared toilet. However, the temperature difference between the outside and inside was quite significant, and inevitably, the external pipes would sometimes freeze. Thus, Liu Beixian could only flush with hot water several times before using it, ensuring a clear flow. Fortunately, the current temperature was not excessively low. Otherwise, even hot water would turn to ice in an instant at temperatures plunging below -100 degrees. I will remember. I will change it later, Yan Xijiao replied with a slight nod. It isn't necessary for you to do it. Just leave the charged batteries in the small room. And whoever is free can change them, Liu Beixian said. But Yan Xijiao shook his head. No, that would easily lead to confusion. I should handle this matter. Then are you implying that I will have nothing to do? Liu Beixian remarked, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Xijiao replied, I will take care of the minor tasks. The significant matters will still fall to you, Brother Xian. Let us not concern ourselves with trivial details. Liu Beixian chuckled lightly. Very well, I shall handle the important matters from now on. Just as he finished speaking, a voice came through the intercom. Mr. Liu. It was Yan Yeding's voice. Mr. Yan, is there something you need? Liu Beixian engaged the intercom's communication feature. Mr. Liu, those individuals you mentioned have now moved downstairs. Let them move. Are they truly capable of launching an attack? Liu Beixian scoffed. Yan Yeding felt somewhat foolish for reminding Liu Beixian. Clearly, he did not regard the situation with any seriousness. Is there anything else? Liu Beixian inquired, noticing the silence on the other end and raising a brow. Mr. Liu, could you provide us with some water? We require ice to seal the door. Yan Yeding paused momentarily before responding. Ice? Do you not have any? Liu Beixian replied coolly. The faucets are no longer running. We cannot produce ice. Mr. Liu, you surely do not wish for those people to invade your residence, do you? Yan Yeding continued, glancing at Yan Honghai beside him. Had it not been so challenging to procure ice, they would not be attempting to curry favor with Liu Beixian for water. Mr. Yan, there is no need for you to resort to threats. I do not believe you would be unable to devise a solution for survival. Furthermore, I am not your caretaker, obliged to fulfill your every request. If you need ice, there is ample snow outside. Simply place a basin out there and you shall have as much ice as you desire, Liu Beixian concluded, dismissing any further dialogue by abruptly ending the intercom call. On the other end, Yan Yeding was furious enough to consider throwing the intercom. Yet reason reminded him that this was their only means of communication with the other side and must not be severed. Brother, do they truly not wish to assist us? Yan Yushue stood nearby, voicing her concern. Just now, Liu Beixian's words were etched in her mind. How could that seemingly gentle and amiable man be so callous? Had Yan Xijiao whispered something in his ear, rendering him indifferent towards them? It was truly infuriating. How could Yan Xijiao be so malevolent? Chapter 42. The Yin siblings suspect Yan Xijiao's rebirth. Yan Yeshue's resentment towards Yan Xijiao deepened. It was only natural that he would not assist them under such circumstances. Water was a scarce resource, and they must have little of it as well. Yan Yeding wished to avoid exacerbating their already tenuous relationship, especially given that the other party appeared to be more formidable than themselves. I refuse to believe they possess less than we do. That wretched girl must have a spatial storage. Otherwise, how can one explain the minimal supplies they brought in while having everything they need? Yan Yeshue clenched her teeth. If that space were ours, we wouldn't be in such a predicament now. She recalled the past few days, struggling without electricity and water, unable even to access a toilet. It was Chen Hongmei who suggested using garbage bags over buckets, forcing them to relieve themselves in a high place. Yet even this solution did not address the fundamental issue. Each time she entered that place, the stench of excrement made her feel nauseous. The thought of disposing of it was equally revolting. She dared not touch it. Chen Hongmei and the others felt the same. They had once been renowned figures in the city before the apocalypse. When had they ever performed such degrading tasks? However, if they did not dispose of it, the situation would only worsen. Ultimately, They resorted to taking turns, each one emptying the bucket before passing it on, ensuring that no one exploited the others. Each time she had to dispose of it, she felt a wave of disgust. Why was there so much waste? They had scarcely eaten yet produced an abundance of excrement. Such an abhorrent situation. If only they had a spatial storage, they could dig a hole within it, relieve themselves, and simply cover it with earth. What a hassle-free solution that would be. Yin Yeding paused thoughtfully. Xiaoxue, even if there were a space, how do you suppose it came to be? Surely it must be from something like a jade pendant or bracelet. Otherwise, how could she possibly possess such a space? Yin Yeshua scoffed. Isn't it said in novels that spaces come from jade pendants or bracelets? But recalling when Yin Xijiao arrived at the Yin family, she came alone, with nothing on her. How could she suddenly possess such a space? A suspicion arose within her. Had Yin Xijiao stolen jewelry from Chun Hongmei and discovered the space? I doubt it's as simple as that. If she had a space, how could she possibly know the lottery numbers? It was a staggering 4.8 billion. Millions across the country failed to win, yet she alone did. Surely, there must be something amiss here? And why did she choose to buy a house in the suburbs instead of the city, especially a high-rise with steel reinforcements? It's as if she anticipated the severe weather conditions in advance. It is evident that her house had already been renovated prior to our acquisition of this place. She had clearly made her preparations from the outset. The more Yin Yeding spoke, the more he felt that Yin Xijiao was not merely occupying space. Rather, she seemed to have been reborn. How else could one explain the strategic location and high level of defense of her residence? Upon hearing his words, Yin Yeshua's expression shifted slightly. Brother, do you think she might be reborn? The wretched girl had gone to claim her prize on the very day she left home. Did she already foresee the impending apocalypse, then? She must have known to purchase a house and made provisions for defense and warmth. Moreover, with 480 million. Aside from buying the house and renovating it, she must have used the remaining funds to stockpile supplies, right? Perhaps so. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the steel plates installed within her house. Yin Yeding nodded slightly. If she is indeed reborn, wouldn't she possess knowledge of the future trajectory of this world? We must extract information about the future from her and ensure this knowledge remains in our hands. Yin Yeshua's eyes sparkled with determination. Yin Yeding raised an eyebrow. Aksu, all of this is merely speculation. We cannot ascertain its truth. Moreover, we find ourselves at a disadvantage. It may be entirely impossible to elicit details of future developments from her. Then let's disseminate this information and let others seek confirmation from Yin Xijiao. Yin Yeshua recalled those who had approached them with inquiries. Disseminate the information? At this moment, everyone has sealed their doors. No one dares to venture out. Who would you share it with? Yin Yeding found Yin Yeshua's suggestion rather fanciful. Yin Yeshua, initially brimming with ideas, felt disheartened upon hearing Yin Yeding's response. Indeed. It is so cold outside. Yin Honghai has also sealed the door. How can she notify those individuals? What do you propose? Should we allow Yin Xijiao to revel in her triumph? Yin Yeshua expressed her dissatisfaction. They will not enjoy their success for long. We only need to dig a tunnel to their side and persuade them to let us in. That house will inevitably belong to us. As Yin Yeding spoke, he patted her shoulder. Let us not overthink matters for now. We must first assist father in sealing the door. But brother, I am so cold, Yin Yeshua said, looking at Yin Yeding with a pout. Aksu, this is not a time for us to be willful. If the temperature continues to drop, our time spent outside grows increasingly perilous. We must seal the door as soon as possible to find some peace of mind. Be good and listen to your brother. With that, Yin Yeding began to dig through the ice. The ice, devoid of cotton insulation, was relatively easy to excavate, and he filled a bucket in no time. However, the external temperature was frigid, and the stark contrast between indoor and outdoor temperatures caused the ice near the door to show signs of melting. Yet, the cold wind blowing through the nearly 10-centimeter gap above the ice quickly froze the melting blocks anew. In the midst of sweltering heat and chilling cold, Yin Yiting and Yin Yushui found themselves oscillating between the two extremes. Ultimately, after delivering the ice, they both collapsed, feeling utterly weakened. Chen Hongmei and Yin Hahai, witnessing their sudden fainting, were immediately alarmed. Shouting, Xiaoshui, Chen Hongmei exclaimed. Quickly, drag them to the fireplace and measure their temperatures. We cannot risk another bout of fever or cold. Yin Honghai urged. Such cold weather is particularly conducive to illness. They had only just begun to recover yesterday, and they had hoped the same would not recur in the following days. Yet here they were, facing this dire situation once more. 39 degrees. This temperature is alarmingly high. How could it escalate to such a level? Chen Hongmei was visibly frightened, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Don't panic. Quickly fetch some fever-reducing medicine. Yin Honghai instructed. All right. Chen Hongmei nodded and hurried off to find the medicine. Yin Honghai swiftly removed Yin Yiting's clothing and tucked him into bed. Meanwhile, Chen Hongmei, her eyes reddened, found the fever medication and administered it to both of them before quickly undressing Yin Yishui and settling her into the warmth of the blankets. Honey, we cannot afford to pause now. It is freezing outside, and if this continues, both Xiao Ting and Xiao Shui, as well as your own health, will deteriorate. Chen Hongmei said, fighting back tears, knowing that in such cold weather, a single tear would freeze instantly. Chapter 43. Mrs. Yin, have you lost your memory? Pause. Given the circumstances, do you truly comprehend the consequences of halting? Yin Honghai cast a deep glance at her. Do you have any idea how low the temperature is indoors? Even a brief venture to the restroom leaves our skin frostbitten, let alone prolonged exposure, which has led to numerous frostbite sores. The itching is unbearable, and I often feel the urge to scratch, yet the thick fabric of my trousers offers no relief from the discomfort. It is excruciating. Does Chen Hongmei understand any of this? But we cannot disregard the lives of Xiao Shui and Xiao Ting. They are our children. Chen Hongmei shouted. Yin Honghai's expression darkened. Who says I would forsake their lives? I am their father. I love them dearly. Then what good is it to say such things? Chen Hongmei initially intended to scold him, but when she saw the weariness etched on his face, words failed her. Yin Honghai, noticing the reproach in her eyes, opened his mouth but hesitated. First, let us ensure their comfort. I shall handle the rest. Honey, you still intend to dig? Chen Hongmei was taken aback by his statement. We must dig. The temperature outside is at least minus 50 or 60 degrees. If we were in the north, with heating, our family would have a chance at survival. But here in the south, without heating, we face certain doom in such conditions. We must compel that insufferable girl to open the door and grant us entry into that house. After Yin Honghai uttered these words, he wrapped himself up tightly. Darling, you cannot go. If you fall ill as well, how can I possibly care for all of you? Chen Hongmei whimpered softly. Do not worry. I am not so easily afflicted by illness. Besides, if I do not go, those people outside will return. It is not just our supplies that are at stake. Our very lives could be in jeopardy, Yin Honghai declared, before resuming his efforts to dig through the ice. Chen Hongmei gazed at his retreating figure, filled with worry yet utterly helpless. At that moment, she was consumed by a mix of anger and frustration, feeling powerless to change their dire situation. Observing the two siblings on the bed, she loathed the world and lamented the state of affairs that had led them to such a predicament. Grasping an object from the table in her fury, she was startled to realize it was a walkie-talkie. She recalled that Yin Xijiao had provided them with one earlier. Clutching the device as though it were a lifeline, she hastily switched it on. Taking a moment to compose herself, Chen Hongmei spoke tenderly. Xiao Zhao, can you hear me? It's your mother. Her voice emanated from the walkie-talkie, reaching Yin Xijiao's ears directly. The mere mention of mother made Yin Xijiao feel a wave of nausea wash over him. Was this family truly so shameless? They had severed ties. Yet now they sought reconciliation, as if he had lost his memory. How absurd. Yin Xijiao chose not to respond, allowing Chen Hongmei to call out to him in vain. After several attempts, during which her voice grew hoarse, he remained silent. Chen Hongmei, not foolish, quickly understood the situation. Yin Xijiao simply did not wish to engage with them. Anger surged within her, and she shouted, Yin Xijiao, you heartless one. Your brother and sister are burning with fever, and your father is unwell. Yet you cannot spare even a word? Mrs. Yin, have you lost your memory? I have already severed ties with your family. Where do you get off calling me mother, father, brother, or sister? If you think to leverage these familial ties against me, I suggest you first clarify your own position. I have no desire to revisit the past. But should you continue to seek a connection, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Yin Xijiao replied, unhurriedly. His words left Chen Hongmei feeling as if she had been choked by something unseen. She was uncertain of Yin Xijiao's capabilities. Yet the fact that she had dared to splash water on both Yin Honghai and Yin Yiting previously indicated her complete emotional detachment from them. What hope did she have of obtaining a favorable outcome? Chen Hongmei felt certain that she was merely setting herself up for disappointment. When no further sounds came from the other end, she surmised that Yin Xijiao might have blocked them. At that moment, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped her. Why? Why has their family come to this state? After a period of distraction, Chen Hongmei suddenly sensed a significant drop in temperature. turning her gaze towards the fireplace. She noticed that the flames appeared to be on the verge of extinguishing. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurriedly added more firewood. The crackling sounds resonated continuously. Chun Hongmei felt the warmth insufficient and hastened to stoke the fire until the surrounding atmosphere warmed slightly, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. When would such days come to an end? With a soft sigh, below 3301, Lung Tao stood on the balcony of 3201, gazing upward to catch a glimpse of the protruding garbage chute. Although 3201 was designated as such, it was actually the second floor of the duplex belonging to 3101. Some individuals had taken to installing doors on the second level of the duplex, providing a potential escape route in case of fire. Similarly, evidence of a door was also present on the upper level of 3301, albeit sealed shut by Yin Xijiao. Thus, even if someone ventured to 3401, they would find no entrance. Sister Tao, the residents above are quite extraordinary. They have actually installed a garbage chute, and bags of waste are continually being discarded, turning the area below into their refuse heap. If this were before the apocalypse, they would surely face severe penalties. A voice came from behind Lung Tao. You mentioned the time before the apocalypse. Back then, societal orders still prevailed. Now, however, in this post-apocalyptic era, what is beyond the pale for self-preservation? Lung Tao scoffed. True enough, but Sister Tao, what do you suppose is the purpose of that adjacent opening? The person glanced at the 1-meter-wide pipe, puzzled. With a garbage chute installed, why would they also need another pipe? Isn't it evident that the sewage system would freeze in such cold weather? As Lung Tao began to respond, the individual quickly grasped the implication, their expression shifting dramatically. Heavens, they have installed it here. Sister Tao, we must quickly move away. Should they lower that thing, we would be in a dreadful mess. Yes, send someone to seal off the balcony. It's time to start a fire indoors. We shall rest here tonight. Lung Tao nodded slightly and made her way into the house. Sister Tao, I have checked. The interior of this house is not very well furnished, and there are few traces left by the previous owner. One person spoke after Lung Tao entered. Chapter 44. Move to Yin Xijiao's building below. This is advantageous. It allows us to establish a safe haven. Wang Tao, take half the brothers to those unoccupied houses below and bring back everything that can be salvaged. Suyu, gather the others on the first floor to find materials for the fire. And remember, the fire must be elevated off the ground to avoid issues with the concrete and rebar. Lung Tao instructed. The two men nodded and set about their tasks. Unbeknownst to Yin Xijiao and Liu Beixian, who resided above, there was a group of individuals living below them. As night fell, after finishing their dinner, they descended to dispose of their trash. Glancing out the adjacent window, they caught sight of the illuminated rooms 3101 and 3201. Although 3101 had once radiated light, it had inexplicably dimmed over time. Lacking internet access, they were entirely unaware of the circumstances of the others in their group. Observing from the windowsill for a while, they noted that no one emerged from 3101 and 3201, leaving them puzzled. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as 3301 stood as a fortress, impenetrable to any uninvited guest. After their evening meal, Liu Beixian typically retired for the night, while Yin Xijiao kept watch. Recording the time, Yin Xijiao noted that the outside temperature had plummeted to -60 degrees, with the biting wind sweeping across every inch of the world. A profound chill enveloped every corner. The indoor temperature seemed to drop in tandem with the frigid gusts infiltrating from outside. Yin Xijiao recalled the window Liu Beixian had opened for ventilation upstairs. The cold air poured in through that window, dispersing the warmth of the living room before escaping through the partially open garbage chute. Unable to suppress a shiver, Yin Xijiao felt the chill creep in. Hearing the sound of her tremor, Liu Beixian, who had not yet fully retired, quickly donned the clothes he had just removed and stepped outside. Xiao Zhao, are you all right? You're not catching a cold, are you? No. It's just that the temperature seems to have dropped another 5 degrees. No, now it's 10 degrees. It's already -65 degrees outside. Xingu, should we close the window upstairs? Yin Xijiao shivered once more. Yes, given how low the temperature is, we definitely should. Wait here. I will close it. Liu Beixian wrapped himself warmly and took a bucket of hot water to ascend the stairs. The temperature upstairs would be at least 10 degrees colder than below, especially near the window where the temperature matched that of the outside. Thinking of this, Yin Xijiao wanted to accompany Liu Beixian to assist him. Just then, Liu Beixian turned to her. Xiao Zhao, make sure to stoke the fire in the fireplace. All right. Yin Xijiao nodded and quickly added more wood to the fire. Liu Beixian carried the hot water upstairs. By the time he reached the top, the water had nearly cooled by half. Grateful that there was still light upstairs, he hurried into Yin Xijiao's former room and attempted to shift her window. However, the window was clearly coated in frost and would not budge. With the cold wind pouring in, Liu Beixian had no choice but to quickly splash the lukewarm water onto the window. The combination of hot water and ice finally caused the window to shift slightly, though it was still insufficient. He descended once more to fetch more water, making the trip 2 or 3 times until the window was finally secured shut. This closure signifies that the window may never be opened again. Liu Beixian descended the stairs and spoke briefly to Yin Xijiao. The window had been shut, and turning back to reopen it seemed impossible from now on. We would rely solely on the lone ventilation outlet within this room. Yin Xijiao nodded slightly. I understand, Brother Xin. Please rest, and I shall handle the rest. Yes, keep an eye on things. Call me if anything arises, Liu Beixian replied as he retreated to his room. The heating fan and electric blanket remained on. Removing his clothing, he lay on the bed, covering himself with a blanket and closing his eyes. After adding firewood, Yin Xijiao ascended to the previous room. The water Liu Beixian had spilled on the floor had frozen, adhering to the surface. Yin Xijiao took a shovel to remove the ice, then mopped the room clean before descending once more. With the window closed, no cold wind entered, and with Yin Xijiao adding more firewood to the fireplace, the indoor temperature steadily rose. The oxygen concentration displayed on the nearby oxygen meter remained at a normal level of 21, alleviating concerns about insufficient oxygen. However, should the oxygen concentration fall below 19, it would indicate a deficiency, though not yet to the point of complete asphyxiation. Nevertheless, such a deficiency could lead to diminished bodily functions, causing lethargy, lack of spirit, and despondency, given the current external conditions. With numerous trees and plants frozen to death, those natural machines of photosynthesis that produce oxygen, the oxygen content on Earth would gradually diminish. Particularly, when the external temperature dropped to 183 degrees, oxygen would transform into a pale blue liquid, and at 218 degrees, it would solidify into a pale blue snowflake-like substance. Humans can only absorb oxygen in its gaseous state. If it turns to liquid or solid, the body would ultimately succumb to asphyxiation. Yet, it is likely that individuals would succumb to hypothermia before reaching a state of suffocation, ultimately freezing to death. With the temperature dropping rapidly tonight, it is feared that many would perish from the cold. As Yin Xijiao contemplated this, he remained oblivious to the happenings in the city below the mountain. With the relentless cold wind sweeping through, many households could not withstand the immense temperature disparity, resulting in spiderweb-like cracks appearing in their windows, gradually shattering entire panes. The frigid air infiltrated homes, extinguishing even the smallest of flames and leaving those huddled around the fire frostbitten. In the city, where the sounds of pets could usually be heard, now there was an eerie silence. The first casualties of the frost were the animals and insects, lacking the intelligence and resilience of humans. When the temperature plummeted drastically, they may have struggled momentarily, but ultimately, they were entombed beneath layers of snow, frozen like exquisite ice sculptures. Next came the children and the elderly. Children, who naturally struggle to articulate their thoughts, often resort to wailing when they feel the biting cold. Moreover, their inability to express their emotions clearly has led to numerous tragic fatalities due to the frigid temperatures. The elderly, typically frail and vulnerable, suffer immensely, particularly when families are inadequately prepared, ultimately enduring a harrowing existence in the cold until, unable to withstand it any longer, they pass away quietly in their slumber. On that fateful night, the city's lights had dimmed considerably. Yin Xijiao gazed out the window, observing that the illumination had dwindled to mere clusters. Almost the entire city was engulfed in profound darkness. Chapter 45. The sudden drop in temperature this interminable night was particularly frightening. Yin Xijiao drew the curtains, tending to the fireplace while glancing at the thermometer. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to a staggering -65 degrees. Such temperatures were unfathomable in the southern regions. With a sense of trepidation, Yin Xijiao ascended and descended the stairs multiple times. In such weather, unforeseen incidents were always a possibility, and she dreaded the thought of something unpredictable occurring. By around 9 o'clock, the outdoor temperature had further descended to 70 degrees below zero. The incessant beeping of the alarm startled Liu Beixian from his slumber. Hastily donning his clothing, he emerged from his room, inquiring of Yin Xijiao, "What has happened?" The external temperature has fallen below -60 degrees. It has reached 70 degrees, Yin Xijiao responded. Upon glancing at the device, Lu Bixuan noted the alarming rate of the temperature drop. Are you worried there might be an issue? Yin Xijiao raised an eyebrow. The rapid decline in temperature could indicate the impending arrival of a severe snowstorm. We must check the doors and windows, Lu Bixuan stated, retreating to his room to put on heavier attire. Have we not sealed all the doors and windows? There should be no issues, he continued. Besides, no matter how fierce a snowstorm may be, it cannot shatter the windows, can it? At this remark from Yin Xijiao, Lu Bixuan cast a glance in her direction. Caution is paramount. In times like these, it is wise to be exceedingly careful. Surely, you wouldn't want the glass to break? Yin Xijiao shook her head. Then what are we waiting for? Let us check immediately. Lu Bixuan proceeded upstairs, with Yin Xijiao swiftly following. The temperature upstairs was evidently much lower than below. Fortunately, she had set up a heater, which she promptly turned to its highest setting. Lu Bixuan inspected each window meticulously, particularly those that protruded outward, which posed a significant risk. Xiao, do you not have steel plates prepared in your storage? He suddenly asked. Yes, there are some. Are you suggesting we use them to seal the windows? Yin Xijiao replied, looking at Lu Bixuan. Sealing the windows would mean they would have to endure complete darkness within the house. What distinguishes this house from the basement? Currently, we do not require so many rooms. By sealing off the unnecessary ones, we can feel a sense of security. If any situation arises, we can retreat to the enclosed rooms. Lu Beixian's words hold some merit. Yin Xijiao nodded slightly. Which rooms does Brother Xian intend to seal off? Aside from the dining window upstairs, all other rooms will be sealed, while the kitchen, the piano room, and the guest room downstairs will also be enclosed. This leaves us with one window upstairs and two downstairs, in the master bedroom and the living room, sufficient for monitoring our surroundings. Lu Beixian closed his eyes, seemingly envisioning the environment of the entire house and the windows to be sealed. Yin Xijiao nodded in agreement. Let us wait until tomorrow during the day to proceed. No need to wait. Let us do it now to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Lu Beixian promptly declined. But Brother Xian, in 3 hours you will need to take over. If you don't rest now, how will you manage later? Yin Xijiao was concerned for his well-being. It's fine. We don't have work at the moment. A little delay in rest won't matter, Lu Beixian said, instructing Yin Xijiao to retrieve the steel plates. Yin Xijiao complied. The steel plates were applied to the windows, sealing them tightly, blocking out any light from outside. Once they had finished, fearing that the steel plates would not withstand the cold from outside, Lu Beixian covered them with a layer of aviation aluminum. They utilized nearly every method they could conceive. They toiled until midnight, successfully sealing all the windows. Outside, it seemed as if the world had anticipated their preparations. The wind howled fiercely, and the snow fell heavily. Occasionally, the sound of cracking and popping echoed against the windows, sending shivers down Yin Xijiao's spine, fearful that the windows might shatter under the onslaught of wind and snow. It's time for you to rest, Lu Beixian gently urged Yin Xijiao. I'm not tired yet, she replied, shaking her head, anxious that something might occur that night. It's already midnight. How can you not be tired? Don't you girls say you need beauty sleep? It's past midnight now. If you don't sleep, you won't look beautiful tomorrow. Lu Beixian remarked somewhat irritably. What does it matter? We can't go out anyway. It's just the two of us here. Being a little disheveled is of no consequence. Yin Xijiao responded nonchalantly. Lu Beixian was momentarily at a loss for words. Have you truly abandoned your image? In the face of survival, appearance is but a triviality. Yin Xijiao shrugged. Lu Beixian found her amusing. Very well, if you wish to stay up later, do so. But don't overexert yourself. With that, he went to tend to the ashes from the firewood in the fireplace. They did not discard the ashes. Instead, they were placed into Yin Xijiao's space to serve as nourishment for the plants. Even the ashes combined with straw can be utilized for cultivating mushrooms, such as straw mushrooms. Once Lu Beixian had managed everything on his end, he prepared to let Yin Xijiao enter the space, only to find her yawning on the sofa, appearing rather drowsy. It was amusing how quickly fatigue had overtaken her. Xiao, do go into the space to rest, Lu Beixian gently suggested, shaking her arm. All right, I must admit I'm feeling quite sleepy, Xinge. I'll head to rest now, Yin Xijiao replied, rubbing her eyes. She had initially intended to keep Lu Beixian company for a while, but suddenly found herself overwhelmed with exhaustion, perhaps due to the considerable effort spent sealing the windows earlier. Go on, Lu Beixian nodded slightly. After she had entered the space, He listened to the sound of the wind and snow battering against the glass and was suddenly reminded of Yin Ha-hai and his companions. On such a frigid night, he wondered if they would survive the cold. The outdoor temperature had been measured and was a chilling -70 degrees. Such extreme cold was utterly unmanageable for anyone not accustomed to the Arctic. According to the materials Liu Beixian had reviewed, only the Inuit people living within the Arctic Circle had ever encountered such temperatures. To adapt to such a harsh environment, the Inuit had evolved unique physiological traits, such as robust physiques, shorter stature, thicker subcutaneous fat, and well-developed muscles. Their noses and cheeks were broader than those of ordinary individuals, and their eyes, comparatively smaller. These adaptations were essential for survival in the Arctic environment. Conversely, aside from those residing in the Arctic and Antarctic regions, others, when compared to the Inuit, have insufficient subcutaneous fat, impairing their ability to withstand the cold. Coupled with a lack of physical strength, they are prone to illness in such conditions. Furthermore, the nose and cheeks, being the most exposed to the biting winds, are particularly susceptible to frostbite. The nose is especially vulnerable, classified as a hazardous area due to its numerous capillaries. Once frostbitten, it could lead to poor blood circulation in that region, necessitating medication to promote blood flow and alleviate bruising. However, neither he nor Yin Xijiao had any medical expertise to manage such matters. Thus, it was better to address problems at their root rather than delaying a solution. With this thought, Liu Beixian glanced at the thermometer indoors. The temperature had risen to 5 degrees, likely due to most windows being sealed. Alongside the warmth from the fireplace and the heater, which allowed the indoor temperature to climb steadily. Nonetheless, 5 degrees still felt quite chilly. Liu Beixian hoped for the indoor temperature to reach the 20s, so they wouldn't have to wear cumbersome clothing while working. Liu Beixian prepared himself a steaming cup of coffee, the rising vapor rendering the lenses of his glasses hazy. He removed his glasses, wiped them with a cloth, and put them back on. With the invigorating effects of the coffee, his mind seemed to awaken considerably. Consumed with thoughts about the evolution and strategy regarding the impending cold wave. Just then, a voice broke through from the ever-running radio, a girl speaking urgently. Attention, dear listeners. According to the latest information we have received, a cold front has descended upon our city. In the coming days, temperatures will continue to plummet. Please, take necessary precautions to keep warm. Those who are able are encouraged to join the ranks of volunteers to carve a path of hope. The girl's voice, slightly hoarse and punctuated by coughs, clearly indicated that she was suffering from a cold. Liu Beixian listened intently, noting that this broadcast came over 3 hours after the rapid temperature drop had begun. This suggested that the authorities were unable to gather timely information from the outside world. Even if they did receive news, it lagged several hours behind reality. Those hours could lead to many lives being extinguished without a sound. Such a natural disaster rendered the authorities powerless in acquiring further information, leaving the public, despite their preparations and mental readiness, vulnerable to the calamity. After several announcements, the radio switched to a male voice. He reported on the progress of road clearing efforts, detailing how certain streets had reached various stages of excavation and how tunnels were being opened. In essence, the officials were exerting every conceivable effort to establish traversable routes through the city amidst the snow. Liu Beixian remained uncertain about the extent of the snowfall outside. However, he could hear the snow falling like hail, fast and furious, as if it were free. He pondered, without unexpected developments, that by tomorrow, the heavy snow might very well blanket the second floor. Thankfully, his and Yin Xijiao's residence was situated on the top floor. Otherwise, given the current rate of snowfall, it was likely that within a few days, even the third and fourth floors could be submerged. Yet, according to the data he had gathered before the internet outage, Earth had once experienced an ice age where snow blanketed the continent to a height of over 200 meters. If this event were to mirror that height, Liu Beixian hesitated to contemplate the consequences. Surely, their elevation could withstand such a deluge. While Liu Beixian was lost in thought, the individuals just a wall away, including Yin Ha-hai, were clearly preoccupied with more pressing concerns. With the temperature plummeting, Yin Ha-hai realized that if he did not close the windows soon, they risked freezing to death. He quickly covered his face and eyes and staggered toward the window through which the frigid wind poured incessantly. It took nearly all his strength to close the window. However, the cold wind still blew in, dusting him with snowflakes. Returning to the warmth of the fireplace, Yin Ha-hai appeared visibly exhausted, drawing a pang of sympathy from Chen Hongmei. From childhood, this couple has been privileged, born with a silver spoon, never having tasted hardship. Even after the passing of both sets of parents, they encountered little adversity. However, this recent natural disaster forced this pampered family to engage in activities they had never experienced in their lives. Husband, please drink some ginger soup to warm your body. Chen Hongmei poured a cup of ginger soup for Yin Honghai. Yin Honghai had always despised ginger, even to the point of aversion. Yet, facing such dire circumstances, he had no choice but to consume it, hoping to warm his body even slightly. This fire isn't strong enough. Hongmei, please stoke it more, Yin Honghai said, keeping his gloves on. The chill of the outside air felt as if it could slice through his cheeks. He dared not imagine the consequences if his hands were exposed. All right, Chen Hongmei nodded and added more wood to the fireplace. They had purchased this wood from a lumber mill, and given their slower pace in gathering supplies, they had found themselves unable to procure a diesel engine and fuel, as those resources had become heavily regulated. The bureaucratic hurdles made it exceedingly difficult to obtain what they needed. Thus, they had resorted to this method for warmth. If only the electricity were still functional, he lamented. Unfortunately, the mountain city relied entirely on hydroelectric power, and the river had frozen solid, rendering power generation impossible. Even if it could generate electricity, many power lines and transformers were covered in snowmelt, making it uncertain where failures might occur. Hence, they had given up on electricity and placed their hopes solely on the firewood they had gathered. The small flames in the fireplace, no matter how vigorous, could not dispel the pervasive cold in the room. They could only gaze at the flickering light, reminiscent of the little match girl lighting matches in the snow. Finding a glimmer of hope. If only we had set up more fireplaces beforehand, Chen Hongmei sighed, staring at the feeble flames. Building more fireplaces would have been futile without fuel. What we lack is not fireplaces, but the means to keep them lit. One fireplace would suffice if we had sufficient fuel, Yin Honghai remarked, glancing over at Yin Yeding and Yin Yeshua. At that moment, Yin Yeding and Yin Yeshua had recovered from their fevers. Feeling the cold from outside, they slowly opened their eyes. The temperature inside the room had noticeably dropped from the daytime warmth, forcing them to pull their blankets tighter around themselves. Originally, each of them had their own rooms, but due to the biting cold, they were all crammed together in the living room. Ironically, the living room was quite spacious, and the warmth from the fireplace quickly dissipated into the vastness. Thus, while it was marginally warmer than outside, the temperature still hovered around -30 to 40 degrees, leaving them feeling chilled. Chapter 47. The blood-sucking family father. Could you please close the window? I feel so cold, Yin Yeshua murmured from beneath the covers, too timid to even expose her head. Despite being in close proximity to the fireplace, an unrelenting chill continued to assault her. Through the layers of her blanket and clothing, she sensed her hands and feet growing increasingly frigid, as if they were on the verge of losing all sensation. This realization filled her with dread. I have already closed all the windows, came Yin Honghai's voice. Then why do I still feel so cold? Mother, could you fetch me a hot water bottle? Yin Yeshua was reluctant to leave the warmth of her cocoon. The moment she dared to lift the blanket even slightly, the air outside felt as though it were congealing, and each breath was akin to having her nostrils sliced open by a knife. The sensation was truly unbearable. Little Shue, wait a moment. I've filled a hot water bottle for you. Place it under your covers. Chen Hongmei gently placed a freshly filled hot water bottle into Yin Yeshua's blanket. This had become their routine ever since the temperature plunged to freezing. They had also relied heavily on warming pads, having lost count of how many they had used during this frigid spell. The four of them consumed nearly an entire box of warming pads each day. Over the past few days, they had depleted 3 or 4 boxes. Initially, they believed their supplies were ample, but it was only at this moment that they realized they were woefully insufficient. At their current consumption rate, the warming pads would last at most 2 to 3 months. Should the weather remain unchanged after 3 months, their bodies would struggle to generate warmth without any heating aids. At that moment, Chen Hongmei suddenly comprehended why Yin Honghai yearned for the safety of the neighboring house. Who wouldn't he desire a well-fortified shelter? As this thought crossed her mind, Yin Yeshua called out, Mother, are there any more blankets? I feel like the temperature is dropping again. It's so cold. Huddled in her cocoon, she exhaled, hoping that her breath would warm her body. However, the warmth dissipated within seconds, leaving her feeling chilled once more. There are more blankets. I'll ask your father to bring them. What about shouting? Does he need a blanket as well? Chen Hongmei quickly filled another hot water bottle while addressing the child hidden beneath the covers. Yes, the more blankets, the better. This weather is unbearable. I feel my teeth chattering, Yin Yeting replied. He too had a warming pad against his body, which had felt warm while sleeping. But now, it seemed the temperature had plummeted, and the warmth was fading. We're fine. Just take care of yourselves, Chun Hongmei said, though she too felt the cold. However, being closer to the fireplace due to her need to tend the fire, she was at least somewhat insulated from the chill compared to the others. The blankets are on their way. Yin Honghai retrieved a quilt from the adjacent room and draped it over the two individuals. However, the quilt he brought was made of silk, not cotton, rendering its warmth insufficient. It is remarkable how much better life has become for people nowadays. With air conditioning now commonplace in every household, the heavy and bulky cotton quilts of winters past have been replaced by the more lightweight and comfortable silk varieties. When Yin Honghai procured supplies, he did not pay much attention to the specifics, and thus he did not consider what type of quilt would be suitable for enduring the crisis. Consequently, even after covering Yin Yeting and Yin Yeshui with 4 silk quilts, they still felt cold. Yin Honghai added 2 more. What was initially a light silk quilt now felt significantly heavier, pressing down upon them to the extent that they had to poke their heads out to breathe. Yet, despite this, they wrapped themselves tightly in thick thermal masks and hoods. Fearful of succumbing to the cold, the sight of the two of them in such a state was comically absurd, but Yin Honghai did not mock them, for he too appeared equally ridiculous. To avoid freezing, he had donned every piece of clothing he could find. Even though his movements were restricted, he continued to wrap himself up, resembling a corpulent figure. Similarly, Chun Hongmei was not much different from him. In this environment of 30 to 40 degrees below zero, they had gathered every possible item to shield themselves, prioritizing warmth over appearance, as it was preferable to freezing to death. Yin Yeting observed his parents bustling about, bringing them quilts, warm packs, and brewing ginger tea, feeling inexplicably teary-eyed. Mom and Dad, please don't be so busy. It's so cold. And you must take care of yourselves. We understand. Don't worry about us. We are fine. Chun Hongmei reassured them, her gaze fixed upon Yin Honghai's face. Even though his face was well protected, it bore several signs of having been frostbitten, though fortunately, it had not yet cracked. Chun Hongmei applied some face cream to him. Darling, it seems the temperature outside has dropped again. What shall we do next? You can't possibly continue to dig for ice. Can you? That stubborn girl is utterly unyielding. I previously mentioned that Xiaoding and Xiaoxue were ill, and I warned that if you fell sick, our situation would become quite dire. Yet that wretched girl claimed we have no relationship anymore. How could we have raised such a heartless child? Well then, we needn't concern ourselves with her feelings any longer. Once we reach the door, if she refuses to let us in, we shall dismantle it. I refuse to believe that even if she has installed a vault-like door, we cannot manage to deal with her. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Yin Honghai's eyes. Had it not been for Yin Xizhao and her ice blocks at the entrance, they would have already crossed the threshold and claimed their new abode. Reflecting on this, it becomes evident that if not for Yin Xizhao's interference, they would now be luxuriating within that house. All of this misfortune can be attributed to that wretched girl. He was resolute in his determination not to spare her. Yin Honghai thought grimly. Nevertheless, it is only fitting that, as she emerged from my womb, she owes her existence to me, and regardless of her denial, she must repay the life I bestowed upon her. Trading her residence for such a debt seems wholly reasonable. Chun Hongmei felt no shame in articulating such sentiments. Nearby, Yin Yeting and Yin Yeshui found her reasoning entirely sound. Mother, was it easy for you to carry her for 10 months? Can she simply sever ties with a piece of paper? Does that mean she should return the flesh she bears? Yin Yeshui's voice was loud enough for all to hear. Chapter 48. The Price of Blood-Sucking Nun Among Chun Hongmei. Yin Honghai, or Yin Yeting, found her words misguided. Instead, they considered her arguments quite valid. They even believed that Yin Xizhao ought to not only grant them the house, but also provide them with all her resources. As the four plotted to extract benefits from Yin Xizhao, they remained blissfully unaware that she, now in the realm of dreams, was like a disembodied spirit, hearing their every word with crystal clarity, having never fathomed the depths of their shamelessness. Yin Xizhao felt a surge of wrath as she drew a stone from her space and hurled it at the nearby glass. During the rush of renovations, Yin Honghai had neglected to consider the quality of the materials used. The glass in question was starkly different from the custom glass Yin Xizhao had ordered. The disparity between the external and internal temperatures could easily trigger spontaneous shattering. She had observed that these panes lacked shatterproof film, making them susceptible to breakage with minimal force. Believing herself to be dreaming, Yin Xizhao launched the stone, and a resounding crash echoed as the glass shattered. Typically, the sound of breaking glass carries a dull thud. However, in this instance, it rang out with a clarity reminiscent of a mirror fracturing, and she found it oddly pleasing. Yin Hongzhi and Chen Hongmei were utterly unprepared for the sudden shattering of glass. In that moment of shock, a biting wind rushed in, instantly freezing the formerly jovial group. Yin Xijiao gazed with satisfaction at their astonished expressions, and after 3 seconds, Yin Hongzhi and Chen Hongmei hastily attempted to remedy the situation. Huh. You wish to drain my lifeblood. See how easily I shall let you escape. Yin Xijiao retrieved another stone and shattered another pane. Oh look, another opening. Let us see how they managed to fix this. Yin Hongzhi had just taken a piece of cardboard to block the shattered window when, unexpectedly, another pane of glass broke, plunging his spirits into despair. Husband, Chen Hongmei exclaimed in a panic. Quick, bring a blanket. Yin Hongzhi glanced around, realizing that nothing smaller could adequately cover the gaping hole. After pondering, he concluded that only a blanket would suffice. Chen Hongmei hurriedly rushed towards Yin Yeshua, snatching a blanket from her bed and handing it to Yin Hongzhi. Without hesitation, he used the blanket to shield the damaged area. Hurry, find something to weigh down the blanket. Yin Hongzhi shouted to Chen Hongmei, looking around frantically. Chen Hongmei could find nothing suitable and decided to bring over a chair. Fool, how could this possibly hold down the blanket? Yin Hongzhi scolded as he continued to protect the broken section. The temperature outside was significantly lower than inside, and he could distinctly feel the warmth of the room escaping like air from a punctured balloon, while the cold from outside surged in like rapidly multiplying bacteria, eager to fill every corner. I don't know what to find. Chen Hongmei was clearly flustered. How could you not think to look for something heavy enough to secure the blanket? Yin Hongzhi, occupied with holding the blanket in place, was unable to assist with anything else. Dad, let me help. Yin Yeting, who had been hiding under the covers, quickly dressed and got out of bed. Little Ting, this is something your mother should handle. You mustn't catch a cold again, Chen Hongmei said, her heart aching at the sight of Yin Yeting. He had just recovered from a fever. How could he possibly get up? What if he fell ill again? I'm fine. I've improved a lot. Yin Yeting insisted as he hurried to the storage room to fetch a box. Upon seeing him bring back the box, Chen Hongmei followed suit, using it to firmly press the blanket against the glass. Just as Yin Hongzhi let out a sigh of relief, a loud crash echoed, signaling yet another shard of glass had shattered. His expression darkened significantly, reflecting his discontent. The four of them suddenly felt the indoor temperature drop even further. Without time to discuss, Yin Hongzhi and Yin Yeting grabbed the blanket and rushed towards the newly broken glass. What is happening? How could the glass just shatter like that? Yin Yeshua observed the previously repaired window, feeling the house grow colder and more uncomfortable. Chen Hongmei, unable to tend to her daughter, joined Yin Hongzhi and Yin Yeting in their frantic efforts to patch the holes. Throughout the night, as long as there were shattered windows, Yin Hongzhi and Yin Yeting tirelessly worked to mend the broken glass, creating a scene of chaos until dawn broke. Yin Xijiao stifled a yawn, satisfied as he looked at the four of them, except for Yin Yeshua, who remained sprawled on the floor, nearly motionless. Only then did he permit himself a contented yawn. After a long night of tossing and turning, Yin Xijiao felt fatigued. In a daze, she closed her eyes, only to reopen them again, gazing at the ceiling above. Unconsciously, she stifled a yawn, appearing quite unrest. After freshening up and preparing breakfast, she exited her space, only to find Liu Beixian diligently recording the outdoor and indoor temperatures in a notebook. Good morning, Brother Xian, she greeted cheerfully. Morning, Liu Beixian replied with a slight nod. Setting his notebook aside, are you having breakfast? I made soy milk and steamed buns, along with fried dough sticks, Yin Xijiao said, her spirits high. Just a moment. Let me clear out the ashes from the fireplace, and I'll join you, Liu Beixian replied, glancing at the remnants of ashes within the fireplace. It had consumed a considerable amount of firewood throughout the night, and the ashes were plentiful. Fortunately, with Yin Xijiao's space, they could utilize the ashes for gardening. Otherwise, dealing with them would have been quite a headache. Yin Xijiao nodded and headed upstairs to set the breakfast table. In the meantime, she noticed that the window on the first floor of the house that once belonged to Liu Beixian appeared to have been shattered, with a blanket precariously propped against the broken glass by a box. Staring at the scene, she felt momentarily dumbfounded. Could she be dreaming? She pinched herself, and the sting confirmed her reality. As she pondered this, Liu Beixian ascended the stairs. Xiao Zhao, what are you up to? Brother Xian, look at your old house. The first floor window. There seems to be a hole. Yin Xijiao exclaimed, directing her gaze toward him. Liu Beixian glanced in that direction, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed. There is a hole. Is there a blanket and a box there too? Yes, exactly, Yin Xijiao replied. Brother Xian, I had a dream last night, and I need to tell you about it. She recounted the events of her dream to Liu Beixian, who listened with growing astonishment. Are you serious? He asked, intrigued. Absolutely. I thought I was dreaming, but the scenes from my dream turned out to be real. It's truly remarkable, she exclaimed, prompting Liu Beixian to pinch her arm to confirm her consciousness. It is indeed astonishing. This reminds me of something you mentioned before. Do you recall the dream you had previously? Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses and took a seat. Are you referring to the dream where you were encased in ice? Yin Xijiao recalled vividly upon hearing him mention it. Liu Beixian cleared his throat, for her words seemed to remind him of the tragic nature of his demise. Let us not dwell on that imagery. However, the fact that your dream manifested into reality brings to mind the theory of multidimensional spaces. The theory of multidimensional space. What is it? You are aware of the distinctions between two-dimensional and three-dimensional space, are you not? It is akin to individuals inhabiting the confines of a book. They belong to a two-dimensional realm, yet remain oblivious to their existence within such limitations, believing instead that they reside in a three-dimensional world. Conversely, those truly in three-dimensional space possess the ability to alter the lives of the characters within the book. As Liu Beixian spoke, his profound gaze turned towards Yin Xijiao, imbued with curiosity. Xiangu, please do not look at me like that. It sends shivers down my spine. Yin Xijiao could not help but retreat a couple of steps. Ahem, there is no need for such fear, Liu Beixian remarked, observing her withdrawal as though he had transformed into a figure of unspeakable malevolence. How could my words not evoke trepidation? You make me feel as though I am an alien. Yin Xijiao cast him a sorrowful glance. I merely proposed a hypothesis. After all, being a lawyer has instilled in me a certain inclination to dissect matters thoroughly, Liu Beixian stated as he reached for a small steamed bun on the table. Let us not delve into that any further. Let us eat. Xiangu, you might want to ponder my situation a bit more. I would prefer to avoid any unforeseen consequences. Yin Xijiao shifted to the edge of her chair, intentionally moving it back a bit. Liu Beixian looked at her, bemused yet amused. I am no ghost. There is no need for you to fear me. Besides, shouldn't it be I who is afraid? You possess spatial and extraordinary abilities. Xiangu, please refrain from mocking me. Rather, let us analyze what is truly occurring. Yin Xijiao was in no mood for jest. Based on my studies and the literature I have encountered, it is conceivable that you are a being from a higher dimensional space, or perhaps a projection of a higher dimensional entity within this world. Liu Beixian's words caused Yin Xijiao's lips to twitch. Xian, good. Your statement is as enigmatic as your name. Liu Beixian chuckled softly. Is it not said that at the end of science lies mysticism? The events transpiring in your life can indeed be elucidated through a scientific lens. However, when the truth eludes comprehension, people tend to attribute what they cannot fathom to the realm of mysticism. Therefore, you suggest that my transformation is due to my potential existence beyond this dimensional space? Yet I am the daughter of Yin Honghai and Qin Hongmei, am I not? Yin Xijiao queried, perplexed. Indeed, but consider this. If our world is akin to a book, the author can easily dictate whether a character is to be born a boy or girl, and what their name shall be. Liu Beixian bit into his steamed bun. Much like this bun, its skin will never know the filling it encases until the moment it is filled by the one crafting it. Yin Xijiao listened, a chill running down her spine. Xiangu, your words make me feel as if I am a puppet in someone else's hands. Do not fear. This is merely a hypothesis of mine. After all, everything that transpires in your dreams is synchronized with reality, yet Yin Honghai and the others have not encountered you. Clearly, one could interpret your invisibility through the lens of metaphysics. Furthermore, from a scientific perspective, you should exist in a higher dimensional space, capable of launching an attack on this realm, while those within it, being confined to a lower dimensional space, are unable to retaliate. Liu Beixian articulated this in simpler terms for Yin Xijiao to comprehend. Yin Xijiao, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the concept. Thus, Brother Xian, does this mean that when I dream, I essentially ascend from a three-dimensional space to a higher dimensional one? Indeed. Liu Beixian nodded in affirmation. This ability may be a double-edged sword for you. However, for the time being, you should be in an invulnerable state during your dreams. The external chill and snow will not inflict any harm upon your dream self, and you can utilize this to venture outside and gather information. Liu Beixian contemplated that Yin Xijiao ought to make the most of this ability, especially to ascertain the situation beyond. Upon hearing that the frigid temperatures would not affect her, Yin Xijiao suddenly recalled the dream's ambience. In that moment, she had felt no coldness at all, as if she had entered another world. Witnessing the extremes of heat and cold, until she beheld Liu Beixian encased in ice. Was her state then also one of higher dimensional existence? With this thought, she met Liu Beixian's clear and profound gaze. Even if I feel no chill, I still do not wish to go outside. She was reluctant to leave, fearing that her absence might incite some calamity within the building, ultimately leading to Liu Beixian's fate mirroring that of the dream, becoming a frozen statue. Liu Beixian, unaware of her inner turmoil, interpreted her reluctance as fear and refrained from insisting that she venture out. Very well, let us observe our surroundings. After all, do they not intend to act against you? Would you like to block their door tonight? A sly smile graced Liu Beixian's face, resembling that of a cunning fox. I shall see if I can replicate last night's success. If so, I will seal their door. Yin Xijiao recalled overhearing Yin Honghai and Chen Hongmei's conversation. Since they were so ruthless, she would not hesitate to act without compassion. Liu Beixian nodded. Yes, safety is paramount. I understand. Brother Xian, please eat quickly and rest afterward. Yin Xijiao noticed the faint dark circles under Liu Beixian's eyes. A night without rest invariably affects one's mental state. Enough. You are but a young lady. Refrain from lecturing me. Liu Beixian grumbled as he ate his breakfast. Brother Xian, I am already an adult. I am no longer a child. Please do not regard me as such. If you continue to treat me like a little girl, you can forget about lunch today. Yin Xijiao reminded herself that she was now 18, undeniably a young woman. Very well, I concede my error. Liu Beixian sighed softly as he began his breakfast. Chapter 50. Choose between the death of others or your own. After finishing his meal, Liu Beixian rested for half an hour, allowing Yin Xijiao to escort him into the space for a bath. Although the weather outside was frigid, it was only natural for a person to bathe regularly. If conditions were lacking, one would surely find a way to create them. Once he had washed up, he donned clean clothes and instructed Yin Xijiao to release him from the space. Freshly bathed, Liu Beixian exuded an enticing scent of shower gel, which was undeniably alluring. Yin Xijiao, upon catching sight of his handsome visage, averted her gaze, her demeanor slightly awkward. Aware of the discomfort stemming from their solitary situation, Liu Beixian cleared his throat and said, I'm done bathing, and I've placed my clothes in the washing machine. Please call me when they're finished. Despite sharing living quarters and meals, they maintained separate belongings. He had no desire to impose on Yin Xijiao for tasks such as laundry. Yin Xijiao nodded slightly, and once Liu Beixian had retreated to his room to rest, she checked the washing machine's timer in the space, noting that it still had about an hour left. Even if she forgot, it wouldn't matter. Liu Beixian had plenty of clothes in his room, and one or two items were inconsequential. Exiting the space, she glanced at the instruments, confirming that both oxygen and carbon dioxide levels were within normal ranges, and the indoor temperature had stabilized around 5 to 6 degrees. Naturally, the temperature near the balcony waste passage was even lower. Choosing not to venture there, Yin Xijiao remained in the living room, clearing away the ashes from the firewood. Just as she disposed of them into the space, she heard Chen Hongmei's voice crackling through the intercom. Xiao Zhao, my dear Zhao, do you hear your mother's voice? Yin Xijiao chose not to respond. The Yin family had labored throughout the night. Shouldn't they be resting at this hour? Why was she receiving messages? Ignoring the call, it was evident that Chen Hongmei was becoming increasingly impatient. After a night of patching up various tasks, only 2 or 3 intact windows remained in the house. Even the fire they had lit in the fireplace was nearly extinguished due to a lack of supervision, causing the indoor temperature to plummet to levels indistinguishable from the outside chill. To avoid losing body heat, the 4 of them huddled together like quails around the fireplace, sipping ginger tea for warmth. They even refrained from straying far to use the restroom, resorting to a bucket in the living room while others turned their backs. The air was filled with the unpleasant odors of food and waste, creating a nauseating atmosphere. The first to succumb to the discomfort was Yin Yeshue, who could hardly bear the clash of sipping hot soup while inhaling the foul stench. She turned to Yin Honghai and Chen Hongmei, covering her nose and expressing her distress. Mother, father, I can't endure this any longer. Truly, I cannot. If this continues, I fear I shall collapse entirely. Xiao Xue, it's only temporary, just temporary, father reassured, his voice strained. Soon, your brother and I will break through the ice. We'll reach that wretched girl's door before long. Chen Hongmei covered her nose, revolted. Never in her life had she suffered such indignity. This was a first. Yet what choice did they have? In this bitter cold, relieving themselves elsewhere would leave their exposed skin numb with frostbite. Mother, don't delude yourself with only. You know better than I what kind of person that Val girl is. She once he opened the door. Rather than waiting for her mercy, we should rally the others, dig through the ice, and breach her home. Yin Yeshua's crisp, girlish voice cut through the tension. The three turned to stare at her. What did you say? Rally others to dig? Yin Honghai scoffed. Where would we even find people? And if we break through, if we shatter their door, everything inside would have to be shared. We might end up with nothing, even losing what little we have left. Father, then how long do you intend to keep digging? Yeshua pressed. You know how arduous it is. We're already freezing to death. By the time you reach that door, all four of us may be corpses. The word corpses sent a visible shudder through the others. People like them clung fiercely to life. Death was unthinkable. Darling. Shashua isn't wrong, Chen Hongmei murmured. The ice is too thick. With just us, we'll perish before we ever reach that door. She had watched Honghai labor day after day, his soft hands blistered, his body racked with pain. That he had endured this long was a miracle. Honghai inhaled the stench of their confinement, stared into his ginger tea, and felt the relentless cold gnawing at his resolve. Finally, he relented. Fine, I'll heed you. But where do we find allies? Downstairs, those people from yesterday, Yeshua said smoothly. We'll cooperate with them. Once we breach the neighbor's door and seize that wretched girl and boy, we'll offer to cook for the others. We'll lace their food with sleeping pills. Once they're unconscious, we'll toss them from the building. Even if the fall doesn't kill them, the cold will. She spoke without a flicker of remorse. As though discussing the weather, Honghai, Yeding, and Hongmei exchanged uneasy glances, silent. Yeshua's patience frayed. Mother, father, why hesitate? Every moment we delay brings us closer to death. Would you rather perish, or let others die in your stead? Desperation sharpened her voice. Without action, they were doomed. The three individuals, initially hesitant about embarking on the path of murder, were stirred into action upon hearing Yin Yeshua's words about the choice between the death of others or their own demise. They preferred to see others perish rather than face their own end. Xiaoxue, your parents will not let you die. We shall descend to collaborate with those individuals. Yin Honghai declared, rising abruptly. Previously curled up like a quail, his sudden stand transformed his once warm chest, abdomen, and thighs into icy remnants. As if a vacuum had drawn away all warmth, leaving a chilling sensation encroaching from all directions. Yin Honghai sneezed. Father, I will accompany you. Yin Yeding, concerned for Yin Honghai's safety if he were to venture alone, insisted, very well, you shall accompany me. As Yin Honghai prepared to bring Yin Yeding along to seek out Lang Tao and others, Yin Yeshua interjected, Father, you must inform them that the building is reinforced with steel plates and equipped with a diesel generator. Most importantly, you must convey that wretched girl possesses a space filled with an abundance of vegetables, fruits, and meats. Only then will they understand the extent of her lavish existence compared to their own suffering. Chapter 51. The perverse Yin Yeshua desires Yin Sijao to grovel in the flickering firelight. Yin Yeshua's visage took on a menacing aspect. Her already unappealing features bore an even more monstrous resemblance to a mythical yaksha. Particularly when she uttered those words, her eyes glinted with malevolence and resentment, akin to a demon arisen from the depths of hell. Were it not for her fear that her subsequent words might terrify Yin Honghai and Chen Hongmei, she would have relished the thought of how exquisitely beautiful Yin Sijao was, and how those individuals might humiliate and torment her, using her as an outlet for their frustrations. This vision of Yin Sijao, disheveled and marked by the presence of men, resembled a ragged cloth dragged across countless floors. In her abject misery and helplessness, she could only plead with herself to spare her life. The mere thought of it brought Yin Yeshua a sense of satisfaction. And then there was Liu Beixian, who had refused to lend her his bathroom. She envisioned him groveling like a dog, licking her toes while proclaiming her as his queen, allowing her to strike and berate him, until her disdain grew overwhelming and she cast him aside. Yin Yeshua's mind swirled with these unutterable thoughts, waiting for the opportune moment to trample those two beneath her feet. Unaware of her convoluted musings, Yin Honghai led Yin Yeding to arm themselves thoroughly before heading out. The frigid air outside was no match for mere down jackets. Thus, Yin Honghai insisted Yin Yeding don a fur coat and trousers, topped with a fluffy hat. Were one to glance at the pair from a distance, they might easily mistake them for beasts emerged from the wilderness. At that moment, Yin Hahai and Yin Yeding paid little heed to their disheveled appearance, consumed only by the urgency to resolve the matter at hand. Please exercise caution, Chen Hongmei urged, her face etched with concern as she watched them approach the staircase. In these tumultuous times, who could discern whether those individuals were benevolent or malevolent? During this negotiation, she was indeed somewhat apprehensive. Yin Honghai remained silent as he opened the door with Yin Yeding by his side. Outside, the road was already covered with a considerable amount of snow, which had transformed into a thick layer of ice overnight, rising a good 10 centimeters above the ground. Consequently, they had to exert considerable effort to open the door earlier. Upon reaching the door to the staircase, Yin Hahai grasped the doorknob, but at first, the door would not budge. It took a couple of forceful thrusts before it finally yielded. However, Yin Honghai struck with excessive force, causing him to slip and collide painfully against the wall of the staircase, resulting in a twisted ankle. Having never endured such agony before, he let out a cry of pain. Hearing his exclamation, Yin Yeding immediately panicked, rushing to support him while calling out, "Dad, are you all right?" "Hiss, it hurts." Yin Honghai's features contorted in distress. His foot was throbbing painfully. "Dad, where are you hurt?" Yin Yeding observed her father's condition and quickly attempted to help him back for an examination. Don't move, my foot is injured," he gasped. Wincing in pain, Yin Yeding grew anxious. "What should we do? Should we go home?" "No, we cannot go back. We must continue with the negotiations. Otherwise, my suffering would be in vain," Yin Honghai replied, leaning against the wall as he spoke. "But it will be quite challenging to get across." Yin Yeding gritted her teeth in determination. "Regardless of the difficulty, we must proceed. If we succeed in the negotiations, our family will have a chance at survival." Yin Honghai panted, warm breath escaping from his mask and swiftly dissipating into the frigid air. Upon hearing the word survival, tears welled in Yin Yeding's eyes. But she dared not let them fall, knowing that any tears would likely freeze instantly. She could only grit her teeth and assist Yin Hahai, step by painstaking step, down the staircase. The stairwell was devoid of light, but fortunately, some illumination filtered in from outside. It took Yin Yeding nearly 10 minutes to help Yin Hahai downstairs and open the stairway door. The two braved the biting cold and swirling snow as they made their way towards room 3101. Just as they approached, the door to 3101 swung open, revealing Lung Tao, who had instructed someone to gather supplies downstairs. Noticing two figures advancing towards them, Lang Tao raised an eyebrow. The individual behind her immediately stepped forward to shield her, eyeing the pair with suspicion. "Who are you? And what do you want?" "I wish to discuss business with you," Yin Hahai replied, his lips cracked and voice hoarse. Long Tao scrutinized him for a moment before glancing at his injured foot. "Discuss business with us? What trade is there to be had in these times? Are you suggesting we engage in the flesh trade?" Yin Honghai's expression darkened instantly. "Miss, you are aware of the current weather conditions. When I say I wish to conduct business, I intend to do so earnestly. I kindly ask you to refrain from making light of the situation." "Very well. Let us not squander time. What business do you wish to discuss?" Lung Tao directed her gaze toward him. "Do you not seek supplies? My daughter resides on the floor above you. She is the owner of 3301. She possesses a considerable stockpile of resources. And if you assist me in prying open her home, all of its contents will be yours. I only require your help in capturing that unfilial daughter of mine and the scoundrel who has taken her away." Yin Honghai was no fool. If he revealed everything, they might end up with nothing. Instead, by concealing crucial details and presenting a seemingly substantial lure, he believed they would undoubtedly take action. 3301? Upon hearing this room number, Lung Tao turned her attention to Yin Honghai and his companions. "The occupant of 3301 is your daughter. Pray tell, where do you reside?" "You need not concern yourself with our whereabouts. I merely wish to enlist your strength to apprehend that disobedient daughter of mine and the rogue who has abducted her." Yin Honghai feared that should they discover his residence, they might seize everything he owned. After all, the fate of one who schemes with a tiger is all too predictable. "Sir, you claim that the owner of 3301 is your daughter. How can we be certain of that? In these times, who is to say you do not wish to use us to forcibly gain access to 3301 and its resources?" Lung Tao scoffed. Yin Honghai intended to manipulate her, but he failed to recognize who she was. "I have stated before, I do not desire the resources within. I only wish to capture that ungrateful daughter of mine." Yin Honghai was clearly seething with anger. "Sir, you must understand the current circumstances. You are well aware of the massive ice block at the entrance of 3301. You expect us to excavate it merely to capture your daughter? I am curious. Does she evoke such contempt in you? Or is there something about her that compels you to risk everything to retrieve her? Lang Tao doubted that he would go to such lengths solely to capture Yan Xijiao. There must be more to the story. Yin Honghai fell silent, seemingly pondering how to respond to this inquiry. However, it was Yin Yeding who boldly interjected. My sister has been reborn. She possesses knowledge of many matters concerning the apocalypse. If you assist us in breaking the ice, we can share the information she has acquired with you. Chapter 52. Seeking cooperation with Lang Tao to target Yan Xijiao, Yin Yeding's statement left everyone present in utter astonishment. Even Yin Honghai, who had hesitated to mention his sister's spatial abilities, swallowed his words in light of this revelation. Reborn? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Lang Tao's eyes. She had thought herself the sole individual in this world to have undergone rebirth, only to discover someone akin to her. What a surprise indeed. Yes, she was reborn before the apocalypse, the news previously reported on the 4.8 billion lottery winner. My sister is the one in question. Yin Yeding paused, leaving the assembled crowd in a state of disbelief. 4.8 billion. That is no trivial sum. A young girl, no matter how fortunate, could hardly amass such a fortune. Apart from sheer luck, there exists but one plausible explanation. She must have foreseen the lottery numbers, thus securing her wealth. In this moment, some began to believe that Yan Xijiao had been reborn. So, you imply that your sister, with her newfound wealth, purchased the apartment above and procured an abundance of supplies, along with a man to reside with her, while you, her family, have been cast aside? Lang Tao scrutinized the pair, and Yin Yeding nodded affirmatively. Indeed. That is precisely the case. What an unfilial daughter. One of Lang Tao's companions interjected. Lang Tao shot a glare at the individual behind her before turning her gaze back to Yin Honghai and his companion, smiling. Your words are merely one-sided. We cannot ascertain the truth of your claims without further evidence. If we are to confront the individuals in room 3301 on your behalf, you must first demonstrate some sincerity. What form of sincerity do you seek? I offer the supplies from my daughter's apartment. What more do you desire? Yin Honghai exclaimed. Sir, I have stated previously, we cannot confirm that the occupants of room 3301 are indeed your daughter. If you wish for our assistance, a token of compensation is required. Otherwise, this transaction is off the table, Lang Tao responded, instructing others to gather supplies. Yin Honghai clenched his teeth, the biting wind chilling him to the core. Very well. I can provide you with compensation, but it will not be available until 3 o'clock this afternoon, as I need time to prepare. Where shall we find you at that hour? Lang Tao inquired coolly. Room 3304. Yin Honghai's feet throbbed painfully. He was reluctant to move. So you reside next to your unfilial daughter. One can only imagine the events that have transpired between you. Was the ice in room 3301 your doing? Lang Tao regarded the pair with mild indifference. It was not us. It was that wretched girl. She had prepared in advance, adding cotton to the ice blocks. At this revelation, those with Lang Tao were taken aback. Adding cotton? What a jest! Do they comprehend the difficulty of excavating ice infused with cotton? With a hint of sarcasm, Lang Tao remarked, It seems you have indeed attempted this. That ice must have been quite arduous to remove, leading you to seek our assistance in its excavation. Yin Honghai nodded slightly. Very well, we can assist in the excavation, but understand this. The supplies within are ours. And we also desire the apartment above. Do you have any objections? Lang Tao had intended to acquire the apartment above, and now that they were negotiating terms, she decided to voice her desire. Yin Honghai's expression darkened. You wish to claim the apartment above? By capturing your daughter and another individual. Do you not effectively possess 2 units? Since there are 2, what harm is there in granting us one? Lang Tao replied. Yin Honghai paused for a moment, as if deep in contemplation, before finally speaking. Very well, I can assist you. But first, you must help me locate my daughter and that insufferable boy. Deal. Cheng Tao said, a slight smile gracing her lips. Remember, we shall meet at 3 p.m. in room 3304 to exchange items, but you must commence your activities after 3. Yin Honghai intended to suggest that they start digging at 3, but was interrupted by Cheng Tao. There is no need to wait until 3. I shall send someone to dig right now. You can prepare your materials, and we will move everything at 3. Yin Honghai nodded slightly, allowing Yin Yeding to support him as they made their way back. Yin Yeding assisted Yin Honghai, step by step, towards the staircase. Behind them, Cheng Tao's subordinates turned to her as soon as they departed. Sister Tao, are we truly going to dig for ice? Indeed, why not? If that girl is a reincarnate, we could glean insights into the future of this world from her, allowing us to avert our untimely demise. After all, possessing knowledge of future events would enable us to sidestep impending dangers. Isn't that advantageous? Cheng Tao's words ignited excitement among those present. Yes. Knowing the trajectory of the future is akin to having a golden finger, isn't it? Our chances of survival would significantly increase. With this thought, the crowd hastily inquired, Sister Tao, who will you send to dig? They gathered around her eagerly. Wang Tao, take 5 or 6 of your brothers and gather tools to head upstairs. The rest should collect supplies. Remember to dress warmly. In this temperature, one misstep could lead to frostbite. Cheng Tao commanded, and the group nodded in agreement. Following her orders, they dispersed to carry out their tasks. Meanwhile, upstairs, Yin Xijiao remained unaware that Yin Honghai and the others were plotting against him. By noon, after finishing their meal, Yin Xijiao ventured into the space to harvest vegetables. Had it not been for Liu Beixian needing to tend to the fireplace outside, Yin Xijiao would have eagerly brought him into the space to assist. Fortunately, Liu Beixian was not entirely reliant on Yin Xijiao, while Yin Xijiao worked in the space. Liu Beixian tidied up, prepared dinner, and monitored the fire. They worked in harmonious tandem until Yin Xijiao emerged from the space. Finding that Liu Beixian had already prepared the meal, the man, donned in an apron and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, appeared remarkably like a devoted husband. Yin Xijiao felt a flicker of curiosity. Liu Beixian was not unattractive and should not lack for admirers. Yet, he had never mentioned having a girlfriend. How peculiar. All done. It's time to eat, Liu Beixian announced, removing his apron and tidying up the kitchenware before taking a seat at the dining table. Shen Ge, I'm quite curious. A handsome person like you should have a girlfriend, yet during the apocalypse, I never heard you mention any such connections. Have you truly been single all this time? Yin Xijiao asked, his face alight with curiosity. Initially, due to her limited acquaintance with Liu Beixian, she refrained from broaching such intimate topics. However, having grown somewhat familiar with him, she felt emboldened to inquire further. During his ascent in his career, he had not entertained thoughts of romance. But now that we have time, do you wish to discuss it? Liu Beixian remarked with a hint of nonchalance. Yin Xijiao's face flushed at his words, rendering her somewhat uneasy. I was merely jesting. Let us sit down and enjoy our meal. You shall have to exert yourself a bit tonight. Liu Beixian chuckled, displaying no sign of embarrassment. Chapter 53. One must honor the compensation offered by one's biological father. Yin Xijiao nodded gravely. If the events of the previous night were indeed authentic, she would witness more developments regarding Yin Honghai and his family that evening. After dinner, as Liu Beixian tidied the tableware, Yin Xijiao assisted by sending it to the space for cleaning, also taking care of the refuse. Remarkably, they had accumulated little waste, as all leftovers had been repurposed to feed the pigs and ducks. In the countryside, such remnants were typically utilized to nourish livestock, ensuring they grew robust. Thus, Yin Xijiao was reluctant to squander any scraps. Once everything was in order, Liu Beixian retired to rest while Yin Xijiao, gazing at the flickering flames in the fireplace, retrieved her tablet to indulge in a series. After a busy afternoon managing affairs in the space, she longed for a moment of relaxation. When midnight arrived and Liu Beixian came to take over, Yin Xijiao promptly entered the space to rest. The moment her head touched the pillow, she drifted into slumber. In that instant, she found herself in the neighboring house. At that moment, aside from Yin Yeshua, who was on watch, the rest of Yin Honghai's family had succumbed to sleep. Observing the family, Yin Xijiao first repaired the holes they had dug, then proceeded to shatter the remaining windows. With the absence of light, the 3 houses would be enveloped in darkness, irrespective of the time of day. She could hardly be blamed for her ruthlessness. They were the ones lacking in loyalty. The sound of breaking glass resonated loudly, and with the cold wind rushing in, Yin Honghai and the others were jolted awake. What is happening? Yin Honghai shouted. The glass has shattered. Yin Yeshua trembled as she spoke. Again? At this late hour? Is the heavens conspiring against us? Yin Honghai seethed with rage. Father, this is not the time for such discussions. We must quickly mend the windows, or we shall have no chance of sleeping tonight. Yin Yiting hastily donned his clothing, preparing to repair the windows. Damn it, can't we have just 2 days of peace? Must they stir trouble before that group clears the passage? This wretched fate. Yin Honghai, now overwhelmed with anger, dismissed any notions of omens, venting his frustrations with fervor. Yet, Amidst his curses, he did not forget to repair the window. "Father, they have taken our belongings. We must urge them to hasten, or we shall inevitably fall ill in this oppressive environment." Yin Yeding recalled the suffocating scene during the day when the window was covered with blankets and blocked by boxes, allowing no light to seep in. To be confined in such a place for an extended period, even without illness, would surely lead to a malaise. According to their pace, they could reach the doorstep of that dead girl in no more than 2 days. Once they breached the door, they could inhabit the house as they pleased. Yin Honghai's statement left Yin Xijiao utterly perplexed. Wasn't Yin Honghai the owner of a large corporation? Should he not adhere to a pragmatic approach? Why then? Was he indulging in such fanciful notions? Contemplating their discussion, Yin Xijiao ventured outside. She discovered that she seemingly possessed the ability to pass through walls. Upon exiting, she made her way to Yin Honghai's doorstep. Notably, evidence of excavation was visible in the ice along the corridor leading to 3301, especially where her previously enhanced ice blocks had been significantly diminished. Was Yin Honghai incapable of digging himself and had resorted to seeking assistance? If she did not contribute some additional material, would she not be remiss in honoring the wages Yin Honghai had provided? Yin Xijiao promptly retrieved ice bricks from her space, stacking them one by one. In less than an hour, she had neatly covered the entire corridor with a pile of cotton-enhanced ice bricks. She could easily envision their astonished expressions. Now, with the ability to manifest in a higher dimensional form, installing a camera outside would be a mere trifle, allowing her to monitor the situation outside. As she extracted a miniature camera from her space, pondering how to affix it beneath the nearby camera, she suddenly felt her body lighten, and she began to float. Although initially startled, Yin Xijiao quickly grasped her condition. As long as she willed it, she could fly and pass through walls to any location. After spending half the evening installing several cameras and mastering her abilities, she closed her eyes and returned to her physical body. Upon awakening, she checked the time before slipping back into her space for a brief slumber. When she finally rose the next morning, Yin Xijiao eagerly completed her morning routine and connected her tablet to the surveillance monitor. Liu Beixian observed her engrossed in the tablet, curious about what could be so captivating. "Xinge, look. This is the footage from the camera I installed outside yesterday. It perfectly captured the scene." Yin Xijiao excitedly presented the tablet to Liu Beixian. Upon viewing the footage, Liu Beixian recalled their previous discussions regarding the camera installations, surprised that the issue that had once troubled them was now resolved. However, it was evident that the footage exhibited a noticeable delay. "Pray, recount the events of your previous night," suggested Liu Beixian as he savored his breakfast. Yin Xijiao nodded, sharing the occurrences of the prior day along with his own experiences. "Xinge, what do you think my situation truly is?" Liu Beixian adjusted his spectacles. "If I recall correctly, you have graduated from high school, yes?" "Indeed." Yin Xijiao affirmed with another nod. "Are you familiar with Cartesian coordinates? 3 lines can form a 3-dimensional space. Einstein's theory of relativity posits that 3-dimensional space, when coupled with time, becomes 4-dimensional space. The intersection of those 3 lines can be perceived as a person's origin, while the infinitely extending lines symbolize the pathways of life. The greater the length of the lines, the more extensive the record of one's existence, embodying the concept of 4-dimensional space. However, one can only traverse from point to point within this 4-dimensional realm, unable to revert. This implies that while one can observe a designated past and future, alterations are impossible. The 5th dimension, in contrast, introduces additional lines, which can be visualized as diverging from the intersection. Although these lines share a common origin, they represent different choices made by an individual within a single timeline, resulting in multiple parallel realities. Yet, the individual retains the right to advance into the future, with no power to return to the past. The 6th dimension, however, resembles a kaleidoscope. Regardless of the path taken, one may return to any point within the 5th dimension. This signifies that inhabitants of the 6th dimension possess the ability to traverse back in time, altering the temporal flow at any location, thereby crafting new narratives. Chapter 54. Yin Xijiao might possess the ability to traverse past and future, Liu Beixian mused, concerned that Yin Xijiao might find his thoughts too abstract. "Xiao Xiao, am I being overly profound?" "Not at all," Yin Xijiao replied, shaking his head. "Your words illuminate my understanding." Liu Beixian chuckled, reflecting on what I just said. "An intriguing thought strikes me. You mentioned previously dreaming of future developments, envisioning me encased in ice. It is quite possible that you traversed a point within the fifth dimension, witnessing events from another parallel reality. Alternatively, you may have ventured into the sixth dimension, returning from the future. Your words are truly enigmatic, Yan Sijao remarked, feeling as though he were listening to a fantastical tale. In esoteric terms, the fifth dimension is akin to a realm inhabited by fortune tellers, capable of revealing infinite possibilities. Conversely, beings of the sixth dimension possess the ability to navigate through time, while the more advanced seventh and eighth dimensions are likened to legendary deities, endowed with the power to reshape and devastate worlds. As for the ninth and 10th dimensions, they transcend the existence of ordinary divine beings, existing in a realm devoid of time, yet wielding the capacity for creation and annihilation. Consider that we, as humans, are but a speck of dust upon the earth, and the earth itself is merely a particle of dust within the vast cosmos. Even in the vast expanse of the universe, within a 10-dimensional space, it remains as minuscule as a mere speck of dust. Liu Beixian spoke, his gaze somewhat distant, as if pondering what such a scene might resemble. Yan Sijao listened intently, envisioning a series of grand vistas unfolding before her. Just as humanity has tirelessly sought to explore the cosmos and delve into astronomy since ancient times, we remain blissfully unaware of the true breadth of this world and the immense scale of the universe. She felt an overwhelming sense of human insignificance. Brother Xian, according to your theory, do I perhaps possess the ability to enter the fifth or sixth dimension? Yan Sijao gazed at Liu Beixian, her expression one of astonishment. This is merely a conjecture. If you indeed possess the capability of the sixth dimension, it would imply that you could traverse back to the past and alter the future. However, the past you return to may not necessarily belong to this space, but rather to an alternate timeline. Liu Beixian regarded her with a profound look. Does Yin Hahai know what you have lost? This is a treasure trove of secrets. Brother Xian, are you just playing games with me? Yan Sijao remarked with a slight twitch of her lips. Isn't scientific theory just a series of nested ideas? Liu Beixian chuckled, just as a sound of a door creaking open echoed from the tablet. Then, a voice filled with surprise exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Didn't we excavate a considerable amount of ice yesterday? How is there even more now? Good grief, what is the situation with this ice? It seems there is something inside, cotton?" Another voice chimed in, "Digging ordinary ice is one thing, but ice with cotton on top of it. Are they trying to take our lives?" As their voices faded, the door opened once more. Yin Hahai stepped out and noticed the worker standing still, a frown creasing his brow. "Why aren't you digging? I've provided you with ample supplies. You're not thinking of quitting, are you?" "Who said we're quitting? We simply want to understand what is going on. Why is there so much ice here?" One of the workers pointed towards the ice blocking the passage, addressing Yin Hahai. Yin Hahai was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the pathway choked with ice. "Did you do this? Are you out of your mind? How could this possibly be our doing? Do you think we have the leisure to create trouble for ourselves?" The worker's composure shattered in an instant. "Then what is the explanation for this ice?" Yin Honghai's inquiry prompted another worker to speak up. "Shouldn't you be the one to answer that? We worked hard to help you excavate ice. And you bring in more ice. What is your intention?" Yin Honghai's irritation flared. "You think I brought this upon myself? Am I so idle as to create this ice for my own amusement?" "Father, your foot isn't fully healed. Don't get angry," Yin Yiding interjected, glancing at Yin Honghai's swollen foot. After returning yesterday, it had become significantly inflamed, but fortunately, Qin Hongmei had discovered some ointment and the purchased supplies to alleviate the swelling. However, in the early hours of last night, Yin Hahai rose to repair a window, only to find his foot throbbing once again. Fortunately, after completing the task, he rested for a while, and the pain finally subsided. To his surprise, as soon as they emerged, he overheard their conversation, which piqued his curiosity. The corridor, which they had seen cleared of over 2 meters of ice just the day before, seemed to have accumulated a considerable amount overnight. It was apparent that these ice blocks contained cotton-like material. Such ice could only be found at the door of Yan Sijao. How had it ended up here? He wondered aloud how this ice had multiplied. The onlookers regarded Yin Honghai with cold stares. "How should I know? This cotton-tinged ice is only found in front of that wretched girl's door. Her entrance is sealed, so she couldn't possibly have emerged." Yin Honghai realized he was at a loss to explain the origin of the ice. "What is going on? Speak up. If you can't clarify this, we won't proceed." The onlookers continued to glare at him, clearly unwilling to work without justification. "Wang Tao," a voice called from the staircase. "Sister Tao." Upon seeing Lung Tao approach, The man named Wang Tao instantly softened his fierce demeanor. This matter should have nothing to do with Mr. Yin. He summoned us to excavate ice, and it is unlikely he would set traps. Lung Tao interjected. So, what is the explanation for this? Wang Tao was perplexed. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the work of 3301. Lung Tao, as a person reborn, instantly discerned that the issue was not rooted in Yin Honghai. But aren't their people unable to leave? How could they possibly amass such a quantity of ice here? Wang Tao found it hard to believe. Since Mr. Yin mentioned she is reborn, it stands to reason that this reborn individual possesses some extraordinary advantage. Lang Tao reflected that she herself had returned without any such advantage. While those from 3301 might indeed have an edge, although she could not ascertain what this advantage might entail, she speculated it could relate to spatial manipulation. The crowd fell momentarily silent at Lung Tao's remarks. Sister Tao, if there is such an advantage, should we still excavate this ice? Wang Tao inquired of Lung Tao. Of course we should. With someone possessing such an advantage nearby, surviving in this post-apocalyptic world would be a trivial matter. Lung Tao shot him a glance. That makes sense. Wang Tao nodded and promptly called his companions to begin excavating. Yin Honghai sighed in relief as they commenced. Miss Lung, I am grateful for your presence. Mr. Yin, are you concealing something from us? Lung Tao directed her gaze towards the fully armed Yin Honghai, whose expression was inscrutable. Miss Lung, what do you mean? How could I possibly have anything to hide? Yin Honghai looked at her, a mix of perplexity and disbelief etched on his face. Mr. Yin, our collaboration is built on the foundation of honesty. It is evident that you have not been forthright regarding 3301, your esteemed daughter, and her remarkable abilities. Lang Tao's intuition suggests that Yin Honghai's daughter is far from ordinary. Yin Honghai's expression instantly darkened. Miss Lang, are you implying that we are deliberately concealing information? Isn't that the case? Lang Tao scoffed lightly. To speak candidly, the woman within 3301 is indeed my biological sister, but she was only retrieved shortly before the cold wave. So we are utterly unaware of the secrets she harbors. If we were truly aware of the multitude of secrets she possesses and her significant utility, would we align ourselves with you against her? Yin Yeding's words reached not only Lung Tao's ears, but also those of Yin Xijiao and Liu Beixian, who were observing from a distance. They exchanged glances. Your brother truly has no regard for his own humanity, Liu Beixian remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, it seems I must ensure the doors are securely fastened tonight, lest they betray their own. Yin Xijiao's lips curled into a slight smile. Their eagerness to collude with outsiders to procure resources from her is quite telling. Liu Beixian chuckled softly. It requires quite a number of ice bricks. Shall we begin after dinner? Don't you need a moment to rest? Yin Xijiao inquired, noting that Liu Beixian had not rested for 7 or 8 hours. No need. Let us focus on producing the ice bricks first, Liu Beixian replied, shaking his head. I have an idea. How about this? While I sleep tonight, I can venture outside to handle matters without fear of the wind and cold. I can simply work outside, as the current temperature ensures that water will freeze immediately. I reckon it won't take an hour to transform the outside into a winter wonderland. Yin Xijiao thought that making ice bricks was indeed too tedious. It would be much quicker to accomplish it outdoors. And what do you propose regarding the one surnamed Lung? Liu Beixian queried, turning his gaze towards Yin Xijiao. Let us first assess the situation, Yin Xijiao responded, his eyes glinting with curiosity. That works. They are currently incited by Yin Honghai to stir trouble. However, that woman has expressed suspicion about your capabilities. To be cautious, you must take the initiative. Although Liu Beixian's words were not explicit, Yin Xijiao understood their implication. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Do you have any suggestions, Brother Xian? Yin Xijiao asked with a cheerful smile. First, ascertain their lair's location, then secure their entrances and shatter their windows. After all, if they intend to break down our door, retaliating by breaking windows is merely a matter of reciprocity, Liu Beixian said, raising his gaze to meet hers. You don't think I am being cruel, do you? Yin Xijiao shook her head. Of course not. You haven't asked me to wield a knife against them. Moreover, we are merely allowing them to experience the consequences of the suffering they wish to impose upon us. I had thought you would accuse me of being merciless, leaving them no chance for survival. Liu Beixian did not wish for Yin Xijiao to perceive him as a villain. As a lawyer, he had always upheld the principles of fairness and justice. Given that they harbored malicious intent towards them, it was only natural for them to retaliate. Moreover, if they failed to impart a lesson, their own demise would be imminent. Yin Xijiao contemplated the matter of life and death. consistently leaning towards the notion that it was preferable for a friend to perish than for oneself. Thus, when it came to those individuals, Yin Xizhao harbored a singular thought: if they desired her demise, they should meet their end first. Well said, Xiao Zhao. In this apocalyptic era, one must not be soft-hearted. Liu Beixian wished for Yin Xizhao not to become a harbinger of death, nor did he want her to be a person who showed mercy. Rest assured, Brother Xian, I know how to proceed. Yin Xizhao glanced at the tablet, where Lang Tao had already gleaned a considerable amount of information about her from Yin Yeding, even going so far as to slander her. Very well. They are courting death, are they? Then I shall oblige. Outside, Lung Tao listened as Yin Yeding embellished tales of Yin Xizhao's alleged concealments and her supposed ingratitude, yet she remained largely silent. She was unconcerned with the convoluted matters at hand. Her only desire was to ascertain what golden opportunity Yin Xizhao possessed and whether she could seize it for herself. Previously, Lung Tao had not considered inflicting harm, but if there was a chance to obtain that golden opportunity from Yin Xizhao, ensuring her own survival, she would not hesitate to eliminate her. After all, her past life had been fraught with hardship, and this rare chance for a second life was not something she wished to squander. Mr. Yan, I shall overlook the matter of your daughter's golden opportunity. My brothers will continue to investigate here. Should you require anything, have them come to 3201 to find me. Lung Tao preferred not to ascend any more stairs, and since 3201 and 3101 were within the same residence, she opted to head directly to 3201. Yin Honghai nodded, watching Lung Tao depart. Upon hearing Lung Tao mention 3201, Yin Xizhao's ears perked up. 3201, you say? I shall remember these individuals. That evening, she planned to ensure they lacked neither food nor warmth. Meanwhile, oblivious to Yin Xizhao's thoughts, Lung Tao gave Wang Tao a few instructions before making her way downstairs. Yin Honghai also returned indoors with Yin Yeding. The temperature outside was unbearably low, with icicles hanging everywhere. The entire building was unrecognizable amidst the storm. At times, Yin Honghai wondered if the snow would accumulate to the extent that it would seal their doors shut, confining them indoors. As this thought crossed his mind, he stifled a yawn. Last night, their family had been preoccupied with repairing broken glass, and they had only managed to rest this morning. Now, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Yin Honghai intended to catch up on sleep, and so did Yin Yeding. Leaving the ice workers outside behind, the two of them returned home. Yin Xizhao glanced at the tablet, where the figures of Yin Honghai, Yin Yeding, and others had vanished, before retracting her gaze and sharing a hearty breakfast with Liu Beixian. According to their prior arrangement, Yin Xizhao was to hand over her shift to Liu Beixian precisely at midnight and then retire for the night. Tonight, under the cloak of darkness, was the perfect opportunity for significant undertakings. As soon as she lay down, her eyelids fluttered closed, and she found herself at the location previously monitored by the cameras. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, yet Yin Xizhao possessed the uncanny ability to perceive everything around her. Observing the ice bricks that had been excavated by others, she extracted cotton and added water. In an instant, the cotton and water transformed into ice. Within less than half an hour, she had completely sealed the entrance of the Yin Honghai family. To further prevent them from opening the door, she tied a piece of iron wire between the doorknob and a pillar in the corridor. While some might deem her actions ruthless, given the Yin family's intentions to plunder and harm, what wrong had she committed? Once secured, she layered additional cotton and ice on top, effectively barricading room 3304-3303. Even the staircase door was rendered impassable. Chapter 56. The repercussions from Yin Xizhao. The icebound 3304-3101. It was easy to seal, but difficult to dig through. Now, the Yin Honghai family was trapped, unable to escape, and it would be intriguing to see how they would excavate. Yin Xizhao clapped her hands and installed several well-calibrated cameras within their home. These cameras were well-powered and ensured stable transmission. After completing her preparations, she descended to room 3201. Passing through its door, she observed that Lung Tao and the others were resting inside, and the supplies appeared to be quite abundant. Yin Xizhao exited and proceeded to room 3202. The inhabitants of 3202 had been alive earlier, but the frigid temperatures from the previous night compelled them to ignite a considerable amount of firewood and secure their doors and windows tightly, resulting in a higher concentration of carbon dioxide, which ultimately led to their demise from suffocation in a state of drowsiness. With the occupants of room 3202 no longer present, Yin Xizhao deemed it unnecessary to leave room 3201 unsealed. Using the same method, she sealed the door of room 3201, and she did not forget to check room 3101, the main entrance to 3201. After thoroughly barricading the doors of both room 3101 and room 3202, she installed cameras in various corners of the house. Eager to witness the astonished expressions on the faces of the occupants upon awakening and realizing their entrapment. Having set everything in place, Yin Xijiao closed her eyes and returned to her own space, seizing the opportunity to catch up on sleep before dawn. When she emerged from her sanctuary, however, she found the living room devoid of Liu Beixian. Hastily, she ascended the stairs, only to hear a sizzling sound emanating from the kitchen. There was Liu Beixian, clad in an apron, frying an egg. Noticing the condensation on his glasses, she could not help but chide him lightly. "Xian, good. Do you not remove your glasses when cooking?" Unaccustomed to the sensation of not wearing glasses, Liu Beixian observed her approaching, clad in pajamas and a cloak. Given the indoor temperature was rather mild, her attire was indeed sufficient to ward off the chill. "Perhaps you should refrain from cooking. I'm concerned you might misidentify the salt and MSG, and I shudder to think of the consequences should you make a mistake," Yin Xijiao remarked, extending her hand to take the spatula from him. "Allow me to handle this task. You should attend to something else." "Xiao Xiao, do you harbor a disdain for your elder brother?" Liu Beixian chuckled softly but relinquished the spatula to her. "I would never dare, Brother Xian. You should promptly clean your glasses. By the way, would you like me to fetch a tissue? How severe is your myopia? Can you see the path ahead?" Upon hearing this, Liu Beixian responded, "These are plano lenses. Even without them, my vision remains clear." Yin Xijiao, upon listening, switched off the stove and turned to him, glancing at his glasses with an overwhelming sense of being deceived. "Brother Xian, you wouldn't possess some peculiar obsession, would you?" "What peculiar obsession?" Liu Beixian was taken aback. Like Detective Conan, insisting on wearing glasses for the sake of looking cool despite not being nearsighted. Yin Xijiao plated the fried eggs and set them on the table, only to discover that Liu Beixian had prepared 2 bowls of porridge in the rice cooker. "Xiao Xiao, your words leave me at a loss for a response." Liu Beixian cleared his throat lightly. I understand. Brother Xian wishes to conceal your handsome visage behind the glasses, preventing others from claiming you rely solely on your looks," Yin Xijiao commented, arranging youtiao, fried dough, and buns on the table. "With such trivial matters, we can hardly engage in meaningful conversation," Liu Beixian remarked, bemused as he gazed at her. "Then let us discuss other topics." Yin Xijiao retrieved 2 tablets from her space. One displayed the situation concerning Yin Honghai, while the other depicted the circumstances of 3101. At this hour, Yin Honghai and Lung Tao have just risen. She placed the tablets on a side table where both could see them. Liu Beixian raised an eyebrow at the images on the tablet. "Have you installed cameras in their residence?" "Indeed, one cannot appreciate their expressions from the outside, hence my decision to place them within," Yin Xijiao replied while munching on her food. "Then, does that imply you've sealed all exits?" Liu Beixian inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity. "All exits are sealed. Their only means of escape is through the windows," Yin Xijiao smirked, initially contemplating breaking the windows of 3101 as well. She realized that simply sealing the doors and shattering the windows would not allow them to immediately experience despair and suffering. She wanted them to fully grasp the fear of confinement. With a distance of 28 floors between the snow-covered 2nd floor and the 31st floor, each floor towering at 3 meters, this amounted to a staggering height of at least 84 meters. If proper safety measures were in place, they should have no issues reaching the 30th floor. However, given the current circumstances, implementing any safety precautions seems nearly impossible. Liu Beixian was acutely aware that the temperature outside had plummeted to a chilling -70 degrees. In such frigid conditions, one could hardly venture outside without being bundled up like a bear. Moreover, they faced the perilous challenge of descending from the 31st floor amidst winds and snow raging at levels 5 or 6. That was exceedingly hazardous. Yin Xijiao sipped his thin porridge. "Brother Xian, I've observed that their dwelling is stocked with substantial supplies. I doubt they would resort to such dangerous actions at this moment. But supplies will eventually be depleted, won't they?" Liu Beixian retorted, skeptical that they could generate food under these dire circumstances. "There are at least 20 of them. If they ration their provisions judiciously, it appears they could sustain themselves for about a month." Yin Xijiao contemplated. A month is quite a stretch, yet sufficient for their robust bodies to weaken. Even if they wish to escape, their physical condition combined with external factors greatly increases the likelihood of a fatal fall. As he spoke, Liu Beixian picked up a small steamed bun and took a bite. What do you think will become of that heartless family next door? Yin Xijiao turned his gaze to the tablet, where Yin Hai's family was also enjoying breakfast, evidently unaware of the barricaded entrance outside. They were accustomed to a life of comfort, and asking them to descend the stairs was utterly improbable. What else can they do but wait for death? Liu Beixian scoffed. I must truly relish their impending misfortune. Otherwise, how could I justify their relentless scheming against us? Yin Xijiao allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips as he continued to observe the breakfast scene on the tablet, until they had finished their meal. Yin Honghai's family remained oblivious to the sealed exit. Meanwhile, Lung Tao and her companions, after finishing breakfast, attempted to open the door, only to find it stubbornly shut. Lung Tao, what should we do? Wang Tao and the others looked at her in alarm. The fierce winds and snow outside must have frozen the door shut. Let us fetch some firewood to thaw it. Lung Tao mused, recalling that she had instructed someone to clear the ice from the corridor the previous day. It now occurred to her that the storm from last night had likely encased the door in ice. A little heat should suffice to melt the obstruction. Chapter 57. The door that would not open. Suspicions of Yin Honghai's involvement. Lung Tao's thoughts were simplistic, failing to grasp that outside lay not just a thin layer of ice, but rather an entire expanse of frozen blocks enveloping the corridor. Wang Tao and the others, armed with firewood, heated the door for an extended period. Just when they felt it was sufficiently warmed, they grasped the doorknob to turn it, only to discover it remained utterly immovable. Panic ensued among them all. If they could not escape, they would be left without sustenance, destined to perish within these confines. Lung Tao's expression was graver than ever before. She had not anticipated encountering such a predicament. Since her rebirth, her journey had been remarkably smooth, never having faced such a blunder. Sister Tao, both of us have attempted to heat the door, yet it remains obstinately shut. What shall we do now? One person, his face ashen, hurriedly ascended and descended to inspect the situation before finally addressing Lung Tao. We need to pry the door open. Lung Tao couldn't fathom that they wouldn't be able to exit even after prying it. Chenhai, Jiangsu, come here and lend a hand. Wang Tao summoned two individuals, equipping them with tools to commence the door prying. They had previously engaged in various laborious tasks and were quite adept at such endeavors. With 3 or 4 individuals at the top and another 3 or 4 below, they coordinated their efforts. A series of resounding bangs reverberated, echoing throughout the building. Yin Xijiao observed Wang Tao and the others' attempts on the tablet and began to feel a sense of apprehension. What is the matter, Xiao Xiao? Liu Beixian noticed Yin Xijiao's expression was amiss and furrowed his brow. Brother Xian, do you think they can truly pry the door open? The door opened inward, and the likelihood of it being pried open was considerable. However, since ice had been piled outside, even if they attempted to dig it out, it would take considerable effort. Ample enough time for one to add more ice during the night. As Liu Beixian spoke, he glanced at the tablet. Wang Tao and his companions had nearly deformed the door, to the point where it seemed almost feasible to break it open, yet it stubbornly resisted their might, as if something was firmly securing it shut. Indeed, their inability to open the door was not entirely their fault. Yin Xijiao had meticulously applied a powerful adhesive between the door and its frame, ensuring it was exceedingly secure. Furthermore, both the doorknob and peephole were bound with steel and iron wires, tethered to a nearby pillar. Without immense strength, it would be impossible to wrench the door open. Yet, Yin Xijiao remained oblivious to this. She could only employ her thoughts to devise a solution, albeit fearing that these strong men might actually succeed in prying it open. Her worries, however, seemed unwarranted. Wang Tao and his group exhausted every conceivable method, yet they could only distort the door without managing to open it. Long Tao's expression grew increasingly grim. Is it truly so difficult to dismantle a mere door? We faced far less challenging locks before. Sister Tao, we cannot remove it. It feels as though something is adhering it shut. Without a cutting machine, we likely cannot open it from within, Wang Tao remarked, beads of sweat dotting his brow. They had only succeeded in warping the door, perplexed as to why it was proving so troublesome. After a moment of silence, Lung Tao appeared to contemplate something. What shall we do? Are we to remain here idle? Sister Tao, please say something. What is our next course of action? All eyes turned to Lung Tao. Let us break through the wall and check the situation next door. Lung Tao uttered the words break the wall, leaving Yin Xijiao momentarily astonished. They too began to mimic Yin Honghai, pondering the potential repercussions of the walls being breached. If the walls were to be demolished, would it not adversely affect our building? Yin Xijiao recalled previous news reports detailing how some individuals had removed load-bearing walls, resulting in irreversible damage to entire structures. A sense of trepidation washed over her. The actions of these individuals could indeed inflict unnecessary harm upon the property. However, it was asserted that our building was of a frame structure, distinct from brick concrete constructions. In frame structures, the load is primarily borne by beams, slabs, and columns, whereas brick concrete buildings rely on floors and walls for support. In terms of structural integrity, frame constructions are superior to their brick concrete counterparts. Analogously, if one were to consider a human form, the framework represents the bones, while the brick concrete structure signifies the flesh. Flesh can be piled to a certain height, yet without skeletal support, it is destined to collapse. As long as the beams, slabs, and columns remain intact, the demolition of walls poses no significant risk. However, are you sealing off apartments 3101 and 3102? If they venture into 3103 or 3104, escape is highly probable. Just as Liu Bixuan finished speaking, the sound of walls being struck echoed from within the flat. The onlookers beheld as these individuals wielded their tools with vigor against the walls. The 24-centimeter thick wall succumbed with relative ease. As joy filled the air, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Something was amiss outside. "Why is there so much ice out there?" someone exclaimed, although a fierce snowstorm had raged the previous night. It was perplexing that the corridor was now laden with ice. What could be the cause? Curiously, it appeared as though the ice contained foreign elements. Is that cotton? We encountered such cotton within the ice blocks we unearthed yesterday. As this revelation spread, Lang Tao pushed through the crowd to inspect the area, where she discovered ice mixed with cotton. Her expression darkened with rage. "Damn it, this must be the handiwork of that Yin. He intends to trap us. I knew he couldn't be trusted with our supplies. It is now evident that they wish for our demise. Sister Tao, we cannot let them go unpunished," the crowd echoed, their anger palpable. "That Yin shall face death upon my escape," they declared in unison. Long Tao remained uncertain about the situation outside, yet it was unmistakably linked to Yin. Let us not jump to conclusions too hastily. We have yet to ascertain whether he is responsible. First, we must clear away these ice blocks. The others, however, harbored discontent at Lung Tao's words. "Sister Tao, that Yin had us excavating ice, and now this is what we find. To claim that there is no connection to him is simply unbelievable. Indeed, Sister Tao, this must be his doing. After all, the doors of 3301 are blocked. How could they possibly come here to create chaos? Peach, we have never even encountered anyone from 3301. We are utterly unaware whether the individual in question is indeed the daughter as Mr. Yin suggested. If not, we could inadvertently offend someone." The voices of the crowd echoed in Ling Tao's ear, one after another, causing her to feel a sense of dizziness. Enough of this. Let's first ascertain what is happening outside. Once we clear away the ice here, we can seek out Mr. Yin for clarification. Chapter 58, Xiao Zhao. Are you afraid of killing someone? An immediate hush fell over the crowd. Indeed, resolving the matter of the ice outside takes precedence over seeking retribution. Observing the silence of her companions, Ling Tao instructed them to gather their tools for ice removal. As they prepared to commence their work, Wang Tao interjected, "Peach, I believe it would be wiser not to dig here. We should focus on the area near the staircase." "Right, this side is frozen solid. The staircase should be untouched." Others chimed in agreement. This conversation caught the attention of Liu Beixian and Yin Xijiao, leading the latter to feel a pang of frustration. "Brother Xian, what should we do? Doesn't this imply we're allowing them to escape?" "Patience, let them dig. We shall observe the situation unfold," Liu Beixian replied calmly. He had not anticipated they would choose to excavate the wall of the stairwell. Had he foreseen this, he would have instructed Yin Xijiao to seal off the stairs as well. Unfortunately, it was too late now, and they could only wait for an opportunity. The stairwell was merely a wall away from the house. Wang Tao and the others swung their tools vigorously against the wall. Yin Xijiao could sense the fury emanating from them. The hammer strikes seemed as though they were intended for a person, instilling a sense of dread within her. The intensity of their anger was indeed fearsome. After more than half an hour of labor, they managed to create an opening large enough for a person to pass through. However, due to the limitations of the camera's range, the subsequent events were obscured from view, leaving only distant voices to be heard. "Peach, the stairwell door won't budge. Nor will the door to 3101. Ling Tao raised an eyebrow at this revelation. "Wang Tao, take a few men and circle around to see what the situation is at our entrance," she commanded. Wang Tao nodded, and, accompanied by 2 or 3 brothers, proceeded downstairs. Their only option was to traverse the lower corridor, as ascending was no longer feasible. Before they could reach the opposite side, Wang Tao and his companions noticed that the entrance to Yin Honghai's home was also firmly sealed by ice. Massive ice blocks extended from the innermost door of 3303 to the stairwell and elevator, completely covering the entrance to 3304. Brother Tao, how could there be such a large block of ice at the entrance of 3304? The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Moreover, as they ventured halfway, they beheld that the door to room 3101 was ensconced in a thick layer of ice. No wonder they were unable to open it. It was entirely encased in frost. Let us return, Wang Tao exclaimed, retreating before he could reach the opposite side. Upon seeing him return, Lung Tao furrowed her brow. Wang Tao, is your haste indicative of a dire situation outside? Peach sister, the exterior is frozen solid, much like the ice at the entrance of 3301. Our corridor is completely obstructed by ice. Additionally, the entrance to 3304 is also heavily blocked. It seems that those named Yin are unlikely to emerge anytime soon. Wang Tao replied, urgency lacing his voice. Lung Tao was taken aback by his words. Are you saying that both our entrance and that of 3304 are inundated with ice? Indeed, it is absolutely true. The ice at our door mirrors that at 3301's entrance. Wang Tao's assertion was met with skepticism. Wang Tao, you cannot be serious. In just one night, such a mass of ice is formed at the entrance? Who would believe such a tale? As one person began to voice doubt, they were promptly countered by another who had accompanied Wang Tao. It is indeed true. I witnessed it myself. The ice extends to the stairwell and the elevator. If you do not believe me, go and see for yourselves. The doubter fell silent. If this were true, who could manage to seal their doors overnight? Peach sister. What shall we do now? Wang Tao was no longer concerned with the opinions of others. Resolving this matter was of utmost importance. Take a group upstairs to break through the wall of 3301 and ascertain who resides within. I will gather a team to locate those named Yin, Lung Tao instructed, promptly assigning her team. Her voice, transmitted through the camera, reached Yin Xijiao and Liu Beixian, causing Yin Xijiao to feel a surge of anxiety. Even though she had installed steel plates on the walls, should they attempt to breach the structure, there remained the possibility that they could cut through the steel. Do not fear. There are still steel plates within the walls. Besides, you have space as a safeguard. Should they truly manage to enter, we will have means to confront them, Liu Beixian reassured, observing Yin Xijiao's evident tension and fear. After all, an 18-year-old girl facing such circumstances would be abnormal if she were unafraid. Seeing Liu Beixian's composed demeanor, Yin Xijiao realized she had perhaps been overly anxious. Brother Xian, I am not afraid. Tonight, I shall ensure they pay the price. Her gaze was resolute. The previous night had been a miscalculation. She could not afford any oversights this evening. Following Lung Tao's orders, Wang Tao began to break through the wall of 3301. Just as he anticipated entering, he discovered an unexpected obstruction within the wall. Upon widening the opening, Wang Tao and his companions were left astonished. Steel plates? How could there be steel plates within this house? Others found it utterly astonishing. To be frank, it was not only others who were baffled. Wang Tao himself shared the same sentiment. Brother Tao, they have installed steel plates inside the house. We simply cannot break through. What shall we do now? Others urged Wang Tao to come up with a solution. Let us return and discuss it with Sister Tao first. Wang Tao was equally uncertain about the identity of the individuals inside that house. It would be prudent to seek advice from Lung Tao. After a few retreated, Yin Xijiao could not discern any sounds from the wall and was left wondering what those individuals were plotting. Xiao, relax. Do not be so tense. For if you are not focused when it's time for you to act, it could be detrimental. Liu Beixian, seated on the sofa, observed Yin Xijiao's evident anxiety and felt compelled to rise and gently ruffle her hair. This marked the first instance of such intimate interaction between them. Yin Xijiao was momentarily taken aback. Although they had grown relatively familiar, they had not yet reached a level of intimacy that warranted such gestures. However, Yin Xijiao considered that the most suitable means of consolation between two individuals could be a gentle touch. Brother Xian, this situation is entirely my fault. I never anticipated they would breach the wall from the staircase. Yin Xijiao lowered her head, somewhat disheartened. No one is perfect. I too failed to foresee this. Nevertheless, we still have a chance to salvage the situation. Let us observe how far they can go. Tonight, we shall show no mercy, either they perish or we do. Xiao Xiao, if I ask you to take a life, would you be afraid? Lu Beishuan's gaze, veiled by his glasses, held a smile, yet it bore a hint of ruthlessness. Chapter 59. Yan Honghai misjudges Lung Tao, counterattack with excrement. Yan Shizhao was taken aback. Was Lu Beixian asking her to kill? Although her actions yesterday were indirectly lethal, the overt suggestion of murder startled her. Brother Xian wants me to kill? Do you dare? Lu Beishuan's eyes gazed at her with a languid intensity. Yan Shizhao felt as though she were being drawn into an abyss as she met his dark gaze. If my personal safety is at stake, then my response could only be deemed self-defense, correct? Yan Shizhao stared at Lu Beixian in a daze. Indeed, he affirmed with a slight nod. Then there is nothing to fear. Yan Shizhao clenched her teeth. She did not wish to meet her end. Moreover, she believed she had not obstructed anyone's path. So why were they treating her this way? Lu Beixian chuckled softly, continuing to ruffle her hair. Xiao Xiao, do not be afraid. Though I may not be able to assist you much, remember that you have someone supporting you from behind. Yan Shizhao nodded slightly. I understand, Brother Xian. I am not afraid. Let us remain vigilant and observe their movements, and we shall deal with them one by one tonight. Lu Beixian wore a smile on his face, yet his gaze bore an edge of ruthlessness. Yan Shizhao, adhering to Lu Beishuan's instructions, began to observe the situation concerning Ling Tao and her companions, while Lu Beixian chose to conserve his energy. Meanwhile, Ling Tao and her group spent around 10 minutes breaking through the walls of Yin Honghai's residence. However, when they believed they could engage with Yin Honghai and his associates, they were met with a deluge of filth. It turned out that their wall demolition had drawn the attention of Yin Honghai and his group, who sought to investigate the commotion, only to find themselves trapped inside. The incessant noise of destruction led them to suspect that Lung Tao intended to ambush them. Consequently, when Lung Tao's group called for assistance, they remained still, waiting for the breach to widen before emerging from their hiding places to douse Lung Tao's companions in excrement. The suddenness of the attack left those present in utter shock. Even the most robust men could not suppress their screams. Particularly distressing was the stench of filth that had festered for 2 days, overwhelming several individuals to the point of fainting. Lung Tao, standing at a distance, was spared from the worst of it, yet the noxious odor compelled her to cover her mouth and nose. Damn it, how dare you treat me this way? I will have your life for this, seethed the man splattered with excrement, casting a venomous glare at Yan Honghai, intent on charging at him. As Yan Honghai witnessed the man rush towards him, he swiftly brandished a wooden stick and struck at the man's head. This act ignited the fury of more individuals, who then demolished a large portion of the wall, surging forward. No matter how formidable Yan Honghai and Yin Yeding were, they stood no chance against such a multitude. They were soon overwhelmed and brought to the ground, and the man previously doused in filth forced the excrement into Yan Honghai and Yin Yeding's mouths, relishing their twisted struggles before delivering 2 resounding slaps to their faces. You dare to throw filth at me? I shall make you consume it. Neither Yan Honghai nor Yin Yeding could have anticipated the ignominy they would face on this day. Overwhelmed with rage and disgust, they were forcibly bound by Lang Tao's subordinates after being subjected to the indignity of excrement. You all go clean yourselves up first, Lang Tao commanded. Regarding the unfortunate brothers who had been sullied, she could hardly fathom that Yan Honghai and his associates would resort to such treatment. Once the brothers departed, Lung Tao surveyed the room and heard commotion emanating from nearby, prompting her to send others to investigate. Several individuals ventured deeper into the house. Meanwhile, Chun Hongmei and Yin Yeshua, who were hiding and observing the scene, were filled with anxiety. What should we do? They can't possibly want to kill us, right? I'm not ready to die, Yin Yeshua whispered urgently. Chun Hongmei, equally flustered, was at a loss for what to do. Let us hide, she urged, grasping Yin Yeshua's hand as they hurried back toward Lu Beixian's former quarters. I do not believe that closing the door would deter them, as Chun Hongmei was acutely aware of their intentions to break through the walls. The only recourse left for her was to retreat with Yin Yeshua into the room where they stored their supplies, attempting to barricade themselves with the provisions in hopes of shielding their bodies. However, before they could even finalize their makeshift defense, the door swung open, and 2 burly men entered. They paused for a brief moment, taken aback at the sight of the mother and daughter busy with their futile preparations, before a sinister smile crept across their faces. I thought we had merely encountered a couple of mice. Instead, it appears we have stumbled upon 2 stunning beauties. One of them remarked, It has been far too long since I have indulged in the company of a woman. This time, I shall savor the experience. Upon hearing his words, The color drained from Chen Hongmei and Yin Yeshua's faces. No, you cannot treat us this way. Is there no law left to protect us? Chen Hongmei shrieked, attempting to fend off the man who reached for her. In an instant, he seized her wrist, forcing her hand against the wall as he began to assault her. Yin Yeshua fared no better, being similarly pinned against the wall by another man who forcefully kissed her. Despite her desperate struggles, it was all in vain. His hands intruded beneath her clothing, violating her in ways she had never experienced before. Tears streamed down Yin Yeshua's face as she bit down hard on the man's tongue in a futile attempt to resist. He retaliated with a stinging slap, rendering her nearly unconscious. In the midst of her disorientation, the man raised his weapon, and horrific screams echoed from the small room. Though those outside were oblivious to the exact nature of the events transpiring within, the sound of mocking laughter and women's cries sparked their imaginations to the grim reality. Both Yin Honghai and Yin Yeding, upon hearing the commotion, turned pale, having just endured a most humiliating ordeal themselves, leaving them devoid of the strength to curse their assailants. "TSKSK, Old Wang certainly has his share of luck," remarked one of the others, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Let us ensure we have a taste of the women as well. First, we must inventory their supplies," Cold Peach suggested, glancing at the others. She understood that without offering them some semblance of reward, they would inevitably foster a sense of rebellion. Isn't Yin Hahai eager to stir trouble? Let him be. And allow his women to provide a release for his brothers. Very well, Sister Tao, came the enthusiastic response from the men, who eagerly rubbed their hands together in anticipation of the impending debauchery. "No, you cannot treat them this way," Yin Honghai bellowed, retching once more as the foul taste lingered in his mouth. The others were equally disgusted by the stench emanating from him. "What right do you have to speak to us in such a manner?" Yin challenged one of the burly men, delivering a forceful kick that sent Yin Honghai crashing to the ground. The man intended to deliver more blows when Cold Peach interjected, "Wait. Let us first inquire why he chose to throw excrement at us." Chapter 60. Yin Honghai and Yin Yeding face humiliation, while Chen Hongmei and Yin Yeshua endure indignities. "Why do you hurl excrement at us?" the burly man inquired. "Why did you seal our door and smash our walls?" Yin Honghai bellowed in rage. "We sealed your door? Damn it. Do you have any idea that when we woke up this morning, we couldn't even exit? If we hadn't dug our way out, we would still be trapped inside," the man retorted, delivering a forceful kick to Yin Honghai. "So you came to excavate my wall?" Yin Honghai exclaimed incredulously. "Your home and the corridor outside are all covered in ice. How else were we supposed to communicate with you? Who would have thought you would dare to hurl excrement at us? Truly seeking your own demise," the man scoffed, leaving Yin Honghai momentarily dumbfounded. "Why didn't you speak up while you were digging?" Yin Honghai demanded furiously. "Weren't we calling out to you? It was your silence that compelled us to continue." "We had no idea you would resort to such actions," the man answered, delivering another kick. "All right, Wang Dong. Ask him if he knows the cause of the ice outside." Lung Tao observed from a slight distance, her demeanor calm. "Did you hear that? Sister Tao is inquiring about the ice outside," the burly man said, turning to Yin Honghai. "The ice outside? The ice blocking my doorstep? I have no knowledge of it. I didn't create it. It must have been that wretched girl. If you seek trouble, go after her, not me." Yin Honghai shouted defiantly. "Do you take us for fools? The people from 3301 cannot even come out. They must possess the ability to traverse walls to create ice." The man dismissed Yin Honghai's claims. "Believe me, it was them. It was them," Yin Honghai cried, his eyes blazing. However, the men remained unconvinced. "It appears we cannot extract any further information from him. Wang Dong, have the place cleaned up and gather all the belongings." Lang Tao remarked, observing Yin Honghai's repetitive statements, realizing he likely didn't know the specifics. "And what of them? Should we take action?" Wang Dong gestured menacingly toward Yin Honghai and Yin Yeding. The two men's faces paled in an instant, fear etched across their features. "Please, do not kill us. We will comply with whatever you ask. Just spare our lives," they pleaded. "Wang Dong, let them live for now. We still need hands for the laundry room." Long Tao stated indifferently. Wang Dong nodded slightly in agreement. "Have them set aside, then proceed to inventory Yin Honghai and their supplies." At that moment, Wang Tao arrived with a report. "Sister Tao, the house of 3301 has been reinforced with steel plates. We cannot penetrate it." "Steel plates? The inhabitants of 3301 are indeed formidable," Lung Tao mused, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. "Sister Tao, shall we consider digging through the ceiling instead? We could access them from above." A burly man spoke, and the others regarded him with the condescension reserved for the simple-minded. The ceiling concealed steel reinforcements. Should we breach it, we would compromise the very structure of this building, rendering our continued residence here impossible. Indeed, gaining access to that place necessitates alternative methods. Others chimed in, querying what solutions could be proposed. The previously despondent man remarked, "We could either excavate ice or attempt entry through the windows." "Isn't excavating ice impractical?" Cold Peach interjected. "The distance to the center of the 3301 house is no less than 10 meters. Digging through ice could take an eternity." The burly man retorted. "Then let us approach via the windows," Cold Peach suggested, instructing her companions to prepare to breach the wall of 3303. The plan was to traverse through 3303 to reach 3302, and then access the window from 3302. "Are we truly going to pass through the window? We are on the 33rd floor," a man exclaimed in horror. 33 stories at 3 meters each places us nearly 99 meters above the ground. If Cold Peach chooses to go out the window, should it prove unsafe, a fall would be fatal. "Fear not. We shall implement safety measures," Cold Peach assured them. Just then, Chun Hongmei and Yin Yeshua were dragged over, their hair disheveled and clothing askew, bruises marking their bodies from their male captors. Cold Peach cast a glance at the two but remained silent. Facing a group of predatory men, Chun Hongmei and Yin Yeshua trembled together, gripped by terror at the uncertain fate that awaited them. "Hey, brothers, these women may be older, but their skin is tender and delightful. Those interested may indulge. And I assure you, it will be most pleasurable." The younger one, though less experienced, has a voice that is quite enticing. One of the men jeered as he tore at their clothing. The two women gasped in shock, their exposed forms laid bare before the leering group of men. Cold Peach frowned. Though she detested such scenes, she knew that intervening would incur the wrath of these men upon her. "Wang Tao, Wang Dong. And the rest of you are weary. Let us take a break today. Enjoy yourselves, but do not harm them excessively," she said before turning to leave. Yin Yeshua, upon hearing her voice, was taken aback to discover a woman among the brutish men, and she cried out, "Save me. Sister, please don't let them violate me." No sooner had Yin Yeshua uttered her plea than a man covered her mouth, while others reached towards her fair body. Chun Hongmei, too, found no respite. Realizing that the woman was clearly allied with the men and would not rescue them, the two women were subjected to the whims of the burly men from dawn until dusk. On the other side, Yin Xijiao observed the dire plight of Chun Hongmei and Yin Yeshua. While one might feel sympathy, were those men not summoned by their own actions? Their current predicament could only be attributed to their own misfortune. However, the thought that those individuals would not be coming tonight brought her a sense of relief. Yet, considering the ferocity of those men, Yin Xijiao surmised that if captured by them, she would likely meet a similar fate. It seemed imperative that these men be eliminated tonight. With this thought in mind, she entered the space and procured some sleeping pills, intending to preemptively deal with them. After waiting for Liu Beixian to rest sufficiently before emerging, Yin Xijiao recounted the events involving Yin Honghai to Liu Beixian, who adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. Administering the sleeping pills is feasible. But can you manage to move so many individuals alone? Tossing them into the space and then down the stairs should pose no issue, correct? Yin Xijiao contemplated before replying. That seems plausible, though it would sully the area. Liu Beixian was reluctant to see his pristine space tainted in such a manner. How about I eliminate them and let Yin Honghai and the others handle the aftermath? Yin Xijiao raised an eyebrow. Are you considering sparing Yin Honghai and his companions? Liu Beixian inquired. Chapter 61. Killing them fears divine retribution. No, I was merely pondering that he and Chun Hongmei are, after all, my parents. If I were to kill them, I fear retribution from above. It would be better to confine them and allow them to perish slowly from hunger and cold. Yin Xijiao replied, shaking her head. Liu Beixian, upon hearing her words, realized it was indeed inappropriate for Yin Xijiao to take their lives, given their status as her nominal parents. Very well, this time you must ensure they are completely confined. He gently patted her head. Rest assured, I shall not show them mercy this time. Yin Xijiao smiled. To show kindness to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. I shall not permit myself such a mistake. In the afternoon, upon hearing from other brothers that rooms 3304, 3303, and 3302 had been breached, Lang Tao instructed everyone to move all supplies upstairs. The men, having found satisfaction with Chun Hongmei and Yin Yeshua, were buoyed by a sense of euphoria and complied with Lang Tao's orders to transport all provisions to the upper levels. However, Wang Tao harbored some reservations. Sister Tao, do you think that by moving here tonight, someone might block the stairwell and trap us inside? Just have a few brothers keep watch overnight. Any disturbance will be dealt with immediately. It will also allow us to ascertain whether the threat is human or supernatural, Lang Tao replied with conviction, doubting that any problems would arise with vigilance. Wang Tao nodded slightly, believing that as long as they remained alert, they should encounter no significant issues. By 3 in the afternoon, Yin Xijiao prepared herself within the space. After all, for her at this moment, falling asleep instantly was an impossible endeavor. Liu Beixian could only prepare her in advance. Yin Xijiao entered the space, lying on the bed and hypnotizing herself for quite a while before finally succumbing to slumber. At this time, it was precisely 4:30 in the afternoon. Long Tao, accompanied by several others, was deliberating on how to transition from room 3302 to room 3301. While the remaining individuals were either with Qin Hongmei and Yin Yeshue or were observing Yin Haohai and his actions against Yin Yeting, in addition to preparing dinner. Earlier, Yin Honghai and Yin Yeting had witnessed Qin Hongmei and her companions being bullied and had attempted to intervene, only to be met with a brutal counterattack, leaving their clothes in tatters, with only a few thin garments remaining. Subsequently, it was unclear which individual with peculiar tastes had taken a fancy to Yin Yeting. Dragging the bound Yin Yeting into a side room, Yin Xijiao dared not look, yet the anguished cries of Yin Yeting echoed hauntingly. Upon locating the area where they were cooking, Yin Xijiao seized the opportunity, while their attention was diverted, to pour the powdered sleeping pills entirely into their meals. According to the instructions, a maximum of 1 pill per person would ensure a deep sleep. However, she could not settle for mere slumber. She required them to fall into a profound sleep. Thus, she opted to administer 2 pills per individual directly into their food. The dosage was ample. And to prevent them from discovering any irregularities too soon, she employed a medium-acting sedative, which would render them deeply asleep within 6 to 24 hours. Yin Xijiao had prepared meticulously, even fearing they might notice something amiss. She had a backup quantity ready, just in case. Unfortunately, these individuals did not necessitate her backup supply. Perhaps it was due to Qin Hongmei, Yin Yeshue, and Yin Yeting's presence that particularly delighted these rough men, leading them to indulge heartily in their evening meal. As for Yin Haohai, Qin Hongmei, and their companions, they naturally received no food. Given the scarcity of provisions, logically, they should have eliminated these worthless individuals. But Long Tao suggested keeping them as servants. They considered that having someone to attend to them was rather agreeable, after all. Someone else washing their clothes was preferable to doing it themselves. However, the food provided was meager, limited to 1 insufficient meal each day at noon. At this moment, the 4 of them huddled together, trembling, casting terrified yet resentful glances at Long Tao and her group, who feasted and reveled. None dared utter a word or provoke their wrath. Eventually, as the majority retired for the night and the guards unknowingly succumbed to sleep, the 4 of them listened to the crackling of the fire, observing that those individuals seemed genuinely asleep. They exchanged furtive glances, secretly attempting to procure some food to alleviate their hunger, for the night had been devoid of sustenance. Unexpectedly, Qin Hongmei stumbled and kicked a burly man, causing the 4 of them to feel an immediate chill run down their spines, a wave of cold sweat cascading down. Initially, they had anticipated the man would rise to confront them, only to discover he remained utterly still. Dad, it seems they have truly fallen into a deep slumber. Yanting delivered a swift kick to one of the burly men, only to discover that he remained utterly unresponsive. Turning to Yan Honghai, she inquired, "Are they truly in a deep slumber?" Yan Honghai, also testing the proximity of another hefty man with a kick, confirmed her suspicion as the man exhibited no reaction whatsoever. "Father, what shall we do now?" Yanting gazed imploringly at Yan Honghai. The remaining 2 men likewise looked towards him for guidance. "We shall don our clothing. Hongmei and Xiaoxue, assist in stripping them of their garments, and Yanting, help me throw them out of the window." Yan Honghai glared with resentment at the men before him. Let these scoundrels pay for the humiliation they have inflicted upon us today with their very lives. Although they were unaware of the full extent of the situation, it was undeniably a prime opportunity for retaliation, one they could not afford to overlook. Qin Hongmei and Yin Yeshue had endured considerable hardship that day. Their legs trembled slightly as they prepared to act. Yet, in order to make Cold Peach and her accomplices pay, they steeled themselves, dressed quickly, and began to remove the clothing from the burly men, allowing Yan Honghai and Yanting to drag them to the open window and hurl them out from the 33rd floor. Even if they landed on the 2nd floor, buried in snow, These men would either perish or succumb to the bitter cold, stripped of their clothes and with broken bodies. One by one, nearly 20 men were tossed out by Yan Honghai and Yanting, especially when Yanting recognized those who had tormented her. She seized the opportunity to slap several of them across the face with fervor. As they approached Cold Peach, Yan Honghai turned to Chen Hongmei and the others, saying, "We shall not deal with this woman just yet. Bind her securely. Father, this woman is clearly the mastermind behind it all. Why would you leave her unharmed?" Yin Yeshua glared at Cold Peach, her animosity palpable, wishing nothing more than to feast upon her blood and flesh. "She may look decent enough. Let her be a wife to your brother." Yan Honghai had initially contemplated that if the storm persisted, he would have Yan Yexu, who shared no blood ties, with Yanting. However, with Yan Yexu having been violated, he pondered whether she might be pregnant. Yan Yexu was taken aback by the suggestion. "Father, what are you saying? How can this woman be my sister-in-law? Then will you be Yanting's wife?" Yan Honghai shot her a cold stare. Yan Yexu fell silent, still preoccupied with her feelings for the neighboring Liu Beixian, making it impossible for her to entertain the thought of becoming Yanting's spouse. "Father, are you truly serious about her becoming my wife?" Yanting was stunned. "Right now, we cannot leave or find another suitable match for you. Since she has delivered herself to us, let her serve as your bride. Bind her tightly." Yan Honghai cast a glance at Cold Peach, nearly stripped bare, and had to admit that her physique was quite appealing. Yet, this was hardly the time for such considerations. "Father, if she is to be my wife, we will inevitably need to consummate the marriage. Let tonight be our wedding night. It would also serve as a fitting retribution for mother and my sister, allowing her to experience the taste of being toyed with by a man." Yin Yiting spoke through gritted teeth. Chen Hongmei and Yin Yeshue recalled the events that had transpired, their animosity towards Ling Tao palpable. "Brother, I don't care how you wish to toy with her, but she must not have it easy. Indeed, Xiaoting, she must not be allowed any comfort. Feel free to torment her as you see fit, as long as it serves to avenge our mother." Chen Hongmei declared with fervent indignation. The memories of the marks left upon her by those men filled her with rage. Had it not been for the lack of opportunity to bathe, she would have scrubbed her skin raw. "I shall exact revenge for both of you, and for myself." Yin Yiting thought, consumed by the desire to tear Ling Tao apart. Yin Xijiao had no interest in the unfolding events behind her. Sealing the corridor with ice bricks crafted from water and cotton, she awaited the eventual fate of the Yan Hahai family. Upon returning to her space and awakening, she found Liu Beixian still by the fireplace, a tablet in hand. "You're back. Has everything been resolved?" Liu Beixian inquired, looking up from the screen displaying Yan Hahai and his associates. "It has, Xian Ge. Those individuals were thrown out of the window by Yan Hahai, leaving only one woman behind," Yin Xijiao recounted succinctly. Liu Beixian smiled and asked, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Yan Hahai could remain, as they were unable to leave. If that woman could stir up trouble, perhaps a chaotic scene would ensue. Yin Xijiao felt it was morally reprehensible to kill her own parents, preferring instead to let others create turmoil for them. After all, it was their own doing. They would reap the consequences of their actions. Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses. "So, it seems we shall soon witness an intriguing spectacle." Yin Xijiao nodded. "I suspect that once that woman awakens, there will be quite the show. Besides, Xian Ge, you ought to take a rest. You must be exhausted after a night without sleep." She noticed the faint dark circles under his eyes. "It's fortunate, as you've also been busy. Why don't you rest?" Liu Beixian suggested. "All right, let us not persuade each other further. Although I was occupied last night, I did manage some sleep. Xian Ge, you have been awake nearly a day. Do you wish to collapse and have me collect your remains?" Yin Xijiao teased, picking up a stick. "Or would you prefer I give you a whack instead?" Liu Beixian's lips twitched. "You administer sleeping pills to them, yet threaten me with a stick, Xiao Zhao. You are rather cruel. Xian Ge, save the medication. Should others arise as they did, we may find ourselves ill-prepared without it," Yin Xijiao replied earnestly. Liu Beixian regarded her, weighing the stick in her hand, slightly apprehensive that she might turn it on him. "Very well, I shall rest for a bit. If you find yourself unable to endure, do let me know." Liu Beixian stood up and walked towards his room, uttering a nonchalant affirmation. Yin Xijiao gestured with his hand, observing him retreat into the confines of his quarters. Turning his attention back to the sofa, Yin Xijiao focused on the scenes displayed on the tablet, emanating from several cameras. Yan Hahai, Chen Hongmei, and Yin Yeshue sat in silence, the recent events lingering heavily in the atmosphere. Particularly, Yan Hahai, who was incessantly drinking water only to expel it. as though his stomach sought to rid itself of all sustenance. It was quite nauseating. However, upon recalling what Yin Honghe had consumed, Yin Xijiao found herself feeling quite repulsed by her rather unrefined father. Choosing to avert her gaze, she set the tablet aside, seeking to calm her tumultuous emotions. From her space, she retrieved another tablet and immersed herself in a television drama. Meanwhile, Yin Honghe, his complexion ashen, continued to heave in despair, even when there was nothing left to expel. Observing his dismal state, Chen Hongmei contemplated speaking but ultimately refrained. Given the current turmoil enveloping their family, it seemed unlikely they would revert to their former selves. Once Yin Honghe regained some composure, he fixed a pale gaze upon the two before him. Let us never speak of yesterday's events again. Let it be as if they never transpired. Do you understand? Father, rest assured, I shall act as though nothing occurred. Yin Yeshue whispered from her spot by the hearth. Me too. Chen Hongmei's voice dwindled to a near inaudible murmur. In truth, could they truly pretend as if nothing had happened? She had been violated, and could Yin Honghe genuinely disregard such a grave occurrence? If so, he was hardly a man. Leaning against the wall, Yin Honghe sought rest, a glimmer of ferocity in his gaze. Today we shall recuperate. Tomorrow, we resume our excavation. We must seize that house. Chen Hongmei and Yin Yeshue remained silent, unwilling to provoke Yin Honghe further in this delicate moment. The flames danced in the fireplace, casting flickering shadows. In the adjacent room, Yin Yeding had brutally violated Lung Tao. Her body bore the marks of torment, yet even in such a state, she remained unconscious. It was not until midday the following day that Lang Tao slowly regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open to the sight of the man atop her. Her expression shifting to one of horror. What was happening? She attempted to push him away, only to realize her hands were bound. The man above her was none other than Yin Yeding, the one who had been forced to consume excrement. A wave of revulsion washed over Lung Tao. Yin Yeding, noticing her movement, smirked as she awakened. Awakened? Have you, foul woman? I must say, beneath that regal facade, you're just a mere amateur. Get off me. Get away. Wang Tao. Wang Tao. Lung Tao cried out in desperation. Silence, foul woman. Your comrades have been stripped of their garments and thrown out the window, Yin Yeding taunted. The height of the 33rd floor is nearly 100 meters. If one were to fall from such a height, survival would be impossible. Yin Yeding spoke with a cruel demeanor. Lung Tao was incredulous. This cannot be true. It is absolutely unfathomable that you could possibly contend with them. They are so formidable. How could they perish at your hands? Chapter 63. Doubt arises that Yin Xijiao is responsible. Confronting Yin Xijiao, Lung Tao screamed and shouted, refusing to believe Wang Tao and the others who claimed they were dead. They must be deceiving themselves. How could 20 or so individuals be unable to handle just two? Moreover, weren't these two previously bound? Why were they released? She could not accept this reality. It is solely your fault for sleeping so soundly, providing us an opportunity. Yin Yeding scoffed, although he was unsure why they had slept so deeply, which allowed them to seize the chance. The fact that they had managed to escape death only foreshadowed their inevitable retaliation. Lung Tao's expression darkened, revealing her distress and despair. Impossible. How could we have slept so soundly? You are lying. Believe it or not, it matters not. You are in my grasp now. From this point forward, you will obey me and bear my children, or I shall not hesitate to treat you harshly, Yin Yeding remarked, patting her cheek. Amid her furious glares and curses, he violated her once more, satisfied only when he covered her with a blanket and dressed himself before stepping out. Father, Yin Yeding called out to Yin Honghe. His tone as gentle as a spring breeze. Are you feeling comfortable? Yin Honghe replied coolly. Indeed, I have finally vented my frustrations, Yin Yeding said. Glancing at Chen Hongmei and Yin Yeshue, mother and sister have also endured considerable suffering. If you wish to exact revenge, feel free to deal with that woman. So long as you do not kill her, I still require her to bear my children. Brother, are you certain you want her to bear your children? She has been with so many men. Who knows what may have transpired? If she were to give birth, would you not fear it might be another child? Yin Yeshue's words prompted a sharp look from Yin Yeding. That woman is still intact, he retorted. The phrase still intact caused Yin Yeshue's complexion to fluctuate between shades of pale and flush. After being so mistreated yesterday, she was no longer unblemished. Yin Yeding's words were clearly a mockery, and it was impossible for her not to feel hurt. Intact is good. It prevents our bloodline from becoming muddled. Yin Honghe had already surmised that the woman was unspoiled, for who could tolerate such infidelity? Moreover, he could tell that Lung Tao was the leader of that group. How could a leader allow others to take advantage of her? Upon hearing Yin Honghai's words, both Yin Yeshue and Chun Hongmei stiffened. They could sense that Yin Honghai harbored discontent toward them. Yet what could they possibly say? They are so feeble, relying solely on Yin Honghai and Yin Yeding for their existence. Father, what do you think about what those people said yesterday regarding our house being encased in ice? After Yin Yeding spoke about Lung Tao, she recalled the matter of the ice outside, causing her brow to furrow. Let's take a look after we finish our meal. Yin Honghai suggested as he instructed Chun Hongmei to serve them some porridge. In an effort to conserve food, they were now nearly minimizing their usage of rice and flour. Striving to save as much as possible, Yin Yeding nodded slightly. After dining, she asked Chun Hongmei and Yin Yeshue to feed Lung Tao, while Yin Ha took Yin Yeding to the side of the shattered wall. However, when they shone their flashlight towards the staircase, both were taken aback. What lay beneath the stairs? Ice. It was all ice. The entire corridor was filled with cotton-infused ice. After a few seconds of bewilderment, both Yin Ha and Yin Yeding displayed evident agitation. Yin Sijao, that damned girl. She must be behind this. She certainly is. Yin Honghai roared in anger. Father. 3301 has been completely sealed off. How could she possibly escape? Such a massive undertaking could not be accomplished by just one person. To seal this place means she cannot leave. Yet, from yesterday until now, we have seen no sign of anyone. Surely, she cannot be hiding here indefinitely? Yin Yeding analyzed the situation while observing the utterly sealed corridor. The original appearance of the staircase was nearly unrecognizable. The stairway had been transformed into a wall of ice bricks. Such a colossal endeavor went completely unnoticed by them yesterday. Yin Yeding felt an overwhelming dread regarding the person behind this. Yin Honghai's eyes clouded with despair as he gazed at the ice brick wall and turned to venture further inside. Grabbing the intercom they had previously stowed away, Yin Honghai hastily switched it on and called out, Yin Sijao, is it you? Are you the one responsible for this? The voice from the intercom transmitted to Yin Sijao's device. Hearing the voice, Yin Sijao yawned. Mr. Yin, are you unwell? Why are you acting mad so early in the morning? Yes, it is you, right? You are the one who sealed off the entrance and stairs to our home, correct? Yin Honghai's voice rose sharply. Mr. Yin, are you joking? I can't even get out. How could I have sealed your door and staircase? Do you think I am a deity? If I were a deity, I would have annihilated you long ago to spare myself from your incessant ice-digging troubles. Let me play you a song instead, Yin Sijao remarked as he played a tune. It was a song that had been quite popular before the apocalypse. However, Yin Sijao had modified it slightly to become, in a tiny house, we dig and dig, planting little cotton and creating little ice blocks. In the midst of a colossal ice block, the innocent voice of a child echoed as they dug and dug, filling the massive ice structure, imparting a touch of warmth to this frigid world. However, the very term ice block provoked a strong reaction from Yin Honghai and Yin Yeding, inciting a deep-seated ire within them. It seemed to mock their arduous efforts, rendering them futile. You wretched girl, just wait. I shall ensure your life is far from pleasant. Yin Honghai bellowed in fury. Very well, I shall eagerly anticipate how you intend to make my life difficult. Yin Sijao scoffed in response. Had it not been for her assistance the previous day, they would likely have met their demise. Yet here they were, engaging in idle conversation with her. Yin Sijao switched off the intercom. With the two lower floors sealed by her, Yin Honghai's family found themselves trapped, unable to escape. Father, did you hear that? She is ridiculing us through her ice block antics. Undoubtedly, this ice is her handiwork, Yin Yeding remarked involuntarily. No need to speculate. It is certainly her doing. The question remains, how did she achieve this? Yin Honghai pondered, unable to comprehend the situation. What means did she employ to confine us here? He had never believed in the existence of deities, yet he could not rationalize their current predicament. We must uncover the secrets she harbors, Yin Yeding insisted through gritted teeth. Reflecting on the suffering he had endured, largely due to Yin Sijao, he felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate her and erase the shame he had suffered. Chapter 64. Reluctant to be a man living off others, this wretched girl is truly enigmatic. We must devise a foolproof strategy, lest we find ourselves at a severe disadvantage. Yin Honghai realized he had underestimated Yin Sijao. Had he known she was so formidable, they would never have attempted to expel Yin Yeshue, as they could not have banished Yin Sijao. Otherwise, that property and everything associated with it would have been theirs. Yin Yeding nodded in agreement. Previously, he suspected Yin Sijao might be reborn, but now he feared the situation was far more complex. He began to wonder if his sister had been possessed. For how else could she treat them so cruelly? Yin Honghai and Yin Yeding were at a loss for strategies to confront Yin Xijiao, so they could only contemplate while tidying up the house. Fortunately, the supplies brought by the people accompanying Lung Tao provided them with enough resources to sustain themselves for a while longer. Yin Xijiao glanced at their situation, realizing they could not stir up any significant trouble, and decided to disregard them. After a yawn, she checked the time. It was 10 in the morning, signaling that it was time to prepare lunch. Rising to gather ingredients, she heard a clear female voice emanating from the radio on the table. Latest announcement from the shelter. The authorities have now opened the tunnels connecting Honghu Road and Donghu Road. Residents in the vicinity are urged to establish a connection between their homes and the main thoroughfare without delay. In light of the current severity of natural disasters, various departments are striving to provide assistance. If there are areas where help is lacking, I implore the populace to support one another. I believe that together, we can overcome these challenges and embrace a brighter future. Now, let us report the latest weather conditions. The outdoor temperature will continue to decline, currently reaching 79 degrees. All residents are urged to take precautions against the cold and to ensure proper ventilation to prevent carbon dioxide poisoning. Our station will continue to provide survival guidelines, so please remain attentive. Following the female announcer, a male voice emerged. Attention, citizens, the snow has accumulated to a height exceeding 10 meters. If you reside on the first to third floors and have not cleared a pathway, please be mindful of the oxygen levels in the air to avoid dizziness and hypoxia. Additionally, please monitor carbon dioxide emissions to prevent poisoning. The information conveyed by the male voice echoed the thoughts and actions previously contemplated and executed by Yin Xijiao and Liu Beixian, rendering it somewhat redundant. In fact, their actions were more detailed than what was presented. Yin Xijiao chose not to continue listening and turned to prepare lunch when Liu Beixian emerged from his room. Xiao Zhao, you should take a rest. I will handle lunch, Liu Beixian declared, having set an alarm to rise just in time for meal preparation. He wished to alleviate Yin Xijiao's burden and felt that since she was outside facing adversities, he could not simply lounge around idly. Yin Xijiao contemplated saying something but ultimately held her tongue. Liu Beixian was resolute in his decisions, and persuading him would be a futile endeavor. Better to let him take charge. Very well, I leave it to you, Brother Xian. What do you plan to cook for lunch? Yin Xijiao asked, intending to follow his lead. How about a large plate of chicken, a stew, and 2 vegetable dishes? What do you think? Liu Beixian suggested. Contemplating a dish he was skilled at preparing. A large plate of chicken sounds great. Shall we also make some hand grab rice? Yin Xijiao's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. That's a splendid idea. You gather the ingredients, and I'll let you rest. I'll manage the rest, Liu Beixian replied, removing his outer coat to reveal a knitted sweater and a fleece-lined shirt beneath. Though the indoor temperature was significantly warmer than outside, it still felt rather chilly. Yin Xijiao set the ingredients aside and glanced at Liu Beixian. Brother Xian, here are the ingredients. Don't catch a cold. All right, you go rest. Liu Beixian responded as he began to prepare the ingredients. I plan to rest on the sofa and won't go into the space. It's a hassle. Just call me when the meal is ready, so I won't miss you, Yin Xijiao remarked, reclining on the living room sofa, pulling out a blanket and pillow to rest her head upon. Liu Beixian couldn't help but smile at the situation. The space was undoubtedly more comfortable than the outside. Yet she chose to sleep outside and seemed unbothered by the cold. Liu Beixian cast an irritated glance at her, added firewood to the fireplace, and after checking the oxygen levels and carbon dioxide emissions, he ascended the stairs with the ingredients to prepare a meal. Once upstairs, he placed the ingredients on the makeshift stove, donned an apron, and after cleansing them with water from a mineral water jug, began skillfully chopping and plating the food for lunch. Once the meal was ready, he descended to call Yin Xijiao. After Yin Xijiao had freshened up in the space, she joined Liu Beixian upstairs, where they sat on opposite sides discussing the morning's events concerning Yin Honghai and the broadcast. Yin Honghai's group, they realized, was likely trapped, surrounded by barriers, and Yin Honghai understood that digging through the walls was impossible. However, there was a slim chance of digging through the ice. As Liu Beixian served her a chicken leg, he remarked, digging ice? They probably won't even consider that in their lifetime. I've sealed off their staircase. If they were to dig ice, it would take them ages. Yin Xijiao thought that the song she had sent to them might instill a psychological shadow. Would they still dare to dig ice? Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses. Well, they can either climb down to the 32nd floor through the window or damage the flooring. However, flooring isn't easily destroyed, and I doubt the window option is feasible. They must now resemble caged beasts, no longer a threat. Indeed, Eve left behind a ticking time bomb. What if I were to release that woman? Yin Xijiao mused about the Boundling Tao, who must be harboring a deep-seated hatred for Yin Yeting and the others. No rush. Isn't she the one who saw trouble with us? Let her suffer a bit, and then they can turn on each other. Liu Beixian was not keen on losing amusement so soon, as life in this place had grown somewhat tedious. If someone could provide entertainment for them, why not embrace it? Yin Xijiao nodded slightly. Let us keep an eye on things and ensure we don't miss the show. I doubt the performance will commence anytime soon. We shall observe the unfolding events. Besides, we have some matters regarding the house to attend to. While eating, Liu Beixian remarked, "The house, what about it?" Yin Xijiao displayed a look of confusion. "We need to check how many people are still alive in this building and whether they might come looking for trouble." Chapter 65. Assessing safety hazards in the house. Liu Beixian's statement left Yin Xijiao perplexed. Given the current defensive capabilities of their residents, how could Leng Tao and her group pose any threat? The remaining scattered individuals were unlikely to be a challenge. Brother Xian, it has been quite some time, and the external temperature has dropped significantly. I doubt anyone would come seeking trouble now, do you? At this moment, we find ourselves in a particularly arduous situation. Some may unwittingly spark a fire in their attempts to keep warm. As the words of Liu Beixian linger in the air, a sudden shockwave from below reverberates through the building, causing the glass to hum ominously. The expressions of the two individuals darken, uncertain of the events unfolding outside. Xian, you cannot possibly be referring to the commotion occurring downstairs, can you? One inquires. I merely wish to point out that while some have previously managed to endure the frigid temperatures, the current circumstances might compel them to resort to desperate measures. Given that considerable time has elapsed, many residents must have exhausted their fuel supplies and will likely seek alternative means of warmth. For instance, improper use of gas could lead to a catastrophic explosion, posing a significant safety hazard to our building. We must consider the number of households within this structure, from the ground floor to our own, and who can guarantee that everyone will exercise caution in such extreme conditions? Thus, we must prioritize eliminating any potential safety risks within our home. Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. Yin Xijiao tapped his forehead, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. I understand now. This building is not merely our residence. While we can take measures to ensure our own safety, we cannot assume that others will do the same, especially when it comes to the misuse of gas. Liu Beixian nodded in agreement. Here in the south, we are fortunate to possess ample water resources, and electricity is considerably cheaper than gas. Although gas pipelines have been installed, the majority of residents prefer electricity. Moreover, power outages have become less frequent, resulting in fewer individuals relying on gas. In these times when electricity is unavailable and gas cannot be ignited, it is likely that many are aware of the dire consequences of tampering with valves. Hence, when fuel is accessible, they would generally refrain from risking gas usage. However, with temperatures plummeting to over 70 degrees, it is conceivable that the residents below have depleted their available fuel. Considering the relationship between space and temperature, the colder it gets, the longer the duration, and consequently, the greater the fuel requirement. Particularly in larger residences, maintaining a certain temperature demands significant fuel consumption. Additionally, as fuel requires oxygen and humans also need it for respiration, it is impossible to completely seal the windows. Thus, the influx of cold air will continuously lower the indoor temperature. Taking all these factors into account, along with my previous observations of their fuel purchases, it is reasonable to conclude that their supplies will soon run out. Subsequently, in their struggle for survival, they will undoubtedly seek every possible means to ignite a fire for warmth, with gas becoming their lifeline. Yet, the inability to access gas via electricity or the presence of batteries to obtain gas entails inherent risks. In such frigid weather, it is conceivable that gas pipes could freeze and fracture, leading to gas leaks and potentially explosive encounters with open flames. Liu Beixian articulated a lengthy discourse, causing Yin Xijiao to involuntarily raise her thumb in admiration. Truly, Brother Xian is remarkable. How did I fail to consider so many aspects? You have only just reached adulthood. It is entirely natural to overlook certain matters. Liu Beixian chuckled. Furthermore, in this biting cold, even ordinary individuals may experience bronchial spasms and discomfort from inhaling the frigid air, resulting in persistent coughing. Under such arduous conditions that render breathing laborious, humanity will undoubtedly seek every means to warm itself, striving for comfort. Yin Xijiao nodded. gazing at Liu Beixian with admiration. Brother Xian possesses such extensive knowledge. He seems less like a lawyer and more akin to a polymath. Ahem, given our familiarity. I shan't indulge in flattery. It remains uncertain which household in the building below experienced the explosion, nor do we know if it has compromised the structural integrity of the building. Xiao Zhao, it may fall upon you to investigate this evening and ascertain the situation. Liu Beixian glanced at her. Are you afraid? Not at all. I shall simply treat it as entering a game. Yan Xizhao shook her head. Hadn't she previously endured frightful visions in her dreams? Much like the frozen scenes depicted in The Wandering Earth, she could withstand this minor explosion without issue. Liu Beixian nodded slightly. You need not force yourself. Our priority is merely to determine whether their actions have affected the building structure. No problem. Yan Xizhao made a gesture indicating her readiness. All right, let us dispense with superfluous chatter and hasten to our meal. It is destined to grow cold. As he spoke, Liu Beixian served her food, feeling as though he were nurturing a small pet. Yan Xizhao observed her bowl brimming with dishes, contrasting it with Liu Beixian's half-empty bowl. Her lips twitching slightly. Brother Xian, do not serve me any more. Your bowl remains empty. As she spoke, Yan Xizhao placed a chicken leg, a chicken wing, and some greens into his bowl, filling it to the brim. Liu Beixian stared at the sudden abundance in his bowl, feeling a sense of dismay. He suspected that this young lady was engaging in a form of retribution. Brother Xian, if you do not eat soon, it will grow cold. Yan Xizhao cradled her bowl, as if fearful that he might take from her. Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses, gazing at the bowl before him, resigned to begin eating. After their meal, the two ventured into the space to harvest some vegetables and fruits, subsequently gathering firewood and placing it in the small room adjacent to the living area. This arrangement would spare them the hassle of retrieving firewood from Yan Xizhao's space each time. Brother Xian, the outdoor temperature has dropped again. Upon hearing the alarm from the instrument, Yan Xizhao glanced towards it, noting that the current outdoor temperature was nearing -80 degrees. In this temperature, akin to the conditions depicted in The Wandering Earth, one could only venture outside clad in protective gear and equipped with an oxygen tank. What is the temperature? Liu Beixian turned to Yan Xizhao. 80 degrees below zero, Yan Xizhao replied, glancing at the instrument. So frigid, do not approach the windowsill. Liu Beixian cautioned as he retreated to his room to don warm clothing and thick gloves before emerging. Xingu, what are you planning to do? Yan Xizhao inquired, observing him fully armed as he drew the curtains that separated the outside from the interior, effectively obstructing her view. Chapter 66. The fragmented Yan family. Yan Xizhao felt a twinge of concern for Liu Beixian and was preparing to suit up when she noticed him pulling the curtains aside. Xiao Zhao, do you have window film in your space? Window film? Yes, she replied. What are you intending to do, Xingu? Yan Xizhao asked, slightly puzzled as she looked at him. The gap in the window was previously sealed with glass adhesive, but the sliding track is not airtight. This has resulted in ice formation on the windowsill. Removing it once will not prevent its recurrence. The best solution now is to completely seal it with window film. Liu Beixian explained succinctly. Yan Xizhao nodded in understanding. Then wait a moment. I'll change into warmer clothes to assist you. With that, she ventured into her space to don thicker attire. The window film resembles cling wrap, capable of insulating the interior from the window's temperature, thus maintaining a consistent temperature between the window and the outside, preventing the formation of ice due to contrasting temperatures. However, there is a downside. Once applied, the window cannot be opened. Nevertheless, this measure ensures better preservation of the indoor climate. Together, Yan Xizhao and Liu Beixian took some time to seal the unsealed windows with the film. Now, apart from the garbage passage, there were no other drafts within the house. Now we need not worry about the ice melting and creating a mess, Liu Beixian remarked. However, with the house currently unable to ventilate, we must also be mindful of the humidity in the air. Given the snowstorm outside, the humidity will undoubtedly be high, and without sunlight, mold will likely proliferate. The southern regions differ from the north. A mere absence of sunlight for a period can cause mold to develop on furniture due to the humidity in the air. Especially in poorly ventilated areas, when it rains, not only do the walls become damp, but mold also thrives. Older houses may even harbor fungi, while newer ones fare somewhat better. I will be cautious, Yan Xizhao nodded in agreement. My adoptive parents' residence is similar. The countryside homes are dark and damp, with patches of green and gray mold visible everywhere. Moreover, with the current lack of ventilation, we must continuously monitor the oxygen levels. Liu Beixian said as he approached the instrument. The oxygen generator ensured that the indoor oxygen remained at a stable level, neither excessive nor deficient. Rest assured, Xian. I will certainly be attentive, Yin Sijao remarked with a light chuckle. How could she possibly overlook such a significant matter? Please do not find me tedious. Caution ensures safety for ages. Liu Beixian was aware that his words might have been somewhat excessive, yet they were spoken with the best interests of both parties in mind. Indeed, Yin Sijao slightly nodded in agreement. Television dramas often portray scenarios where a moment's negligence leads to the downfall of many. She certainly did not wish to become such a person. After dinner, Liu Beixian retired to rest, while Yin Sijao remained in the living room, gazing into the fireplace and tending to the ashes within, in stark contrast to the ease experienced by Yin Sijao and Liu Beixian. Yin Haohai and his companions found themselves in a far less comfortable situation, with the absence of an oxygen machine and the plummeting temperatures. Even leaving a window ajar provided little respite. The house felt as frigid as a tomb. At that moment, the thought of venturing out to gather ice was unthinkable. And even the simplest task, like disposing of trash, was met with reluctance. The moment the window was opened, a biting gust of cold air assailed them, rendering them breathless and hesitant to allow such a chill inside. Thus, they resorted to discarding all refuse in the stairwell, the furthest point from their immediate vicinity, where the stench would be less intrusive and they could avoid venturing outside. For them, not having to confront the icy air directly alleviated their fears of frostbite or worse. However, due to the events of the previous day, the dynamics among the four individuals had shifted subtly, particularly for Yin Honghai. The thought of Chen Hongmei's violation filled him with a growing sense of disgust towards her, yet he could not voice such sentiments, for he still needed her to serve him diligently. Meanwhile, Chen Hongmei longed for a proper bath to cleanse herself thoroughly. Since the onset of the cold wave, she had not bathed, and her skin was crawling with discomfort. Coupled with the traumatic events of the previous day, she felt as if countless insects were gnawing at her flesh. While on night watch with Yin Yeshua, she could no longer contain herself and confided, Shui, keep watch here. I shall fetch some ice for us to warm up, and then we can finally take a bath. Upon hearing the word bath, Yin Yeshua's eyes sparkled with excitement. It had been far too long since she had last bathed. The events of yesterday had left her feeling exceptionally unclean. She had wished to bathe then, but feared that it might remind Yin Honghai of their violation. Thus she refrained from expressing her desire. Moreover, after enduring such torment and struggling to remove the garments of those brutish men, she was utterly exhausted and lacked the energy for a bath. Now that Chen Hongmei had suggested it, she readily agreed without hesitation. Chen Hongmei then took the iron bucket and made her way to the stairwell to gather ice. They are unable to leave now, and the door cannot be opened. The only source of water, apart from their own reserves, is the ice frozen in the corridor. The stored water is meant for drinking, naturally unsuitable for bathing. Chen Hongmei directed her flashlight towards the ice block, which was embedded with cotton. Having indulged in ice at home, she believed it should be easy to excavate. However, when she struck it with a shovel, she found it was impossible to even pull the shovel out. The ice was far harder than she had anticipated. Her expression shifted, and she exerted all her strength. What are you doing? Came Yin Honghai's voice from behind, tinged with a hint of coldness. He had always been somewhat fastidious. After being treated the way he was yesterday, and witnessing his wife and children endure similar treatment, it was impossible for him not to feel pain in his heart. Husband, aren't you resting? Chen Hongmei gasped in surprise. I asked you what you were doing. Yin Honghai's voice rose slightly. I am trying to break the ice to get some hot water for a bath, Chen Hongmei replied, her voice dwindling. Under normal circumstances, a bath would be inconsequential. However, after yesterday's events, her desire to bathe felt like a dagger to Yin Honghai's heart, a reminder of what had transpired. A bath. Fine, you should indeed take one. Yin Honghai gritted his teeth, reflecting on what had occurred to Chen Hongmei yesterday. It was a humiliating blow to his pride. How could he endure such disgrace? Despite his insistence that everyone forget the incident, was it truly possible to forget? Chen Hongmei dared not say more and simply nodded. Chapter 67. Chen Hongmei feels regret, the coldness from her husband after finishing his words. Yin Honghai turned and went back to sleep, leaving Chen Hongmei feeling a pang of grievance as she observed his retreating figure. She could not believe that he had not noticed how arduous her task of breaking the ice was, and that he had not even offered to help before retreating to rest. Did he still remember she was his wife? Or had the events of the previous night led Yin Honghai to deny their bond? A wave of desolation washed over Chen Hongmei. Recalling the scene of being accosted by several burly men, she wondered if she had consented to such a fate. Would this have happened if Yin Hahai had not provoked those individuals? If he had not mentioned Yin Sijao, if he had not sought out those men? Would their fates have diverged? Chen Hongmei was filled with regret. Why could their family not lead a peaceful existence? Had they remained unperturbed and not plotted against Yin Sijao, perhaps they would not have encountered such turmoil. Maybe the unfolding of these events was a form of retribution from the heavens. Chen Hongmei felt the urge to cry, but the thought of her tears freezing dissuaded her from doing so. Instead, she seethed in silence, envisioning the ice block as Yin Honghai, as well as those who had wronged her. With each shovelful that she dug, Chen Hongmei observed the falling ice shards, which were not even as large as longan fruit. In an instant, a wave of grievance surged within her, prompting her to burst into tears. Logically, Yin Honghai should have been able to hear her cries. Yet he offered no comfort, deepening her sense of injustice. Simultaneously, her tears began to freeze upon contact with the frigid air. Her face, already reddened and cracked from the cold, now felt an intense sting due to the frozen tears. Despite her daily application of facial oil, nothing could alleviate the damage inflicted by the biting cold. In a moment of anger, she resented them for driving Yin Sijao away for Yin Yeshua's sake. Had they all remained together, surely that cozy little abode nearby would have felt like home to her as well. Fueled by this bitterness, Chen Hongmei continued to dig through the ice. Shovelful after shovelful, ice shards flew, grazing her cheeks and forcing her to don protective goggles, burying her face in her scarf. By the time she had managed to haul a bucket of ice back, 2 hours had already elapsed. The ice, interspersed with cotton, was particularly difficult to extract, and she exerted tremendous effort to finally procure a bucket. As she placed the bucket before the fireplace, Yin Yeshua spoke up, "Mom, let me help you." Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she immediately took the bucket of ice to heat it by the flames. "Call me when the water is hot," she added. Exhausted, Chen Hongmei collapsed onto her bed. Yin Yeshua acknowledged her request and watched as the ice gradually melted under the warmth of the fire. The cotton within sank to the bottom as the water temperature increased. Without a second thought, Yin Yeshua began to fish out the cotton, discarding it into a nearby trash bag without squeezing out the excess water. This process of melting and collecting resulted in what was initially a full bucket of ice being reduced to just over half. Chen Hongmei, resting on the side, failed to notice the dwindling amount until she calculated the time and sat up, astonished to see only half a bucket remaining. "Xiao Xue? How is there so little water left in this bucket?" she exclaimed. The painstaking effort she had invested in gathering ice had yielded insufficient water for bathing, and now there was hardly enough left. There was cotton in the water, so of course, it was reduced when I took it out, Yin Yeshua replied matter-of-factly, completely oblivious to the change in her mother's expression. "Taken out? Who told you to remove the cotton? Did you even think to ask me?" Chen Hongmei demanded. "Mom, how can we bathe with cotton in the water?" Yin Yeshua responded, somewhat bemused. "Why not? The cotton can be used for scrubbing, and when collected, it can be dried and used for firewood. You just discarded it. How can you be so wasteful?" Unbeknownst to them, their fuel was nearly depleted. They had only a small amount of cotton left to sustain them a while longer. Chen Hongmei was truly infuriated. How could Yin Yeshua take the liberty of making decisions without consulting her? "Mother, how long can this meager amount of cotton last? Moreover, it's all clumped together. Having absorbed water, how do you expect it to be used for bathing?" Yin Yeshua felt equally aggrieved. Chen Hongmei had gone to rest, leaving her alone to tend the fire. After assisting Chen Hongmei in boiling water, she was met with such reproach. Was it not reasonable for her to feel a sense of injustice? "You may question my methods, but I carried this bucket back myself. I shall manage its contents as I see fit. On what grounds do you presume to dispose of what is inside without my consent?" Chen Hongmei, having endured grievances from Yin Honghai, now faced similar treatment from Yin Yeshua, and at that moment, she found an outlet for her frustrations, her voice rising considerably. "Then why did you not speak up when I brought it here?" Yin Yeshua felt wronged. If Chen Hongmei needed cotton, she should have voiced her need instead of remaining silent. "Am I to blame for this?" Chen Hongmei raised her voice once more. "What are you arguing about? It's late at night. Are you trying to disturb everyone's sleep?" Yin Honghai, disturbed by their quarrel, could no longer rest and sat up with a dark expression directed at the two. Their late-night bickering was utterly disruptive. "Sleep, sleep, you carry on." Chen Hongmei observed the menacing look in Yin Honghai's eyes, and her heart sank. Given the previous night's events, Yin Honghai was already unsettled. If their argument disturbed his rest further, he might react violently. With this thought, Chen Hongmei became increasingly cautious. Once she saw Yin Honghai lie back down, She and Yin Yeshue exhaled in relief. They could argue and bicker, but they dared not disturb Yin Hahai, who knew how he might react if he were displeased. Mother, you must add more cotton. Perhaps you can fetch another bucket later. Just let me have this bucket for now to clean myself up. Yin Yeshue, feeling quite uncomfortable herself, thought it imprudent to waste the half bucket of water and decided to use it for her own cleansing first. Let you? Little Shui, you are not a child anymore. It took your mother over 2 hours to fetch a single bucket of water. You think I should just let you waste it? Now you want me to fetch more? Do you wish to see your mother's old bones crumble? Chen Hongmei's expression was decidedly grim. After laboriously gathering ice for 2 hours, why should she allow Yin Yeshue to squander it? At her age, could she not fetch it herself? Did she truly want to witness her mother's weary form suffer for her sake? Besides, the younger generation was far more capable than she. Why should it fall upon her to do the labor? Let her old bones bear the burden. Chapter 68. The rift between mother and daughter. Yin Yishue, feeling a surge of resentment, pondered how she had nurtured her mother for 18 years. Did she not possess even a shred of filial piety? Mother, how can you say that? I merely thought you wanted hot water with cotton added, but this water lacks cotton. Would it not be better to let me have it? Yin Yishue understood the arduousness of ice digging. She had no desire to partake in it. You want me to give it to you? Only to have me dig for another 2 hours? How audacious you are. Chen Hongmei, teeth clenched and eyes reddened, retorted. Does that mean you truly want me to dig? Yin Yishue's voice rose sharply. Why not? You are quite grown, with hands and feet of your own. Why can't you dig for yourself? Besides, it is you who wishes to bathe, not I. Even if I desired a bath, I would be the one to dig the ice. Why do you presume to be more precious than I, requiring me to prepare everything for you? With a touch of anger, Chen Hongmei lifted the steaming bucket and turned to leave. She was raising a child, not an ancestor. Why should she be expected to cater to her at all times? Yin Yishue felt a profound sense of injustice, realizing that her once amiable mother had suddenly spoken to her so harshly. They were, after all, mother and daughter. Could she not lend a hand? Why this treatment? Longing to confide in someone, Yin Yishue found only Yin Honghai sleeping in the living room. As for Yin Yiting, he was preoccupied with holding the cold towel. Yin Yishue curled up by the fireplace, feeling utterly pitiful. Chen Hongmei carried half a bucket of water to cleanse herself. However, the indoor temperature plummeted below -20 to 30 degrees, and she had avoided Yin Honghai and the others in another room, leaving her without warmth. As she lifted her clothing, a gust of cold air assaulted her. Chen Hongmei gasped, hastily stuffing her clothes back in place. In such an environment, how could one even bathe properly? She could only wring a hot towel and quickly wipe herself down, missing the spots that were too cold to reach. Her fingers, though warm in the hot water, felt a relentless chill when exposed to the air, turning her once fair fingers alarming shades of red. After hastily finishing, Chen Hongmei poured the water down the drain. But the already frozen pipes could not accommodate their wastewater, leaving a thick layer of black ice on the floor. Once she dealt with the wastewater, she returned to the fireplace and handed the bucket to Yin Yishue. Do you not wish to bathe? Go fetch your own water, she said, offering no further assistance. How could she, when she was struggling herself, find the energy to tend to another, especially one she had raised? Yin Yishue realized that Chen Hongmei had changed. She no longer loved her. Yin Yeshue felt a surge of anger as she realized that Yin Yeting and Yin Honghai no longer treated her with the same kindness as before. Why had their love for her diminished? Contemplating the hardships that awaited her, a chill flickered in her eyes. She grabbed a bucket and headed toward the stairwell. But her true destination was a room 10 meters away, where she sought out sleeping pills. Since Yin Honghai and the others no longer cared for her, she saw no reason to linger. Rather than allow so many to squander resources, she would prefer to enjoy them alone. Quietly, she procured the medication and, under the guise of breaking ice, crushed the sleeping pills. She awaited the morrow, when she would rid herself of those who no longer loved her. Unbeknownst to Yin Hahai's family, and particularly to Yin Xijiao, these thoughts brewed within her. After Liu Beixian's shift change, Yin Xijiao entered a higher dimensional space, her essence transforming into that of a being from such realms. From the 32nd floor, she recorded the surviving households, discovering that among the 68 families in the building, only 5 remained, including her own and that of Yin Honghai. This indicated that 3 households were still enduring the harsh conditions. The plight of those 3 was dire. Shattered glass sealed their windows, and they lacked sufficient warm clothing, with indoor temperatures plummeting to below 50 degrees. Under the current circumstances, they could only last for 2 or 3 days, if that. Yin Sijao felt powerless to assist them. In such frigid weather, wise individuals would have prepared in advance, rather than naively believing that a cold wave was merely an extreme weather transition. After observing the situation, she recalled the broadcast's content and felt an impulse to venture to the city center. Instantly, she found herself at a familiar location in the heart of the city. Recalling Liu Beishuan's words, she realized that while she lacked the ability to traverse back in time, she could journey to another place, suggesting her capacity to cross spatial realms rather than temporal ones. Perhaps, upon reflection, she could explore the possibility of time travel. Regaining her focus, she navigated through the ice, buried beneath 3 floors, nearly 10 meters deep. Soon, she discovered a pre-dug tunnel from which voices could be heard. Following the tunnel, she found it extensive and interconnected. Exiting one tunnel led her into another, and she became disoriented. Fortunately, staff had affixed directional signs to the icy walls, allowing her to quickly discern her whereabouts. In the heart of the city, she strolled and discovered that a considerable number of the living still traversed the various tunnels, emerging from one only to enter another in a hurried manner. Their garments, layered in abundance, nearly enveloped frail figures, transforming them into bear-like shapes. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. After stepping into one of these tunnels, Yin Sijao found herself before a shopping mall. Within, dim lights flickered alongside the glow of candles. Numerous individuals scavenged for anything they could grasp. Some resorted to violence, overpowering others to seize their possessions. The theft extended beyond mere belongings, as they stripped the victims of their clothing, leaving them incapacitated and trembling, desperately calling for help. "Help me, please, save me." The quivering plea escaped from the lips of a man whose face had turned a shade of purple from the cold. Passers-by cast indifferent glances before hastily moving on, preoccupied with their own survival. How could they concern themselves with another's plight? The initial glimmer of hope in the man's eyes faded into despair, leaving him utterly hopeless. Though still clad, his exposed skin turned a stark red, then purple, as he curled into a ball, pitifully resembling a forsaken dog in a storm. As time wore on, his complexion paled, his speech became slurred, and his responses dulled. Even the words "help me" lost clarity. Chapter 69, the one almost taken by fate. Yin Sijao observed as the man began to cry out about the heat, even going so far as to remove his clothing. The flimsy fabric was tugged aside, exposing his chest to the frigid air. Bystanders regarded him with incredulity, questioning his sanity for shedding layers in such cold. Little did they know, this was a malfunction in the body's temperature regulation system. The human body maintains a balance between surface temperature and core temperature. The former oscillates between 37 and 37.5 degrees Celsius, while the latter is controlled by the brain's temperature regulation center. Once the temperature drops below 35 degrees, this center loses its grip. When core temperature plummets to between 28 and 32 degrees, one may experience a false sensation of warmth, similar to the effects of alcohol, which accelerates blood flow and dilates subcutaneous vessels, creating an illusion of heat. This man's perception was misleading. In reality, his body temperature remained within the normal range. In essence, the intoxication had impaired the brain's temperature regulation, leading to a deceptive sense of warmth. Once the effects wore off, he would likely feel even colder, akin to those who succumb to the cold. Now, this man teetered on the brink of death, yet no one was willing to extend a hand. Yin Sijao, too, refrained from offering her compassion in such a public setting, acutely aware that even a sliver of kindness could jeopardize her own life. Ultimately, she chose herself over others, not out of cruelty, but rather from the instinct for self-preservation. Instead, he saved this individual once, yet it is improbable that he could do so a second time. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, the law of nature dictates that the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Yin Si observed as the man's pupils dilated, his skin gradually taking on a blue hue, nearing death, when someone, having noticed the situation, rushed over, glanced briefly, and swiftly tore open his clothing to embrace the dying man. The temperature inside the mall was frigid, and he lacked the heroic spirit to remove his own garments for the sake of another. Soon, several others converged from various directions. "Captain, what is happening?" one inquired. "This man is on the brink of death. Quickly, fetch some warm clothing from inside the mall," shouted the man, cradling the individual. Upon hearing this, the others hastened to procure warm clothing. Yin Si had believed the man was indeed destined to perish, yet unexpectedly, at the last moment, he was saved. It seemed that fate had other plans for him. Yin Si watched as, under the care of several individuals, the man's complexion gradually improved, and he began to regain consciousness, albeit still exceedingly weak. The group discussed transporting him to a hospital. Yin-Si felt a surge of curiosity. Could a hospital still be operational under such circumstances? He followed the group to the hospital, where, to his astonishment, it was indeed open and had activated a diesel generator to sustain its operations. However, seeking treatment no longer required currency. Instead, one needed to offer supplies, be it food or fuel. In this time, money had become as worthless as mere paper. After departing the hospital, Yin-Si noted the late hour and, with a thought, returned home. At that moment, Liu Beixian was exercising by the fireplace. It must be said that although Liu Beixian appeared to be an elegant individual, his physique was quite impressive: broad shoulders, a narrow waist, a shapely posterior, and long legs. Coupled with his handsome and refined features, he would have made an excellent model, even if he chose not to pursue a career in law. Yet, Liu Beixian's current attire bore a striking resemblance to the garb he wore in Yin-Si's dream when he was encased in ice, inexplicably prompting her to reminisce about that scene. She grew increasingly eager to ascertain whether that moment would recur. Yin-Si continued to gaze at Liu Beixian for a while before witnessing him take a break, don his clothing for protection, and proceed to clear the ice from the garbage chute. The external temperature had plummeted to nearly -80 degrees, and the garbage chute, situated at the intersection of indoor and outdoor temperatures, existed in a state of duality, half frozen, half retaining indoor warmth, creating nearly two extremes. Yin-Si observed as Liu Beixian completed his task, partially closing the garbage chute. When he removed his outerwear and protective gear, his expression seemed somewhat grave. Yin-Si could not discern what troubled him. She approached the garbage chute, scrutinizing it for a considerable time, yet discovered nothing. Resolving not to dwell on this perplexing matter, she planned to inquire about it with Liu Beixian after awakening. After indulging in a pleasant slumber within her space, Yin-Si awoke to find that it was already past 8 in the morning. Typically, she would rise much earlier, so she was taken aback by her tardiness. Hastily, she exited her space, neglecting her morning routine, and scanned the surroundings for Liu Beixian, only to find him donning an apron and preparing breakfast upstairs. "Xingu, I'm so sorry, I overslept," Yin-Si exclaimed as she rushed towards him. "It's quite all right. You have a long night ahead, so a little extra sleep is not a concern." "I'm not in a rush for breakfast," Liu Beixian replied with a smile, reassuring her. "Besides, we are living together now, so there is no need to distinguish between you and me. Whoever prepares breakfast is inconsequential." He affectionately ruffled her hair, which resembled a bird's nest. "But Xingu, you must be tired after a long night," Yin-Si remarked, feeling as if her spirit had ventured out while her body remained in her space, a sensation akin to awakening from a dream. "Enough of your politeness. I told you not to be courteous, yet here you are," Liu Beixian chided playfully. "Quickly now, freshen up, breakfast will be ready soon." Yin-Si nodded eagerly and dashed off to tidy herself. By the time she emerged from her space, Liu Beixian had already set the table. They were to enjoy millet porridge accompanied by fried eggs and a selection of side dishes. Liu Beixian's culinary skills were quite impressive, and Yin-Si savored the taste of home-cooked meals. "Xingu, your cooking is delightful. It's a pity you're a lawyer," she remarked. "Are you suggesting I become a chef?" Liu Beixian raised an eyebrow. Yin-Si shook her head earnestly. "Being a chef seems beneath your talents. With your looks, you could easily become a superstar." "You little girl, you must be quite the fan," Liu Beixian teased, placing a fried egg in her bowl. "Not at all. Being a fan requires resources. My upbringing was rather lacking. My parents were not affectionate, and they seldom spent money on me, let alone on my fandom." Yin-Si replied wistfully. Liu Beixian nodded, aware of some aspects of her past. Yin-Si was indeed a pitiable soul. Let bygones be bygones. Let us not dwell on the past. Tell me about your exploration last night. What is the situation in our building now? How many people are still alive? Liu Beixian swiftly redirected the conversation. "There are currently only 3 families, excluding the neighbors," Yin-Si stated, her demeanor shifting to seriousness. 3 families? That is indeed fewer than expected, Liu Beixian responded, surprised by the low number. "Xingu, I fear those 3 families may not last much longer. It's likely that within a day or 2." Yin-Si's words trailed off, and Liu Beixian understood the implication of her unfinished thought. "Those individuals are likely facing their demise in the coming days. Their plight is beyond our control, so it is best not to dwell on it. You endured quite a bit yesterday. What would you like for lunch? I shall prepare it for you." Liu Beixian is acutely aware that, in the eyes of the heavens, human lives are akin to mere insects, easily extinguished at will. As for lunch, let us keep it simple. By the way, I ventured into the city yesterday and observed numerous ice-covered tunnels. Yan Xijiao recounted the events occurring within the city. Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses, contemplating the situation. It seems the city is gradually striving to restore order. However, given your mention of exchanging supplies, it appears that turmoil may soon ensue once more. Are you suggesting that the chaos is triggered by a scarcity of resources? Yan Xijiao quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, the city is enveloped in snow and ice to a height of 3 stories. Even if we manage to breach the barriers to the outside world, it is likely that the conditions remain unchanged, making it improbable for external supplies to reach us. Thus, the surviving individuals are not in disarray primarily because they possess resources, and secondly, because they are scavenging from the homes of the deceased. Liu Beixian turned his gaze towards Yan Xijiao. However, how long do you believe the supplies acquired from these individuals will sustain them? Perhaps a considerable duration, as many are aware of the impending cold wave and will undoubtedly stockpile substantial provisions. The resources left behind by the deceased will surely extend the survival of those remaining, potentially granting them an additional 2 to 3 years. Wouldn't you agree? Yan Xijiao pondered aloud. Your estimated time frame seems excessively long, Liu Beixian remarked while eating. Excessively long. The supplies are there, and given the icy weather, they should not spoil quickly. Moreover, with so many succumbing to the cold, surely the remaining individuals will have enough to survive? Yan Xijiao appeared bewildered, much like a fruit hanging from a tree, confused and lost. There are sufficient supplies, but consider that the lower floors are buried beneath ice and snow. Without the ravaging of wind and snow, the temperature there is likely to be higher than that of the upper floors. What about those upper floors? They are experiencing temperatures plummeting to over -80 degrees. And the cold continues to intensify, with the outside now reaching -85 degrees. In such conditions, without specialized protective gear, do you believe anyone would dare to risk frostbite in search of resources? Even if they do venture out, what are the odds of survival? Liu Beixian's words left Yan Xijiao momentarily speechless. Therefore, they can only search for supplies on the lower floors. Yet, since those floors are scattered throughout the city, there should be a fair amount of resources, correct? Yan Xijiao suddenly paused, recalling an important detail. Have you remembered? Liu Beixian observed her expression and surmised she had made a connection. Yes, the inhabitants of the first and second floors are relocating upwards. Yan Xijiao recalled that experts from abroad had predicted that this cold wave would inundate the first and second floors, compelling their residents to ascend. Thus, for those residing on the first and second floors, should they attempt to ascend, they will find no supplies available. The individuals capable of venturing out are either those on the first or second floors who have not heard the news, or those from the third floor, buried beneath snow and ice, who are in search of food. As for those living on the fourth floor and above, merely opening their doors to gauge the temperature could prove fatal, let alone stepping outside. After taking another sip of porridge, Liu Beixian continued, consequently, the current scarcity of resources cannot possibly persist for another 2 to 3 years. Perhaps within a month or two, chaos will ensue in the urban area. Of course, if the ice and snow extend to higher floors during this period, the resources available to the survivors will be significantly greater. Yan Xijiao nodded in agreement. I shall remain vigilant regarding any unusual activity in the city. In truth, there is little need for excessive vigilance, given the current circumstances. It is unlikely they could reach us swiftly. Moreover, once disorder erupts in the city, we shall attract even less attention. Our focus should predominantly be on the neighboring areas and the floors below, ensuring that nothing untoward occurs in this building that might jeopardize our residence. Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses, indifferent to everything else, solely concerned that this apartment remains unharmed. By the way, I have yet to check on the situation next door. Yan Xijiao remarked as she prepared to retrieve the tablet from downstairs. No rush. Let us finish our meal first. Afterward, you may check, Liu Beixian replied, using the serving chopsticks to offer her some side dishes. All right, Yan Xijiao nodded, hurriedly consuming her food. Once they finished, she urged Liu Beixian to rest, tidied the table, and went downstairs to assess the oxygen and carbon dioxide levels, confirming they remained within normal ranges before moving on. After tending to the ashes in the fireplace and adding more firewood, she picked up the tablet to observe the situation next door. It appeared grim. The neighbors were bundled tightly, revealing only their eyes, their skin completely covered, rendering it nearly impossible to discern their true appearance. At that moment, they had just finished their meal, huddled by the fireplace for warmth. Observing them, resembling quails in their nests, Yan Sijao chose to ignore them and began watching a show on the tablet. However, an unusual noise emanating from the other side soon caught her attention, and she witnessed Yin Honghai, Chen Hongmei, and Yin Yeding collapse. Only Yin Yeshui remained seated, realizing something was amiss. Yan Sijao set aside her show and turned her gaze toward the surveillance feed of Yin Yeshui and the others. Dad, Mom, Brother, wake up, wake up. Yin Yeshui shook the three of them, noticing their apparent unconsciousness. In a panic, she quickly stripped off their clothing. Yan Sijiao's eyes widened in astonishment. What was Yin Yeshui intending to do? The answer arrived a mere second later. After Yin Yeshui moved aside the obstruction blocking the glass and shattered the pane close to the floor, she cleared away the larger shards and dragged the unconscious Yin Honghai and the others to the edge of the window, unceremoniously pushing them out. Yin Sijiao watched in horror as Chen Hongmei and the others were cast down from the 33rd floor, a fall that would surely spell their demise. How could Yin Yeshui be so ruthless? Those were her adoptive parents and brother. Yan Sijao felt a tumult of emotions as he observed Yin Yeshui hauling in the bound Cold Tao, who was devoid of clothing. In Chapter 71, the merciless adopted daughter claims another victim. To punish Cold Tao and to prevent her from escaping, Yin Yeding had provided her only with a blanket, leaving her with no clothing to facilitate any attempt at flight. Unlike Yin Honghai and the others, Cold Tao had not succumbed to slumber due to her hunger. For Yin Yeding had intended to feed her but one meal a day until she became pregnant, after which he would provide her with 3 meals. Thus, when Yin Yeshui shattered the glass, an ominous premonition arose within her, signaling that something dreadful was on the horizon. As anticipated, the next moment, Yin Yeshui flung open the door, her figure enveloped in layers of wrapping, and approached her with a pair of fierce slaps. Cold Tao had endured many beatings from Yin Yeshui over the past few days, though Yin Yeding typically intervened with a few words. Now, as she faced such a brutal assault without his presence, she wondered what he was doing. Just as her discontent grew, Yin Yeshui yanked the blanket away, unleashing a frigid gust that assaulted Cold Tao's face. What do you intend to do, Yin Yeshui? Cold Tao gasped, desperately attempting to burrow back under the covers. What do you think? You and those men are all equally repulsive. If it weren't for my father's insistence that you bear my brother's child, I would have tossed you out long ago. But now that my father and the others are deceased, you are to accompany him in the afterlife. Cold Tao was dragged by her hair, trembling in the near-zero temperatures of the room, on the verge of losing consciousness. No, Yin Yeshui, please. I do not wish to die, she screamed, shaking her head frantically. Having fought so hard for a second chance at life, she was unwilling to let it slip away. Do you think I am Yin Yeding, that I would show you any compassion? Yin Yeshui struck her again with cruel force, nearly knocking Cold Tao off balance. I beg you, please do not kill me. Cold Tao's eyes brimmed with terror. Not far away was the shattered window, stained with blood, a clear indication of the grim events that had transpired. With Yin Honghai and the others now absent, she realized that Yin Yeshui had indeed murdered them. If she could so easily turn against her own kin, what mercy could she expect? You dare to plead with me? How utterly absurd. When I begged you, you did not utter a single word. Now you come to me in desperation. Do you believe it will bear any fruit? Yin Yeshui's features were contorted with rage as memories of her past tormentors flooded her mind, causing her eyes to redden further. She had intended to reserve her body for someone she loved, yet it had been ruined by the men brought forth by this woman, since they had forsaken their humanity. Why should she regard them as anything but beasts? I have been reborn. I can foretell many future events, so please do not kill me. Lung Tao understood that if she did not reveal her trump card, Yin Yeshui would indeed push her off the edge. Rebirth? Upon hearing those words, both Yin Yeshui and Yan Sijao were momentarily taken aback. You claim to be reborn? Huh. Do you truly expect me to believe your nonsensical claims? Yin Yeshui laughed derisively. If she were truly reborn, she would surely have hidden away like Yan Sijao, rather than end up in such a dire predicament. I am reborn. I truly am. I know what is to come. Just as Lung Tao attempted to protest further, Yin Yeshui grasped her and pulled her toward the shattered window. The frigid air outside, at a biting -80 degrees, caused Lung Tao's body to turn pale, her temperature plummeting. She sought to escape, yet Yin Yeshui forcefully thrust her out. No, please. Lung Tao screamed as she plummeted from the 33rd floor. Catching a glimpse of Yin Honghai and others, as well as the figures of Wang Tao and his companions, buried beneath the heavy snow. The sight of over 20 corpses was truly harrowing. But there was no time for contemplation. A deafening crack resounded as her skull shattered and her cervical spine broke, extinguishing her life. Yan Yixue did not glance back at Lung Tao's demise, but instead adjusted the blankets to shield against the storm and secured her belongings. Taking a deep breath, she reveled in the thought that all were dead, and all provisions now belonged solely to her. This would sustain her for a long, long time. She added more firewood to the hearth and eagerly sought out food. No one was there to impose restrictions upon her. She could indulge as she pleased. Yan Xijiao, observing that Yan Yixue had moved out of the camera's view, set aside his tablet, uncertain of her next actions. The deaths of Yin Honghai and the others did not evoke sorrow in him. Rather, he felt a twinge of regret at Yan Yixue ultimately emerging as the victor. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. A girl like her lacked the strength to ally with him, given her privileged upbringing and her lack of awareness regarding her surroundings. She would likely perish from the cold within 10 days or half a month. After all, without anyone to tend the fire. Could Yan Yixue ensure her survival against the encroaching chill when the flames dwindled or extinguished? Yan Xijiao paid little heed to Yan Yixue's situation, instead briefing Liu Beixian on the events occurring next door upon his awakening. Liu Beixian appeared astonished. He had never anticipated that the false heiress would prove to be so ruthless. Now, only she remains next door, but I suspect she will soon succumb to the cold. Yan Xijiao remarked indifferently. That's quite good. The dead will not trouble us, Liu Beixian chuckled. Shall I go over and enter life tonight? A glimmer flashed in Yan Xijiao's eyes. No need to rush. Let her perish slowly, and do not soil your hands. Liu Beixian affectionately ruffled her hair. What would you like for lunch? Stir-fried river shrimp, squirrel fish, and perhaps a couple of side dishes, as we don't eat much, Yan Xijiao pondered aloud. All right. I shall prepare it for you, Liu Beixian replied with a smile, and after discussing the necessary ingredients and seasonings, Yan Xijiao thought it would be cumbersome to retrieve them. So she decided to let Liu Beixian enter the space to prepare them leisurely. While waiting for the meal, Yan Xijiao picked up her tablet, intending to watch a show, when suddenly, the sound of coughing emerged from the other side, belonging to Yan Yixue. The fireplace was engulfed in thick smoke. Yan Yixue had evidently made a mistake, filling the entire house with an impenetrable haze. After waiting a considerable time for the smoke to dissipate, the shattering of glass finally signaled a reduction in the smoke, revealing its stark presence against the snowy backdrop. It was broad daylight, and the remaining inhabitants of the surrounding buildings were drawn to the scene by the ominous cloud. Yan Xijiao was unaware that Yan Yixue's antics had captured the attention of many. Observing Yan Yixue's persistent coughing, she ultimately realized that her companion was utterly incapable of managing a fire. Chapter 72. Jealous of Yan Xijiao, desiring her demise due to the humidity and lack of ventilation. The house had become damp, causing many items to spoil over the past few days. The materials, laden with moisture, were cast into the fireplace, making it impossible for them to ignite quickly. Indeed, when subjected to fire, they would release black smoke as the moisture evaporated. Furthermore, Yan Yixue had sealed off the space entirely, lacking any ventilation devices. The notion of allowing the smoke to escape through another means was utterly fanciful. Yan Xijiao observed that even the ashes falling from Yan Yixue's activities were carelessly scattered, with no effort made to rectify the situation. How could someone so careless hope to survive in the apocalypse? Yan Xijiao set aside her tablet, no longer inclined to concern herself with Yan Yixue. As Yan Yixue coughed violently, it seemed as though she might cough out her very lungs. Watching the dwindling flames in the fireplace, she hurriedly blew towards them, only to find that the sparks and dust flew back towards her face. The sudden heat caused her to yelp in pain, seeking comfort. She realized that everyone in the house had been driven away by her actions. Now, she was utterly alone, with no one to speak to, no one to console her, and no one to prepare her meals. Did she feel regret? Not in the slightest. If Yin Honghai and his companions were to survive, it would be she who would perish. She, well acquainted with Yin Honghai and his ilk, understood that in the face of absolute self-interest, they would undoubtedly sacrifice her. Hence, she resolved to take the initiative to ensure their demise, thus eliminating any threat they posed to her existence. This was her strategy for prolonging her own life. Unbeknownst to Yan Yixue, she had begun to slip into a state of madness. Gazing at the flickering flames, she clumsily endeavored to grasp the diminishing warmth she was about to lose. Meanwhile, in another realm, Yan Xijiao, exerting effort, observed Liu Beixian preparing fish. Before promptly exiting that space, it seemed that dinner would require some further waiting. Yin Xizhao noticed that the firewood in the hearth was nearly burnt out. After clearing the ashes beneath, she added fresh logs and closed the door. The flames erupted with a crackling roar as she watched the new wood ignite, then opened the door once more. The hearth she possessed differed significantly from those commercially available. It was fueled by wood, unlike most which relied on electricity. Therefore, the hearth she had acquired was specifically designed for wood burning, even capable of simmering soup, truly multifunctional. In contrast, Yin Yeshue's hearth lacked such versatility. Yin Xizhao sent all the ashes into the space to be repurposed as fertilizer and replaced the solar-powered devices, finally awaiting Liu Beixian to complete the meal. As the dishes were arranged on the table, she noticed a figure outside the window, intently fixated on their direction. It was Yin Yeshue. Yin Xizhao had presumed that, being alone, she would be preoccupied with kindling the fire and preparing food, leaving her no time to observe them. Yet, there she was, neglecting her own meal. Pressed against the glass, her eyes glinting with a venomous intensity, as if she were intent on devouring them whole. Yin Xizhao chose to disregard her. Liu Beixian, having also noticed Yin Yeshue, raised an eyebrow. Xiao Zhao, how long has she been watching? He had just changed into fresh attire and was unaware of how long Yin Yeshue had been glued to the glass. Just arrived, Yin Xizhao replied, pausing momentarily to recount her previous experience of being smoked out. If she cannot even manage to start a fire, I suppose she must resort to cold food. Liu Beixian chuckled with a hint of derision. They should have self-heating rice and hot pot. It was hardly dire enough to be reduced to cold meals. As she spoke, Yin Xizhao picked up a piece of squirrel fish and brought it to her lips. Despite the 2 or 3 meters separating them, the vibrant hues of the squirrel fish, reminiscent of a fluffy squirrel's tail, were unmistakably clear to Yin Yeshue, causing her to involuntarily swallow. How long had it been since she had tasted a proper meal? Every day consists solely of self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice noodles, and instant noodles, and to be honest, she has grown weary of it all. She longs for a return to the sumptuous meals enjoyed prior to the apocalypse, rather than watching Yin Xizhao flaunt her culinary delights in front of her daily. Yin Yeshue's fingers curled into fists as she observed Liu Beixian and Yin Xizhao dining as if they were the only 2 people in existence. Hatred surged within her. Why was all of this not hers? Yin Xizhao, I wish for your demise. I wish for your demise. Yin Yeshue clenched her teeth, envisioning herself gnawing upon Yin Xizhao. Unbeknownst to her, Yin Xizhao was fully engrossed in her meal of squirrel fish, savoring its exquisite flavor. She couldn't help but reflect upon how her culinary skills paled in comparison to Liu Beixian's. Perhaps it would be best if he took charge of the cooking from now on. With her thoughts racing, Yin Xizhao's eyes darted about. Liu Beixian, noticing her restless gaze, remarked with a hint of mischief, Xiao Zhao, are you contemplating how to deal with that false heiress? Yin Xizhao immediately shook her head. No. I was merely pondering how delicious your cooking is, Xian Ge. I didn't mean to imply that I want you to become a house husband. As she considered suggesting that Liu Beixian cook for her indefinitely, she swiftly dismissed the notion. What kind of relationship did they share that would lead him to cook for her forever? If you choose to think that way, I suppose it's not entirely unreasonable, Liu Beixian chuckled lightly. In contrast to the pre-apocalyptic era, there were numerous responsibilities to attend to now. He found it rather pleasant to utilize his spare time for cooking. Xian Ge, are you willing to become a house husband? Yin Xizhao gasped in surprise. It was often said that a gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen. Many men held themselves in high regard, reluctant to engage with anything related to cooking. Individuals like Liu Beixian were indeed rare. Some even deemed kitchens to be the domain of women alone. Do you not enjoy the meals I prepare? Liu Beixian responded, a playful smile gracing his lips. Since I cannot venture out, I might as well cook for you daily as a means of staying active. Then it's settled. Yin Xizhao proposed. You handle the cooking, and I will take care of the household chores. She reasoned it wouldn't be fair for Liu Beixian to bear the burden alone. Just as Liu Beixian was about to express concern for her workload, Yin Xizhao interjected. I have a robotic vacuum to assist me, so I won't be shouldering all the household tasks. Liu Beixian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, having forgotten that Yin Xizhao could utilize a robotic vacuum for cleaning. Very well, it's settled then. Whoever wishes to contribute more may do so, he conceded. Yes, yes. Yin Xizhao nodded vigorously. Chapter 73. A plea for help from the false heiress after finishing lunch, as was her routine. Yin Xizhao began to clear the table and wash the dishes. Liu Beixian ventured into the space to cultivate a new batch of vegetables. Although they currently faced no shortage of food, no one wished to squander their youth without preparing for the future, lest they find themselves unable to labor in their later years. Moreover, the duration of this cold wave remained uncertain. What if it persisted indefinitely? Once they exhausted the food stored in the space, they would be compelled to toil for sustenance in their twilight years. It was far wiser to stockpile provisions in advance. Furthermore, these vegetables, freshly grown, were rich in various trace elements and vitamins, devoid of any additives, far superior to instant noodles or prepackaged meals. Most importantly, an abundance of fresh fruits and vegetables aids in preventing constipation. In a world where people primarily consume stored food, which was predominantly of a heating nature, the lack of balanced nutrition could easily lead to digestive issues. A few days without a bowel movement could result in intestinal obstruction, potentially causing anal fissures or other complications in the absence of medication. While a brief experience of such ailments might be tolerable, prolonged suffering could herald dire consequences. Thus, advocating for health and wellness, emphasizing the consumption of fresh produce and regular exercise, was essential to avert such unfortunate outcomes. Previously inexperienced in horticulture, Liu Beixian was fortunate that Yan Xizhao hailed from a rural background, offering guidance on vegetable cultivation. After all, not all seeds could simply be sown into the ground and watered. For instance, chili seeds required soaking in warm water for 12 hours before being drained and placed in seedling trays. Similarly, the low germination rate of herb seeds stemmed from their challenging emergence. To enhance the likelihood of sprouting, the seeds needed to be crushed with a stick on a wooden board. Lettuce, too, demanded refrigeration to stimulate germination. Otherwise, the sprouting rate would be dismally low. Therefore, in a post-apocalyptic world, without mastering the art of cultivation, even having land and seeds would not guarantee a bountiful harvest. It was equally crucial to know when to fertilize and apply pesticides to ensure the growth of healthy vegetables. Under Yan Xizhao's patient tutelage, Liu Beixian truly learned a great deal about planting techniques. By the time the two emerged from the space, the flames in the fireplace had dwindled significantly, and the indoor temperature had dropped a few degrees. Yan Xizhao hastily added more firewood, while Liu Beixian proceeded to prepare dinner. That evening, he made hot pot, teasing Yan Yeshue in the process, which infuriated her to the point of gritting her teeth, wishing to do away with the two of them. Liu Beixian and Yan Xizhao paid her no mind. After all, a mere woman could hardly stir much trouble. Yet, Yan Yeshua found herself in a predicament as she realized she was constipated. Since the demise of Yan Honghai and his companions, she had relished her newfound freedom, living life as she pleased, only to soon discover that she had not had a bowel movement in quite some time. Yan Yeshua initially dismissed the situation, but after 3 days, she realized she was truly unable to relieve herself. Her abdomen was becoming increasingly distended and round. Panic swiftly engulfed her entire being. If she couldn't find relief soon, would she not risk bursting? Yet, she was utterly alone in the house. Who could she turn to for assistance? The blizzard raged outside, preventing her from venturing out. Who else could she seek? Her gaze fell upon the intercom nearby, and suddenly it seemed like a lifeline. She lunged towards it. Tuning into Yan Xizhao's channel, she hesitated as the thought of his inevitable mockery crossed her mind, causing her to set the intercom down once more. "I will not beg you. I would rather die than beg you," she murmured, discarding the intercom aside. A day passed, and yet her efforts yielded no results. The thought of being suffocated by her own predicament filled her with a sense of despair. She was still so young. She did not wish to perish. She wanted to live to survive. Trembling, Yan Yushui grasped the intercom again, adjusting it to Yan Xizhao's channel. "Hello? Yan Xizhao, are you there?" Her voice was laced with a hint of tears. Before the specter of death, even the proudest would bow their heads. Meanwhile, Yan Xizhao sat on the sofa, adjusting a camera with Liu Beixian. During Yan Yushui's days of constipation, Yan Xizhao had been venturing into the city each night, surveying the surroundings to preempt any potential threats. In fact, during this time, she discovered that many residents in the community had banded together, not only finding ways to stave off the cold, but also tunneling through the ice and snow. A passageway to their location was already in progress. Yan Xizhao was not concerned about anyone reaching the 33rd floor. After all, the outside temperature had plummeted to nearly 90 degrees, rendering it exceedingly perilous for anyone to be outdoors. Moreover, the elevator was out of service, leaving no option but to ascend via the stairs. However, climbing meant braving the biting cold and relentless winds, an endeavor only a fool would undertake without certainty. To monitor these individuals, she had left cameras in the stairwell, and as Liu Beixian was busy adjusting them, Yin Yushue's voice echoed through the intercom. Yin Xizhao had presumed that after Yin Honghai's demise, the intercom would go unused, yet here was Yin Yushue reaching out to her, a surprising turn of events. Is there something you need? Yin Xizhao inquired coolly. Please help me, I can't get out. My stomach is so swollen, Yin Yushue pleaded, her voice trembling with emotion. If you can't get out, shouldn't you be seeking a doctor? I'm not a physician. What use am I to you? Yin Xizhao scoffed. Besides, don't you have your parents and brother? Why not seek their help instead of coming to me? Yin Yushue pressed her lips together. The fact that Yin Honghai and the others had been eliminated by her must never be disclosed, especially not to Yin Xizhao. They simply did not comprehend. Yin Xizhao, you understand better than anyone. Please guide me on what to do. I truly do not know. I am not a doctor. How could I possibly know what steps to take? Yin Xizhao promptly turned off the intercom. Since Yin Honghai and the others were no longer alive, the intercom had become utterly useless. Moreover, given Yin Yushue's evident lack of basic life skills, it was inconceivable to expect her to survive well. Yin Xizhao, you scoundrel, you scoundrel! Yin Yishue shouted in fury, gazing at the disconnected intercom, her heart heavy with despair. Tears escaped her lips as she lamented her own pitiable fate, questioning why fate had turned its back on her. Was she truly destined to perish in such a manner? No, she could not die like this. She must not die like this. With a pale complexion, Yin Yishue stumbled toward the place where the medications were stored. Previously, Yin Honghai had procured a pharmacy, relocating all the medicines here, and surely there must be something to remedy her predicament. Chapter 74. A new crisis emerges. Yin Yushui dashed into the room filled with medications, the frigid temperature causing her to shiver uncontrollably. She illuminated the area with her flashlight, hastily scattering the medications everywhere. At that moment, she had no time to tidy up. Her singular focus was on finding the medicine to ensure her survival. After a prolonged search, she finally discovered a bottle of glycerin. Upon reading the instructions, her expression darkened. To administer glycerin in that manner? How could she possibly manage that? Holding the medicine, she felt a tumult of emotions. By nightfall, unable to endure any longer, she followed the glycerin's instructions, enduring excruciating pain that caused cold sweat to bead on her brow. Fortunately, her efforts proved effective. At the very least, she would not die. A smile broke upon her lips, illuminated by the flickering flames, casting a slightly eerie aura around her. Meanwhile, Yin Xizhao remained oblivious to Yin Yishue's successful self-rescue, her attention entirely focused on the raging storm outside. By 10 o'clock that night, the temperature had plummeted to nearly minus 90 degrees, and the snowfall intensified ferociously. The previous day, she had observed the snow covering the city to a height of approximately 11 meters, and it seemed poised to reach 4 stories high. Given that the first floor was a parking garage, the 4th floor of the city would merely equate to the 2nd floor of their building. If the residents of the higher floors were wise enough to seek refuge in the underground parking garage, they might indeed preserve their lives. Yin Xizhao planned to venture downstairs to investigate after Liu Beixian arrived for his shift, hoping they would not be as foolish as the likes of Lung Tao. Having watched over an episode of a drama, Liu Beixian, dressed and ready, arrived for his shift. It appeared that he had just awakened, still bearing traces of sleepiness in his eyes, lacking his usual sharpness and instead appearing somewhat dazed. Xingu, perhaps you should rest a bit longer? Yin Xizhao was concerned that Liu Beixian might be fatigued and fall asleep, neglecting the fire in the fireplace, which could lead to trouble. No, I have rested enough. Oh, you should take a break, Liu Beixian replied, shaking his head as he settled onto the sofa. Without his glasses obscuring his features, he appeared even more handsome than usual. All right, if you're feeling drowsy, do rest a bit. There's no need to push yourself, Yin Xizhao said, her heart racing as she retreated to rest. When Yin Xizhao opened her eyes again, she found herself in the underground parking lot of the nearest building. The lot was not particularly crowded. With only about 30 to 40 individuals present, primarily young men and women, along with a few middle-aged couples. The elderly and children, who had been the most vulnerable during the initial chaos, were scarcely seen, as few had managed to survive. The parking area housed numerous vehicles, but they were all pushed into a corner, seemingly abandoned. Zegu, we're merely 3 meters away from Building 16. We should be able to access it by tomorrow. I wonder how many people are still alive inside. What should we do next? There seems to be a lot of food, but our daily consumption is substantial. And as for fuel, we've been using it day and night. We won't last long at this rate. In a corner, Yin Xizhao caught a faint sound. It's all right. I've previously surveyed the situation in Building 16 with a drone. There aren't many survivors, and they clearly lack a sense of unity. Many have likely perished. The man referred to as Zegu was quite young and attractive, but his character remained a mystery. By the way, wasn't there a group that went to that building before? If they took all the supplies, our efforts would be in vain, mused a man beside him, his brow furrowing at the thought of the team he had seen recently. Let's wait and see. We don't know their exact circumstances yet, Lin Qingze replied calmly. The man beside him nodded slightly, falling silent. Yan Xijiao observed them tending to the nearby fire, surrounded by a number of people resting, seemingly relying on the small flame for warmth. Yet, the temperature here did not seem much higher than outside, as many shivered, some appearing unable to sleep from the cold. Hearing no further conversation from them, Yan Xijiao made her way to the city center. The situation there appeared more chaotic than in previous days, largely due to the limited availability of supplies and fuel. The number of people looting stores had increased significantly, with items being snatched up even if they were inedible, prompting the authorities to intervene. Yan Xijiao realized that the state of the city aligned closely with Liu Beishuan's predictions. It seemed that even if people could survive in a frozen world, the absence of food would inevitably lead to unrest. This reminded her of the food consumed by those living underground in the Wandering Earth, which was made from earthworms, akin to the cockroach cakes featured in Snowpiercer. The mere thought of these dishes, crafted from such unpalatable ingredients, caused Yan Xijiao's expression to darken. She had no desire to ever partake in such fare during her lifetime. Yan Xijiao quickly returned and took a glance at the nearest building, where she discovered a considerable number of individuals congregated in the parking lot. Among them, she recognized three rather familiar faces, her adoptive parents and their son. Weren't they supposed to be in the countryside? How did they end up here? Her countenance grew slightly somber as she recalled the scene of her adoptive parents toiling away in the countryside, contemplating whether to teach them a lesson. She suddenly noticed a burly man striding toward them. Get up, you three lazy good-for-nothings. It's your turn to shovel ice now. The man kicked at them, jolting the three slumbering individuals awake. Faced with the imposing figure before them, they could only suppress their anger. This was not like the building managed by Lin Qingze here. Everyone was under the control of a man known as Jaguar. Previously, Jaguar had been involved in illicit activities and happened to reside here. Before the onset of the cold wave, he had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies with his brothers, believing the sweltering temperatures would last merely 2 months, and that the cold wave would similarly conclude within that time frame. To his dismay, the cold wave proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. In just over half a month, temperatures continued to plummet, and the fuel he had prepared was gradually depleting under constant use. Left with no alternatives, Jaguar was compelled to resort to robbery. Coincidentally, Yan Xijiao's adoptive parents had extorted a sum from the Yin family to purchase a residence in this area just as Yan Xijiao returned to the Yin household. Initially, they had aimed to acquire a property in the city, but the amount the Yin family was willing to provide was woefully insufficient. With the funds from the Yin family, combined with their savings, Yan Xijiao's adoptive parents eventually settled on this location. They moved in around the same time as Yan Xijiao, but had hardly crossed paths within the community, remaining oblivious to each other's presence. They had planned to seek out Yin Yeshua once they stabilized, considering her to be the true child of their family. However, an unexpected heatwave struck, binding them to this place, forcing them to reach out to Yin Yeshua for financial assistance. To their astonishment, not only did Yin Yeshua refuse them money, but she also sent someone to beat them. Naturally, they dared not approach her again. Instead, they turned their attention to Yan Xijiao, only to realize they had no means of contacting her. Coupled with the heat and the alarming news circulating about the cold wave, they were left to address their immediate concerns first. Unbeknownst to them, once the initial resolution was reached, they would no longer have the opportunity to seek out Yan Xijiao. As time trudged on, the supplies they had painstakingly accumulated were depleted 3 days ago. Reluctantly, they ventured out, hoping to exploit the sympathy of others to pilfer what they could, only to encounter the likes of the Jaguars and their ilk. These individuals not only apprehended them, but also ransacked numerous homes, herding all the surviving souls together. Every ounce of their provisions was seized and brought to this place. Initially, they presumed these marauders sought to allocate resources equitably, yet they were taken aback when ordered to excavate ice, aiming to consume the supplies from other buildings. A couple of days prior, their refusal had resulted in severe beatings. Now, they had learned their lesson. With no hope of escape, it seemed wiser to acquiesce, enduring less suffering and await a moment to flee. The three of them, armed with shovels and spades, trudged towards the very tunnel they had previously excavated. Yan Xijiao observed that their digging aligned towards the building where Lin Qingzi resided. It appeared that a spectacle was about to unfold. Intrigued, Yan Xijiao was eager to witness the sparks that would fly should the two factions clash. Upon returning home, she did not remain idle. Sealing the stairwell from the 31st to the 33rd floor with cotton and water. Thus, even if trouble sought them out, they would have to reconsider whether they possessed the capability to breach this icy barrier. Having accomplished this, Yan Xijiao gazed at the brightening sky before retreating to her space. When she finally opened her eyes, it was already past 9 in the morning. Glancing at the time, she sprang from her bed, hastily preparing herself before exiting her space. Liu Beixian had already prepared a meal, keeping it warm in the pot. Upon seeing her, he smiled. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Not really. I slept too deeply and just woke up." "I made you wait for breakfast," Yan Xijiao replied, a frown adorning her face as she approached the table. "It's nothing to worry about. You are the only one out there toiling. How could it not be exhausting?" Liu Beixian chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. "So, what did you discover last night?" "In the city, as you mentioned, chaos has ensued. Food and fuel have become contentious issues, and many have begun to loot indiscriminately. Our neighboring building is also digging tunnels under the snow, heading towards us." Yan Xijiao paused for a moment before continuing. "Moreover, there are 3 individuals from another building, my foster parents and their adopted son, who are being controlled by someone named Jaguar, excavating ice towards the previous building." Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses, contemplating her words. "It seems inevitable that they will reach us eventually. Indeed, however, I have sealed the stairwell from the 31st to the 33rd floors with ice bricks, making it no simple task for them to ascend. For the time being, we remain unaffected. If Yan Xijiao finds it absolutely necessary, she might take advantage of the night to eliminate those individuals. After all, it is imperative that they do not pose a threat to her, as did Leng Tao and his associates. The external temperature has plummeted to nearly -95 degrees, rendering the severity of the cold self-evident. The refuse pipes can no longer flush away the ice, and even hot water, once exposed for less than a minute, succumbs to the frigid air, freezing solid. Liu Beixian's remarks made Yan Xijiao acutely aware of the terrifying conditions outside. "Let us seal that passageway. I can dispose of the refuse through my spatial abilities, casting it far away," she suggested. "While the waste is secondary, the primary concern lies with the carbon dioxide concentration. If the carbon dioxide we exhale exceeds a certain threshold, it will permeate the air, leading not only to the extinguishing of the fireplace due to oxygen depletion, but also to the risk of poisoning and asphyxiation." Liu Beixian shook his head gently, pondering the implications. "I shall venture into the city to find a machine capable of expelling carbon dioxide from the house," Yan Xijiao remarked, her gaze fixed on the food before her. "A large compressor may not suffice. Perhaps we could seek a device akin to a vacuum cleaner. However, we cannot guarantee that such a device would absorb all the carbon dioxide." As Liu Beixian considered this, an idea struck him. "Perhaps we could utilize plants." Yan Xijiao's eyes brightened at the mention of plants. Indeed, as discussed in biology class, plants absorb carbon dioxide through photosynthesis and ultimately release oxygen. Yet, without the capability for photosynthesis, trees release carbon dioxide instead. Therefore, it is advisable to keep flora indoors during the day and move them outside at night, to prevent them from competing for oxygen in a sealed environment. Naturally, under ordinary circumstances, people would ventilate the space, but how can one do so in the current situation? "Brother Xian, I have several small plants in my spatial realm, and I also possess ultraviolet lamps to ensure they can photosynthesize continuously, regardless of day or night." Yan Xijiao exclaimed, her excitement growing. After all, sunlight is only accessible within her spatial domain. To maintain a bearable temperature inside the house, they cannot always retreat to the space. Furthermore, the previously low indoor temperature was detrimental to the plant's survival. Now that the temperature has risen, it is conducive for the plants, alleviating their concerns about the flora freezing to death. "Very well, once we finish our meal, let us tidy up the contents of the other 3 rooms, placing everything that can be stored in the space. Given that carbon dioxide is heavier than air and tends to settle, it would be prudent to position the plants close to the ground for added security." Liu Beixian's words prompted a vigorous nod from Yan Xijiao. "I understand," she affirmed, hastily finishing her meal in preparation for their impending endeavors. On the other side, Yin Yishui, residing opposite, found herself increasingly weakened, as if the flames in the fireplace were dwindling to mere embers. In Chapter 76, Yin Yixue suffocated and perished. She reflected on her efforts over the past 2 days to learn how to stoke the fire. It seemed implausible that the flames would diminish. What was happening to her? Why did each breath feel more laborious than the last? Yin Yixue gasped for air, yet it felt as if the oxygen she inhaled yielded no relief. Was she truly on the brink of suffocation? Her complexion flushed, she resembled a fish out of water, desperately gasping for breath. Confused and fearful, she observed the flickering flames, which appeared to be on the verge of extinction. Fire, no, it must not be allowed to vanish. With great effort, Yin Yixue attempted to crawl toward the dwindling flames. But her consciousness began to fade, and breathing became increasingly arduous. She felt as though she were nearing the point of asphyxiation. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. She cried out in despair. Yet, no one came to her aid. As her voice grew fainter and her breath gradually ceased, her awareness detached from her body entirely. At the moment of her last gasp, the final spark in the fireplace extinguished. Meanwhile, Yin Xijiao and Liu Beixian transformed 3 rooms into plant cultivation spaces, equipping them with oxygen and carbon dioxide monitoring devices. No longer would they need to worry about excessive carbon dioxide within the house. Once everything was prepared, Liu Beixian went to cook, while Yin Xijiao tidied up and checked the surveillance. To her dismay, the camera monitoring Yin Yixue was completely dark. Previously, she had been able to see the flickering embers, but now it was shrouded in darkness. Had something happened to Yin Yixue? Yin Xijiao raised an eyebrow. Should she check on Yin Yixue's condition that evening? After a moment's hesitation, she activated the infrared monitoring. The infrared could detect body heat as well as the warmth of flames. Yet, the screen displayed neither warmth nor fire. Could it be that Yin Yixue had perished? In an instant, Yin Xijiao leapt from the sofa and dashed upstairs. Hearing her hurried footsteps, Liu Beixian turned to her. Xiao Zhao, what's wrong? Xingu. The camera monitoring Yin Yixue is completely dark, with no sign of fire. I activated the infrared, but there's no heat signature either. Could she have? Yin Xijiao gazed blankly at Liu Beixian. It had been 7 days since she had pushed Yin Honghai and the others to seal the breach. To have survived this long was remarkable, given the size of her dwelling. If it had been structured like theirs, she likely would have met her end within 2 days. Liu Beixian was not surprised. After all, they have taken into account the issues of oxygen and carbon dioxide emissions. In contrast, Yin Yixue, having sealed her windows, is destined to suffocate due to a lack of oxygen. Yin Xijiao was momentarily taken aback. Does this imply that she has already given up? With her house sealed so tightly and stocked with numerous supplies, the available oxygen must be limited. Once depleted, would she still be considered alive? Liu Beixian regarded her with annoyance. If she indeed succumbs, would not the supplies within the house go to waste? Yin Xijiao's eyes brightened. The Yin Honghai family truly left behind a considerable bounty. Are you interested in their supplies? Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses, a playful glint in his profound gaze. Do you think it's unwise? Yin Xijiao felt a twinge of regret. It's not that it's unwise. But check if there are any grains or flour among those supplies. If so, we shall keep them. The remainder can be stored in the houses downstairs. Liu Beixian smiled. Are you attempting to set a trap? Yin Xijiao doubted that Liu Beixian would so graciously place supplies downstairs. To some extent, yes. When those from Cold Peach visited previously, someone must have seen them. If newcomers do not find supplies downstairs, they will undoubtedly suspect that everything is hoarded upstairs. Consequently, the upper floors would become a target. If we leave supplies in those houses, how would later arrivals know which floor Cold Peach went to, or which room they entered? As Liu Beixian spoke, he neatly arranged the chopped vegetables on a plate. As you aptly noted, they would never guess. After all, everyone assumes that gathering supplies entails searching floor by floor. If they see that the houses below are stocked, their thoughts will surely diverge. Yin Xijiao felt the situation becoming increasingly intriguing. Moreover, I will need you to use ice blocks to seal the corridor in the middle. This way, they cannot traverse from this end to the other, and must instead go through the still accessible basement. Thus, their time spent gathering supplies will be prolonged. Liu Beixian advised. Yin Xijiao nodded. I have noted it. Indeed. Xiao Zhao is so obedient. Go watch some television. I will have the meal ready shortly. After giving his instructions, Liu Beixian intended to pat her head. But upon seeing his wet hands, he refrained. All right. Yin Xijiao hurried downstairs to continue watching her show. Meanwhile, Lin Qingze and his team had nearly excavated to within 1.5 meters of the basement level where Yin Xijiao was located. With a bit more effort in the afternoon, they would break through the entire tunnel. Zay, there's trouble. I see that the building next door is also digging towards us. Just as Lin Qingze had allowed a brief respite, someone rushed toward him in a panic. The neighboring building? It seems they too covet our supplies, Lin Qingze scoffed. However, they are gravely mistaken if they believe they can easily acquire our resources. Zay, what do you suggest we do now? There is a formidable character in that building, known as Jaguar, who is well connected in the underworld. This individual assumes that Lin Qingze might be unaware of Jaguar's reputation. Well connected in the underworld? That certainly indicates a formidable presence. Very well, let them come. I am eager to see just how ruthless they can be, Lin Qingze replied coldly. Zay, are you truly considering confronting them? That would be unwise. Jaguar has numerous associates within that building, while we are merely a group of inexperienced youngsters. How can we possibly contend with them? The individual grew increasingly anxious. Lin Qingze pondered for a moment. Go ascertain how long it will take them to reach us. Have someone pile ice at that location. Additionally, move vehicles there to obstruct their path, while instructing others to expedite the excavation and transport all resources. Understood. I will set to work immediately. The individual grasped Lin Qingze's intent and swiftly gathered others to block their adversaries. Unlike Jaguar's reluctant crew, Lin Qingze's team, well aware of Jaguar's character, diligently piled vehicles and ice. No one wished to fall into the hands of those who operate outside the law, for in this lawless realm, one can never predict the actions of such individuals. Chapter 77. The confrontation with Brother Jaguar. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Qingze led his team to accumulate vehicles and blocks of ice directly in front of the channel excavated by Jaguar's men, while also facilitating a quick excavation of the passageway to Yan Xijiao's building. Box after box of supplies was delivered to the parking lot of that building. By this time, the structure was devoid of any resources, and not a single living soul remained. Simultaneously, Jaguar and his crew toiled relentlessly until darkness fell, finally reaching the basement beneath Lin Qingze's previous location. Yet, they were met with a shocking sight. Vehicles, encased in ice and snow, obstructing their excavation efforts. The underground parking lot lacked a roll-up door, rendering it impossible for them to unearth the vehicles, particularly those that had overturned. Anyone discerning could perceive that something was amiss. What is the meaning of this? How did these vehicles come to be here? The excavators exchanged puzzled glances, entirely unaware that their daytime activities in the icy expanse had attracted attention. They would never have imagined that those in the dark, unilluminated underground parking lot were fully aware of their excavation efforts beneath the ice and had prepared accordingly. It must be the residents of this building who are responsible. We may not be able to continue digging. We should inform Brother Jaguar, lest he seek retribution against us. One individual spoke up, and the rest nodded in agreement. The workers excavating the ice relayed their discovery of the vehicles to Jaguar, who swiftly arrived with his crew. His face darkened upon seeing the vehicles, and in a fit of rage, he delivered a fierce kick to one of them. Alas, the vehicle remained unmoved, firmly frozen in place by the thick layer of ice and snow behind it. Damn it, they are quite clever, using vehicles to block the entrance. What should we do next, Leopard? The followers furrowed their brows. They initially thought that by digging here, they could access a wealth of resources from the upper floors. But to their surprise, the occupants of the building had anticipated their arrival and sealed off their route. Now, to gain entry, they would likely have to exert considerable effort. What should we do? Of course, we shall continue digging. I refuse to believe that these individuals can impede our progress, Leopard declared fiercely. But where shall we excavate? It is already dark outside. One of them gazed at the glacier, which no longer reflected a hint of light. We shall wait until tomorrow morning to assess the situation. If the front is unfeasible, we can circumvent to the rear. If that fails, there is still another building. I refuse to believe that those occupants can be equally astute, Leopard coldly stated. Upon hearing the mention of waiting until tomorrow, the ice diggers breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they would have a night to rest. Observing their relieved expressions, Leopard cast a sidelong glance at the ice diggers, noticing the smiles on their faces, and let out a derisive laugh. They could revel in their momentary joy tonight, but fortune would not favor them tomorrow. Those who had just relaxed felt a wave of fear wash over them upon meeting Leopard's gaze. Indeed, they had celebrated too early. Tonight, I shall grant you mercy, allowing you a good night's sleep. But upon waking, you are to labor diligently for me. If you fail to meet expectations, you know the consequences. Leopard warned as he departed with his men. The ice diggers, relieved that Leopard did not compel them to continue their toil, finally felt their anxiety ease. They could indeed enjoy a restful night without the burden of digging tunnels. Meanwhile, Lin Qingze ensured everyone was settled before moving to the other side of the parking lot to scout for suitable locations to excavate tunnels leading to other buildings. As he raised his flashlight, several figures came into view. In the pitch-black world, these silhouettes stood on the glacier just a few meters away, their faces grotesquely contorted by the ice. They appeared exceptionally terrifying. Ah, ghosts! The individuals following Lin Qingze exclaimed in sheer terror. The source of their fear was clear. The flashlight's beam illuminated the distorted faces embedded in the glacier, a sight utterly horrifying. Especially distressing were the thinly clad figures, their limbs in various states of disarray, sprawled upon the ice, one atop another, a truly chilling sight. Why such a commotion? Look closely. Those are humans, Lin Qingze barked. Humans, Zego? They certainly do not resemble normal individuals. Could they possibly be dead? The follower quivered, his voice trembling. The cold had already been biting, and now it felt even more frigid. Despite having encountered the deceased before, the sight of the dozen or so bodies upon the glacier sent a shiver down his spine. Who in their right mind would be clad so minimally in such frigid conditions? And lying motionless upon the ice, how could they be anything but lifeless? Lin Qingze spoke in a measured tone. But how did they come to be here? The man swallowed hard, retreating a few paces, still gripped by fear. I am uncertain. Perhaps those above might shed light on what transpired. Lin Qingze shook his head, stowing away his flashlight, intending to examine the bodies more thoroughly come morning, to ascertain the nature of their demise. If they had perished from natural causes, it would pose no significant issue. However, if these individuals had met with foul play, he would need to exercise caution. Were there formidable figures among them? After arranging for the personnel to rest and keep watch, Lin Qingze eagerly awaited the dawn. Meanwhile, Yan Sizhao and Liu Beixian, having completed their shift, ventured next door. Upon seeing the lifeless form of Yin Yexue on the ground, Yan Sizhao could scarcely fathom that Yin Yexue had ultimately met such a tragic end. The supplies gathered by Yin Ha-hai were substantial, the provisions from 2 apartments, along with those brought by Lang Tao, were more than sufficient to sustain 100 individuals for a month. Yan Sizhao collected all the supplies, distributing them as Liu Beixian had advised, ensuring each floor received its share. During this process, she noted that the 3 families she had seen that day had also vanished without a trace. Now, their building was left with only her family. Having completed all that Liu Beixian had instructed, Yan Sizhao proceeded to the parking lot, where she found Lin Qingze and others already present, resting. She reinstalled the camera that had been placed in Yin Honghai's apartment into the parking lot, allowing for surveillance of their movements. Once the camera was operational, she made her way to the parking area previously occupied by Lin Qingze. The Jaguar group should have arrived at the very same parking lot. Yet she found no sign of them. Had they not yet made it this far? Pondering this, Yan Sizhao headed towards the building where the Jaguar group had last been seen. On the other side, Liu Beixian noticed a change in the surveillance feed displayed on his tablet. It had shifted to the parking lot. The lighting there was dim, yet amidst the flickering flames, Liu Beixian unmistakably recognized the underground parking area of their building. As he discerned the gathering of individuals within, his expression grew serious. These must be the individuals Yan Sizhao had mentioned. He wondered if they would proceed as he anticipated, ascending to collect supplies. Liu Beixian awaited their next move with keen interest. Yan Sizhao took a moment to glance at the Jaguar group. Her adoptive parents had shown their faces yesterday, but today, perhaps due to the plummeting temperatures, their features were nearly obscured by scarves. Yan Sizhao observed that everyone around her had succumbed to slumber, with the exception of 2 individuals who remained silent. It was likely her late arrival that had rendered these individuals devoid of conversation, having already exchanged all necessary words. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for these individuals had yet to reach her building, allowing her to temporarily disregard them, unless, of course, their presence posed a threat to safety. Venturing into the city, Yan Sizhao noted an unexpected increase in the number of people out and about at this hour. These individuals moved with urgency, clutching various illuminating devices. They navigated the labyrinthine tunnels, some seemingly concealing objects within their clothing. Just as one was preparing to depart, he was suddenly tackled to the ground, his garments torn asunder, revealing the concealed items within. "Please, do not take my belongings," the man pleaded, desperation evident as he witnessed his hard-earned food being snatched away. A scene that left him on the brink of tears. What the hell? It's just a bag of dried mushrooms. How can this be edible? The leader of the assailants had expected to uncover a delectable treasure, only to find a mere bag of dried mushrooms instead. "Give it back. Return it to me." Upon hearing the brute's demand, the The man's previously dimmed eyes sparkled with renewed hope. As long as the giant did not claim it, he might yet preserve his precious bag of mushrooms. Though there was no fuel to ignite a fire, soaking the mushrooms in cold water would render them consumable. In these dire times of scarcity, he sought not gourmet sustenance, but merely wished to stave off hunger. Return it to you? Fine, if you bow 3 times before me. I shall relinquish this item. The giant shook the bag of mushrooms in his hand, a grin spreading across his face. Are you not human? Why must you humiliate me so? The man howled, his eyes reddening with fury. Dare to insult your elder, boy? You truly wish to forfeit your food? The giant scoffed, and with a dismissive gesture, he tossed the mushrooms to the ground. The man lunged to reclaim them, but was swiftly restrained by one of the giant's henchmen. As the brute's foot descended upon the bag of mushrooms, the man let out a primal roar. Yet, bound by the grip of his captor, he was powerless to halt the giant's advance. Just as the mushrooms were about to be crushed, a figure emerged from the shadows, delivering a spinning kick that sent the giant sprawling across the ice, crashing heavily against a glacial wall. The impact nearly left a dent in the ice, and the giant cursed in agony. Who the hell dares to strike me? It is I, your grandfather, came a voice tinged with familiarity. Yan Zijiao recognized the man who had previously rescued her in the marketplace. You're seeking death, the giant retorted, only to notice the formidable military coat and hat adorning his assailant, clearly a soldier. The giant's bravado quickly deflated. Whom do you accuse of seeking death? The man cast a cold glance at the burly figure. No, please do not misunderstand, my brother. You are aware of the times we live in. We are merely trying to scrape by. The burly man chuckled lightly, exchanged a knowing glance with his companion, and swiftly retreated into the shadows. The man observed them for a moment, then picked up the dried mushrooms from the ground and handed them to the bullied individual. Thank you, truly. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Without your help, I cannot fathom how my family would manage, the man said, tears streaming down his face. It is often said that men shed tears sparingly, only when sorrow truly strikes. As he reflected on his dire circumstances, thoughts of his children, wife, and elderly parents flooded his mind, leaving him in despair about how to survive. Brother, do not be too disheartened. The authorities are hastening the construction of underground shelters. I believe we will soon have a new home, the man reassured him. If you find yourself lacking food, you may register at the official relief station. I am confident they will do their utmost to ensure everyone's safety. He patted the man's shoulder. All right, thank you so much, the man replied, his eyes glistening with moisture. No need for thanks. It's chaotic outside. How far is your home from here? Allow me to escort you. Worried that the man might encounter further trouble on the way, he decided to accompany him. The man mentioned a location, and the man nodded in understanding as they began their journey towards his home. As Yan Zijiao listened to the mention of the ongoing construction of the underground shelters, she recalled the site's location from before the cold wave, situated approximately 1,000 meters from her newly purchased home, adjacent to a mountain rising over 1,000 meters high. She had assumed that the heavy snowfall would halt the construction, yet it was surprisingly still underway. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered what the underground shelter would ultimately look like. After contemplating, she resolved to visit that place. However, having never been there before, she had no mental map to guide her. Checking the time, she realized it was already late in the day and decided it would be prudent to wait until tomorrow. With a flicker of thought, Yan Zijiao returned home and peacefully slept through the night. When she awoke, it was already 8 in the morning. Liu Beixian was preparing breakfast. Good morning, Xian Ge, she greeted. Good morning. You're up quite early today, Liu Beixian replied, surprised to see her. I returned home relatively early yesterday, so I was able to rest early, Yan Zijiao explained, watching as he placed a steaming basket of dumplings on the table. Oh, it seems you had a good rest last night, Liu Beixian remarked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed. I followed your advice and distributed supplies to each household, and then tidied up the corridor, Yan Zijiao began, but before she could continue, Liu Beixian interjected. I observed that you relocated Yin Hao and their cameras to the parking lot. Indeed, I did move the cameras, and then I ventured back into the city. Yan Zijiao recounted the discovery of an underground fortress under construction within the city. The authorities are certainly not inclined to abandon the construction of the underground fortress, especially considering the current temperatures are indeed inhospitable to human life. Moreover, prolonged existence in a world enveloped by ice and snow can easily lead to rheumatism. Chapter 79. Uncovering a fatal issue. Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, contemplating the impossibility of erecting large structures in such frigid weather. It is not merely a question of whether materials can be gathered. The near negative 100-degree temperatures alone are sufficient to freeze anyone venturing outdoors. No matter how advanced technology may be, protective gear cannot entirely withstand the extreme cold of over 100 degrees below zero. Furthermore, there is the matter of housing. Liu Beixian appeared to have recalled something, and his countenance began to darken. Brother Xian, what's troubling you? Yin Xijiao noticed Liu Beixian's sudden change in expression and felt an unsettling sensation. Liu Beixian took a deep breath and said, I remembered an incident involving a lawsuit regarding a factory collapse that resulted in fatalities. The case involved the assessment of safety standards for the factory, which mentioned the impact of extreme low temperatures on construction materials. The impact of extreme low temperatures on construction materials? What sort of impact? Yin Xijiao inquired, perplexed. Do you recall 9/11? High temperatures can cause concrete and steel to soften and become brittle, leading to collapse. Similarly, in extreme cold, the molecular structure of construction materials contracts, causing their structural integrity to weaken and become brittle as well. While it may not disintegrate as swiftly as it does under high temperatures, materials subjected to prolonged low temperatures will undoubtedly suffer diminished resilience. The collapse of that factory was attributed to steel transitioning from austenite to martensite. To put it simply, even the most resilient steel can shatter like glass in a low-temperature environment. Liu Beixian's words indeed frightened Yin Xijiao. Brother Xian, please don't terrify me. If that's the case, wouldn't our house be doomed? Indeed, if the low temperatures persist, our house is unlikely to withstand the conditions, Liu Beixian replied solemnly. Xiao Zhao, we may truly need to find another place. He cast a deep glance at Yin Xijiao, realizing that what he had once believed would be their final refuge was ultimately overcome by the environment. Brother Xian, what if I fill the space beneath our house with glaciers, leaving only our upper structure intact? Could that save our home? Yin Xijiao's eyes brimmed with hope, as she was reluctant to part with the house she had invested so much in. After all, abandoning it was not a decision to be taken lightly. Especially with no established route to the underground fortress, reaching that place would not be an endeavor accomplished in a day. Let me think. After uttering 3 words, Liu Beixian picked up the food from the table, eating while pondering. Yin Xijiao was also deep in thought. Brother Xian, during my previous renovations, I used steel plates for insulation and had the workers add a layer of aluminum on the outside. I recall reading that aluminum is used for liquid nitrogen installations. Since I have used aluminum now, the house should be secure, right? The presence of aluminum certainly provides greater assurance. By the way, how much cotton do you have left? Liu Beixian replied, several tons. I bought 50,000 yuan worth of cotton initially, and we still have some left. What are your plans, Brother Xian? Yin Xijiao looked at Liu Beixian. The snow has already reached position 2001. Tonight, you should check the temperature beneath 2001. If it is below zero by several degrees, we must prepare in advance. Liu Beixian's expression was not particularly cheerful. They had only anticipated the coming cold wave, neglecting its impact on the house. It is no wonder the officials plan to build underground bunkers. Indeed, materials like steel cannot withstand such low temperatures. Thus, suitable construction sites must be chosen. However, underground bunkers have a critical flaw. If the ventilation system fails, everyone could suffocate inside. Unless absolutely necessary, they should avoid that option. Brother Xian, why don't we just hide in the space? After all, Yin Honghai and the others are already dead, and I don't have many other thoughts. Plus, I can always come out to assess the situation. There's no need to take risks. Yin Xijiao listened to his words, contemplating the substantial effort required to elevate the entire building with ice blocks. Liu Beixian remained silent, his gaze reflecting a keen awareness of the situation. Xiao Zhao, you mentioned that every time you wake up, you emerge from the space where you entered. Now, considering we are in a house nearly 100 meters high, if this house were to collapse, would you not fall from such a height upon exiting the space? Yin Xijiao found herself momentarily speechless at his words. The mere thought of plummeting from such a height sent chills down her spine. Brother Xian, perhaps it is best if we remain in the space for a lifetime. What about when you grow old? If you become immobile, are you to starve to death? Liu Beixian shot her an exasperated look. Then we can have a child to care for us. The moment Yin Xijiao uttered this, she noticed a flush on Liu Beixian's face. It was impossible for her to have a child alone, and aside from Liu Beixian, whom else could she possibly partner with? While the idea of having a child was simple enough, the reality of that child growing up and needing to marry posed further complications. If they had someone to care for them, what about the partner? Would they be left alone and desolate? Lu Beishuan's words struck a chord with Yin Xijiao. Indeed. She could not allow her circumstances to deprive her child of care and support in the future. Yin Xijiao now felt a wave of frustration. What should they do? Lu Beixian noticed her agitation. Xiao Zhao, let us have breakfast first. We can discuss any issues later. Yin Xijiao glanced at the breakfast on the table, now quite cold, and nodded in agreement. After finishing her meal, Lu Beixian tidied up the remnants and allowed Yin Xijiao to store them in her space. Once she had completed everything, she raised her eyes to Lu Beixian. Brother Xian, you mentioned that if we do not enter the space, even if this building is reinforced and the entire city relocates to the underground fortress, what about our child? When they grow up, will they have to dig from here to the underground fortress in search of a partner? Wouldn't that be exhausting? Lu Beixian adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. The future is uncertain. Perhaps the underground fortress will eventually lead to a new world beneath these layers of glaciers. Xiao Zhao, you have not glimpsed the future in your dreams. What we can do now is prepare multiple paths for ourselves, ensuring a better existence in the future. Conversely, if we enter the space and this building collapses without any intervention, escaping might become quite challenging. You certainly do not wish to plummet from a great height, do you? Upon hearing the words plummet from a great height, Yin Xijiao recalled the scene of Yin Honghai and others being pushed off the building by Yin Yeshua, feeling rather stifled at the thought of meeting such an end. Then, Brother Xian, should we not explore the underground fortress? Chapter 80. The Apocalypse Space System 8785 goes live. Yin Xijiao pondered deeply. If neither option seemed viable, they might as well take a look at the underground fortress first. There's no rush. We are still unaware of the circumstances in the underground fortress. Once we arrive, will we be required to assist in exchange for supplies? We have yet to clarify these matters, so let us not hurry. As Lu Beixian spoke, he gently ruffled Yin Xijiao's hair. Brother Xian, do you think that once we reach the underground fortress, we will lose our freedom? Hearing him mention exchanging assistance for supplies, she was suddenly reminded of the apocalyptic novels where individuals entering secure bases had to trade resources for points and then exchange those for other necessities within the base. She was skeptical that entering the underground fortress would grant them peace of mind. If that were the case, she would much prefer to remain comfortably here. No one could ascertain what the underground fortress truly entailed. For now, they could only wait until it was completed and someone moved in to test the waters. Lu Beixian continued, by the way, did you hear any other news about the underground fortress yesterday? No, that person did not elaborate. I plan to investigate tonight. By the way, Brother Xian, should I seal off the building tonight? Hearing Lu Beishuan's words, Yin Xijiao felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. She recalled the terrifying collapse depicted in the anime Detective Conan. There is no need for haste. The collapse of the building will exhibit certain signs, and as of now, no such indicators have emerged, so there is no need for concern. However, we can prepare ice bricks in advance. Lu Beixian pondered for a moment. The first floor of this building contains 4 households, and filling every unit would indeed be a monumental task. This is not an issue. I can currently mobilize the water within the space, and it would be no trouble at all to encase the entire structure in ice, Yin Xijiao confidently stated, assuring that should the need arise, she could accomplish this across all floors in a single night. I have faith in you, Lu Beixian replied with a smile. Were it not for Yin Xijiao, he feared he might have met the same fate as others, becoming merely a lifeless corpse. Thus, even if he were to perish now, it would still be a gain. Conversely, for Yin Xijiao, being so young, her demise would be truly lamentable. Brother Xian, I was wondering if we could adjust our schedule. Sometimes, venturing out too late makes it difficult to gather any useful information. I would like to head out earlier to see if I can acquire more valuable insights. Yin Xijiao suggested, noting that Lu Beishuan's current routine was far from normal. If she were to retire early, he would likely be keeping watch all night. All right. What time do you wish to start? Lu Beixian responded with utmost cooperation. How about 6 in the evening? Would you be able to rest during the day? Yin Xijiao inquired. Of course, everything is for the sake of securing a stable dwelling for us. I would gladly forego sleep if necessary, Lu Beixian replied casually. To which Yin Xijiao immediately shook her head. Brother Xian, you mustn't say that. If you were to exhaust yourself, I fear I would not be far from death either. What nonsense. How could you possibly be near death? You are destined for longevity, Lu Beixian retorted, lightly tapping her head. All right, may we both live long lives. Yin Xijiao responded, playfully grasping his hand that had touched her. The physical contact caused both to pause momentarily. Ahem, I shall take my leave for some rest now. Lunch. Liu Beixian hastily redirected the conversation. I'll prepare lunch. I still have quite a bit of food packed from the hotel, a variety of dishes. If you wish to eat, I can bring it out at noon, Yan Xizhao said, her cheeks slightly flushed. That sounds good. I will rest now, Liu Beixian replied, requesting Yan Xizhao to guide him to the space's restroom. The restroom they had previously constructed had suffered from freezing temperatures, leading to frequent blockages in the plumbing. And cleaning had become quite troublesome. Moreover, the toilet had cracked under the strain of fluctuating temperatures, rendering it unusable. Thus, Liu Beixian primarily utilized the restroom within her space. However, this arrangement was quite inconvenient as he could not freely enter and exit her space. If only she could grant him half of her privileges. As Yan Xizhao contemplated this, a melodious chime resonated, followed by a youthful voice. Congratulations, host, on activating the apocalyptic space system's mainframe. I am designated 8785, and it is my pleasure to serve you. 8785? That designation sounds somewhat familiar to me. Yan Xizhao was not surprised to hear the system's voice, after all. She had read numerous apocalyptic novels, and now was indeed an era dominated by systems. According to this system scan, the host has not had any prior contact with it. 8785 scanned the hippocampus within Yan Xizhao's brain. As the repository of memory, the hippocampus records all of a person's recollections. However, no information related to it was found within Yan Xizhao's memories. Perhaps I am mistaken then. 8785, you claim to be the apocalyptic space system. Does that imply you can transfer certain permissions of my space to another individual? Are you intending to grant access to the man within the space? 8785 inquired nonchalantly. Yes. I wish for him to freely enter the space and utilize all its provisions. Yan Xizhao thought that should any unforeseen events arise, Liu Beixian could promptly enter the space, significantly enhancing his safety. Certainly, if the host has any other inquiries, feel free to ask. 8785's tone remained calm. Yan Xizhao pondered for a moment. Just as she was about to pose her question, when Liu Beixian's voice resonated from within the space. Yan Xizhao promptly brought Liu Beixian out from the space. Xingu, let me tell you. Yan Xizhao recounted the matters concerning 8785. Liu Beixian appeared somewhat astonished. You say you have granted me permissions to enter the space freely? Indeed. Give it a try and see if you can enter. Yan Xizhao exclaimed excitedly. I will give it a go. Liu Beixian followed Yan Xizhao's instructions and instantly vanished before her eyes. 3 seconds later, he reappeared, his handsome face bearing a look of incredulity. This system called 8785 seems rather extraordinary. It grants permissions with ease. This system is remarkable. Is your space under its control? Allow me to inquire. Just as Yan Xizhao was about to ask, a fluffy creature suddenly appeared in midair and leaped onto her, rubbing against her neck. How ticklish. What are you? You have no hands or feet, just a pair of ears, and not even a mouth. Yan Xizhao grabbed the furry creature. I am the system, 8785. 8785 blinked its adorably round eyes. Chapter 81. Answers from System 8785 regarding the Space A system. A system can materialize? Liu Beixian raised an eyebrow. He was not unaware of what a system entailed, but this was his first encounter with one that could manifest in such a manner. I hail from a higher dimensional space. Hence I can project a physical form here. 8785 lifted its fluffy head with an air of pride. Higher dimensional space. Then you must know how this space came into being. Correct? Liu Beixian possesses a unique brilliance. However, why should I divulge this to you? 8785 emitted a couple of dismissive sounds. You claim to be the core of the spatial system. Thus you must know why I dreamt of the apocalypse in him, correct? Yan Xizhao gestured towards Liu Beixian. Truth be told, prior to that dream, she had neither met Liu Beixian nor had any connection with him. Why then did she dream of the end of the world and see the frozen Liu Beixian? Host, I am merely the spatial system. As for your dreams of the apocalypse and this individual, they exceed my operational parameters, and I am unable to provide answers. 8785 articulated each word with clarity, clearly indicating a stance of ignorance towards their inquiries. What, then, is your function? Why did you not appear before, and why do so now? Liu Beixian inquired with great curiosity. Yan Xizhao had possessed the spatial system for at least a few months, and 8785's sudden emergence now raised questions. My duty is to manage the space. My prior absence was due to the host's ability to manage it independently. Hence, my presence was unnecessary. Now, I appear because the host wishes to engage in spatial authorization, which has surpassed your current capabilities and thus I must make a grand entrance to bestow you with authority. 8785 lamented its lack of hands, wishing it could perform a dramatic hair toss. Yan Xizhao. So if Xiao Zhao does not make a request, you would not manifest, correct? 8785 cast a disdainful glance at him. Why would I appear, merely to be a third wheel? I have not forgotten how I was mistreated by the protagonists in the last task. Had I not been of age, I would have considered filing charges for the abuse of a minor system. Then 8785. Do you understand why I fell asleep within the space and found myself in this world, as if in a dream? What is the meaning of this? Yan Xizhao found the events transpiring around her to be rather perplexing. She did not believe she possessed any qualities that would mark her as chosen by the system. The host's survival area exists in 3 dimensions, while the space has attained a 4-dimensional elevation. The reason you re-entered this world in a dreamlike state after sleeping within is that your body is a 3-dimensional entity, yet your thoughts belong to the 4th dimension. Under the influence of space, your thoughts manifest in a different manner within 3-dimensional space. To put it simply, humans exist in 3 dimensions, whereas what you refer to as ghosts exist in 4 dimensions. 3-dimensional beings cannot harm 4-dimensional beings. However, 4-dimensional beings can indeed affect 3-dimensional ones. Similarly, in your 4-dimensional form, you can impact the 3-dimensional space, yet 3-dimensional beings cannot affect those of the 4th dimension. 8785 elucidated in terms that were more easily comprehensible. Humans and ghosts. I recall that ghosts can also be harmed by humans, correct? Upon hearing this, Liu Beixian was met with a derisive snort from 8785. Ghosts are formless entities. How can tangible beings inflict harm upon them? Only formless entities can wound one another. Thus, one might wonder if all the tales of ghost catching are mere fabrications. Liu Beixian raised an eyebrow. They are indeed fictitious, or perhaps self-staged performances, much like a paper doll confined to the pages of a book. How could it possibly influence the world beyond its confines? 8785 shot him a sideways glance. Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. According to your assertion, ghosts belong to a 4-dimensional realm. When a person dies, they transform into a ghost. This implies that we have inadvertently caused the demise of numerous individuals, and should they become ghosts? Without ghosts, death is simply death, flesh decays, thoughts cease. How could one possibly become a ghost? Liu Beixian questioned. Unless there exists a form of 8785 paused momentarily. What kind? Liu Beixian inquired, perplexed. High-dimensional beings projecting into a lower-dimensional space, becoming low-dimensional entities, would then manifest as so-called ghosts or deities upon death. 8785 elaborated. I see, Liu Beixian mused. When high-dimensional beings enter a lower-dimensional space, they are influenced by it. Thus, upon becoming low-dimensional entities, their abilities are significantly constrained. It is only after death or within dreams, through the aid of the high-dimensional realm, that they may regain their powers. Yan Xizhao, upon reaching this conclusion, was abruptly struck by a fleeting thought. Does this imply that I might also originate from a high-dimensional space? 8785 nodded slightly. It seems so. In terms of lower-dimensional space, akin to undergoing tribulations. Yan Xizhao found herself both amused and bewildered. Why do I feel as though you are earnestly employing scientific reasoning to explain metaphysics? Is it not said that at the end of science lies metaphysics? 8785 replied, his expression suggesting a lack of worldly experience, leaving the two somewhat speechless. There's merit in that. It renders us quite unable to refute it. Liu Beixian chuckled helplessly. Can you elucidate why you granted the space to Xiao Zhao instead of selecting another? In that regard, space possesses its own frequency. Connecting with an individual whose frequency aligns allows for a bond to be formed. Conversely, even if one acquires the vessel of space, lacking the corresponding frequency renders it inaccessible. 8785 explained, blinking his small eyes. I have a question. When I dreamed of Brother Xin encased in ice, how did I acquire the space? What does that signify? Yan Xizhao had long been curious about how she obtained the space, having merely touched Liu Beixian. If what you say holds true, there is but one possibility. The me within the dream may have followed the host, him. However, his frequency did not quite match that of the space. Thus, you likely only obtained the right to utilize the space, not to enter it, which is why he perished. Your frequency coincided with the space, allowing it to transfer from him to you. Regardless, as you said, he has already perished, so the space will seek another host. 8785 clarified. Although the veracity of this explanation remains uncertain, such speculation is not without merit. Yan Xizhao, upon hearing these words, turned to Liu Beixian, eager to interject. But before he could, Liu Beixian spoke. Xiao Zhao, I understand your sentiments. However, this matter is subject to fate. You have a greater affinity with it. And now that you have granted me access, I too possess a share of this space, which I perceive as no loss. Yet, in the hands of those ill-suited, this space would be squandered. You ought to feel fortunate that it fell into your possession. Had it landed in others' hands, both of you would have met dire fates long ago. 8,785's words were blunt, yet they held a degree of truth. Neither Yan Xizhao nor Liu Beixian responded. Chapter 82. Granting Liu Beixian access to the space. Do you have any further inquiries? 8785 inquired, its fluffy form quivering. Ever since being compressed by the previous host and her partner, it harbored little desire to undertake any more tasks. Were it not for the unique status of these two individuals and the significant responsibilities bestowed upon it, it would have long aspired to a life of leisure. One more question, 8785, Yan Xizhao said, gazing at the diminutive creature in his hand. As a being from a higher dimensional space, is there any way for us to ascertain when this building will collapse? We wish to prepare adequately beforehand. Dear one, I am merely a spatial system, capable at most of assisting you with agricultural endeavors, such as planting and harvesting. Do not expect me to provide insights into past or future narratives, 8785 replied, hopping lightly. It was a spatial system, not a narrative system, and had no knowledge of events beyond its immediate scope. Very well, it seems we must address this issue ourselves, Yan Xizhao remarked, feeling somewhat disheartened, having hoped to glean more information from 8785. Indeed, control over one's future lies within oneself. Survival depends solely on your own efforts. 8785 said, blinking its large, round eyes. Do you have any more questions? Yes, Liu Beixian interjected. If we enter the space from a specific location, will we emerge from the same place? Although he already suspected the answer, he sought confirmation from 8785. Indeed, your current forms are products of three-dimensional space. Thus you cannot perform spatial jumps. Therefore, wherever you enter, you will exit from the same point, regardless of whether that location transforms into a glacier or a volcano. Even if you entered at 0, 0, you shall exit at 0, 0. Do you understand? 8785 tilted its head, observing the two. Understood, Liu Beixian nodded, realizing it aligned with their prior thoughts. One cannot use surrounding objects as reference points. It is akin to engraving a mark on a boat to indicate the location of a lost sword. The actual place where the sword vanished remains where it was cast into the water. Is that all settled then? I shall retire to rest. Do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. With a sudden leap, 8785 vanished before the two individuals. Yan Xizhao had intended to utter something further, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. It appeared that this system harbored a certain disdain for them. Liu Beixian let out a soft chuckle. It seemed rather temperamental, however. The designation struck him as oddly familiar, though he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Yan Xizhao tapped her forehead, reflecting that while her memory was not infallible, she should have some recollection of such numerals. If she could not remember, then it was best not to dwell on it. Eventually, the memory would resurface. For now, it was prudent to focus on the present circumstances. Liu Beixian gently ruffled her hair, his smile imbued with warmth. That makes sense, he said. Now that I can freely access the space, even if danger arises, we can retreat there at a moment's notice. Yan Xizhao contemplated the possibility of the building collapsing. At the very least, they could seek refuge in the spatial realm for a time before disaster struck. Although this would be a last resort, who would begrudge the chance to survive? Liu Beixian's eyes sparkled with thought. Now that I can enter the space as well, there is no need to retain the master bedroom. Let us transform it into a greenhouse. This way, the air will be more oxygenated. Very well, Yan Xizhao replied generously. There are plenty of rooms in the space. Brother Xian, choose whichever you prefer. Then I shall retreat to the space for some rest. When I awaken is uncertain, so you must remain vigilant and monitor the situation of those below. If they show any signs of departing, we shall begin to fortify the house tonight. If there are no indications of their leaving, we shall wait a little longer. As long as the house has not reached the point of collapse, we still have time to remedy the situation. After imparting his thoughts, Liu Beixian patted her shoulder and entered the space as she nodded in agreement. Yan Xizhao watched him disappear and turned her gaze to the surroundings of the house. This was a place she had invested considerable effort into acquiring and constructing. The thought of abandoning it was truly disheartening. With a sigh, she pushed aside her worries and checked the external temperature, which had plummeted to a chilling -93 degrees. The southern house lacked insulation measures, leaving her uncertain how long it could withstand such conditions. She added some firewood to the fireplace, cleared the ashes within, and then picked up her tablet. The device recorded the situation in the basement, though currently, there were few individuals present. Lin Qingze and his entourage were notably absent, and she wondered where they had gone. Yin Xijiao realized she had not installed surveillance on the second and third floors, leaving her unaware if Lin Qingze and his group had ventured there. She had stocked ample supplies in those two levels, sufficient for their current number for at least a week. After waiting for quite some time without seeing Lin Qingze return, he finally arrived at noon, accompanied by several others. Having gathered a significant amount of resources. Zhege, so many supplies? This will last us quite a while. Inside the house, the others were astonished to see the supplies. They had presumed that the second and third floors contained resources, but never to the extent that would suffice for all of them for an entire week. Although this situation had persisted for some time, the conditions above were becoming increasingly dire. I initially intended to ascend to the fourth floor to assess the situation, only to discover that the temperature there was even colder than before. With the current means at our disposal, it was impossible to gather supplies. Lin Qingze trembled, stamping his feet and rubbing his hands and cheeks. No matter how thickly they were dressed, the biting cold stripped away much of their warmth. Above the fourth floor, unless shrouded in ice and snow and devoid of strong winds, it might be possible to gather supplies. Otherwise, at the current temperature, remaining there for merely 5 minutes could lead to frostbite or worse. He was not foolish enough to attempt to collect supplies in such frigid conditions. Zay, does this mean we are left with only these supplies? The remaining individuals had primarily been assigned to ice excavation. They had hoped to endure a bit longer. But now it seemed impossible. Lin Qingze nodded slightly. We must hasten to other houses and seek additional supplies. Upon hearing this, the others quickly rushed to continue their ice excavation. Earlier that morning, Lin Qingze had pointed them in the right direction, and by now, they had managed to excavate an ice hole over 2 meters high and 1 meter thick, nearly 15 meters deep. At their current pace, it would take at least 5 or 6 days to reach the next building. They could only hope that the supplies they had gathered thus far would last until then. Chapter 83. The struggling survivors Zhou Qiang, Chen Guang, instruct them to pile all the ice blocks at the location we excavated, Lin Qingze stated gravely. If Jaguar discovers that we have obstructed the parking lot of Building 15, his next target will undoubtedly be Building 16. We must reach the next building before him to gather resources. He had previously contemplated that if Jaguar realized the parking lot was blocked, he might well shift his focus. If Jaguar and his group were to excavate down the mountain, it would be manageable, but the concern was that Jaguar might stubbornly persist and dig toward their direction. Should they fail to depart in time, they would inevitably encounter him. He was not personally afraid of Jaguar, but he could not say the same for the others. From their conversations the previous day, it was evident that they genuinely feared Jaguar and his crew, considering everyone's safety. He felt compelled to lead them away from Jaguar's path to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Chen Guang surveyed the group and spoke to Lin Qingze. Zay, we have a considerable number of people here, and we have nearly exhausted the supplies that can be collected from above. Perhaps we should dig the tunnel in batches. Furthermore, we should not squander time at night. The sooner we reach the next location, the higher our chances of gathering supplies. We cannot guarantee that we will consistently gather such a large quantity of resources. If we are able to conserve time, we are, in an imperceptible manner, conserving resources. What do you think? Upon hearing Chen Guang's words, which conveyed the uncertainty of future resource collection, others who had intended to complain about the exhausting evening toil were instantly silenced. Prior to the extreme cold, they had endured 2 months of sweltering heat, which claimed the lives of approximately 500 to 600 million people globally. Simultaneously, countless flowers, trees, and the fresh fruits and vegetables cultivated in gardens, as well as rice and wheat, were rendered completely barren due to this relentless heat. In a fleeting moment, nations around the world found themselves in a state of total crop failure. To ensure that their citizens could maintain a semblance of normalcy, governments promptly released grain reserves. Bags of rice were swiftly processed in factories after sunset, transforming raw grains into rice and flour, distributed nationwide to meet the populace's needs. It can be said that, in anticipation of the impending extreme cold, the state had already depleted the granaries of their stocks to ensure food availability for all. Moreover, while constructing underground bunkers, The government expedited research efforts by a cadre of scientists to determine suitable crops for subterranean cultivation. Many were oblivious to these undertakings, preoccupied with their own fears of starvation and the uncertain completion of the bunkers. During this prolonged wait, amidst the frantic pursuit of resources, anxiety gripped everyone. Some feared insufficient food, others worried they would be denied a place in the underground sanctuaries. Tragically, some, overwhelmed by the inadequacy of collected supplies, chose to end their own lives, and the toll of daily deaths increased. Those who wished to survive became increasingly determined to gather resources, resulting in factories that, though initially capable of meeting demand, soon faced production shortages. Consequently, many found themselves lacking essential supplies and fuel, managing to endure for a brief period but ultimately succumbing within a week as the extreme cold set in. This was not due to a lack of effort or ignorance of online strategies. Rather, the sheer population size and limited factory output meant that, even with round-the-clock production, the scarcity of raw materials made it impossible to ensure that everyone could acquire their desired goods. Much like the early shortages of masks and medications, even wealth could not procure these necessities. For those unable to obtain food and fuel, aside from voicing complaints online, what alternatives did they have but to venture into the woods for firewood? The state had exhausted all resources to secure the livelihoods of its citizens. But how could individuals contend with the wrath of nature? As the extreme cold relentlessly approached, those with ample supplies luxuriated in their homes, while those without faced the grim prospect of freezing to death or, like their companions, were forced to huddle together for warmth. Fortuitously, it was their unity, following Lin Qing's guidance, that had allowed them to survive thus far. Please arrange for everyone to be informed clearly of the situation to alleviate any unease. Lin Qingze cast a glance at the others. Since they began to huddle together for warmth, it became imperative to ensure that everyone understood the potential consequences of their actions in order to prevent any discord. Thus, it was crucial to dissuade anyone from harboring ulterior motives or stirring trouble. Chen Guang nodded in agreement and turned to communicate with the rest. The others were not oblivious. Upon hearing Chen Guang's words, they grasped the stakes involved. Consequently, they all proceeded to delineate their plans, eager to advance to the next building as swiftly as possible. Yan Xijiao observed from the tablet that everyone had excavated from the parking lot exit beneath room 3303. Was that not the very place where Yan Honghai and the others had been cast down? Digging from there, did they not fear encountering the corpses above? A profound sense of bewilderment filled Yan Xijiao's eyes, unaware that this was a deliberate strategy devised by Lin Qingze. It is often said that the deceased are to be revered. Who among them would not tread carefully around the subject of the dead? Thus, even if the Jaguar team managed to dig their way to this location and stumbled upon the remains above, it was likely they would recoil in discomfort and abandon their current course. Of course, this was merely Yan Xijiao's conjecture. It remained uncertain whether the Jaguar team would indeed follow them along this path. Lin Qingze could only endeavor to protect these individuals. Having discerned that there was no vital information in the rear view, Yan Xijiao set the tablet aside. Reflecting on Lin Qingze's assertion that access to the fourth floor and above was restricted, it dawned on her that she could fill the rooms above the fourth floor with ice blocks. Coincidentally, the outside temperature was plummeting towards minus 100 degrees. At such frigid temperatures, the ice would harden further, surely sufficient to support the weight of the building. Moreover, while their structure would remain stable with the support of ice blocks, the proximity of the adjacent buildings raised concerns about the risk of collapse towards their own. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Yan Xijiao hurried to the window. The window had been sealed tightly with a membrane, obscuring everything outside, rendering her unable to discern the state of the building across from them. Perhaps she needed to devise a plan to eliminate the nearby hazardous structures first. She drew the curtains aside and recalled that she possessed a layout of the buildings within the complex. Locating the blueprint, she noted that Building 16 was a mere 50 meters from their own. Such a short distance meant that any collapse would undoubtedly impact their structure. She needed to find a way to undermine that building. Pouring herself a cup of hot tea, Yan Xijiao contemplated from which angles she might dismantle the adjacent edifice. When Liu Beixian emerged from the space, he found Yan Xijiao meticulously calculating with a ruler and pencil. "Xiao Xiao, what are you calculating?" Liu Beixian inquired, perplexed. "I am determining the direction in which the building next door should collapse to avoid affecting our side," Yan Xijiao replied, lifting her gaze to meet his. "Are you planning to bring down the neighboring building?" Liu Beixian raised an eyebrow. "Are you concerned that it might affect us?" "Indeed." If that building were to collapse towards us, given our current structural integrity, ours would undoubtedly follow suit. I have no desire to lose this home, Yan Sijao replied, gesturing towards the diagram she had drawn. I calculated that if we could cause one wall and the internal pillars of the neighboring building to collapse in a specific direction, it would spare us from any repercussions. However, I currently lack explosives. What other means could we employ to dismantle the structure? I have some knowledge of explosives, but the formulation process is rather intricate. Liu Beixian frowned. Nothing can demolish a structure as swiftly as explosives. Unfortunately, explosives were heavily regulated prior to the apocalypse. It would be difficult for an adult like me to procure them, let alone for someone like you. Perhaps we should avoid that option. Explosives are too perilous. And we lack the expertise for their formulation. Yan Sijao shook her head. We are not chemists. If we understood such matters, it would be a different story, alas. We do not, so we should refrain from tampering with them. Then we must resort to external forces to compromise the structural integrity of the building. Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses. Dismantling the walls? Yan Sijao inquired, puzzled. No, this building has a frame structure. We need only to destroy the framework, Liu Beixian stated. Retrieving the architectural blueprints of their building and pointing to several locations on the diagram. Look here, these pillars are vital supports. If you sever a few, the building will inevitably collapse. Yan Sijao nodded slightly. Then I shall take care of it tonight. It would be too dark outside at night. It's better to do it during the day when visibility is improved, Liu Beixian advised. The frost resistance of concrete exceeds that of steel, making it somewhat challenging to dismantle. If it proves impossible, we can fill the space with ice later. Ultimately, we should proceed in whichever manner is most convenient. Then I will fill the space below. After all, filling it with ice is simpler than demolishing walls, Yan Sijao shrugged. That sounds reasonable. It would certainly be odd if our building stood alone, Liu Beixian nodded in agreement. Should I go at night or during the day? Yan Sijao asked. Recalling his earlier suggestion to go during the day. If you're filling the building, it would be better to do so at night. It would be too conspicuous during the day, Liu Beixian replied, wishing to avoid drawing undue attention to their situation. Understood, I shall go at night. Also, Lu Gu. I noticed on the tablet that those individuals were unable to access the 4th floor due to the low temperatures. They only managed to collect supplies from the 2nd and 3rd floors. Do you think we should retrieve the remaining supplies? Yan Sijao expressed her ambivalence about the supplies, feeling they were not particularly valuable, yet reluctant to let them go to waste. Retract for now, perhaps there will be use for it in the future. Liu Beixian had originally anticipated that those individuals would ascend a few floors, but to his surprise, they merely lingered on the 2nd and 3rd floors, rendering their elaborate preparations futile. Yan Sijao nodded in acknowledgement. At noon and in the evening, they casually made do with the fine dishes purchased from the hotel. And after resting for the better part of half an hour, Yan Sijao retired for the night. Initially, sleep eluded her, but after tossing and turning for a while, she finally succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, she found herself on the 4th floor, swiftly gathering the supplies she had distributed across each level and efficiently encasing the floors above in ice. After all, the water emerging from her space transformed directly into ice. Sealing off all the upper levels was a task well within her capabilities. Moreover, as per 8785, her space was a 4-dimensional construct. One of the more renowned entities in 4-dimensional space is the Klein bottle, a seemingly simple vessel that can hold an infinite amount of water, never filling to capacity no matter how one might attempt it. Thus, the water within her space could indeed be boundless. Yan Sijao contemplated that her space possessed a self-sustaining system. Even if she had squandered a significant portion of the water resources, she remained confident that the system would regenerate, ensuring an ample supply. Turning, she proceeded to the adjacent floor, employing the same method to seal off all levels. Upon reaching the floor where the jaguar and his companions resided, Yan Sijao was met with the grim visage of the jaguar and the trembling figures of her adoptive parents and brother lurking in the distance. Damn it. I'm sick of eating biscuits and noodles every day. Brother Leopard, I crave meat and vegetables. A burly man by the campfire took a bite of the shared biscuit and felt no desire to continue. The occupants of their building seemed to be lacking in effort. Having gathered scant supplies, all they had were noodles and biscuits, not a single leaf of vegetable in sight. While the scorching heat of the past 2 months had decimated all produce, surely dehydrated vegetables were still available on the market. Couldn't those in the building have collected some dehydrated goods? Their current diet had rendered their trips to the restroom akin to a death sentence. Fortunately, They had discovered some laxatives among their collected supplies, which they resorted to when nature called with urgency. However, such a lifestyle felt scarcely different from that of a monk. Their palates had long since dulled. The jaguar shot him a glance. Do you think I don't wish for better? Given the current situation, how could I provide you with meat or vegetables? Brother Leopard, there are no vegetables, and meat, the man whispered to those hiding in the distance. The jaguar's expression darkened. You wish to feast upon them? Think carefully. Consuming human flesh could lead to prion disease. Do you desire to end up immobile, starving to death? Despite his life on the fringes of society, the jaguar had received a modicum of education and was aware of the dire consequences of cannibalism. Upon hearing the ominous words that one could contract a virus and ultimately perish from starvation, the man fell silent in an instant. Another individual then spoke up. Brother Leopard, our supplies are dwindling. Given the current circumstances, we have enough provisions to last only 5 days. If we do not resort to consuming them, we must locate additional resources within this time frame. 5 days should suffice. Has T another tunnel already connected to Building 14? Tomorrow, let those individuals ascend in search of supplies. Those who can return shall do so. Those who cannot shall remain above as frozen sculptures. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Brother Leopard's eyes. The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. This frigid environment had starkly illustrated the true meaning of cold. Initially, as temperatures dipped to 5 or 6 degrees below zero, they managed to endure. However, as the temperature continued to plummet, they soon realized that their clothing was insufficient. Not only did it fail to provide warmth, but it also led to frostbite, making them acutely aware of the terror of this cold wave. Some, having inadvertently exposed their ears to the bitter wind, found them frozen solid within moments, falling off with the slightest touch. Chapter 85. The foster parents' malicious intent. This cold wave had rendered individuals from the typically warm southern regions acutely aware of a hellish chill. Although the companions of Brother Leopard were robust men, they too were mere mortals and could not withstand such temperatures, let alone those of weaker constitution. Sending individuals to the 4th floor to gather supplies in such near unbreathable, bone-chilling cold would likely result in a return rate of 1 in 10, if that. Yanxi observed her foster parents and younger brother, listening to their furtive whispers about escaping, expressing their desire to break free from the control of Brother Leopard and his companions. Their words struck her as amusing. Before her arrival at the Yin household, she had often been subjected to her foster parents' dictates, never imagining that roles would reverse, allowing them to experience the sensation of being manipulated themselves. Mother, with their vigilance so keen, how can we possibly find an opportunity to escape? Her younger brother cast a sidelong glance at Brother Leopard and his crew. These were men who played for keeps. When they had previously encountered these individuals while gathering supplies, had they not been quick to kneel and beg for mercy, even betraying others, they would not have secured their lives as they had. He had not forgotten the fate that befell those he betrayed. The men were killed, the women violated, and ultimately, one woman met her end frozen and discarded outside. The fate of those who resisted was no different, prompting many to plead for their lives. Moreover, as Brother Leopard had commanded them to dig tunnels to other buildings, it was evident that, given the scarcity of supplies, he would ensure they met a gruesome end. The previous methods employed by Brother Leopard and his cohorts instilled a deep-seated fear of rebellion amongst them, lest they provoke a violent reaction and find a blade plunged into their bodies. If one were to be stabbed before the apocalypse and taken to a hospital, there might still be a chance for salvation. However, now, even the prospect of reaching a hospital is fraught with uncertainty, let alone the question of whether there are doctors within those walls. This dire reality has rendered the remaining individuals hesitant to resist. Each merely wishes to survive, seeking ways to endure. They may outwardly appear similar to others, yet they are acutely aware that should the members of the Jaguar gang find themselves devoid of sustenance, they may resort to cannibalism. Such occurrences have been all too common in this dystopian world. They do not need to ponder the depths of human nature. They themselves are of a similarly nefarious ilk, well aware of the true malevolence harbored by the likes of Jaguar. There will inevitably be an opportunity, for now. They must remain vigilant and prevent Brother Leopard from shifting his gaze upon them. Once the chance to escape presents itself, they will seek out your sister. She resides in a wealthy household, enjoying ample provisions, and it is only fitting that she contributes some sustenance, given the hardships endured in bringing her into this world. Yang Shufan licked her lips, her drooping eyes glinting with a sharp and avaricious gaze. During the initial days of the sweltering heat, they were fortunate enough to consume vegetables and meat. However, As the relentless heat persisted and the electricity ceased, the perishables stored in the refrigerator began to decay, leaving them with only long-lasting potatoes and sweet potatoes. Little did they anticipate that these starchy tubers would sprout roots in the oppressive heat. After consuming improperly prepared sprouted potatoes, they suffered bouts of vomiting and diarrhea, thankfully avoiding the need for hospitalization. Otherwise, entering such a facility would pose further uncertainties about their return. Eventually, they grew wary of consuming sprouted potatoes and sweet potatoes, resorting to nibbling on the leaves and vines instead. Fortunately, the oppressive heat lasted merely 2 months, after which a cooler spell arrived, lasting over a month. During this period, they scoured the markets for vegetables and meat, only to discover that prices for these essentials had soared beyond gold. They argued with the vendors, yet those individuals paid them no heed, swiftly selling out their stock in the blink of an eye. The crucial issue was that once the supplies were depleted, the prices doubled upon their next availability. It can be said that these three have endured nearly half a year in this relentless climate, without even a glimpse of fresh vegetables or meat, relying solely on processed foods for solace. Regrettably, their meager stockpile was exhausted all too quickly, leading to their unfortunate encounter with the Jaguar gang during their attempts to scavenge for supplies. However, "Mother, we have no idea where she is. How can we find her?" The foster brother understood that Yang Shufan was not referring to Yan Sijao. The only person she could call sister was Yan Yeshua. "I saw her enter Building 16 in the community. She must be residing there with those affluent individuals. If we can manage to direct Brother Leopard to that location, we shall surely find her." Yang Shufan spoke in a hushed tone, audible only to those nearby. "Mother, if you send Leopard over there and he manages to seize those supplies, won't we be left with no means of survival?" Yang Di furrowed his brow in concern. "Do not worry. Once we acquire those provisions, we shall find an opportunity to poison Leopard and his companions. Those supplies will then rightfully belong to us." Yang Shufan spoke with an unsettling calmness, as if dispatching a horde of rats was a trivial task. Yang Di's eyes lit up with a spark of realization. The food consumed by Leopard and his group was distinctly different from what they had. If they could poison Leopard and the others, wouldn't all the supplies be theirs for the taking? Yan Sijao observed this family with a sense of revulsion. During her time in their home, she had come to understand their penchant for scheming against others. From something as trivial as a towel to a needle, her foster parents were meticulous in their dealings. They even went so far as to throw a poisoned dead rat at a neighbor's dog simply because it had urinated at their doorstep. Such occurrences were far from rare. It was likely that they would be adept at covertly causing harm. However, they would certainly not gain entry to Building 16. She was also curious to witness their reactions upon discovering that the premises were entirely frozen. After watching them for a while, noticing they had not elaborated on their specific plans, Yan Sijao lost interest. The journey from their location to Building 16 would take at least 10 days. Posing no immediate threat to her, she still had other matters to attend to, so she decided to stop monitoring these individuals for the time being. Yan Sijao ventured into the city, noting that it was still somewhat early. However, the situation in the urban area appeared to be even more dire than she had anticipated. The temperature on the 4th floor and above continued to plummet, rendering it unsafe for anyone to venture up there in search of supplies. Meanwhile, the resources on the 1st and 2nd floors had all been scavenged. Even inedible dog and cat food had become a source of sustenance for some, leading to fierce altercations. Yan Sijao spotted the man in military uniform she had seen previously, assisting others once again. Whether it was part of his duty or not, he seemed perpetually engaged in acts of aid. Chapter 86. Scholars striving for humanity's future. Yan Sijao held a certain admiration for soldiers. After all, it was their sacrifices during wartime that allowed individuals like her to enjoy a life of comfort. Yet, in this apocalyptic reality, even the most noble efforts might not yield commensurate rewards. It was conceivable that one moment they could save a life, only to be betrayed the next. Humanity, in the face of catastrophe, could not withstand the harshest trials, just as she herself might one day transform into a grim executioner. "Captain, we have a situation. The first group of evacuees has been intercepted, and they are currently clashing with the assailants at the intersection of Shihuan South Road." A hurried voice broke through, and Yan Sijao turned to see a man, stout and bundled like a bear, rushing toward the others with a flashlight in hand. The individuals responsible for the transfer. Do they not care? The one referred to as Captain Lu Chinhan furrowed his brow. They attempted to explain to the opposing party, who paid no heed whatsoever. Obstructing the first group of transfer personnel, and even engaging in a scuffle with our people. The situation there has descended into chaos, necessitating assistance. The earlier man spoke. Logically, the dispute occurring there should have no bearing on them. However, given their proximity to the West Lake intersection, it is only natural that they would be called for support. Let us proceed and observe, Lu Chunhan declared as he made his way towards the tunnel. Upon hearing the mention of the first group of transfer personnel, Yin Xijiao's ears perked up. Did this not imply that individuals had already begun to inhabit the underground fortress? She too was curious to witness the underground stronghold. Yin Xijia followed them all the way to the West Lake South Road intersection. This was a place she had visited before. Conveniently located merely 1,000 meters from her residential complex, right at the entrance of the community. Yin Xijiao had not anticipated that these individuals would head towards the underground fortress. Did this not indicate that they could also traverse this route to reach the fortress? A wave of joy surged within her. However, the tunnel from their building to West Lake Road was at least 1,000 meters long. They would need to devise a means to excavate it. Otherwise, if they wished to go, would they not be waiting an eternity to break ground themselves? Yin Xijiao accompanied Lu Chunhan to the East-West Lake Road intersection, where a sizable square hole had been excavated. Due to the influence of the ambient temperature, the ice blocks had frozen solid, even more so than bricks, in the frigid conditions of minus several degrees. At this moment, the large square hole was crowded with people. Just a moment before, they were tugging at one another, but as Lu Chunhan and his group arrived, a voice emerged from within. I understand that all of you wish to enter the underground fortress expeditiously, but among you, are there any plumbers, construction workers, or skilled agricultural professionals? The individual scanned the crowd. Let me inform you, the first batch of residents consists of qualified personnel. They are not here for leisure. They are here to create better conditions for your accommodation. If you do not believe this and wish to enter, I can allow you to do so. However, what contribution can you make to the underground fortress? What can you accomplish inside? Aside from causing disruption and delaying progress, what assistance can you provide? Upon finishing, another voice chimed in. You may continue to obstruct the first group of incoming personnel, but consider this carefully. Every minute you delay them means you are delaying your own entry into the fortress by the same amount of time. If you hinder them for an hour, you will be an hour later in entering. As these words resonated, the previously raucous crowd hesitated to continue their blockade. Let us move. The fortress requires the installation of water and electricity, and we cannot afford to waste a single moment. The individual glanced at the silent onlookers before turning to lead his companions towards the bunker. The initial group of settlers was rather limited, even with their families. They barely numbered 100, and only a few among them were capable of contributing meaningfully. The remaining observers watched their departure, their eyes glistening with envy. All right, everyone. Please return. Once the utilities are installed, we will be able to move in, Lu Chunhan remarked, observing the pairs of eyes, shrouded beneath thick layers of clothing. Were those not eyes brimming with anticipation? Yet, regardless of their hopes, the construction of the bunker could not be completed in just a day or two. From the moment the impending catastrophe was acknowledged, the authorities summoned numerous geologists, climatologists, and architects to deliberate on the protection of the city versus the construction of a bunker. Ultimately, after deciding to build the bunker, they faced various challenges regarding site selection, ventilation, and seismic considerations. Following this, there were decisions to be made regarding construction materials and architectural design. Typically, for such large-scale projects, the design phase alone would take at least 3 months, if not 6 months to a year, to finalize. However, the disaster arrived with alarming swiftness. The architects enlisted by the government had no choice but to work tirelessly, day and night, crafting blueprints and revising them to address any inadequacies. Many endured sleepless nights, driven by the knowledge that their work bore profound implications for humanity's future and the very survival of the city. Almost as soon as the designs were finalized, the authorities directed the waiting personnel to commence excavation according to the plans. This was during a period of extreme heat. To prevent heat exhaustion among the workers and overheating of machinery, they could only labor under the cover of darkness. As temperatures began to rise, workers were sent home to rest. Yet, this limited time was hardly sufficient for the construction of a bunker. By the time the heat subsided, the foundation remained unexcavated. It was not until 2 months after the high temperatures had retreated that all workers, regardless of day or night, dug out the foundation and began constructing the entrance using various prefabricated materials and insulation. The interior of the bunker was nestled within the mountain itself. According to the architects, the mountain served as the ideal insulating material. just as seeds exposed to the elements would perish from heat or cold. Those buried within the earth would find protection and flourish in the warmth of spring. Thus, during the 2 months of intense heat, the authorities not only excavated the entrance, but also the interior of the mountain, effectively constructing as they excavated. Consequently, within a mere 6 months, the towering mountain, reaching a height of 1,000 meters, had been transformed to house 6 or 7 floors, covering over 80,000 square meters. The present task for the plumbers and electricians was to lay down the pipelines within this framework. Once the piping was complete, the next steps would involve installing flooring and soundproofing materials. The bunker construction would undoubtedly continue for some time. After accompanying the workers to the underground fortress and familiarizing himself with the situation, Yan Zijiao returned home. At this moment, the sky was beginning to lighten, yet the world outside grew increasingly frigid. The temperature, recorded by the exposed sensor of Yan Zijiao, plummeted to a chilling -100 degrees. Chapter 87, -100 degrees. Upon awakening from her reverie, Yan Zijiao sensed a further drop in the indoor temperature. Approaching the instruments, she discovered that the external temperature had fallen to an extraordinary -100 degrees, a condition few in the world had ever encountered. The thought of venturing outside was unfathomable to her. As she contemplated ascending the stairs, she turned and noticed thin droplets of water forming on the surface of the security door she had previously installed. Touching the door, a wave of cold air seeped in from the outside. Although the security door was exceptionally well made, minute gaps allowed the frigid air to infiltrate, gradually dispersing its chill. Yan Zijiao employed a temperature gauge, placing it near the door's crevice, which registered a tolerable -20 degrees. This was still acceptable, yet such conditions had not been present before. Just as she pondered this anomaly, Liu Beixian descended from the upper floor. "Xiao Zhao, what are you doing?" he inquired. "Brother Xian, look at the water droplets on this door and the cold air seeping through the cracks," she replied, noting that his attire appeared notably thicker than the previous day. "I noticed this morning that the outside temperature had already reached -100 degrees. The official broadcast earlier warned that such temperatures could freeze certain structures. It seems we are witnessing just that," Liu Beixian remarked, pausing for effect. "Similar to the buildings in the day after tomorrow in Snowpiercer. If the indoor and outdoor temperatures equalize, or if there are any gaps, ice crystals will spread rapidly. So, does this imply that the external cold will infiltrate our space?" Yan Zijiao swallowed hard. As the temperature continues to descend, areas made of aluminum may remain unaffected. But we must be wary of the cold penetrating the concrete, which could render the steel reinforcements brittle. Liu Beixian turned his gaze towards Yan Zijiao. "Is there steel plating installed on your floor?" he queried. "No," she shook her head. "I only installed underfloor heating, believing it would suffice to keep the floor warm." He nodded thoughtfully. "That's fortuitous. When I was on night watch, I sensed something amiss with the floor temperature and connected a high-capacity solar panel." "Isn't that only a temporary solution?" Yan Zijiao asked, surprised. "We can alternate usage. The diesel generator isn't necessary just yet," Liu Beixian replied, glancing at the solar panel plugged into the stairway. "But doesn't the underfloor heating require cleaning every 2 heating cycles? Otherwise, the accumulation of minerals in the circulating water could form deposits, reducing flow and compromising heating efficiency," Yan Zijiao questioned. "Yesterday, I sought assistance from 8785, which helped to purify a portion of the spatial water quality. Under its guidance, I also modified the underfloor heating system, resulting in the water within now being pristine, devoid of minerals and impurities." Liu Beixian gestured towards 2 water tanks nearby, each weighing nearly 2 tons. This was part of Yan Zijiao's previous inclination to collect various resources, driven by the fear of needing something in the future that he did not have. Logically, such cumbersome items should serve little purpose. However, they indeed proved invaluable at a critical moment. Yan Zijiao was somewhat astonished to hear that Liu Beixian had sought help from 8785, finding the notion a bit far-fetched. Though 8785 appeared endearing, it was rather aloof. Would it truly entertain such matters? "Brother Xian, didn't it tell us not to bother it unnecessarily? Did you encounter any impatience when you approached it for assistance?" Yan Zijiao expressed his disbelief. "Indeed, there was some reluctance, but I mentioned that it pertained to our future, and it refrained from further objections," Liu Beixian replied nonchalantly. Nevertheless, Yan Zijiao believed he was not as composed as he seemed. 8785 was not easily amenable. Liu Beixian must have employed some method to persuade 8785 to assist. However, as Liu Beixian offered no further details, she chose not to pry. With the underfloor heating resolved, there was little left to worry about. Let us go have breakfast and discuss your experiences from last night, Liu Beixian suggested as he ascended the stairs, with Yin Xijiao following closely behind. Breakfast had long been prepared and was warming in the pot. Liu Beixian retrieved the meal from the pot and placed it on the table. This morning, he had made century egg and lean pork congee. They were fortunate that Yin Xijiao had previously gathered a considerable amount of pork and raised several piglets. Otherwise, they might not have had the opportunity to enjoy this dish. Brother Xian, you made century egg and lean pork congee, Yin Xijiao exclaimed with delight. I thought it was time for something different. And it had been quite a while since I last had it, Liu Beixian explained. If you do not fancy it, feel free to check what else is available in the space. He then took out a steamer of dumplings, 2 fried eggs, and some fried dough sticks. No, I prefer this, Yin Xijiao said, slurping a spoonful of congee. Very well, as long as you enjoy it, Liu Beixian replied with a gentle smile. With you cooking for me, I truly should be grateful, and I wouldn't dare to complain, Yin Xijiao said, taking another hearty sip of congee. Enough flattery. Tell me about your findings from last night, Liu Beixian said, clearing his throat. Last night, I sealed all the rooms from the ground floor to the 4th floor, as well as the building across. I then went to my adoptive parents' place and happened upon them conspiring against someone named Jaguar. Yin Xijiao subsequently recounted the details of the unfolding events. It appears that your adoptive parents are indeed formidable figures, akin to your biological parents. I wonder if the matter concerning the switch with the false heiress has any ties to your adoptive mother? Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses perched upon his nose. Yin Xijiao raised her gaze to him. Brother Xian, even if this matter is connected to my adoptive mother, under the current circumstances, the law is unlikely to bring such individuals to justice. Yet, did you not mention that your adoptive mother intends to deal with someone named Jaguar? And you wish to leverage Jaguar to make your adoptive mother suffer? Liu Beixian chuckled lightly. Yin Xijiao nodded in affirmation. I do have such intentions, which is why I plan to inform him when my adoptive mother attempts to take action after they excavate below. You aim to let your adoptive mother endure the hardships of tunnel digging for the next few days? Liu Beixian raised an eyebrow. Not only that, the intersection of our community connects to West Lake Road. We require someone to dig a tunnel leading to it. This way, if we cannot remain here, we can retreat to the underground fortress. Yin Xijiao was reluctant to dig her way there herself, as it would be utterly exhausting. That is a splendid idea. Let us await their arrival. After all, the underground fortress is not yet fully constructed, and we are in no rush to move there. Liu Beixian recalled Yin Xijiao's earlier remarks. The underground fortress had merely established a framework, and considerable work remained, such as flooring and electrical installations, before it could be completed. Chapter 88. Is Yin Xijiao to become a trafficker? Yin Xijiao nodded and continued. I have heard that the design and construction of the underground fortress were rather hasty, with many materials being sourced in a makeshift manner. Presently, numerous supplies are still lacking, and they require assistance to gather them. I suppose there are not many survivors left in the city, are there? Liu Beixian was unable to venture outside, and he had not heard any official announcements regarding the death toll over the broadcasts. It seemed that the number of deceased had become so overwhelming that the authorities chose not to disclose it, fearing it would further demoralize the remaining populace amid their struggles for survival. Just a handful, I reckon, as they are likely fighting over food daily. I wonder what the situation would be like if entering the underground fortress means there is nothing to eat. Yin Xijiao had witnessed the conditions within the underground fortress. It was merely a framework of steel beams and other construction materials. Essential supplies seemed conspicuously absent, perhaps due to prior distribution by the authorities or for reasons unknown. Ultimately, she had not observed such provisions and dreaded the thought of entering the underground fortress only to be faced with a lack of food, possibly being offered things like worm cakes by the authorities, which would be exceedingly difficult for her to endure. Liu Beixian narrowed his eyes slightly. Let us wait for now. If the underground fortress proves to be less favorable than our current location, we shall remain here. Should this place become untenable, we can retreat into the space and not emerge again. Yin Xijiao nodded in agreement. Xian Ge, a sudden thought struck me. If things over there truly turn dire, many will undoubtedly suffer. Perhaps we could barter food for something. However, before Yin Xijiao could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Liu Beixian. Xiao Xiao, do you wish to become a trafficker? Yin Xijiao replied. Although we find ourselves in the apocalypse, we must not engage in morally reprehensible actions. Moreover, after exchanging for some children, how would you educate them? How can you ensure they won't harbor ulterior motives as they grow? And considering your inability to venture to that place, how would you barter food? If they were to enter our space, wouldn't that expose your trump card? Liu Beixian articulated each word, causing Yin Xizhao to bow her head. Indeed, her thoughts were overly simplistic. Xianji's reasoning was sound. It was her error. You have made no mistake. You merely wish to contemplate your own welfare in these trying times. Yet such considerations could place you in peril, unless absolutely necessary. I believe this risk is unwarranted. As he spoke, Liu Beixian gazed at her. The apocalypse tests human nature more than ever, and we are still young. The road ahead is long, and we need not concern ourselves with retirement just yet. In 10 or 20 years, if the outside world has revived, we may reassess our situation then. In 10 years, I will be 28, and you will be 34. In 20 years, I will be 38, and you will be 44. To speak of age seems rather trivial, Yin Xizhao calculated. Indeed, the future is vast. Prioritizing our present is of utmost importance, Liu Beixian reassured her. Very well. We shall revisit this matter in 10 years. Tonight, I will see if those downstairs can leave this building. If they can, I will promptly seal off the lower floors. Upon finishing her statement, Yin Xizhao began to drink her porridge heartily. Did they not just arrive yesterday? It seems unlikely they would leave so soon. Let us not rush to go out tonight. It's best to rest at home. After all, you have been out for so long every night. And your body deserves proper recuperation, Liu Beixian remarked, finishing his own bowl of porridge. Yin Xizhao pondered that a day without venturing outside should not pose a significant issue, and decided it might be best to remain home and rest. After dinner, Liu Beixian entered the space to rest, having gone a night without sleep. Faint dark circles had formed beneath his deep-set eyes. Yin Xizhao tidied the table, then went downstairs to check the temperature and tend to the plants in her room before settling down to peruse her tablet. The individuals downstairs seemed quiet, with few speaking. Only the distant sound of excavation could be heard, while Lin Xingze, leading those individuals, took a moment to rest after taking over for others who had been digging the tunnel. They were solely focused on rapidly reaching the next location. Chen Guang, how much firewood do we have left? The temperature seems to have dropped again. Zhou Qiang stamped his feet, rubbing his hands together for warmth. Yesterday, only the items from the upper levels remained to be moved. Fortunately, the vehicles in the parking lot still contained fuel, all of which was siphoned out, ensuring they could endure for 2 to 3 days. Chen Guang sat beside the fire, tossing in a chair. Anything combustible was fair game. After all, no one wished to succumb to the bitter cold. This is good. 2 or 3 days should be sufficient for us to reach the next location, Zhou Qiang remarked as he jumped about. According to the broadcast, several tunnels in the urban area had been cleared, including the main tunnel on Shihu Road. If they could also clear the tunnel connecting their compound to Shihu Road, they could access the city and potentially seek assistance from the military. Perhaps they would no longer suffer from hunger or cold. A glimmer of hope shone in Chen Guang's eyes. To be honest, they were aware that the weather would turn frigid, but none anticipated it would plunge to such extremes, resembling an impending apocalypse. Or perhaps they were already living through the end of the world. Initially, they had thought that a drop to -50 degrees would be the worst of it. But the temperature continued to plummet. Power outages, falling temperatures, and the absence of any means of warmth led to shattered glass, unable to withstand the external chill. The biting wind relentlessly infiltrated the shattered windows, forming thick layers of frost on surfaces nearby. None dared to touch it and resorted to using wardrobes and bedboards to shield the glass. Yet, the cold still seeped through the cracks, and the frigid temperatures left many shivering uncontrollably. Some, besieged by the bone-chilling gusts, found themselves gasping, ultimately succumbing to fever and illness. Those fortunate enough to possess medicine survived, while others, without treatment, succumbed to high fevers that rendered them dazed. In such dire circumstances, more individuals surrendered to despair, and he was among them. Fortunately, Lin Xingze eventually found them and persuaded everyone to relocate to the parking lot. Compared to the drafty dwellings, the parking lot, though cold, at least shielded them from the piercing winds and life-threatening temperatures, significantly increasing their chances of survival. In the parking lot, they relied on tables and chairs salvaged from above to kindle fires for cooking. Even charred meals provided a semblance of warmth. In stark contrast, just yesterday, as they neared the 4th floor, a mere brush with the outdoor chill left them gasping for breath. Chapter 89. Under surveillance again, Chen Guang had never experienced such temperatures, akin to being submerged in water, nearly suffocating. Lin Xingze, also feeling the suffocating cold, quickly realized that the temperature had exceeded their physical limits and refrained from allowing them to ascend. Otherwise, they would likely have turned into popsicles within 5 minutes. Fortunately, there were still ample supplies on the second and third floors. By exercising frugality, they could gather enough to reach the next building. What awaited them there in terms of provisions remained uncertain. Upon hearing Qin Guang mention the military, Zhou Chang's eyes sparkled with fervent hope. Reflecting on the ever-present figures during times of calamity, Zhou Qiang was convinced that they were tirelessly striving to rescue everyone in need. After all, how else could the broadcasts consistently relay relevant updates each day? Qin Guang, do you believe that we will truly survive long enough to tunnel through the passage connecting our community to Shihu Road? We are situated on a mountain. From the entrance of the community to the base, it is at least a kilometer, and we are still 500 meters from that entrance, totaling a daunting length of 1,500 meters. Zhou Qiang had never considered this distance particularly significant before. After all, those who had vehicles seldom complained about the length of the journey, did they? However, calculating their excavation speed now troubled them. Even with round-the-clock efforts, they could only dig 5 to 6 meters in a day. By his estimates, reaching the base of the mountain would take at least 300 days. 300 days, how much food would they consume during that time? Had they even contemplated this dilemma? I know it's lengthy, but consider this. If we do not gather with the officials, relying solely on the food we have scavenged, how long can we endure? It would be one thing if we could produce our own sustenance, but in this environment, how could we possibly create food? Qin Guang gazed at him intently. Staying here would eventually lead to demise. Venturing outside bore risks of death as well, yet there remained a glimmer of hope. Why not take the chance? Zhou Chang's expression darkened. Yet he did not refute Qin Guang's words. Prior to the cold front, many believed it would be akin to the heat wave, lasting merely 2 months and not enduring for long. Thus, even without securing provisions, they assumed the authorities would not abandon them in their time of need. Little did they realize the ferocity of the impending cold wave. In a single night, the snow accumulated to half a story in height. Within just 2 days, an entire floor was submerged. Even more alarming, temperatures plunged to over 50 or 60 degrees below zero or even lower. Most who had survived the heat succumbed to this frigid assault. The supplies they had gathered were largely situated on the upper floors, yet they were unable to reach those higher levels, which infuriated him. Observing Zhou Qiang's silence, Qin Guang patted his shoulder. Ultimately, we underestimated the situation, viewing matters too simplistically and believing the cold wave would be brief. It seems its duration is far longer than what was predicted online. It's all the fault of those self-proclaimed experts who insisted on living at higher altitudes. Were it not for their nonsensical advice, I wouldn't have moved into this inadequately renovated house. Zhou Qiang exclaimed bitterly. Zhou Qiang, while the experts' words may lack truth, they are not entirely false either. Look outside. The waters have already submerged the 3rd floor. If this continues, the 4th and 5th floors could very well be at risk. Residing at a high altitude undoubtedly offers certain advantages, provided one is adequately prepared to establish their own little sanctuary. I firmly believe that the quality of life one experiences can be as rich as one desires. Qin Guang, reflecting on this, recalled the houses in the vicinity that had caught his attention, having even employed a drone for a closer inspection. He noted that the glass windows on the 33rd floor seemed to be of a privacy-protecting nature, which piqued his curiosity. Logically, such a tall building would typically feature bright, transparent glass rather than opting for privacy glass. Furthermore, he observed from the drone that the exterior of Unit 3301 was inexplicably sealed by a massive block of ice. At that time, the snowfall was indeed heavy, yet not to such an extent as to completely block both doors. It appeared that someone had intentionally obstructed access, likely the occupant of Unit 3301. However, the fierce wind and snow subsequently grounded his drone, preventing him from further monitoring the situation of that building. Interestingly, he later noticed that the lights in the neighboring houses had extinguished, with the exception of Unit 3301, which continued to emit a faint glow. This suggested the presence of living beings within. Qin Guang, you speak so casually, yet with extreme weather arriving so swiftly. Who could possibly prepare their supplies in the blink of an eye? Zhou Qiang scoffed. When the heat wave struck, everyone attributed it to the onset of autumn, and no one anticipated such a terrifying spike in temperatures. During the day, venturing outside was impossible, and even at night, supermarkets, wholesale markets, and convenience stores were teeming with people. Some individuals, foreseeing the extreme cold following the heat, hastily closed their shops and hoarded all their supplies, showing no intention of leaving any for others. As the heat wave subsided, despite the supermarkets and wholesalers desperately restocking, They could not keep pace with the frantic demand. Official interventions yielded minimal results. In the face of life and death, who does not wish for others to perish instead of themselves? Thus, in the struggle for survival, who isn't fiercely competing for resources? Yet, those who once thrived are likely not faring well now. I cannot ascertain the status of that household, but I suspect they have prepared a considerable stock of supplies. Chen Guang gazed upward. That household? Which household? Zhou Qiang furrowed his brow. I refer to Unit 3301. When the temperature had plummeted to -50 degrees, I piloted my drone toward that building and discovered that quite a few residents were still alive. Among these survivors, Unit 3301 stood out as peculiar, for they had chosen privacy glass for their windows. What manner of household opts for such glass? Moreover, despite the fierce wind and snow, it was improbable that the corridor was entirely sealed off. In front of house 3301-3302, a massive block of ice obstructed the entire corridor. Chen Guang's words immediately prompted Zhou Qiang to realize something. Are you suggesting that the inhabitants of 3301-3302 are unusual? Perhaps. As I believe that no matter how spacious a dwelling may be, its supplies would eventually deplete. They cannot possibly refrain from seeking resources, unless they possess an abundance of provisions or methods to generate them. Chapter 90. Attempting to frame 3301 as Chen Guang spoke. He contemplated the means by which those inside 3301 might produce resources. Zhou Qiang narrowed his eyes. Chen Guang, shall we go take a look? Go take a look? You cannot even ascend to the 4th floor, let alone the 33rd. Chen Guang regarded him with a hint of exasperation. The reason we cannot reach the 4th floor is that we must open the door to collect supplies. The 33rd floor is different. We merely need to press against the wall and listen for any sounds within. After all, you mentioned that the main door is sealed, so entering is out of the question. If there is no noise from the 33rd floor, we might consider breaking through the wall to ascertain the situation inside. If there are corpses and ample supplies, would that not be a fortunate windfall for us? Zhou Qiang knew that Chen Guang could not be indifferent to the allure of resources. Chen Guang's eyes flickered with interest. Very well, let us see if we can ascend. If we are unable to, we shall not force the issue. Then let us inform the others before proceeding. Zhou Qiang spoke as he explained the situation to another individual. Together, he and Chen Guang wrapped themselves in layers, wielding flashlights as they made their way towards the staircase. The dimly lit stairwell offered no illumination, and the two groped their way to the 4th floor, only to be stunned by the sight before them. A colossal block of ice had sealed their path upward. They had clearly visited this place just yesterday. How had it become obstructed? Chen Guang, wasn't this ice absent yesterday? Zhou Qiang shone his flashlight upon the ice, observing how it seamlessly melded with the staircase, and he felt an urge to curse under his breath. What on earth is happening? Perhaps the fire door above was blown open. Chen Guang also found the situation peculiar. How had these ice blocks come to be? Unless the fire door above had indeed been opened, how could that be possible? Even if the fire door above were ajar, the snowfall of a single day could not account for such a volume. Zhou Qiang sensed that something was clearly amiss. Let us investigate the other side. If it is similarly blocked, it may very well be a deliberate act by someone above, Chen Guang declared as he began to descend the stairs. Zhou Qiang hurriedly followed in his footsteps, passing through the parking lot and entering the staircase on the opposite side. Chen Guang and Zhou Qiang once again encountered a familiar scene on the 4th floor, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. It was unmistakably evident that someone was orchestrating mischief from above. Chen Guang, what are your thoughts? Zhou Qiang inquired of Chen Guang. Isn't it quite evident? Someone wishes to prevent our ascent. Chen Guang snorted dismissively. It seems that those above are living quite comfortably. I wonder how they ensure a continual supply of sustenance. Zhou Qiang increasingly doubted whether the individuals above possessed some sort of advantageous power. Otherwise, any person of common sense would never allow themselves to become cornered like a trapped beast. I suspect they must have some formidable individuals guiding their actions. If we could establish contact with them, perhaps we could secure a stable existence here, rather than seeking distant alternatives. Chen Guang's eyes narrowed contemplatively. Then what are we waiting for? Let us descend and discuss this with Zhe Ge. Zhou Qiang, a man of action, promptly made his way downstairs, and Chen Guang hurried to follow. The two of them swiftly descended to find Lin Qingze, awakened from a deep slumber. Lin Qingze displayed a look of surprise upon hearing their mention of the ice blocks they had seen upstairs. Is what you're saying true? Zhe Ge, everything we said is entirely true. How do you perceive this situation? Zhou Qiang turned to Lin Qingze. There is not much to say, since they have barricaded the staircase. We should avoid a direct confrontation with them. Otherwise, the corpses at door 3 might very well be our fate. The corpses Lin Qingze referred to were those of Long Tao and his group. Had he not mentioned this, Zhou Qiang and Qin Guang would have nearly forgotten about the existence of the bodies. If those grim remnants were indeed the handiwork of those above, it was clear they were ill-suited for a head-on clash with them. Zhe Ge, could it be that those above are a band of murderers? Zhou Qiang gulped nervously. I cannot ascertain whether they are murderers, but we cannot concern ourselves with their affairs at this moment. Let us not forget that we have a jaguar behind us. Should we provoke those above, the jaguar might very well profit from our misfortune. Lin Qingze's words served as a stark reminder to the two men. Instantly, they felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. Zhe Ge, perhaps it would be wiser for us to diligently excavate a tunnel to another building, ensuring our safety. Zhou Qiang felt that engaging with those above would leave them vulnerable on all sides. The best course of action would be to hastily vacate this perilous location. Indeed, we should refrain from meddling in these matters, but if the jaguar ventures this way, we ought to present them with a token of goodwill. Ideally something that could incite conflict between them and those above. A glimmer of insight flickered in Lin Qingze's eyes. Those who have survived to this extent in the apocalypse are undoubtedly astute. If the jaguar engages in battle with those above, we might just find an opportunity to reap the benefits. Zhou Qiang and Qin Guang exchanged glances. Lin Qingze truly was their elder brother. Matters such as these required his guidance. Zhe Ge, what do you propose we do? Zhou could hardly contain his impatience as he inquired. The individual known as Jaguar is astute yet also conceited. We must allow them to discover for themselves that there are people above, and that these individuals possess a substantial amount of supplies, inciting conflict between them. Lin Qingze interjected. Zige, this presents quite a challenge, does it not? My concern arises from the unusual circumstances I previously noted on the 33rd floor. It is certain that Jaguar is unaware of this. Instigating a confrontation between them seems difficult. Zhou furrowed his brow in contemplation. Qin Guang nodded in agreement. Lin Qingze regarded the two of them with a smile. This is not overly complicated. We can have someone write on the wall with charcoal phrases such as those who offend shall perish, and beware of the corpses from building 3. Entry prohibited. Zige. Is this an eye for an eye? Utilizing those corpses to convince Jaguar that there are indeed people above? Upon seeing the obstructive ice, Jaguar will assume it is the individuals above attempting to deter others from attacking them. Consequently, Jaguar will not perceive this as a personal affront, but rather as a threat from those above against anyone seeking to invade them. Qin Guang's eyes brightened at this notion. Indeed, precisely that. As Lin Qingze spoke, he added another instruction. Remember my words. We must adopt the tone left by those above. Very well, let us proceed at once. Qin Guang quickly took Zhou and the other two, armed with still-burning torches, to inscribe those phrases upon the wall, even ensuring the letters were notably large, fearing Jaguar might not see them. After completing this task, Qin Guang returned to Lin Qingze's side. Zige, it is done. Upon seeing the writings on the wall, Jaguar and his crew are bound to be infuriated. Qin Guang chuckled. Let us not rejoice too soon. Whether he will come remains uncertain, Lin Qingze replied calmly. I am confident he will come. After all, having already breached the tunnel leading to us, it would be illogical not to access the tunnel leading here. Zhou felt an overwhelming joy at the prospect of seeing Jaguar humbled. Zhou, our focus should not be solely on Jaguar. Our ultimate goal is survival, not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with certain individuals. Lin Qingze observed Zhou's excited demeanor and could not help but dampen his enthusiasm. Zhou snapped back to reality, suddenly reminded that the paramount concern was indeed survival. I apologize, Zige. My thoughts drifted to the possibility of seizing opportunities, which led to my excessive excitement. Whether such opportunities would truly present themselves remains to be seen. For now, our focus must shift to the next building and whether our supplies and fuel can sustain our continued existence. Lin Qingze cast a glance at the two of them. The days ahead will undoubtedly grow more arduous. We should stockpile as many resources and fuel as possible. Zige, we are mindful of your words. Considering our current pace, we should reach the next building in approximately 3 to 4 days. It will be swift. Zhou patted his chest, exuding confidence. Let us hope no unforeseen circumstances arise during these days. Lin Qingze remarked coolly. Absolutely not. Zhou Qiang immediately interjected. He was determined to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. The span of 3 to 4 days could pass in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching the next building, Lin Qingze promptly ordered his team to clean up the traces of the fire on the ground. He then instructed them to transport their equipment to the subsequent building and swiftly seal the previously excavated tunnel with ice. Just as he completed this task, Yin Sijia sealed off the parking lot along with the above structure that very night, rendering Lin Qing's plans utterly futile. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Jaguar and his team were making swift progress as well. Within 6 days, they had reached the entrance of the parking lot at Building 16. Hearing that they had reached the entrance, the team was brimming with excitement, akin to being invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. However, as they were poised to break through, they were taken aback to discover that within a span of 3 meters, the area was filled with blocks of ice. This puzzled the workers. And after digging more than 5 meters, they finally realized that the situation was entirely abnormal. They hurriedly reported their findings to the Jaguar. Upon hearing their account, the Jaguar ventured deeper into the tunnel, and under the beam of his flashlight, he was confronted with a scene where the parking lot was nearly entirely occupied by ice, devoid of any gaps. Brother Leopard, the area is dominated by ice blocks. It seems we may not be able to gather any supplies. One individual cautiously approached the Jaguar and remarked, "Whether we can retrieve supplies depends on our effort. They won't simply fall from the sky," the Jaguar retorted sharply. "Divide into 2 teams. One will dig towards Gate 3, while the other tackles the stairwell to ascertain the extent of this ice." His gaze swept over the individuals behind him with a piercing intensity. In the preceding 4 days, he had already dispatched his team to excavate behind Building 15, entering through Gate 3, only to encounter a situation identical to the current one. Undeterred, he had instructed them to carve a path leading upstairs in hopes of collecting supplies. To his dismay, the stairwell above was completely sealed by ice. After considerable effort, they managed to reach the 2nd floor and sent a few individuals to break open the door of a nearby apartment, only to find it completely encased in ice, as if the entire building had been blanketed by snow and frost. Frustrated, the Jaguar's men were driven to the brink of violence. Yet their leader had no time for anger. Faced with the inability to gather supplies, a sense of oppressive urgency washed over him. Food and fuel, these 2 essentials for their survival, could not be compromised. Especially in their current state of scarcity, they needed to ensure some level of security. The innocent survivors following the Jaguar could hardly fathom that this building would be so thoroughly sealed by ice. As a result, not only were they unable to procure supplies, but even the task of excavating the ice threatened to exhaust them completely. A wave of helplessness surged within them, and their eyes began to reflect a profound loss of hope for the future. Could they truly survive this ordeal? Everyone is pondering this matter. Over there, Yang Shufen, witnessing the scene of Building 15 encased in ice, feared that Building 16 would meet a similar fate. She hurriedly exclaimed to Leopard, "Leopard, Building 15 is beyond salvage. We must hasten to Building 16. My biological daughter is there, and her foster parents are affluent. I previously saw her entering and exiting Building 16 with them. They must have amassed a substantial stockpile of supplies, sufficient to sustain us for quite some time." Upon hearing this, Leopard, who had been troubled by the scarcity of resources, seized Yang Shufen by the collar. "Are you speaking the truth?" "Leopard, I assure you, it is true. The Yin family, you are aware, is among the wealthiest in the city. My daughter was erroneously taken by them and has become their cherished young lady," Yang Shufen fervently asserted. Leopard smiled, realizing the implications. "So, your daughter has become the Yin family's esteemed young mistress. They must have gathered a considerable amount of supplies prior to this calamity." "Indeed, Leopard. Look at the devastation here. We must swiftly proceed to Building 16. If it too succumbs to this fate, acquiring resources from my daughter's foster parents will become impossible." Yang Shufen was genuinely anxious. Leopard and his companions already had limited supplies. Previously, while at Building 14, they survived by scavenging from fortunate survivors or the deceased. The meager provisions were barely enough to sustain their large group. Each day, they were compelled to tighten their belts, subsisting on a bowl of watery gruel and a small piece of compressed biscuit. The flavor was intolerable, and the reality that such a scant amount constituted their daily rations had caused them to lose considerable weight in just over half a month. They could endure no longer. Yang Shufen rarely spoke of her previous comfortable life, but given her current circumstances, she found her existence unbearable. She yearned for other foods, craving to savor white rice and indulge in various delicacies. Upon hearing her latter remarks, Leopard's expression darkened. "Yang Dong, gather the others and make haste to excavate resources from Building 16. I am on my way." Yang Dong, invigorated by the prospect of supplies in Building 16, felt a surge of excitement. Although their rations were slightly better than Yang Shufen's, daily consumption of rice porridge and compressed biscuits was becoming intolerable. Particularly, the lack of nutritional intake had begun to manifest in their bodies, causing fatigue and the emergence of red spots. If this continued, even if they did not perish from hunger, their health would inevitably deteriorate. Chapter 92. The calculations of Liu Beixian. Yangdong, despite his fearless demeanor, harbored a deep-seated fear of illness. His parents had succumbed to cancer, and at the tender age of 14 or 15, he sought refuge with uncles and aunts, only to find none willing to take him in. In desperation, he resorted to thievery and fortuitously stole from the then 20-something Leopard. After enduring a severe beating, Leopard, upon learning of his plight, took him under his wing as a subordinate. Years have passed, and he has become the right hand of the Jaguar, increasingly ruthless in his actions. As Yangdong departed with his men, Jaguar cast one last glance at Building 15, acknowledging the dire state of affairs. He could only hope that the situation at Building 16 was not similarly grim. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that, in the face of scarcity, he would not entertain thoughts of committing unspeakable acts for survival. At this moment, Jaguar fervently wished that Yang Shufan's words were indeed true. Otherwise, she would be the first to face his wrath in the absence of sustenance. After 4 arduous days of excavation from Building 15 to Building 16, they were dismayed to find the conditions there mirrored those of the former. Upon uttering a rhetorical question regarding the potential for resources based on their efforts, Jaguar turned to Yang Shufan, inquiring, "Sister, we have now reached the base of Building 16. Should you not enlighten us as to which floor and unit your biological daughter resides in?" Previously, Yang Shufan had refrained from disclosing this information, and Jaguar had not pressed her for it, reasoning that they would inevitably plunder any floor they reached. Yet, he had not anticipated that Building 16 would be in a state akin to Building 15. At this juncture, his aspirations for resources from other floors had waned. He now solely yearned for the supplies belonging to the adoptive parents of Yang Shufan's daughter. I do not know," Yang Shufan replied, shaking her head upon hearing his query about Yin Yeshua's floor. She was aware that Yin Yeshua had entered this place, yet she remained oblivious to their exact location. "You do not know? What use are you?" Jaguar's countenance darkened. After enduring days of depletion, their resources were alarmingly insufficient, and he had been counting on the supplies from Yang Shufan's daughter's family. Her ignorance felt like a death sentence for them all. "Brother Leopard, I'm sorry. I truly know nothing. Please, do not strike me," Yang Shufan whimpered, instinctively crouching down as she saw his hand raised. They had endured considerable violence at the hands of Jaguar in recent times. Although clothed somewhat adequately, the fear of physical assault weighed heavily on her. The cold weather was already unbearable, and the prospect of further violence was intolerable. "Begone," Jaguar snapped, casting her a fierce glare. His mood was not conducive to violence at that moment. Yang Shufan hurriedly scrambled away. "Brother Leopard, our supplies are dwindling. If we cannot replenish them, we will truly face starvation," Yangdong murmured quietly to Jaguar as he observed Yang Shufan's departure. "Let us proceed as we previously agreed on the 15th floor, split into 2 groups. One will exit through the 3rd entrance, while the other will continue to excavate upwards. If we uncover resources, we may endure for a while. If not, we shall resort to your earlier proposition." Jaguar glanced at the others who had not been assigned work. Their presence alleviated concerns over food, yet the notion of cannibalism still gnawed at his conscience. A glimmer passed through Yangdong's eyes. At last, he would be able to savor meat once more. It had been an eternity since he had last tasted its richness. "All right, Leopard brother," he said eagerly. The Jaguar, hearing his excitement, retorted with a hint of exasperation, "If you can avoid it, do so. Consuming a 2-legged lamb can be perilous, and there are no remedies for it. Unless you find yourself in dire straits, do not entertain such thoughts. Rest assured, since you have warned me, I shall not act recklessly," Yangdong replied, proceeding to oversee the excavation of ice. The ice they unearthed appeared relatively clean, all of which would be melted to cook their meager rations. However, in comparison to the previous abundance, their current fare consisted solely of thin porridge, with even compressed biscuits no longer provided. To be candid, the hunger was unbearable for everyone. Unless they could procure a substantial supply of provisions, they would continue to suffer. Previously, they had indulged extravagantly, devouring food without restraint, basking in the pleasures of abundance. Now, in these straitened circumstances, they realized the true hardship of deprivation. They could only hope that provisions awaited them above. Upon reaching Building 16, the scene of ice excavation was transmitted to Yin Sijou's tablet via surveillance cameras. observing the glimmer amidst the darkness on the screen. She instinctively knew that the Jaguar and his company had arrived below. The timing was slightly off from her expectations. She pondered curiously how the Jaguar would react to the sight of such an ice-laden scene. Additionally, her foster parents had expressed a desire for Yin Yeshua's supplies. What would their reaction be upon witnessing the multitude of ice blocks in the body of Yin Yeshua? Yin Xizhao found herself genuinely intrigued. Xiao Xiao, what captivates you so? I called you, yet you did not respond. Lu Beixian nudged her. Startled, Yin Xizhao turned to meet his gaze, her eyes locking onto his beyond the glasses. Brother Xian, I noticed lights in the parking lot and surmised that my foster parents had arrived. They have come? It seems they are considerably delayed compared to your estimate. Lu Beixian remarked coolly. It appears they are lacking in provisions. I observed that many of them looked alarmingly emaciated. Yin Xizhao recalled the skeletal visages she had glimpsed beneath their clothing, nearly indistinguishable from skulls. Given the supplies they possessed, it was improbable they could sustain themselves for long. Lu Beixian adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. Based on their current consumption rate, they might have enough for roughly 2 days. As Yin Xizhao lifted her gaze, uncertainty flickered in her eyes. Brother Xian, do you think it's possible that, within 2 days, they may resort to cannibalism if they cannot find additional supplies? Perhaps yes. Perhaps no. I have not interacted with them, so I cannot ascertain their character. However, considering your foster parents in such an environment, what do you think their course of action would be? Lu Beixian inquired, taking the tablet from her grasp. I believe they are devoid of morals and will undoubtedly collude with the Jaguar gang, or perhaps even poison them directly, Yin Xizhao stated with a serious demeanor. Have you contemplated seizing this opportunity to eliminate them? Lu Beixian's articulate voice resonated clearly in Yin Xizhao's ears. Yin Xizhao shuddered slightly. Brother Xian, do you wish to turn our downstairs into a mass grave? Are you not afraid that we might stumble upon those corpses and suffer nightmares at night? That is a valid point. Let them engage in mutual destruction instead. After all, did not those who left earlier claim they would reap the benefits? Perhaps we could arrange for them to return and collect the bodies of your adoptive parents? Chapter 93. The main characters showering affection. Lu Beixian's calm voice matched the chill in the air outside. Do you really believe those individuals will come to collect the corpses? I find that hard to accept. Yin Xizhao recalled Lin Qing's words, which were clearly aimed at ensuring the demise of the Jaguar gang. There are 33 floors in this building, and it would take at least 3 to 5 days to excavate this level. You claim they lack resources. Yet you have hoarded all the supplies from below. This implies that even if they manage to breach the first or second floors, they will not acquire any resources. At such a point, they might resort to cannibalism. If your adoptive parents are not consumed, others surely will be. Lu Beixian paused momentarily. If the Jaguar gang continues to dig upwards without finding any supplies, will the death toll not rise? Perhaps, at some point, it may even reach your adoptive parents. Unless they manage to eliminate the Jaguar and his cohorts first. Yin Xizhao shivered. She had not been oblivious to reports of cannibalism, and the thought of those downstairs resorting to such savagery made her feel nauseous. Unable to stomach that imagery, Lu Beixian raised an eyebrow at her queasy expression. Brother Xian, it would be supernatural to accept such a notion. I believe I should find a way to drive them away. If they desire to feast, let them do so elsewhere. I do not wish for our downstairs to truly become a mass grave. Yin Xizhao contemplated how to rid them of their presence. Why not relocate them all next door tonight? This way, those who wish to scheme against us can mutually wreak havoc upon one another, Lu Beixian suggested. Contemplating the corpses beneath his feet, which indeed felt unsettling, Yin Xizhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Very well, I shall head over early tonight. Providing me with the opportunity to witness their expressions upon awakening to find each other. Did Lin Qingzi not desire for the Jaguar and his gang to annihilate one another? Then I shall send these individuals to engage in their conflict. While it is all in good fun, we must tread carefully, for we still depend on them to help us clear the path to Shihu Road, Lu Beixian cautioned. I shall remain vigilant, Yin Xizhao nodded. It is merely a matter of incapacitating and containing them, is it not? A rather simple task, I would say. Lu Beixian acknowledged with a smile, gently ruffling her hair. Brother Xian, if you continue to touzle my hair in such a manner, it may very well turn into a bird's nest. Yin Xizhao spoke with a hint of irritation. After all, no one was watching, so a chicken coop was merely a chicken coop. Lu Beixian chuckled softly. Brother Xian, are you taking advantage of my shorter stature? Yin Xizhao instantly leaped up, reaching to ruffle his hair. I would never dare. Lu Beixian smiled, retreating repeatedly until he found himself cornered by Yin Xizhao. Having tousled your hair so many times, shouldn't you allow me a chance to ruffle yours? Yan Xizhao trapped him against the wall, beaming with pride. Liu Beixian observed her hands braced against the wall and remarked with a hint of annoyance, "Fine, you can ruffle it just this once." Upon hearing this, Yan Xizhao quickly got to work, transforming his meticulously styled hair into a disheveled mess resembling a chicken coop, finally satisfied with her handiwork. "At last, I have reclaimed a victory. Splendid, splendid," she declared, hands on her hips, brimming with self-satisfaction. "As long as you are satisfied," Liu Beixian replied, hands raised in mock surrender. "What do you mean by as long as you are satisfied? Brother Xian has patted my head so many times, and I have only done so once. If anything, I am the one at a disadvantage," Yan Xizhao retorted indignantly. "Are you implying that you haven't had enough of my head?" Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, his tousled hair lending him an adorably foolish appearance. "Does Brother Xian wish to seek revenge in another manner?" Yan Xizhao gazed into his eyes, which sparkled with a depth akin to starlight, reflecting her image as if she were etched into his very being, filling his heart and mind entirely. Yan Xizhao felt her cheeks flush. This man undeniably sparked an urge that was hard to resist. "It is not entirely out of the question. Perhaps a different approach could salvage my hairstyle." Liu Beixian shrugged, his long fingers smoothing his hair. Yan Xizhao's gaze lingered on his striking features, his fair complexion, angular contours, deep-set eyes, prominent nose, and those soft, pale lips. No matter how one looked at this man, he could undoubtedly be classified as a paragon of male beauty. Unbidden, her thoughts drifted to the scene from The South Wind Knows My Intent, where the female lead was peeling off the male lead's clothing, igniting a peculiar warmth within her. This damnable allure of male beauty was truly hard to resist. Staring at his glistening lips, almost instinctively, Yan Xizhao rose onto her toes, wrapping her arms around Liu Beixian's neck and pressing her lips against his. They were soft and warm. A flicker of surprise crossed Liu Beixian's eyes, yet he made no move to push her away. Having cohabited for nearly half a year now, it was impossible to deny that some feelings had developed between them, especially given that Yan Xizhao, though recently come of age, exhibited a maturity beyond that of her peers. While she might occasionally display a trace of naivety or simplicity in her thoughts, such traits stemmed from her limited life experience. Yan Xizhao is indeed quite remarkable. She is adept at cooking, gardening, and crafting scarves and gloves. These creations exude a certain charm, and after experiencing them, he felt a profound warmth enveloping him. Especially when the scarf adorned his neck, it brought an exquisite comfort akin to sinking back into a soft bed. The kisses shared between Yan Xizhao and Liu Beixian were innocent and inexperienced, yet this did not hinder their exploration of romantic endeavors. After a 5-minute kiss, they both breathed heavily, their rosy faces tinged with shyness. Liu Beixian cleared his throat, attempting to articulate something, but found his mind surprisingly blank, unable to frame his thoughts. "I'm sorry, Xiangu. It seems I've lost my senses for a moment." Yan Xizhao secretly pinched her palm. How did she end up kissing Liu Beixian? Such a lack of restraint would surely lead him to perceive her as a wayward girl. "It's not your concern," Liu Beixian replied, his voice tinged with urgency. Hearing his words, Yan Xizhao lifted her gaze to meet his watery eyes, her cheeks flushing with warmth. "How can you say it's not my concern?" "If it weren't for my inability to control myself," she trailed off, her thoughts unraveling. Standing at a height of 165 meters, she was perfectly aligned with Liu Beixian's neck. As she gazed at him, she noticed the way his Adam's apple moved rhythmically. In that instant, she seemed to make a decision. Biting her lip, she confessed, "Xiangu, I'll be forthright. I think I've developed feelings for you." Liu Beixian, upon hearing her confession, regarded Yan Xizhao's conflicted and bashful expression with a light chuckle. "Our little Zhao has grown up, discovering the nuances of affection. That is splendid. I too have feelings for you." Chapter 94. A reversal of roles between the leads. Yan Xizhao looked up, her eyes sparkling with uncertainty and hope. "Really? Then what was the cooking for?" Liu Beixian retorted playfully. "What else could it be? Can we be in a relationship then?" As she uttered this, she felt as though she might bite her own tongue. Liu Beixian adjusted his glasses, replying, "Are you suggesting that if we aren't in a relationship, you might act irresponsibly?" Yan Xizhao's eyes widened. "That is not true. How could I ever act irresponsibly towards you? I'm not that kind of person." "Good. Because if you were, I wouldn't have any recourse to the courts or police, and I would simply have to swallow all my grievances." Liu Beixian spoke with a hint of grievance. Yan Xizhao's lips twitched. "Xiangu, are you trying to play the victim after gaining an advantage? If that's the case, I might as well let you kiss me back." "Let me kiss you back?" Now that's an intriguing proposition, Liu Beixian said, lowering his head. Yan Xijiao gazed at his visage as it magnified, and in an instant, it enveloped her lips. After a considerable time, as mealtime approached, Yan Xijiao's mind was consumed by the image of Liu Beixian kissing her until he gently rapped her on the head. "What are you pondering so intently?" he inquired. "Nothing. Nothing at all," she promptly denied. "Nothing is best. Let us eat quickly. You should rest afterward, as there are matters awaiting your attention this evening." Liu Beixian served her a bowl of rice. Yan Xijiao obediently nodded and hastily began to eat. By 6 o'clock in the evening, as per their agreement, Liu Beixian took over, and Yan Xijiao transformed into a high-ranking spatial biological form to descend downstairs. Meanwhile, downstairs, Jaguar wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated that after a day's labor, they had yet to breach the second-floor door. Their provisions would only suffice for one more day, and should they fail to procure more food, they would truly have to resort to cannibalism. As Yan Xijiao approached, she overheard Jaguar conversing with Yang Dong, contemplating whom they should eat. Hearing such talk, she turned her gaze toward the unfortunate souls nearby, excluding her adoptive parents from consideration. She could only wonder who would be deemed the fortunate one. While contemplating, she observed Jaguar and the others preparing to consume thin porridge. At this juncture, it was too late to administer sleeping pills. They could only resort to ether to incapacitate them. Yan Xijiao awaited a moment when most were ready to rest, except for those still mining ice, as the remainder would be easily subdued. Ether is highly volatile. A few spritzes near their nostrils would suffice. As for the night watchman, once the sleepers were dealt with, a simple strike would suffice to neutralize him. Once she completed her task and stored them within her spatial realm, she bundled them, including the ice miners, and transported them to a suite on the second floor where Lin Qingze and the others resided. The owner of this suite had perished from the cold 2 weeks prior, and now all the windows were sealed by ice and snow, making an exit far from simple. Yan Xijiao kindly opened the door for them, but beyond lay only ice. Their escape depended on whether Jaguar and the others could tunnel a passage to the staircase within the confines of limited oxygen. Having prepared everything, Yan Xijiao directly kicked Jaguar awake. Startled from slumber, Jaguar sat up abruptly, feeling the bone-chilling cold enveloping him. Most disconcertingly, he perceived not a glimmer of light. What was happening? Had he not been beside the fire? How could there be not a single flicker of flame? What were those people doing? Jaguar fumbled for his flashlight, switched it on, and scanned the surroundings, discovering numerous bodies sprawled across the floor, all clad in familiar attire. Yet the environment was utterly alien to him. They were inside a suite? Jaguar, taken aback, swiftly roused everyone from their slumber. As everyone realized they were no longer in their original location, their eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to comprehend how such an extraordinary event could transpire in the blink of an eye, far beyond their wildest imaginations. "Brother Leopard, where are we?" Yang Dong was the first to be roused by the Jaguar's call. Faced with the unfamiliar surroundings, he knew not whom to inquire other than the Jaguar. "I have no idea. I woke up here just like you," the Jaguar replied, shaking his head. "First, gather our brothers, and let's search for the door and any belongings within the room to ascertain our whereabouts." Yang Dong nodded, swiftly assembling his companions. From the addresses on some discarded delivery bags, they discerned they were located in room 204 of Building 17, while they had previously been in Building 16. Had they truly traversed from one building to another in the mere act of closing their eyes? This bizarre occurrence instilled a palpable sense of panic among them, for they had never encountered such a situation before. What should we do? Panic spread among all, including Yang Shufan and her companions. What is happening? How did we arrive here without any warning? Could it be a ghost? Only a ghost could orchestrate such a phenomenon. It's terrifying. The windows were sealed shut by ice from the outside, rendering escape impossible. "We must leave this place quickly, otherwise we will suffocate in this confined space," someone shouted, igniting widespread alarm. The dread of death outweighed even the torment inflicted by the Jaguar. "I want to get out. I refuse to be trapped here." "Yes, we must escape." They located the door and opened it, only to find it obstructed by ice. Without hesitation, they seized shovels and began to dig through the icy barrier in the dim light. The Jaguar did not deter them. Instead, he instructed his subordinates to provide illumination and to check if another door on the upper floor was also blocked. If it was not, they would attempt a dual approach. At that moment, he lacked the energy to ponder the nature of their predicament. Their primary objective was to exit the enclosed environment. Perhaps it was the instinctive fear of death that fueled their fervent desire to escape. In less than 2 hours, They successfully excavated a tunnel from room 204 to the staircase of the adjacent building. Amid the sounds of their labor, the Jaguar opened the staircase door, previously unsealed by Yin Si, and descended the stairs. Meanwhile, Lin Qingze and the others, who were resting nearby, distinctly heard the door creak open. The sound pierced the silence of the night, resonating with an unsettling clarity. Instantly, Lin Qingze sensed danger and called everyone to attention. Upon hearing of the imminent threat, the others sprang into alertness. Zegu. A multitude hastily gathered behind Lin Qingze. Chapter 95. The Jaguar and Lin Qingze engage in combat. Zhou Qiang and Chen Guang, each wielding a knife, anxiously fixated on the staircase. Unlike Lin Qingze, they had not witnessed grand spectacles, and their hearts were filled with trepidation. The heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, one after another, indicating that a considerable number of individuals were descending. Zhou Qiang swallowed hard. To him, amidst the prolonged cold wave, the number of survivors was alarmingly scarce. By the time they reached Building 16, the first and second floors were completely devoid of life, and the frigid temperatures above were lethal. They could not ascend, but sensed that the living above were undoubtedly few. After all, who could endure such harsh conditions? Thus, he surmised that the living were indeed a rarity. However, the cacophony of footsteps suggested otherwise, evoking a chilling notion that what descended from above might not be human, but rather specters. Similarly, the others held their breath, eyes fixated on the staircase, pondering whether the figures approaching were human or phantoms. Everyone was acutely aware. Should the adversary launch an attack, they must not show mercy. To survive, they had to eliminate the threat, unless they wished to perish at the hands of their foes. Lin Qingze's words rendered many weak in the knees. Brother Zhe, we have never taken a life. I have not either, Lin Qingze replied through gritted teeth. But you must understand, if they intend to kill us and we do not resist, what might the consequences be? They had struggled to stay alive thus far. It would be utterly disheartening to perish in this manner. Death, Chen Guang uttered, causing a shudder to ripple through the gathering. This word had haunted them since the onset of the extreme heat. Daily, they heard reports of casualties, transitioning from sorrow to numbness, until they could no longer see or hear those dreadful scenes. When they pried open doors in search of supplies and confronted the grim realities within, they truly grasped the terrifying weight of the word death. The thought of it befalling them was unbearable. As an ominous creak echoed through the air, a deep voice emerged. Brother Leopard, there's a glimmer of light. The mention of Brother Leopard left Lin Qingze and his companions astounded. Could it be the leopard, they speculated? In that instant, their bodies trembled more violently, their grips on their tools tightening. Heh, if there's light, it signifies the presence of others. The sinister laughter of the Jaguar resonated. Lin Qingze was unfamiliar with the Jaguar, as he had never heard his voice, but Zhou Qiang and Chen Guang recognized it instantly, their faces paling. It's the Jaguar. As two individuals whispered urgently, Lin Qingze was just about to react when he saw the figure of Jaguar and his companions emerging from the stairwell. In the flickering flames, Jaguar and his associates caught sight of Lin Qingze, along with those behind him, and the supplies they had brought. Their eyes gleamed with avarice, instantly fixating on the bounty before them. Goodness, there's an abundance of supplies here. Yang Dong, Huang Mao, rally your men and seize their provisions, Jaguar proclaimed loudly. Unfazed by the number of people or weapons Lin Qingze possessed, their desire to claim the supplies overshadowed any sense of danger. Yang Dong and Huang Mao's eyes burned with greed as they beheld the boxes marked with labels such as meat and vegetables amidst the firelight. After days of subsisting on mere ration bars, the deprivation they felt surged from their bodies to their hearts. Unable to contain themselves any longer, Jaguar's brothers seized their weapons and charged forward. Armed with shovels and similar implements, they faced Lin Qingze and his group, who were also equipped for conflict. Upon hearing Jaguar's men indiscriminately intent on robbing them, Lin Qingze swiftly called out, "Everyone, if you wish to survive and not perish from starvation, we must fight back." Initially contemplating a dialogue with Jaguar, it became evident that such an opportunity had vanished. At Lin Qingze's rallying cry, Zhou Qiang and the others surged forward. Despite their trepidation, the thought of these marauders trampling over their fallen bodies to pilfer their food was unbearable. They realized that only through their own demise could they ensure their survival. With a resolute mindset, many embraced the notion of fighting valiantly, wielding their tools against Yang Dong and his brigade. Opposite them, aside from Jaguar's men, others were paralyzed with fear, lacking the courage even to engage with Chen Guang and Zhou Qiang. having endured days of thin gruel with no substantial provisions offered by Jaguar. They were utterly exhausted, devoid of strength to confront their adversaries. While Jaguar and his men were engrossed in battle with Lin Qingze, they remained oblivious to Yang Shufan, her husband, and son quietly retreating along the wall to the other side. Understanding that following Jaguar would yield no favorable outcome, they secretly hoped that Lin Qingze's group would defeat Jaguar, thereby liberating them from the looming threat. As Yang Shufan and her family slipped away, others seized the moment to escape as well. Engaged in the fray, Jaguar was entirely unaware of the exodus occurring around him. Despite Lin Qingze's group not being seasoned fighters, their numbers and unity granted them an advantage. Even Jaguar's formidable crew faced surprise attacks from behind. Met with shovels and pickaxes, the scent of blood thickening in the air. The cacophony of screams, roars, and the clashing of tools reverberated through this dimly lit world. Within mere minutes, numerous individuals had succumbed, due to the feeble flames. The Jaguar had not noticed the diminished presence of his men until a sudden axe blow from Lin Qingze struck him on the head. As the world spun around him, the Jaguar observed that the number of his companions had significantly dwindled. Where had they all gone? Before he could ponder further, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and he fell unconscious. Lin Qingze, preoccupied with the ongoing chaos, swiftly turned to assist others. Once they managed to clear away the Jaguar's men, they were alarmed to discover that many were missing. Just as they contemplated the whereabouts of these individuals, a voice cried out in alarm, "They are stealing our supplies." This exclamation prompted Lin Qingze and his companions to rush towards Yang Shufan and her group. "Please, don't harm us. We are good people," coerced by the Jaguar. Yang Shufan's voice pierced through the air, causing her companions to furrow their brows and halt in their actions. Chapter 96. Pushing the foster mother towards those who would harm her Ziege. What should we do? Qin Guang inquired, supporting the injured Shou Qiang. "First, tie them up. Find the medical kit and tend to our wounded," Lin Qingze replied, his expression stern as he made a swift decision. Consequently, several individuals procured ropes to bind Yang Shufan and her companions. Despite their desire to resist, the hunger they had endured for days, coupled with the forced labor of digging, rendered them powerless against Lin Qingze and his well-fed group. With their hands securely bound, Yang Shufan and her companions were cast aside, forced to witness Lin Qingze tending to the injured. Meanwhile, even those Jaguars who remained alive were stripped of their clothing and discarded upon the icy ground. Those who had once been so brazen could scarcely fathom that within a span of mere minutes, they would become lifeless corpses. As Yang Shufan and her group observed Lin Qingze handling the remains of the Jaguars, a sense of terror washed over them, as if they were witnessing their own fate. They had presumed Lin Qingze and his cohort to be ordinary individuals, believing that, no matter how formidable, they could not act with such ruthlessness. Yet, when they beheld the Jaguars' bodies transformed into icy statues, they collectively gasped in shock. "Why are you here at Building 17? Shouldn't you be at Building 14? Zhou Qiang asked, having finished bandaging his wounds. "We don't know either. We were sleeping peacefully in Building 14 when, all of a sudden, we found ourselves here," Yang Shufan replied, her voice sharp. Zhou Qiang found her tone grating. "Clarify your statements. Explain the situation in detail," Lin Qingze commanded, his gaze icy as he approached Yang Shufan. As Yang Shufan met his gaze, an inexplicable fear surged within her. Let me speak, one person hastily interjected. "The situation is as follows. We have excavated Building 16, only to discover that it is entirely encased in ice, from top to bottom, with the parking lot frozen solid as well." Upon hearing this woman's claim that her biological daughter's adoptive parents are affluent, Brother Leopard surmised that there must be significant resources involved. Consequently, he instructed his men to continue digging upward while the others returned to rest on the 14th floor. However, upon falling asleep in room 14, they inexplicably found themselves in room 204. Lin Qingze scoffed derisively. "Are you jesting? You fell asleep in Building 14 and suddenly awakened here. Not even a rocket could achieve such speed." "It is true. We haven't even breached the second floor of Building 16, let alone possess the means to arrive here," one person exclaimed. "Exactly. We haven't even reached the second floor of Building 16 and were knocked unconscious and brought here," another chimed in. "How absurd. You claim you were knocked unconscious and brought here? Pray tell, who possesses the capability to orchestrate such a grand scheme to transport you from Building 14 to here? What could their motive possibly be?" Lin Qingze's expression hardened. He was skeptical of the existence of any extraordinary phenomena in the world. "We have no idea. We are not deities, and we, too, arrived here under mysterious circumstances. Yang Shufan's son replied impatiently. Their arrival here was already bewildering enough, and now being bound and questioned so harshly was unbearable. Esteemed sirs, we truly have no idea how we ended up here. If you do not believe us, there is little we can do. We are all unfortunate souls, having been under Jaguar's control for days without proper sustenance. Just look at our hands. We are nothing but skin and bones, one of them implored, attempting to show Lin Qingze his hand. Others followed suit, eager to display their own hands. Lin Qingze did not intervene, allowing the soul doctor in their group to examine them. After assessing everyone's condition, the doctor turned to Lin Qingze and reported, "A's. They are clearly suffering from malnutrition and bare injuries, likely the result of prolonged neglect and mistreatment. Indeed, we have endured consistent abuse at the hands of Jaguar. We are but pitiful souls. I implore you, do not kill us." One person pleaded, prompting a chorus of similar entreaties from others. Lin Qingze, exasperated by their clamoring, bellowed, "Silence!" Instantly, Yang Shufan and the others fell silent, their pupils dilating in fear, trembling like quail as they huddled together. "I do not care whether you are affiliated with Jaguar. I can grant you your freedom, but should you seek to trouble me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Lin Qingze was acutely aware that the supplies at their disposal were meager. If he were to distribute them to Yang Shufan and her group, would his own people be left to suffer in hunger? Yang Shufan and her companions stared wide-eyed. Was Lin Qingze truly willing to let them go? "Then hurry up and untie us," Yang Shufan exclaimed. "No need to rush. If you wish to be freed, you shall wait until tomorrow." "After all, I cannot be certain of your intentions," Lin Qingze replied, harboring doubts about their sincerity. This was a post-apocalyptic world. Who could predict whether they would turn against him after being set free? Moreover, they had previously mentioned their arrival here was rather extraordinary. For safety's sake, he could not afford to release them just yet. Not only that, but he also needed someone to keep an eye on them. While Lin Qingze arranged for surveillance on Yang Shufan and her group, he remained oblivious to the fact that Yin Sijao had quietly unbound each of them. She had her own agenda and certainly would not allow matters to settle so swiftly, particularly given her unfavorable treatment by her adoptive parents. Yin Sijiao's eyes narrowed. After Lin Qingze dispatched someone to oversee, she kicked her non-blood-related brother, Li Ming, sending him sprawling. In that instant, Lin Qingze's men noticed that not only were Li Ming's hands freed, but Yang Shufan and her companions were also released. The next moment, Yang Shufan and the others were propelled forward. For a brief moment, everyone stared at each other in bewilderment, speechless. After a while, one of Lin Qingze's men gasped, "Zij." This exclamation instantly drew Lin Qingze's attention. "What has happened?" he inquired just as Yang Shufan attempted to smirk, only to be forcefully pushed towards him by Yin Sijao. Believing Yang Shufan intended to harm him, Lin Qingze kicked her away with considerable force, nearly causing her to cough up blood. Yin Sijao clicked her tongue, feeling that this treatment was rather lenient for Yang Shufan. "Is there no law among you? How can you kill indiscriminately?" shouted Li Ming, Yang Shufan's son, his voice rising high. Lin Qingze turned to regard him with a cold gaze. "Kill. Which of your eyes saw us commit murder? Moreover, you claim to be bound. Who released you to ambush us?" Lin Qingze's voice dripped with menace as Yang Shufan, suppressing her pain, cried out in desperation. "Unjust. Brother. We had no idea how the ropes came undone. We did not intend to attack you. Someone pushed us." Yes, someone pushed us," Li Ming echoed. "Such blatant lies. The wall is right behind you. From where could anyone have come?" Zhou Qiang cast a frigid gaze upon them. "Is it not customary to draft a statement before lying?" "Indeed, I was unceremoniously expelled." Li Ming, sensing his disbelief, grew desperate. "Do you truly consider us fools?" Zhou Qiang snorted coldly and turned his attention to Lin Qingze. "Brother Zhe, these individuals appear rather unruly. What course of action do you propose?" Zhou Qiang's words immediately alerted Yang Shufan and the others to the precariousness of their situation, prompting them to exclaim, "Please do not kill us. We implore you. We know where substantial supplies are located. Yes, we are aware of significant resources." Yang Shufan and Li Ming spoke in unison. Subsequently, Li Ming's father joined in, asserting, "Our biological daughter is the adopted child of a wealthy family. They must possess considerable supplies." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiang was filled with delight. "Brother Zhe, did you hear that? They mentioned wealth." Lin Qingze's eyes glimmered momentarily, followed by a disdainful laugh. "What does it matter if they have abundant resources? What is the current state of affairs outside? Are we to fly to the mansion of the wealthy?" Shou Qiang fell silent at this, suddenly recalling the dire circumstances outside. Indeed, traversing anywhere now is an arduous endeavor, let alone the fact that this mansion is not even in proximity. Building 16. They reside in Building 16, Yang Shufan shouted. Yin Xijiao, positioned nearby, had anticipated them to mention Yin Yeshua's residence in the city, so her reference to Building 16 caught him by surprise. It appeared they had uncovered Yin Yeshua's whereabouts. But regrettably, she was already deceased and unable to acknowledge them. Upon hearing the mention of Building 16, a flicker of excitement crossed the eyes of Lin Qingze and his companions. Recalling Qin Guang's earlier discovery of the peculiarities surrounding 3301-3302, it was possible that Yang Shufan's claim regarding the biological daughter pertained to these two residences. However, given their previous context suggesting that the location was encased in ice, the trek from the parking garage to the 33rd floor would require ample resources for such an endeavor. The crux of the matter was that without sufficient supplies, even if they successfully located the site, the expenditure of time, manpower, and materials might not yield the desired resources from those individuals. Furthermore, by that point, the supplies at 3301-3302 would likely be nearly depleted. The peril of risking their lives for a meager amount of resources hardly seemed worthwhile. Yang Shufan, obscured by the flames behind them, could not discern their expressions, nor was she privy to Lin Qingze's thoughts. Noticing their silence, Yang Shufan and the others became increasingly anxious. We are not lying, elder brother. You must believe us. Our biological daughter's adoptive father is Yin Honghai, a prominent figure in the city. His family is affluent, and they undoubtedly possess significant resources. Yang Shufan emphasized this point, uttering Yin Honghai's name to bolster her argument. Upon hearing that name, Lin Qingze and the others exchanged glances illuminated by a flicker of recognition. The name Yin Honghai was renowned throughout the city, and his daughter, Yin Yeshua, was regarded as the ethereal ideal for many ambitious men, a beacon of hope and a symbol of aspirations for a more prosperous life. To their astonishment, they discovered that Yin Yeshua was none other than the daughter of the person before them. However, Lin Qingze remained skeptical of her claims. You assert that Yin Yeshua is your daughter, yet the Yin family is affluent. How could a child be so easily exchanged? Yang Shufan could sense his disbelief, and, in an effort to validate her statement, recounted the incident of the child's swap. It became evident to Yin Xijiao that Yang Shufan was indeed aware of her true parentage as Yin Honghai's child. To secure a better future for her daughter and potentially seek financial assistance from her, she had orchestrated the entire scheme. What she had not anticipated was that upon learning she was not the genuine heiress, Yin Yeshua would completely disregard her. Moreover, given Yang Shufan's past treatment of her, it was clear that Yin Yeshua would not seek solace in her. At that time, Yin Honghai had even given her a sum of money, which she had used to purchase a house. With the responsibilities of managing the property, she had little time to attend to Yin Xijiao. Thus, after Yin Xijiao's return to the Yin family, Yang Shufan had ceased all contact with her. By the time she wished to reconnect, circumstances had drastically changed, with extreme temperatures ushering in a cold spell. After Yang Shufan elucidated the entirety of her situation, Lin Qingze and his companions held her actions in contempt. Nevertheless, even if they were to believe her, they had no intention of venturing to Building 16. Every word I speak is the truth. There exists a substantial stockpile of supplies within Building 16. Yang Shufan spoke fervently, her throat dry, bewildered that despite her lengthy discourse, her words elicited no response from them. You mentioned a considerable amount of resources, yet you also stated that Building 16 is currently sealed in ice. Have you considered the effort required to excavate a path from the parking lot to your daughter's floor? How much manpower and resources would that entail? If we gain nothing in return, would our efforts not be in vain? Before Lin Qingze could respond, Zhou Qiang interjected. Lin Qingze cast a glance at him, but remained silent. Zhou Qiang's words conveyed his sentiments. Yang Shufan's eyes widened in disbelief. She had assumed that upon hearing of the abundant supplies, Lin Qingze and his companions would be elated. Instead, they calculated the daunting cost of the endeavor. Did this imply they were unwilling to proceed? That would indeed spare them the effort of breaking the ice. With this realization, a conciliatory smile spread across her face. Brother, you make a valid point. Let us not venture forth. Zij, how shall we handle them now? Zhou Qiang expressed his disinterest in their plight. First, bind them securely. Let them be watched. If they are unbound again, it may well indicate the presence of an unseen accomplice. Upon hearing Lin Qingze's words, Yin Xijiao's heart skipped a beat. Did this man truly believe Yang Shufen's words? Yanxi observed Shou Qiang as he proceeded to bind Yang Shufen and the others tightly. Following Lin Qingze back to the fire, Yanxi quietly remarked to him, "Zhigu, are we really not going to Building 16? Indeed, but not at this moment. Our supplies are limited. It is paramount that we first gather resources," Lin Qingze replied in a nonchalant tone. Chapter 98. To be human, not beasts. Chun Guang nodded slightly. The resources in Building 17 across the first 3 floors are not abundant. After accounting for those we have captured, they should sustain us for quite some time. Yes. Later you should calculate how long our supplies will last, including those individuals, Lin Qingze continued calmly. Chen Guang's gaze faltered. "Zhigu, do you intend to support those people? They are all pitiable beings. We cannot treat them as we did with the jaguars, can we? What difference would there be between us and the jaguars?" Lin Qingze took a sip of warm water. "But Zhigu, treating them like that is no different from a saint," Chen Guang thought to express. But Lin Qingze cast him a fleeting glance. "No difference from a saint, you say?" Lin Qingze interjected, completing his unfinished thought. "Zhigu, that is not what I meant." Chen Guang attempted to clarify, but Lin Qingze continued. "Xiao Guang, we are human beings, not heartless, remorseless monsters. What distinguishes us as humans is our adherence to moral reasoning and intellectual thought. If we act like the jaguars, we will ultimately transform into cold-blooded killing machines. Moreover, we ourselves are merely unfortunate souls striving to survive in this apocalyptic world. How can we inflict further suffering on those who are already wretched?" Chen Guang regarded Lin Qingze with profound understanding. "Zhigu, if you choose to keep them, are you not concerned that others may harbor resentment? Resources are already scarce, and now we must share with them. Who knows if they will grow bitter? Such thoughts are quite natural. I will address them later. As for those pitiable souls, we shall appeal to their emotions and reason come morning," Lin Qingze concluded, casting a glance toward Yang Shufen and the others. A fire had also ignited in their vicinity, primarily to ensure they would not succumb to the cold. The external temperatures had plummeted, rendering the parking lot not only frigid but also damp. Without proper measures for warmth and moisture control, even if one survived, excessive humidity could lead to arthritis, which, without medical treatment, could be excruciatingly debilitating. Lin Qingze had no desire to endure such a torturous existence. Thus, he too had kindled a fire, one significantly larger than theirs. Upon hearing Lin Qingze's words, Chen Guang refrained from further discussion. Yanxi noticed that the two had ceased mentioning Building 16, and as the hour grew late, he turned and returned to the space. As I opened my eyes, it was already past 8 in the morning. Outside the house, snowflakes continued to drift gently, their origins a mystery, impervious even to the sun's rays. Peering through the somewhat foggy window, I observed that the wind and snow had engulfed the 4th and 5th floors. No one could predict the extent to which this tempest would submerge everything. Should the blizzard persist in overwhelming numerous buildings, the snow-laden world, lacking ventilation, might suffocate due to insufficient oxygen. Reflecting on this, I felt a profound sense of insignificance, as if human lives were akin to mere ants, easily extinguished by the whims of nature. While pondering the potential calamity, I was unaware that the authorities had also recognized this peril. In fact, they had dispatched personnel to clear pathways according to the elevations marked on maps, targeting the tallest structures to establish channels for ventilation and oxygen supply. The tallest building in our suburban area was among their objectives. Oblivious to these efforts, I observed through monitoring instruments that the temperature was not plummeting rapidly. It dropped by merely 0.5 degrees each day. Although this seemed inconsequential, the chilling atmosphere felt lethally oppressive. At -103 or 4 degrees, exposure to such frigid air could swiftly transform anyone into a frozen statue. Yet, regardless of the external decline, the internal temperature remained a comfortable 25 to 26 degrees Celsius. This warmth was essential for the thriving of the green plants within, enhancing their photosynthesis. Clad in relatively light attire, I emerged to find Liu Beixian had prepared breakfast. Grateful for the rising temperature, he no longer donned the sweater and trench coat he had previously worn. Instead, he appeared in a simple white shirt and black casual trousers, complemented by golden glasses, embodying the image of a refined rogue. As I thought of that term, my gaze inadvertently drifted to his broad shoulders and narrow waist. "Xiao Xiao," he called, turning to me as I was momentarily lost in thought. "Good morning, Xiangu," I replied, snapping back to reality and greeting him. "Good morning. Come have breakfast." "Today I made something simple. Beef noodles," he said, presenting a bowl before me. As I looked at the beef noodles, Inhaling the tantalizing aroma, I raised my thumb in appreciation. Xian Gu, you're amazing. This beef noodle dish is truly a feast for the senses. I spoke sincerely. The broth in the bowl appeared remarkably clear. Yet I knew it was far from mere beef broth. Anyone familiar with the concept of water-boiled greens would understand that such clarity resulted from a rich broth made from various meats, meticulously strained to achieve a liquid as pristine as water. In the beef noodles prepared by Liu Beixian, the broth was as unadorned as boiled water, and the translucent noodles shimmered like jade. The beef atop the dish, accompanied by a garnish of cilantro, resembled blossoms blooming on a slab of white jade. This vibrant bowl of beef noodles stirred an unexpected hunger within Yan Xizhao, who had not been particularly famished. If it's delicious, I shall prepare it for you again, said Liu Beixian, a smile gracing his face. Yan Xizhao nodded slightly, slurping her noodles with enthusiasm. Liu Beixian, seated opposite her, inquired while savoring his meal. How did things unfold last night? Did anything happen? Jiabao and his crew were killed by a man named Lin Qingze from Building 15, Yan Xizhao recounted succinctly. Liu Beixian continued to eat leisurely, absorbing her account of the events that transpired below. So, it seems this Lin Qingze fellow 1T pose an immediate threat to us. We need not focus our attention on him for now. Indeed, I overheard their analysis. For the time being, we are not in danger. After all, the ice on the 33rd floor is not easily excavated, Yan Xizhao mused, a slight smile gracing her lips as she thought of the ice they had accumulated. Their issues have become trivial. Our most pressing concern now lies with the authorities. Upon hearing Liu Beixian's words, Yan Xizhao was taken aback. The authorities? Brother Xian, what do you mean by that? Chapter 99. The authorities have selected their location. You weren't present yesterday. The authorities issued a broadcast at 8 o'clock regarding the necessity of oxygen for survival beneath the ice. Liu Beixian explained while continuing his meal. What does oxygen have to do with us? Yan Xizhao questioned, puzzled. According to the authorities, they are uncertain about the extent of the ice and snow cover. They cannot guarantee that the ventilation shafts constructed will remain uncovered. Thus, they require the establishment of ventilation shafts in higher altitudes, particularly in areas where the snow cover is minimal, such as cliffs, to transport oxygen to the under-ice realm, Liu Beixian elaborated, casting a glance at Yan Xizhao. While our altitude isn't particularly high, we are situated closest to the underground fortress, making it the prime location for the first oxygen supply station. Are they truly considering this place? Yan Xizhao exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at Liu Beixian. This was their cozy abode. If the authorities chose this location, they would likely have to relocate. Several points have already been announced, and we are the first. The authorities hope to establish oxygen supply to 3 stations before the ice and snow envelop the entire city. Otherwise, the entire under-ice world will succumb to asphyxiation. Therefore, the authorities hope that anyone within earshot of the broadcast will assist in tunneling. Liu Beixian's words left Yan Xizhao feeling uneasy. Brother Xian, does this mean we cannot preserve our home? It is not the case. This is our residence, and even if they were to come, there is no justification for us to relinquish it. Moreover, we remain unaware of how they intend to supply oxygen. Considering that oxygen floats in the air while carbon dioxide is significantly denser, should they fail to address the issue of carbon dioxide emissions, they may succumb to carbon dioxide poisoning before even reaching this place. Liu Beixian is acutely aware that their community is situated atop a mountain at an elevation of 500 meters. Despite the entrance being merely 1,000 meters from Shihu Road, excavating to this building will require a considerable distance to be traversed. Given the current pace of excavation, it would be impossible to complete this task in less than a month. Furthermore, the sufficiency of resources for sustenance within the city is a pressing concern. The authorities are confronted with numerous trials and tribulations, even though they may have previously formulated various plans. Who can guarantee that those strategies will remain viable in the face of an urgent and formidable snowstorm? Brother Xian, do you think those individuals will truly perish? Yan Xizhao pondered the earlier encounter with Lu Chenhan, the rescuer. He and his subordinates were genuinely good people. It would indeed be a profound loss if they were to die like this. Death is impartial to all, if they could resolve all the challenges. I believe their chances of survival would be substantial. Liu Beixian continued, when they come to excavate here, we shall alter the interior of our residence to ensure they perceive our presence as a result of self-sufficiency. Yan Xizhao nodded slightly in agreement. I will be cautious. Well, let us hasten to eat. The beef noodles I prepared are nearing overcooking. As he spoke, Liu Beixian leisurely began to eat the noodles. Yin Xijiao gazed into her bowl. The noodles had not yet overcooked and retained their delightful flavor. It was evident that Liu Beixian was being deceptive. Without uttering a word, she finished every last noodle and consumed most of the beef broth, then gently patted her slightly protruding belly, letting out a satisfied burp. What should I do if I've overeaten? I feel like lying down, she mused as she reclined in her chair. Overindulged? Liu Beixian chuckled lightly at her state. Brother Xian, your noodles are so delectable. Not eating to the point of fullness would be an affront to your cooking. Yin Xijiao burped again, remembering to compliment Liu Beixian. Well, if you say so, I feel rather guilty about asking you to wash the dishes. Liu Beixian began to tidy up the tableware. Upon hearing this, Yin Xijiao grew anxious. Brother Xian, how can you take over my responsibilities? Are you trying to make me lazy as a pig? I never stated such a thing. Liu Beixian chuckled softly. Yet your actions suggest otherwise. Yin Xijiao sprang up, intending to snatch the dishes, only to be momentarily blinded by a sudden burst of light from outside. Liu Beixian also noticed the dazzling radiance. The sunlight streamed through the icicles hanging outside, casting beams of light into the room. Yin Xijiao shielded his hand from the radiant beam, stepping aside to observe that the phenomenon was caused by the sunlight refracting through the icicles. This icicle was exceedingly bothersome. I must dismantle it, he thought, gritting his teeth. No, this icicle serves a purpose, Liu Beixian replied, shaking his head. Brother Xian, are you jesting? What utility could this icicle possibly have? Yin Xijiao questioned, puzzled. If officials were to come here, and they inquired how we charge our solar panels, how would you respond? Liu Beixian probed. Yin Xijiao fell silent. After a moment, he spoke. So, Brother Xian means to imply that this icicle can charge the solar panels? Indeed, Liu Beixian nodded slightly. As long as we design a container to harness this light, we can charge the solar panels. How do we accomplish that? Yin Xijiao was curious about Liu Beixian's method. Leave that to me. As long as we rationalize all the equipment within our home, I believe the authorities will not detect our spatial anomaly. Thus, even if we do not venture outside, our resource usage will appear entirely reasonable, alleviating any suspicion. As he spoke, Liu Beixian seemed to have a thought. We do need to address the ice outside that is interspersed with cotton. Otherwise, if the officials discover the discrepancy between the ice outside and that below, they may become suspicious. I shall replace the outside ice with ordinary ice tonight, Yin Xijiao responded, acknowledging that the cotton-laden ice did indeed appear contrived. We can handle our side. As for the other side, it need not be changed. Liu Beixian squinted. The other side is Yin Honghai's territory. Much has transpired there. The house has been severely damaged, and many traces cannot be restored to their original state, so it is best to leave it as is. If the officials grow suspicious, they can simply assert that they did not venture outside. Unless the authorities present concrete evidence, they will not act hastily against them. Of course, the worst-case scenario is losing this house, but that is merely a hypothetical. No one can predict if that will occur. Yin Xijiao nodded, taking note. Liu Beixian had no further instructions to impart, so he took his dishes to the spatial realm to wash them, seeking some rest. After a night without repose, his body was indeed feeling the strain. In Chapter 100, Zhe Ji's trick, the others began to point fingers at one another. During Liu Beixian's brief respite, Yin Xijiao reclined on a chair for a moment before descending to add some firewood to the fireplace. He also checked the temperature displayed on the instruments. Indoors it was 25 degrees, while outdoors it was a staggering 1025 degrees, a temperature Yin Xijiao had never before experienced. The temperature has enveloped the exterior of the house in a vast, white world, obscuring the true appearance of reality. Apart from a few towering trees and some relatively tall buildings that can be vaguely discerned, most houses have been swallowed by the howling snowstorm. It is as if the traces of humanity are being gradually erased by the tempest, reminiscent of the extinction of the dinosaurs. Humanity, too, is being slowly eroded by nature. Yin Xijiao inexplicably felt a chilling sense of impending human extinction wash over her. Surely, this world would not be reduced to just her and Liu Beixian? Such a thought was utterly terrifying. Realizing she had become ensnared by a vortex of negative emotions, Yin Xijiao made a concerted effort to suppress her feelings and refrain from contemplating the potential demise of humanity. As per her usual routine, she checked the oxygen levels within the house, finding them to be within a normal range. It appeared that the carbon dioxide released by the plants during the night was minimal. However, this was likely related to the size of the space, the number of occupants, and the oxygen required for combustion. Yin Xijiao had not extensively studied how much oxygen plants could release. As long as the computer readings were satisfactory, she felt assured. Having assessed the situation inside the house, Yin Xijiao picked up her tablet and watched some television. Fortunately, the vegetables and grains in the space had the assistance of 8,785, alleviating any concerns about water shortages or crops going unharvested, thereby liberating her hands completely. Meanwhile, Lin Qingze and the others were not so fortunate. Upon waking, Lin Qingze did not immediately release Yang Shufan and the others. Instead, he prompted them to accuse one another of their failures. A momentary silence fell over the 20-odd individuals present, their faces etched with disbelief. What did you say? You want us to speak ill of each other? One person looked at Lin Qingze with confusion. Had he lost his mind? Did he no longer wish to live? Lin Qingze coldly regarded the speaker. Initially, he had thought these individuals were merely unfortunate souls and had considered allowing them to join his group. However, upon reflection, he realized that without having undergone any trials, there was no way to discern whether they were good or bad. After all, not every unfortunate person is benevolent. There are malevolent individuals among them, are there not? Thus, he sought to identify who should remain and who should be taken away through this method. I say, that woman named Yang is a villain. When she ran out of food, she sent her husband and son to steal. One person pointed at Yang Shufan and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. That never happened." Yang Shufan's complexion changed dramatically as she looked at Lin Qingze in terror. "Brother, please don't believe his words. I did not send my husband and son to steal." "Oh really? You deceived others into opening the door, allowing the jaguar to raid the food. Anyone who resisted was killed." Another person stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Yang Shufan. He too had been deceived by Yang Shufan, yet unlike those who had met their demise, he possessed the resilience to endure, thus surviving to this day. Initially, he believed that the opportunity for revenge had slipped away. To his astonishment, Lin Qingze suddenly instigated a mutual blame game among them, regardless of Lin Qingze's ulterior motives. Once someone stepped forward to accuse Yang Shufan, he could no longer hide in the shadows. "You're lying. You all are lying. You think I'm an easy target just because I'm a woman, don't you? Husband, Xiaoming, speak up. Don't let them twist the truth." Yang Shufan's voice resonated throughout the parking lot, echoing her desperation. Li Ming, uncertain of Lin Qingze's intentions, sensed that the latter's call for mutual accusations was aimed at eliminating certain individuals. Therefore, he spoke up. "Do you harbor resentment because our family of 3 is still alive? Wishing to see us perish? I assure you, do not even entertain such thoughts." At that moment, Yang Shufan's husband chimed in. "Indeed, you plot our demise. But you shall not succeed." The others wore grim expressions, and one individual glared fiercely at Yang Shufan. "If you are not wicked, how could you betray your own flesh and blood?" Another echoed, "And you even swapped children with others." Each accusation struck a chord. And Yang Shufan recalled her previous conversation with Lin Qingze, her countenance turning decidedly pale. Lin Qingze narrowed his eyes. "Aside from the 3 of you, who else do you wish to report?" Silence fell as the others exchanged glances. Compared to Yang Shufan's family, the rest had maintained a relatively amicable rapport. "Very well. Zhou Qiang, bind them," Lin Qingze commanded. "Understood, Zhe Ge," Zhou Qiang responded, advancing with his men. Yang Shufan and her family were unwilling to surrender so easily. As Zhou Qiang and his men approached, they shouted for help and fled towards the nearby staircase. Li Ming and his father, well aware of Lin Qingze's methods, recognized that capture would lead to certain death and followed Yang Shufan up the stairs. "How dare you run? Let's see where you think you can escape." Zhou Qiang pursued them swiftly. The staircase was illuminated by lights streaming through the windows, propelling Yang Shufan and her family upwards at a remarkable pace. Hardly pausing as they ascended, Zhou Qiang and his companions were not slow, yet they could not match the speed of Yang Shufan's family. Having grown up in the countryside, Yang Shufan and her kin possessed strength and stamina that rivaled Zhou Qiang's group. They ascended several steps in a single bound. Just as Zhou Qiang and his men reached the 5th floor, they were already panting heavily, while Yang Shufan and her family had reached the 6th. A frigid draft swept in through the shattered window, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. "It's so cold, Mom. I'm going to freeze to death." As soon as Li Ming finished speaking, his body seemed to lose all sensation, rendering him unable to take a single step. At that moment, Yang Shufan felt as though the air she exhaled had solidified, and just as she was about to utter a word, a fierce chill seeped through her clothing, enveloping her body like a creeping vine. Within less than half a minute, The three of them had been transformed into ice sculptures. Zhou Qiang, having ascended to the 5th floor, was already panting heavily when he sensed the cold wind cascading down from above. Though he could not ascertain the exact temperature, he felt his fingers and toes nearing the brink of frostbite. Moreover, a thick layer of white frost clung to the walls, as if he had stepped into a freezing chamber. Chapter 101. The Death of the Foster Parents. Transformed into Ice Sculptures. Chapter 102. The Eerie Building 16. Chapter 103. The Temptation from Lu Bixuan. Chapter 104. Strange Sounds from Above. Chapter 105. Concealing the Uncanny Events. Chapter 106. Survival Tools for the Apocalypse. Chapter 107. When Soldiers Come. Water Comes. 8785 Bytes. Lu Bixuan. Chapter 108. Structural Hazards. Evacuate the Air Raid Shelter. Chapter 109. If the building collapses, will the inhabitants of Building 16 perish? Chapter 110. You have chosen the script of natural disasters. Chapter 111. Light on the Ice Layer. Chapter 112. The Apocalypse Drives People to Madness or Frenzy. Chapter 113. The Overlooked Fatal Flaw. Chapter 114. Lu Bixuan's Dream. Chapter 115. Encountering Lin Qingze and the Jaguar in the Air Raid Shelter. Chapter 116. Lu Bixuan's Struggle for Survival. Chapter 117. This is how it was in the previous life. Chapter 118. The Truth Behind Rebirth After Death. Chapter 119. The True Identity of Yin Sijao. Chapter 120. 8785. Do I Look Like a Human? Chapter 121. In Times of Crisis, Support from All Sides. The Official Opening of Hospitals and Canteens. Chapter 122. The Narrative Diverges from Previous Lives. Chapter 123. What if a volcanic eruption occurs? Chapter 124. The Eruption of the Volcano in the Neon Nation. Chapter 125. The Authorities Respond More Swiftly Than in the Past. Chapter 126. An Earthquake Strikes. Yin Sijao. The Harbinger of Misfortune. Chapter 127. The World After the Earthquake. Chapter 128. Preparations for Relocation. Chapter 129. Utilizing the Exceptional Eating Abilities of 8785. Chapter 130. The Resentful Entity. 8785. Chapter 131. Moving to the pavilion where Lu Beixian lived in a previous life. Chapter 132. Digging tunnels to access the Air Raid Shelter. Chapter 133. Lin Qingze and his companions discover a treasure. Chapter 134. The Heart-Wrenching 8785. Chapter 135. Observing the Previous Lu Beixian. Chapter 136. Host. You are deliberately doing this. Chapter 137. A group of people emerging from nothing. Chapter 138. 8785 constructs a 3-bedroom apartment. Chapter 139. Establishing a connection with the authorities. Chapter 140. Conversations with official personnel. Chapter 141. The disbandment of Lin Qingze's team. Chapter 142. A meeting between two individuals with the surname Lu. Chapter 143. Trading supplies for a room in the fortress. Chapter 144. Humanity as Social Creatures. Chapter 145. Zhou Qiang harbors doubts. Chapter 146. Lu Beixian surrenders supplies. Chapter 147. Taking shelter in the underground fortress. Chapter 148. A desire to see them. Chapter 149. Zhou Qiang and his companions arrive. Chapter 150. Inquiring about their biological father. Chapter 151. The bunker runs out of supplies. Chapter 152. Donating supplies. Chapter 153. Without a father. May they remain well. Chapter 154. Delivering supplies to the authorities for survival. Chapter 155. The grand finale. The snow continues to fall, yet humanity persists. Chapter 156. Side Story 1. Yin Sijao and Baiming Jixuan. Chapter 157. Side Story 1. Yin Sijao and Baiming Jixuan 2. Chapter 158. Side Story 1. Yin Sijao and Baiming Jixuan 3. Chapter 159. Side Story 1. Yin Sijao and Baiming Jixuan 4. Chapter 160. Side Story 2. Lu Chenhan. Chapter 161. Side Story 2. Lu Chenhan 2.